Chapter 1. Basketball for Wellness. In 2008, in the United States, Spokane, Washington, at Gonzaga University, Chu Xiang approached the sidelines, grasping his old thermos, unscrewing the lid to savor a sip. Within the warm liquid floated 2 goji berries, releasing gentle wisps of steam. "Chu, get ready to hit the court today, marks our final practice match." A young African-American man strode up and patted Chu Xiang on the shoulder. This individual was Josh Perkins, serving as the point guard for the team. Chu Xiang flashed a smile at Josh, adjusted his shorts, and prepared to take the court. The day after tomorrow, they would face Brigham Young University, heralding the commencement of March Madness. March Madness refers to the elimination phase of the NCAA Division I championship, featuring a total of 65 teams. It begins with the first 4, where the 2 lowest-ranked teams compete, with a victor earning a place in the official 64. Regrettably, Gonzaga University was one of those unfortunate contenders. This meant that the impending match would be a do-or-die scenario for the Gonzaga Bulldogs. Victory would lead them into the spotlight of March Madness. Battling under the national gaze, defeat would send them home to tend to mundane affairs. Today's practice match would directly influence their chances of stepping onto the court in 2 days. The Bulldogs' head coach, Kyle, a lean middle-aged man, sat on the sidelines, observing the back of Chu Xiang as he adjusted his shorts. This young man from the Dragon Country had been a source of consternation for him throughout the year. Chu Xiang seemed to sense Kyle's gaze, turning to offer a radiant smile. "Coach, don't worry. I will play my best." Kyle buried his face in his hands, reluctant to confront Chu Xiang's cheerful demeanor. The source of his discomfort was simple. This young man was utterly inscrutable. If one were to claim he played well, one could note that often he would finish a game with barely a drop of sweat, as if he had scarcely participated. Yet if one argued he performed poorly, the statistics would tell a different story: 15 or 16 points, 3 or 4 assists, and 3 or 4 rebounds, astonishingly, making him the team's top scorer given the generally lower scoring in NCAA. However, there were instances where he seemed to coast through an entire game. Thus, Kyle found himself in a quandary regarding how best to utilize Chu Xiang. Unfazed, Chu Xiang turned and strode to the center of the court. As he stood at the heart of the arena, a vision flashed before his eyes. Wellness task acquired. Reading host's physical metrics. Host, Chu Xiang, age, 19, nationality, Dragon Country, height, 195 centimeters, weight, 89 kilograms, wingspan, 213 centimeters. Current overall capability, NCAA. Standard, 79,100. Current wellness phase, going with the flow, wellness value, 99.5100. System detected that the host's wellness value has reached the upgrade threshold. So soon to reach the upgrade threshold? Chu Xiang mused, slightly astonished by the sudden appearance of the text. Indeed, ever since Chu Xiang's arrival a year prior, he had acquired a system known as the basketball wellness system. As long as one accumulates sufficient vitality points, rewards provided by the system can be drawn, thereby enhancing one's basketball prowess. The acquisition of these vitality points is, in essence, quite straightforward, resting off the court while idly indulging on it. However, there are occasions when, for the sake of victory, Chu Xiang must indeed break a sweat, which is why the team now finds itself teetering on the edge of a frenzied march. How much longer until I can obtain 0.5 vitality points? Chu Xiang inquired silently within his mind. The required time on the court under training match intensity, 30 minutes. Daily requirement, 36 hours. Chu Xiang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the difference in acquiring vitality points is stark between on-court and off-court activities and varies significantly across matches of differing intensity. 30 minutes, I can level up today. The college basketball matches in the United States are structured into 2 halves, each lasting 20 minutes. Considering free throws and timeouts, Chu Xiang could complete his task by the end of the first half. Ahem, it's time for the jump ball. Oh, my apologies. Chu Xiang quickly vacated the center circle. Typically, Chu Xiang played as a swingman, occasionally stepping in as a point guard. "Focus, Chu," Kyle exclaimed, noticing Chu Xiang's inattentiveness on the court. The pent-up frustration from a year of torment surged within him. If it weren't for your lack of effort in every match, our Bulldogs would not be precariously perched on the brink of disaster. The life-and-death battle awaits in 2 days, and yet you remain so nonchalant. Kyle's ire simmered as he sat in silence, awaiting the moment when Chu Xiang would falter, ready to unleash his reprimands. With a swift motion, Ryan tipped the ball, transferring possession to the opposing team. "Defense! Defense!" Josh shouted as he sprinted to the in the first offensive play. Chu Xiang's team set up a 32-zone defense, a common tactic employed by collegiate teams. The basketball was passed around the perimeter before landing in the hands of Jack Beach, Chu Xiang's direct opponent. Both players held the same position, with Jack typically serving as Chu Xiang's substitute. Jack, with the ball in his hands, established his stance beyond the three-point line, poised in a triple threat position. Chu, today, I will demonstrate to you who truly deserves to start. Chu Xiang, unfazed by Jack's words, smiled and extended his hand. However, to Jack, that smile was laden with mockery. A player who consistently exhibits a lackadaisical attitude during both practice and games is granted a starting position. How is that fair? Jack had bottled up his frustration for far too long, and now it was ignited. He clenched his jaw, veins bulging at his temples, and meticulously scrutinized Chu Xiang's defensive stance. Standing about a meter away, Chu Xiang had extended his hand, yet to Jack, this defense seemed utterly insufficient. Without any extraneous movement, Jack launched a three-point shot. To Chu Xiang, it appeared as if he had been caught off guard by the shot. Only after the ball was released did he dive towards Jack. The sideline referee raised his right hand, signaling a three-point attempt as Jack released the ball. The basketball sailed through the air and swished through the net. A three-pointer indeed. Did you see that? This is my prowess, Jack exclaimed while retreating on defense, not forgetting to retort to Chu Xiang's earlier mockery. Yet, he failed to perceive the reaction he desired. Quite impressive. That shot was remarkably accurate. Your three-pointers have always been commendable. Chu Xiang replied with a smile, even giving Jack a gentle pat on the arm. Jack felt a surge of irritation. After all, he had just executed a clean jump shot in front of him. How didn't he at least acknowledge it? Chapter 2. You cannot play basketball. Chu, what were you doing just now? Jack's three-pointer was spot on. Why didn't you step up to defend? Kyle seized the opportunity to shout from the sidelines. Faced with Kyle's admonition, Chu Xiang had no retort and merely nodded in acknowledgement. As the ball changed hands, Josh dribbled past the half-court line and made eye contact with Chu Xiang, discreetly gesturing with his finger to signal for him to come and receive the ball. Among his teammates, Josh had always been the one closest to Chu Xiang. Seeing Chu Xiang being reprimanded by the coach, he was eager to create a scoring opportunity for him to prove himself. Noticing Josh's signal, Chu Xiang slipped behind him and received the ball. As he passed the ball, Josh simultaneously turned slightly, adopting a stance to set a screen. The duo had developed an impressive synergy with such plays, allowing Chu Xiang to quickly grasp Josh's intentions. Typically, after such a high-quality screen, Chu Xiang could drive straight to the basket. Given that they were engaged in an intra-squad scrimmage, the opposing team was well aware of their collaboration, and two defenders immediately lunged toward Chu Xiang. To evade the impending double team, Chu Xiang had to exert some effort. Holding the ball in his right hand, he took a step to the right, causing his defender to follow suit. Sensing that the defender behind him had bypassed Josh and was now charging toward him, Chu Xiang swiftly pulled back his right hand and executed a dramatic crossover. Effortlessly evading the oncoming defender, he surged toward the basket. Standing at 195 centimeters with a wingspan of 213 centimeters, coupled with an impressive vertical leap of nearly 1 meter, he moved like a whirlwind. The opposing center was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Chu Xiang soared into the air for a thunderous dunk. On the coach's bench, Kyle, who had just been fuming moments ago, now had his eyes gleaming with excitement. Though his expression remained unchanged, internally he was exclaiming, "Absolutely brilliant!" Yet, in the next breath, he sighed heavily, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. Setting aside the skill, his innate physical gifts alone were sufficient to secure a career in basketball. At the very least, he could thrive in places like the Philippines or Australia, where his physical attributes would dominate. Yet, Chu Xiang failed to appreciate this. Rather than training diligently, he strolled onto the court with a thermos, embodying the demeanor of an 80-year-old despite being under 20. On the court, Josh excitedly bumped into Chu Xiang's chest. "I knew you could do it. From now on, we'll be passing to you more. Just perform well." With that, Josh swiftly returned to defense. Chu Xiang watched Josh's retreating figure, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Thanks to the novice gift pack provided during the system's initial loading, Chu Xiang's physical condition and overall capabilities have significantly improved. To him, dunking is as effortless as reaching into a pocket. However, if he were to maintain such intensity throughout the entire game, would his stamina still remain intact? Nevertheless, Chu Xiang had already devised a plan that, as the opposing team gained possession. Following a double pick and roll on the perimeter, Jack seized the opportunity to launch a three-point shot, which he executed with precision. This time, Jack remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance towards Chu Xiang. Observing Jack's two successful three-pointers, Kyle stroked his chin thoughtfully. In terms of overall ability, Jack could not rival Chu Xiang, yet his attitude upon entering the game was commendable, and his three-point shooting prowess was certainly noteworthy. Should he consider promoting him to the starting lineup in the next match? Kyle found himself lost in contemplation. With the ball changing hands, the score stood at 62, with Chu Xiang trailing by 4 points. Josh traversed the halfway line and quickly cast a glance at Chu Xiang. They shared an unspoken understanding. Once again, they executed a handoff pass, but this time, Chu Xiang refrained from driving to the basket. After receiving the ball at the top of the arc, he dribbled to the right, feigning a breakthrough, thus drawing away 2 defenders. In that moment, Josh found himself wide open. With a swift motion, the basketball landed squarely in Josh's hands. He executed a jump shot from the left arc, scoring 2 points. Chu Xiang grinned at Josh and gave him thumbs up. By scoring first, he had piqued the opponent's vigilance, thereby allowing for a more strategic offensive approach in subsequent plays. This was Chu Xiang's tactic. One must consider the energy expended in executing a dunk versus that used in a few dribbles followed by a pass. Which method is more sustainable for the team? No further explanation is necessary. Jack, observing Chu Xiang's retreating figure, bore a disgruntled expression as he approached. "Are you brave enough to engage in a serious contest with me?" Chu Xiang turned, puzzled. "Do you even comprehend the significance of his practice match?" Jack challenged. "What does it signify? The starting position for March Madness. I refuse to believe you are unaware." Indeed, although Chu Xiang had consistently been a starter during the regular season, it did not guarantee his place during the Madness. The regular season comprised numerous games, while the Madness hinged on a single decisive match. Thus, an unexpected new lineup could easily disrupt the opponent's rhythm, allowing for victory amid chaos. This final practice match would ultimately determine the starting lineup. Chu Xiang cast a glance at Jack, but remained silent, returning to his defensive position. "Too lazy to even speak? How much do you look down on me?" Jack's anger flared as he sprinted across half-court, claiming the ball from a teammate. Positioning himself at the high left side, he signaled for an isolation play. His teammates promptly cleared out, granting Jack the space he desired. Without uttering another word, Jack fixed a fierce gaze on Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang felt a sense of helplessness. They were teammates. After all, there was no need for such hostility. Moreover, it was challenging to slack off during onion on defense. In a tactical play, he could afford to conserve energy 80% of the time. But in an isolation scenario, he would need to give his all. Noticing that his stamina had just increased by 0.1, Chu Xiang made a resolute decision. Regardless of the circumstances, the task must be completed. It is essential to recognize that failure to accomplish the objectives of this training match would necessitate a lengthy 36-hour recuperation period, rendering one incapable of participating in the subsequent official game. Therefore, the only recourse now is to employ the first technique of air defense. Chu Xiang spread his legs and patted the floor with both hands. "Come on." He feigned strength, adopting a serious defensive stance. Yet, Jack executed a smooth jump shot, effortlessly sinking a 2-pointer into the basket. Chu Xiang, a beat slow, extended his hand while turning to gaze at the hoop. The net rippled as the ball swished through. "I thought he was going for a drive. I didn't anticipate his shooting would be so on point today." The second technique of air defense, the lightning-fast deflection of blame, ensued. "It's not that I wasn't earnest, it's that he was simply too accurate." A teammate remarked, "Jack is indeed on fire today, hitting 3 out of 3. The digits before him flickered, and his vitality score surged by 0.1. That although his teammates were oblivious, Kyle on the sidelines immediately discerned that Chu Xiang was merely coasting. "Stick to him! Stick to him! Chu!" Kyle shouted. 15 minutes later, the halftime whistle blew. Chu Xiang, with a satisfied expression, observed that his vitality score had reached 99.9, just a mere 0.1 away from an upgrade. If he could score just one more point in the second half, it would suffice. "Chu, don't be disheartened, it's just that Jack is playing exceptionally well today," Josh said, taking a seat beside him and offering a thermos. Despite the joy elicited by his vitality score, he could not afford to smile, for the score had ballooned to 65-30, leaving Chu Xiang trailing by 35 points. In the first half, Jack had single-handedly amassed 32 points, effectively sealing the match's fate. That moment, Coach Kyle approached Chu Xiang, gazing down at him from a position of authority. "You won't be playing in the second half." "Not playing?" That was unacceptable. His vitality score was on the verge of completion. Moreover, in the next official match, you will be Jack's substitute. Josh sprang to his feet, urgently interjecting, "Coach, actually Chu." Still Kyle raised his hand, silencing Josh's protests. "No need to elaborate, I see it clearly. No matter how talented you are, without the right attitude, you're worthless. You cannot play basketball." With that, he turned to leave. Not being allowed to play was simply intolerable. Chu Xiang stood up, his expression grave. Chapter 3. System Upgrade. While seated, Kyle had looked down upon him, but now he found himself craning his neck to meet Chu Xiang's determined gaze. "Coach, I implore you for one final opportunity. One final chance." "Huh, Coach, The intensity with which Chu Xiang called out that title reverberated through the arena, causing the air to thicken as all eyes turned towards him. Feeling the weight of the collective gaze, Kyle's frustration ignited. Very well. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Jack, come here. Jack approached the coach, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chu Xiang. Coach Kyle then declared loudly, "Everyone listen. If Chu Xiang can turn the score around in the second half, he will start in the next game otherwise for the madness of March. Jack will take the starting position." Upon Kyle's words, silence enveloped the surrounding players. A deficit of 35 points loomed ominously, with merely 20 minutes remaining. Moreover, Jack's shooting prowess today was undeniable. It seemed implausible that he would fail to score in the second half. Josh contemplated offering further persuasion, poised to speak. All right. Chu Xiang's gaze was resolute as he focused intently on Kyle. Jack let out a derisive chuckle. "Humph, what gives you such confidence? Do you fancy yourself as Jordan? Overcoming a 35-point deficit? Huh, you might as well prepare to be my substitute." In truth, Chu Xiang harbored his own doubts, yet he firmly believed that this upgrade, earned through a year of perseverance, would not betray his expectations. Kyle regarded Chu Xiang with a contemplative look, falling into silence before turning away without uttering another word. Within those eyes, there resided something he recognized. Like an emperor, there was an unparalleled confidence. The second half of the match commenced. Jack initiated the serve. As the ball crossed the half-court, Jack seized it, while his teammates wisely created space for him. It was evident to all that this match had transformed into a battle between Chu Xiang and Jack. At the three-point arc, Jack held the ball beyond the three-point line, with Chu Xiang defending against him. Chu Xiang exhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and took a step back, then stood motionless, gazing at Jack. Jack was momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? At that moment, the distance between them exceeded a meter, and Chu Xiang remained stationary, showing no intent to defend. "Are you out of your mind? Are you allowing me to shoot? To permit someone who had just made 6 three-pointers in the first half to take another shot?" He bent his knees, leaped, arms outstretched, wrist flicked, and the basketball traced a perfect arc, swishing through the net. Jack's 7th three-pointer, his 35th point. The numbers on the screen by the sidelines changed, 68, 30, a 38-point deficit, with only 19:42 left on the clock. Kyle was stunned in the coach's seat, unable to fathom that Chu Xiang had just relinquished his defense. "Are you kidding me? Just moments ago, you shouted that you would give your last chance. Is this the opportunity you sought?" Kyle shook his head, resolute in his decision, waiting for the next dead ball to substitute Chu Xiang out. On the court, Jack laughed heartily. "Chu, even if you realize your limitations, there's no need to act this way. You just claimed you would close the gap. Is this the kind of defense you expect to rely on? Today, you resemble a jester, Chu. How could the team have allowed you to remain a starter for so long?" Jack shook his head and turned to sprint away. With his head bowed, Chu Xiang stood motionless in place. As he prepared to take a baseline shot, Josh dribbled over to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Chu, are you all right?" At that moment, Chu lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile. "Pass me the ball." Just moments ago, as Jack's three-pointer swished through the net, Chu Xiang's final 0. 1 health points were secured. The host's health points have now reached the threshold for an upgrade. The health phase is now upgrading. Upgrade complete. Current health phase, clear and turbid coexistence. The task system is unlocked. The system skill tree is unlocked, and the lottery system is unlocked. Each time the host completes a health phase upgrade, they can obtain a free lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw beep. Lottery complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a rare item. 5 Peak Curry shooting experience cards. Peak Curry. Although the system did not specify which seasons of Curry it referred to, Chu Xiang, who had been reborn in 2022, understood that in the future, Curry would usher in a new era of small ball basketball with his unprecedented three-point shooting, forever etching his name in the annals of the NBA Hall of Fame. Even in the face of NBA competition, Curry's three-point shot remains an uncontainable force across the league, with only his own shooting rhythm standing in the way. This ability, when applied to the collegiate level, becomes nearly unstoppable. After all, the three-point line in the NCAA is significantly closer to the basket than that of the NBA, nearly a meter nearer. Thus, what might be considered an ultra-long three-pointer in the NCAA is merely a standard three-pointer in the NBA. And Peak Curry, accustomed to launching long-range three-pointers in the NBA, would find such challenges trivial. Upon activation, within 1 hour, the host would possess the shooting attributes of the future Peak Curry. Close-range shot, 99, Mid-range shot, 95. Three-point shot, 99. It was at this moment that Josh called out to Chu Xiang. In his heart, Chu Xiang addressed the system, utilized the experience card. He then turned to Josh with a smile, saying, "Pass me the ball." Josh, utterly perplexed and unaware of Chu Xiang's earlier demeanor, simply handed the ball to him. The familiar texture of the ball grazed against his palm, and as Chu Xiang lifted his gaze towards the hoop beyond the half-court, he felt as though his world had transformed. Without a hint of hesitation, he dribbled past the mid-court line, standing upon the emblem at the center of the court. Chu Xiang experienced a moment of profound clarity. My next shot will surely succeed. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, anchored his elbow, propelled the ball, and flexed his wrist. His actions flowed seamlessly together. The opposing players had already established their defensive positions within the three-point line, yet they were taken aback by Chu Xiang's audacity to shoot from the circle. The distance was considerable, granting the basketball ample time to soar through the air, capturing the attention of all present. The ball, spinning vigorously, sliced through the surrounding air. Swish! It swished cleanly through the net, both on and off the court. Everyone stood in stunned silence. After a brief moment, they recalled the need to resume the game. Jack jogged back to his position at half-court and, noticing Chu Xiang already positioned ahead of him, remarked, "You were fortunate, but it won't team matter." With that, he extended his hand for the ball. Chu Xiang smiled slightly. "Is that so? Then let me inform you in advance." "Inform me of what? Where is everyone?" Originally standing just a step away. Chu Xiang seized the opportunity to swiftly intercept the ball intended for Jack. Jack, quick to react, immediately followed suit, denying him a chance for a fast break. However, to Jack's surprise, after intercepting the ball, Chu Xiang did not accelerate. Instead, he halted mid-court, waiting for Jack to position himself in front of him. With a smile gracing his face, he declared, "What I meant to say is, I'm going to make the next shot from right here." Jack momentarily froze, his gaze drifting to the vibrant logo beneath Chu Xiang's feet, which was indeed quite striking. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Chu Xiang had already released his shot. Jack could only turn back, gazing upward as the basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Another flawless three-pointer. Chapter 4. A spectacle of madness. "Don't say, I didn't warn you," Chu Xiang remarked, patting Jack, who stood in a daze, before leisurely jogging away. Jack appeared to be still engulfed in the shock of that last shot. 2 consecutive three-pointers from beyond the arc, both executed with such confidence. What could this possibly mean? On the sidelines, Coach Kyle picked up a water bottle, intending to take a sip to calm his astonishment, only to realize he had forgotten to unscrew the cap. Was Chu Xiang's three-point prowess truly this remarkable? Kyle rifled through his memories, struggling to recall any instance of Chu Xiang practicing long-range shots. Instead, all that surfaced were images of him training like an elderly man. He would merely complete the team's basic training requirements before leaving the court, often departing without breaking a sweat. Could it be that he had been secretly training after hours? No, perhaps those 2 three-pointers were merely flukes. Kyle forcibly stifled his racing thoughts and returned his focus to the unfolding game. Despite sinking 2 long-range shots, a three-pointer remained a three-pointer, no matter how far. At that moment, the score was 68-36, with Chu Xiang's team trailing by 32 points and just 19:02 remaining on the clock. As the opposing team advanced past half-court, Jack refrained from rushing for the ball, instead positioning himself according to their strategy. Unlike NBA games, NCAA matches allow for a 35-second shot clock, which is why Kyle believed there was no hope for a comeback. As long as the opposing team utilized the full 35 seconds for each possession, no matter how skilled Chu Xiang was, he would not have sufficient time to orchestrate a turnaround. When he saw the opposing point guard directing his teammates to their positions without haste, instead engaging in slow dribbling, Chu Xiang understood their intentions. "Silas, switch with me." Silas serves as the team's primary small forward, possessing modest defensive capabilities, yet demonstrating commendable defensive skills. The two swiftly exchanged positions, leaving no openings for the opposing team to mount an attack. Casting a glance at his defensive assignment, Jamie, Chu Xiang decisively surged towards the opposing point guard. A double team. Chu Xiang's speed was astonishing, almost as if he appeared before the opposing point guard in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Jamie shouted from behind, "I'm here. I have an open shot." At this moment, the true test lay in the point guard's ability to handle the ball. Many may believe that double teaming is ineffective. As long as the ball is passed out, a teammate will have an opportunity. However, the challenge is that passing the ball is not as effortless as it seems. Human vision is limited, and when a towering figure like Chu Xiang looms before you, it genuinely feels akin to facing a wall. This was precisely the sensation experienced by the opposing point guard. Fortunately, Jamie reacted swiftly, promptly calling out to indicate his position, allowing the ball to just barely slip past Chu Xiang's fingertips and descend into Jamie's grasp. It was a flawless opportunity for an open shot. As Jamie stood at a mid-range position at a 45-degree angle on the left, with no defender in sight. With a composed turn, Chu Xiang lunged towards Jamie. Yet Jamie had already executed his move. The basketball struck the rim, and the center secured the defensive rebound. Josh swiftly approached to request the ball, and upon receiving it from the center, immediately scanned the opposite half of the court in search of Chu Xiang's position. The basketball traversed the half-court and landed in Chu Xiang's hands. Just a step beyond the three-point line, he launched a trailing three-pointer. It found its mark with unwavering precision. 68-39. Chu Xiang gazed contemplatively at his palm. Is this the extraordinary three-point prowess of the peak version of Curry? It seems that aiming is almost unnecessary. The instant he releases the ball, every nuance is etched into his very marrow. As the basketball departs from his fingertips, an unwavering confidence fills his mind, assuring him that this shot is destined to succeed. As the possession shifts, Chu Xiang once again opts to forego defending Jamie, instead choosing to double-team the opposing point guard. However, this time, Jamie scores a two-pointer. The score reads 70-39. The reason why Chu Xiang dares to abandon defense and focus on double-teaming is quite simple. Firstly, Jamie's shooting ability is exceedingly limited. Secondly, he had scarcely attempted any shots in this match, his touch still cold, as the majority of the offensive plays in the first half were executed by Jack. With 18:42 remaining, Josh dribbled past half-court. After 3 consecutive three-pointers, even Jack, who was once skeptical, could no longer afford to grant Chu Xiang any easy shooting opportunities. Chu Xiang dashed frantically through the crowd, with Jack relentlessly pursuing him from behind. There was no opportunity to receive the ball. Chu Xiang could only run behind Josh, extending his hand to receive the ball. At that moment, Josh stood just a step away from the three-point line, while Chu Xiang positioned himself further behind. On Josh's left, Jack's figure surged forward, the breeze he created brushing against Chu Xiang's face. I will never allow you another opportunity to shoot a three-pointer, Jack shouted. No opportunity? There are only opportunities. As Chu Xiang lifted his head, he instantaneously struck. Jack's hand had already swiped across Chu Xiang's face, but to what avail? Such defense was no different from being wide open. How long is 0? 3 seconds? The duration of a human blink ranges from 0 to 0 for seconds. At this moment, Chu Xiang's release took a mere 0.3 seconds. The basketball slipped from his fingertips as Jack's palm simultaneously made contact with Chu Xiang's body. Beep. Even as the ball soared through the air, the referee's whistle had already pierced the silence. A perfect arc once again traversed the net. Number 15, shooting foul. 3 points awarded. An additional free throw. Kyle had already risen from his seat, his face betraying an unmistakable shock. With the force of their collision, Jack and Chu Xiang tumbled to the ground, while Josh and Silas hurriedly rushed over, each grasping one of Chu Xiang's arms to assist him. How utterly exhilarating. How utterly astonishing. Chu Xiang, you were nothing short of extraordinary today. Josh, unable to contain his excitement, leaped up and collided with Chu Xiang's chest. Chu Xiang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Josh's hair, then turned to glance at Jack, who lay sprawled on the ground. Jack wore a vacant expression, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant, swaying basketball hoop. Chu Xiang stepped forward and extended his hand. Jack, momentarily taken aback, turned to face Chu Xiang and instinctively reached out his hand, which was then grasped firmly. As Chu Xiang turned towards the free throw line, he remained rooted in place. Jack bitch. Kyle shouted his full name from the sidelines, startling him back to reality. He glanced at the figure of Chu Xiang, who was now standing at the free throw line, and silently walked back to his position. So this is your true strength? He pondered inwardly. The free throw was successful. 70-43, with 18:22 remaining. As the ball crossed half-court, Chu Xiang sprang forward to double-team, yet the relentless pressure had already prepared the opposing point guard, who promptly passed the ball to Jamie. However, this time Silas was closely guarding Jamie, swiftly moving to support. Faced with Silas's defense, Jamie glanced at Jack and chose to pass, the ball bouncing into Jack's hands. At that moment, Jack stood in an advantageous position at the left corner, just inside the three-point line. Chapter 5. The rescue of the lost Jack, yet Jack, clutching the ball in the corner, resembled a statue, utterly motionless. "Jack, what are you doing?" Jamie shouted. Only then did Jack seem to awaken from his stupor, raising the ball to shoot. A massive shadow swept across his vision as Silas snatched the basketball away from him. "A block. Jack, focus," Kyle shouted from the sidelines. However, it was too late. Silas, positioned at the baseline, launched a long pass to Chu Xiang, who had already sprinted to midcourt. Facing an unguarded half-court, Chu Xiang did not hesitate, launching a three-pointer from the arc. 70-46. Exactly 18 minutes remaining. In just 2 minutes, 5 three-pointers, one of which was a three-point play. With this surge, he narrowed the gap to 24 points. Kyle called a timeout. "Jack, what are you doing? Can't you see Silas's position?" "I'm sorry, coach. What happened to your performance in the first half?" Jack stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Jonathan, get ready to enter the game." "Jack, step aside and calm down." Kyle waved him off decisively. With his arms crossed, Kyle's peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Xiang drinking water. What level is this guy at? 16 points in 2 minutes. Can he truly turn this game around? In his mind, Kyle pondered. It seemed as though he sensed the coach's gaze. Chu Xiang set down his thermos and exchanged a brief glance with Kyle, accompanied by a smile. Kyle, his eyes flickering with discomfort, averted his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Jack was substituted out, and although the other players on their team had garnered more opportunities to shoot, their shooting percentage was dismal. Yet, one could hardly blame them. After all, they had scarcely attempted any shots throughout the game. Not everyone can strike gold with a single attempt. Conversely, despite the opposing team resorting to a double team against Chu Xiang, they were unable to hinder him. The peak shooting prowess of Curry, combined with Chu Xiang's height and wingspan, formed an almost flawless synergy. Curry's need to hasten his shooting tempo stemmed from his relatively modest physical attributes. When faced with opposition, his shots were almost invariably off target, necessitating a quicker release. In contrast, Chu Xiang, standing barefoot at 195 centimeters and nearly 198 or 199 centimeters in shoes, was afforded the conditions to shoot with authority. One could liken him to a player possessing T-Max pull-up ability, capable of forcing shots against perimeter defenders, and if an interior player closed in, he could drive to the basket. At that moment, Chu Xiang resembled a relentless machine of destruction, wreaking havoc on the court. 70, 48, 70, 50, 72, 50, 72, 53. Time ticked away, and the score gradually narrowed. Finally, with 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the game, after being double-teamed, Chu Xiang passed the ball to Josh, who scored a layup, leveling the score at 84-84. Kyle called for a timeout, gathering the players around him. "Chu, you've won," he acknowledged. Fully aware that continuing the game would yield no suspense, victory was undoubtedly destined for Chu Xiang, as his opponents had been utterly demoralized, reduced to mere prey. "However, I am curious, when did you develop such formidable three-point shooting skills?" Kyle's gaze was penetrating. I suppose it might be an innate talent? It would be quite absurd to claim it was merely a system-generated experience card. After all, talent often provides answers to many questions. Upon hearing this response, Kyle's expression turned peculiar. He had always been a coach who emphasized teamwork. Yet the current situation compelled him to concede that some individuals possessed the ability to single-handedly overturn an entire team. He sighed deeply, casting a glance at the statistics in his hand. In the second half, Chu Xiang had scored 40 points, hitting 8 out of 12 three-pointers, along with 4 rebounds and 5 assists. It was almost accurate to say that every point scored by their team in the second half was linked to him. And this was with over 5 minutes still remaining in the period. With his individual prowess, he had eradicated a 38-point deficit. He has always been reluctant to acknowledge that the individual can surpass the collective, yet faced with Chu Xiang, Kyle found himself at a loss for words. In the frenzied matches of March, with Chu Xiang as the starting shooting guard, Kyle turned to Jack, who was sitting nearby with a towel draped over his head. "You have no objections, right?" Upon hearing this, the towel shifted slightly as Jack nodded. At that moment, Chu Xiang felt a flicker in his eyelids, and a stream of information appeared before him, invisible to others. "Task triggered, the lost teammate. Due to your excessively brilliant personal performance, the confidence of your teammates has been severely undermined. Personal well-being is never a solitary endeavor. Without formidable teammates, how can one find joy in nurturing oneself? Please comfort your disheartened teammate. Task objective: restore Jack's self-confidence. Ensure he scores over 20 points in the next official match." Task reward: 5 free skill points, 100 well-being points. Free skill points can be used to enhance the host's various attributes, while well-being points can be utilized to upgrade the well-being system and purchase items from the system store. Enhancing attributes: purchasing items. These functionalities were absent in the previous system, but have emerged following this upgrade. How many well-being points are required for the next system upgrade? 50,000 points. Upon hearing this figure, Chu Xiang realized he would likely remain in the current phase of well-being for quite some time. Chu. Kyle's voice jolted Chu Xiang back to reality. What are you daydreaming about? Take a seat and rest. You won't be playing in the upcoming matches. 5 minutes later, the game concluded, and Kyle promptly determined the subsequent team roster, which included the following starters: point guard, Josh Perkins; shooting guard, Chu Xiang; small forward, Silas Melson; power forward, Jamie Jones; center, Riel Backums. As the training session ended, it was already past 6 o'clock, and the players dispersed in pairs towards the showers, changing into their regular clothes. Upon exiting the bathroom, Josh awaited Chu Xiang in the lounge. Shall we celebrate your remarkable performance with some pizza for dinner? I had no idea your three-point shooting was so exceptional. We are bound to win the match the day after tomorrow. Josh nudged Chu Xiang with his elbow. Thank you, Josh, but this was merely a training match. The real battle lies ahead in the game the day after tomorrow. We all need to put in our best effort then. Chu Xiang replied with a smile. All right, Josh shrugged. Let's just grab a bite to eat. Come on, Chu, what are you doing? Chu Xiang stood still, with no intention of departing. I am waiting for Jack. Josh cast an odd glance at Chu Xiang, but said nothing, instead choosing to accompany him in his wait. Chapter 6. The Making of a Super Shooter Jack. Just as Jack emerged from the locker room, he lifted his gaze upon hearing his name called by Chu Xiang, only to lower it again, grabbing his bag and heading outside. As Chu Xiang stepped forward to grasp Jack's arm, he was abruptly shaken off. What do you want? Jack asked, his gaze cast downward. I wish to speak with you. Speak with me? How else do you intend to humiliate me? Is today's match not sufficient? Jack suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed loudly, Great Chu Xiang, savior of the Gonzaga Bulldogs, what wisdom do you impart? Before Chu Xiang could utter a word, Josh spoke up first. What attitude is this, Jack? A loss is a loss. Before he could finish, Chu Xiang swiftly pulled Josh behind him. The court behind the Bear of Building, 9 o'clock tonight. I shall await you there. Upon hearing this, Jack scoffed and turned to leave the locker room. Chu. Josh raised his gaze towards Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang understood what Josh was about to inquire, a smile gracing his face. Rest assured, he will go. The Bear of Building is a residential edifice, and Chu Xiang resides on the 17th floor, having rented a modest apartment. Chu Xiang was reborn a year ago, and, upon opening his eyes, found himself back in the early days of his university life. In his previous life, lacking a system, Chu Xiang was merely a marginal player on the university basketball team. Although he possessed athletic talents superior to the average individual, they were insufficient to propel him into higher-level competitions. Consequently, after graduating, he returned home to work in the family business, only to meet his untimely demise in a car accident many years later. Throughout his existence, he cherished the memories of those carefree moments spent running on the basketball court the most. What he regretted most was his failure to step onto the stage of the NBA, thus failing to forge a legendary narrative of his own. At 8:30 in the evening, Chu Xiang donned his sports attire and, with a basketball in hand, made his way to the court behind his apartment. The court was bustling with numerous players engaged in spirited matches. With a furrowed brow, Chu Xiang casually selected a patch of ground and approached with the ball in hand. Is there still room for one more? Count me in. 15 minutes later, he found himself the sole occupant of the court. No questions asked. Just give me the ball. I'm heading home. Despite Gonzaga University's relatively average performance in the NCAA over recent years, it remains a stable institution within the NCAA Division I League. Thus, Chu Xiang appeared as a veritable anomaly on an ordinary playground. Standing beyond the three-point line, he launched 20 shots, successfully landing only 7, yielding a shooting percentage of 35%, which accurately reflected his true capabilities. System: how high is my three-point attribute? The text promptly flickered before Chu Xiang's eyes. Host S three-point ability, 55 out of 100, based on NCAA standards. 55, that's rather low. In a moment of inspiration, Chu Xiang inquired of the system, is it possible for me to enter the NBA now? The system responded with an unvarnished prediction of his current draft status, an undrafted prospect. Such bluntness regarding being undrafted was rather unceremonious, yet the prediction proved to be remarkably accurate. At that instant, a basketball soared from a distance, effortlessly swishing through the net. With such a three-point shot, how could you possibly succeed in this afternoon's game? Jack, clad in a black athletic hoodie with the hood pulled over his head, suddenly appeared before Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang smiled faintly and proposed a challenge. Let us compete in a three-point shooting contest, 10 shots each, from 5 different spots. Jack remained silent, standing his ground as he leaped to take a shot, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. He stood precisely at the top of the arc. 5 minutes later, Jack looked at Chu Xiang with a perplexed expression. Was that intentional? Are you trying to humiliate me? Jack had scored 7 out of 10, while Chu Xiang managed only 2. Chu Xiang chuckled softly and remarked, "Are we going to engage in a duel?" The score stands at 21. Jack furrowed his brow, pushing the ball into Chu Xiang's embrace with both hands. "I shall take the first strike." 15 minutes later, as sweat trickled down Chu Xiang's brow, he declared, "You have lost." The score of 21-13 left no room for doubt. Jack, gasping for breath, straightened up and queried, "What exactly did you summon me here for?" "I merely wish to convey that I surpass you, be it in three-pointers or any other aspect." Jack gazed at Chu Xiang with a look akin to someone who had just consumed something distasteful, then turned on his heel to leave. "My three-pointer just now is not a fluke. It represents my true capabilities. Yet, even so, I am still superior to you." Jack slightly tilted his head, revealing half of his face. "What utter nonsense are you spouting? The essence of a sharpshooter lies not merely in their shooting prowess, but rather in their confidence. If you hesitate to shoot due to fear of failure or the strength of your opponent, you will never triumph over me." To this, Jack did not respond with anger. Instead, he began to ponder calmly. His mind was flooded with images from the afternoon's match, 2 unreasonable logo three-pointers, an even more outrageous long-distance three-point play with an additional free throw, and the iconic declaration, "Let me inform you in advance, I shall shoot again from this spot." This classic boast from Bird became legendary precisely because so few possessed the audacity to utter such words. Making the shot earns you the title of Big Bull, while missing it subjects you to the moniker of Big Fool. Reflecting on his subsequent performance, Jack found himself silently acquiescing to Chu Xiang's assertions. "Jack, how many games do you believe we can win this year?" Over the past 4 or 5 years, Gonzaga University had performed rather mediocrely in the NCAA tournament, typically securing only 1 or 2 victories before bowing out. Jack surmised that this year would likely be no different. However, before he could respond, Chu Xiang interjected, "In my view, our goal this year is the championship finals." Jack finally turned fully to face Chu Xiang, a scornful smile adorning his features. "You must have an exceedingly high opinion of yourself. I concede that you are stronger than I. Yet, do you truly believe you can consistently replicate today's performance?" Chu Xiang shook his head, saying, "No, relying solely on my performance, we could only secure a victory in 1 or 2 games. When I speak of reaching the finals, it is because I have unwavering faith in all of you. Josh, your consistency is remarkable, and your synergy with the team is exceptional. With you orchestrating our offense, our mistakes will be minimal. Silas and Jamie, both of you possess the versatility to defend against any position from 1 to 5. With you 2 on the front line, our defense is assured. Riel, standing at an impressive 211 centimeters, requires no elaboration. He is our formidable wall in the paint. As for us, we are the backbone of the team's offense. Jack, without your shooting, reaching the finals would be an impossibility. When we are both on the court, we form the most formidable backcourt duo in the NCAA." With a serious expression, Chu Xiang gazed intently at Jack, extending his right hand. Jack fixed his eyes on Chu Xiang's, remaining silent. After a considerable time had passed, Chu Xiang felt his arm growing weary and let out a gentle sigh, preparing to withdraw his hand. Suddenly, a basketball landed squarely in his embrace. "Let us play another round. I'll take the first shot." Unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened, and the crowd around the court had dispersed, leaving only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty space. "I can't continue. I'm out of energy," Jack exclaimed, resting his hands on his knees, bent over and gasping for breath. Mid-March heralds the arrival of early spring, and although the night breeze carried a hint of chill, it felt pleasantly refreshing against their skin. With his right hand pressing the ball against the ground, Chu Xiang took a deep breath. The two had been playing for an indeterminate length of time, and even the typically vigorous Chu Xiang found himself drenched in sweat. The only sounds on the court were their labored breaths until Jack finally broke the silence. "Chu, thank you." Chu Xiang looked at Jack with some surprise. He had not anticipated that the traditionally proud Jack would take the initiative to express his gratitude. However, it seemed that Jack had indeed regained his confidence. Chu Xiang strode towards Jack, asserting, "There is no need for further discussion. I have stated that we shall become the most formidable backcourt duo in NCAA history." Jack, grinning, straightened up. "Indeed, you are right. Let us annihilate them together tomorrow." The morrow heralds the commencement of March Madness, a pivotal clash that will determine our fate in reaching the coveted top 64. For the championship, Chu Xiang extended his hand. Jack clasped Chu Xiang's palm, affirming. For the championship, their shoulders collided in camaraderie. Chapter 7, The Prelude to March Madness. Facing Brigham Young University March 15, 2008, Saturday, 6:05 p.m. The inaugural match of the NCAA tournament, a battle of 65 vying for 64 spots, Gonzaga University against Brigham Young University. The curtain of March Madness is poised to rise slowly. The arena, capable of accommodating nearly 20,000 spectators, is presently brimming with an exuberant crowd, a sea of fervent fans. This neutral venue ensures that no team possesses a home court advantage. It is a true test of skill and resolve. A single loss results in elimination. Thus, every team is left with no recourse but to triumph in 6 consecutive matches to claim the ultimate trophy. This is March Madness, the most exhilarating competition, the most frenetic basketball. Throughout March, the entire nation will be engulfed in a basketball frenzy. From the president to billionaires and ordinary fans alike, all captivated by this tournament. Will one rise to fame, scouted for the NBA, or become lost like grains of sand in the sea? Only the basketball in hand will dictate one's fate. In the locker room of the Bulldogs, Josh paced nervously. Kyle entered, observing Josh's demeanor with a bemused shake of his head. "Josh, take a deep breath. You're far too anxious. Don't overthink it. It's merely a game." Following Kyle's advice, Josh inhaled deeply several times, yet his brow furrowed. "Coach, I'm still quite nervous." Kyle sighed, scanning the locker room, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Where's Chu Xiang? The game commences at 7, and it is already past 6. Typically, players would be in the locker room, preparing for warm-ups. Kyle's gaze swept over his teammates, each shaking their heads in ignorance, until it landed on Josh. Who was closest to Chu Xiang? Chu Xiang. He's still asleep? Asleep? Kyle could hardly believe it. Josh weakly nodded. Kyle's eyes widened in disbelief. Asleep in the hotel? Josh grew silent, his anxiety escalating under the coach's scrutiny. "Quickly, go fetch him. You there. Hurry." Kyle gestured frantically towards a middle-aged janitor. The janitor shot Kyle a bewildered glance before leisurely exiting the room. The assistant coach raised his hand, volunteering, "I will go get him. Everyone else, prepare for warm-ups." 15 minutes later, the drowsy Chu Xiang was dragged into the lounge by the teaching assistant. The team members had already taken to the field for their warm-up, leaving only Kyle, who anxiously awaited with his arms crossed. "Chu Xiang, how could you possibly be sleeping before such an important match?" Kyle exclaimed, rising to his feet with a shout. Chu Xiang stifled a yawn, offering a wry smile as he glanced at the clock in the lounge. It was precisely 6:20. "Coach, do not be overly anxious. Please, take a seat," he urged, gently guiding the coach to sit down. "There are still 40 minutes until the match, rest assured." "I would never miss it." Kyle nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. I had set my alarm for 6:30, he thought, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. "Are you implying that I am to blame for disrupting your slumber?" Nonetheless, he mused that rising early had its merits. "I shall head out to warm up now." Noticing the coach's displeased demeanor, Chu Xiang quickly waved goodbye and exited the lounge. Before him appeared the system interface. Current wellness points, 50. Were it not for the necessity of an hour and a half of rest before the match, earning a point of wellness for every minute, he would not have resorted to such measures. It was not too shabby. Although he had not secured the maximum, accumulating 50 points was still commendable. As Chu Xiang stepped onto the field, Josh hurried over. "Chu, did the coach scold you? How could you possibly fall asleep before such an important match? Are you feeling overly anxious?" Chu Xiang seized the basketball from Josh's hands and effortlessly launched a long two-pointer, which swished through the net with precision. Just as Josh began to speak, a notification from the system materialized before him, alerting the host that if teammates engaged in slumber 1.5 hours prior to the match, the wellness points accrued would be multiplied according to the number of participants. Multiplied by the number of participants. This implied that if he could persuade 14 teammates to fall asleep simultaneously, he would reap a staggering 14-fold reward. In an instant, Chu Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated intently on Josh. Unsettled by the gaze, Josh hurriedly retreated to a distant corner to retrieve the ball and warm up. Chu Xiang pursed his lips, already contemplating which sleeping pill would be most effective. Suddenly, a basketball leisurely rolled over from behind him, striking the heel of his foot. "Hey, little ball boy, could you assist us in retrieving the ball?" As Chu Xiang turned around, he beheld the speaker, a player from the opposing team. He bent down, retrieved the basketball, and hurled it with considerable force. The ball ricocheted off the floor and struck the towering figure in the chest with a resounding thud. The giant scowled, rubbing his chest, his expression unfriendly. "Well done, little ball boy. When the game commences, do not forget to come and ask me for your tip. I shall bestow upon you a rather generous tip." With a wry smile, Chu Xiang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Thank you, but you are being overly courteous. I have no need for your tip." After speaking, he turned gracefully and began his warm-up. Hearing Chu Xiang's words, the towering figure's expression darkened further. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Xiang's striking silhouette. Regardless of any pre-game tensions, matters on the basketball court must be resolved through the game itself. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the match commenced punctually. 20,000 spectators erupted in fervent cheers, accompanied by exhilarating opening music, while two commentators began to introduce the players. As this game was not part of the official March Madness tournament yet, it was not broadcast nationwide, but only within the state. Next to take the court was Gonzaga University's guard, the player wearing number 66 from the Dragon Kingdom, Chu Xiang. Amidst the thunderous applause, Chu Xiang inhaled deeply and sprinted onto the court. His handsome features immediately caught the attention of the reporters at the sidelines, who eagerly snapped photographs. At the moment the flashes illuminated him, he felt a twinge of nervousness. With his eyes slightly closed, he became detached from the dazzling array of explosive graphics on the screen and the deafening cheers of the audience. In that instant, he existed solely for the game. For basketball. When he opened his eyes again, a confident smile adorned his face, and all traces of nervousness had vanished. His gaze wandered until it landed on the player who had deliberately insulted him prior to the game, the starting center for Brigham Young University, named Sot. Sot sensed his stare, and the two locked eyes from a distance. Chu Xiang revealed a radiant smile, exuding an air of innocence. Suate glared fiercely at Chu Xiang, wishing fervently to teach him a lesson without delay. Chu Xiang's eyes flickered as the system interface emerged, revealing the task: restore Jack's self-confidence and ensure he scores over 20 points in the upcoming official match. Progress 0-20. Chu Xiang glanced at Jack, who sat on the sidelines. Jack, now a sophomore, had been the team's leading scorer before Chu Xiang's arrival, averaging around 12 points per game. However, since Chu Xiang took his tactical position, Jack's average this year had dwindled to 7 points. Chapter 8. I shall clear the path for you. Achieving 20 points for Jack would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yet, upon witnessing the fire ignited in Jack's gaze, Chu Xiang realized that he merely needed to pass the ball to him. Jack's eyes burned with an insatiable fervor, eager to step onto the court and compete. He could sense that Jack's confidence had been entirely restored, even surpassing his previous levels. And all he needed to do was create optimal scoring opportunities for Jack. As the players returned to their seats, the coach outlined the opening strategy. "Coach, I would like Jack to start the game. I'm feeling a bit unwell today," Chu Xiang stated. Kyle, bewildered, stared at him. Just during the previous practice match, they had fought tooth and nail for the starting position. Now, moments before the game, Chu Xiang was so deferential. Jack exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Xiang and added, "Coach, let us have Chu Xiang check his health first. What if there is truly an issue?" He continued, "Moreover, I feel great today, Coach." Kyle scrutinized Chu Xiang and Jack, pondering Jack's earlier performance in the practice match. Finally, he reluctantly nodded his agreement. Could it be that Chu Xiang's earlier nap was due to feeling unwell? If there were any concerns, a check would indeed be prudent, he thought. The match commenced as the referee tossed the basketball high into the air from the center circle. The Bulldog center, Riel, leaped for the possession. The half-court was set. As Jack passed by Josh, he heard Josh quietly say, "Watch your off-ball movement and be ready to receive the ball." After observing his teammates' positions, Josh extended a finger. Play 1. Power forward Jamie Jones moved to the right side to set a screen for Josh, while the center and small forward shifted to the left side of the court. Jamie's screen was of exceptional quality, allowing Josh to dart towards the basket immediately. The defender on the right side quickly shifted into the paint to assist. "Think you can break through? You'll regret it," shouted Sot towards Josh. simultaneously. The center and small forward on the left side set consecutive screens for Jack, who maneuvered around the picks to the arc outside the three-point line. With a flick of his wrist, Josh delivered the ball straight into Jack's hands. An open three-pointer. It found its mark. A splendid off-ball play executed by Gonzaga University's number 12, Jack, scored the first basket of the match, and it was a three-pointer. As Sot, in a defensive stance, cast a fierce glance at Jack, his thoughts remained inscrutable. In the subsequent play, Sot forcefully scored against Gonzaga's substitute center, Gerald. Turning back, Josh and Jack executed the same strategy, successfully sinking another open three-pointer. The score swiftly escalated to 6-2, with Gonzaga leading by 4 points. Seated leisurely on the bench, Chu Xiang, having completed a medical check, cradled a thermos cup in his hands while watching the match, relishing the beauty of life. Well done, Jack. You have not disappointed me with the confidence I placed in your training yesterday, Chu Xiang mused. Jack, on fire today, continuously hit his shots. And with 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the first half, the score stood at 31-24, with Gonzaga ahead by 7 points. Jack had already amassed 15 points. Perhaps I won't even need to play to secure a victory this game. Keep it up, Jack, and you'll fulfill my task. Chu Xiang sipped his goji berry water with delight while watching the game unfold. In the next possession for Gonzaga, Jack dashed around the perimeter, finally evading his defender and seizing an opportunity for a backdoor cut. As soon as the chance arose, Josh passed the ball to Jack, who surged towards the basket. Who told you to go for a layup? Jack heard a booming shout from behind, only to see a large hand appear over his head. Snatching the ball from his grasp, he struggled to reclaim it, but the strength of his opponent was incomparable, and he was abruptly thrown to the ground. Sot, the center from Brigham Young University, executed an impressive block. The defensive play was sensational, catching the opposing player completely off guard as the ball was seized from his hands. The commentator exclaimed with excitement. Sot, standing tall, tossed the ball to their small forward, who effortlessly converted a layup. As Jack regained his footing, he heard Sot's taunt. You think a weakling like you can lay it up in front of me? Remember, for every basket you make, I'll block you just as many times. Jack gritted his teeth, glaring at Sot's retreating figure. You bastard. The game continued, with Brigham Young University now in possession. Sot positioned himself under the basket, received the ball, and executed a smooth turnaround hook shot. Is this your defense? You're not even worthy to be my sparring partner. Sot boasted, flexing his biceps with bravado. Ryler, typically not one for words, merely furrowed his brow and jogged back to the other half of the court. Sot disdainfully shook his head and followed suit. The score had now narrowed to 31-28, with Brigham Young University catching up. Josh dribbled past half-court, utilizing a few screens to penetrate into a mid-range shot from the right side at a 45-degree angle, executing a feint that left his defender momentarily off balance. With nimble footwork, he maneuvered past the first defender, only to be met by another one rushing to assist. Jack, catch. Jack found himself in the right corner with an open opportunity. However, at the very moment when Jack received the ball and prepared to shoot, he caught sight of a massive figure lunging towards him. It was Sot once again. For every shot you take, I'll block you. In an instant, Jack had squandered the optimal opportunity to score. He could only manage a hasty pass, which unsurprisingly resulted in a turnover as the ball was intercepted by the opposing team. He swung his fist at the air, his voice low and filled with frustration. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Sot happened to pass right by him, sneering, humph. You little brat. Go back and repeat high school for a few more years. NCAA isn't place for someone of your caliber. Haha. You bastard. This remark finally shattered Jack's composure, and he instinctively aimed a punch at Sot's face. However, Kyle, who was not far from the scene, quickly noticed the unfolding tension and instructed Josh to commit a deliberate foul to interrupt the game. Jack, take a moment to rest. With a sigh, Chu Xiang mused to himself, I had hoped to secure a stable victory in this match, yet it appears I must exert myself. He rose at an opportune moment and declared, Coach, I feel my body is ready. Let me take the field. Kyle nodded in agreement. The team physician had already examined Chu Xiang, confirming his physical fitness. Given Jack's current state, both in stamina and spirit, it was prudent to substitute him. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Prior to entering the game, Chu Xiang approached Jack and gently squeezed his shoulder, saying, Take a good rest. Watch as I reclaim the glory for you. The commentators noted the personnel change. Gonzaga University had made a substitution, replacing number 12 with number 66, Chu Xiang. The audience erupted with excitement, particularly among the young women. Wow, he is so handsome. Why wasn't he brought in sooner? Indeed, he bears a resemblance to Leonardo DiCaprio. Doesn't he? I dare say he is even more attractive than DiCaprio. Soder also noticed Chu Xiang, smirking slightly. Isn't that my little bald boy? Is he in such haste to ask for a tip? Not a chance. Come find me when you've lost, and then we shall see. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu Xiang cast a sharp gaze towards Sote. Initially, he had not anticipated breaking a sweat. Yet it now seemed imperative to exert his utmost effort. Sote let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming with audacity, "Prepare to be vanquished by me." Ignoring Sote, Chu Xiang refocused on the match. Following the serve from Brigham Young University, tactical movement allowed them to secure a mid-range open shot, swish. The score stood at 31-30, with Gonzaga University leading by a mere point. The third tactic was in play. Josh, controlling the ball at the top of the arc, raised 3 fingers on his right hand. In essence, the third tactic is an STS maneuver, where STS signifies providing a screen for the individual setting the screen. Specifically, Josh would handle the ball, first allowing Chu Xiang to come up for a screen. As Josh maneuvered with the ball, center Riel would then provide a screen for Chu Xiang, simultaneously drawing away the opposing defender stationed in the paint, ultimately granting Chu Xiang an opportunity to score. With both screens successfully established, Josh instinctively passed the ball towards the direction of Chu Xiang's movement. From Josh's perspective, his line of sight was completely obstructed by Riel and the opposing center. Both were towering figures, as broad as walls, standing at a mere 185 centimeters. Josh appeared diminutive in their presence. Nevertheless, he resolutely released the basketball, threading it through the narrow gap. In the realm of basketball, a dazzling display unfolds as Chu Xiang emerges, poised before the hoop, his hands firmly gripping the ball. Before him lies a clear path. He ascends. A two-handed slam dunk. Just moments after his entrance onto the court, he delivers such an explosive performance. It is a resounding dunk. The score comes from Gonzaga University's number 66, Chu Xiang. Accompanied by the commentator's voice, the already fervent enthusiasm of the audience is ignited further, resulting in an eruption of cheers throughout the arena. In the front row of the audience, a balding middle-aged man adjusts his glasses, striving to discern the number on the court. 66, Chu Xiang. Is he from the Dragon Kingdom? His physical attributes seem impressive, and his jumping ability is remarkable. Let us check his statistics for this year. Indeed, during the fervor of March Madness, numerous NBA scouts are present to observe, and this balding man is among them. Chapter 9. This is Gonzaga's number 66. Back to the court. As Chu Xiang had just landed, he noticed the opposing power forward had already moved to the backcourt line, poised to execute a quick throw-in for a fast break. Without hesitation, he called out to his teammates, "Get back, get back." Yet, his warning came too late. The Brigham Young University Cougars excelled in fast breaks, with each player possessing commendable speed, making it rare for any team to keep pace with them. The Cougars' power forward launched the ball towards the vicinity of midcourt, where it landed in the hands of their small forward. This player, a muscular African-American of similar height to Chu Xiang, exhibited explosive speed as he caught the ball, propelling himself towards the basket in just 5 strides. He leapt into the air, executing a one-handed dunk, a similarly thunderous slam. Number 50 for Brigham Young University, Wayne Johnson, responded with a spectacular one-handed dunk. The commentator, with a booming voice, conveyed the excitement, 2 consecutive rim-rattling dunks. Dear audience, let us cheer. This is March Madness. Another commentator, with a round face, was equally animated. Quick, inbound the ball, Chu Xiang shouted as he sprinted down the court. As Riel passed the ball to Josh, he immediately heard Chu Xiang's call and, without a moment's thought, tossed the ball directly to him. Outpaced the fast break with a fast break. With the Cougars having just completed their own fast break, their half-court was momentarily vacant, leaving only their center, Sote, in front of Chu Xiang. A fateful encounter awaited. As Chu Xiang beheld Sote racing towards the basket, a sudden smile graced his face, and with a swift surge of energy, he accelerated. According to the system's data, Chu Xiang boasted an overall rating of 79, yet his speed attribute soared to 85, with an impressive driving layup reaching 89. In a flash, Chu Xiang had penetrated the paint with the ball, while Sote had yet to establish a defensive stance beneath the rim. In a desperate bid to disrupt Chu Xiang, Sote could only leap awkwardly in an attempt to block the shot. The intention was clear, to provoke a response. In midair, Chu Xiang deftly twisted his body, colliding with Saat's arm while simultaneously releasing the basketball with his right hand. The whistle blew, the ball struck the backboard, and it was a successful basket. Not only that, but the impact from Chu Xiang caused Saat to lose his balance, and he fell awkwardly to the ground outside the court. The commentator's voice resonated with fervor. Number 66. Chu Xiang from Gonzaga University scores amidst fierce opposition, completing a remarkable three-point play. With a smile illuminating his face, Chu Xiang looked down upon Saat. Saat, visibly perturbed, struggled to rise from the ground, muttering, "You scoundrel, I shall make you pay for your insolence." As Chu Xiang approached the free throw line, a smile graced his face. "I eagerly anticipate the price you will make me pay." He successfully made the free throw and executed a three-pointer, bringing the score to 36-32 with just 2 minutes remaining in the first half. The cheers from the Gonzaga University supporters erupted in a thunderous wave. Upon the exchange of possession, Saat rose, and just as the Lions point guard reached the baseline, the referee handed the ball to Saat, who promptly initiated the play. The point guard turned to receive the ball, but at that instant, he heard Saat shout, "Watch out for the ball." However, it was too late. Chu Xiang, who had feigned retreat but moved leisurely for only a couple of steps, swiftly executed a steal. Cursing under his breath, Saat stepped out from the baseline and stood beneath the basket, arms outstretched. But what purpose did that serve? Merely extending his arms could not possibly deter the airborne Chu Xiang. Standing at an imposing 2 meters and 9 centimeters, Saat was forced to gaze upward at the figure soaring above him. The system rated Chu Xiang's explosive dunk at an impressive 85 and his vertical leap at 83, which he executed with breathtaking finesse. The flashes from cameras on the sidelines erupted like a storm, and the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, enveloped in an eerie silence. Then, accompanied by the crisp sound of the rim and the resounding thud of wood against wood, the basketball finally fell from the net. Bouncing on the floor, the commentary box erupted with excitement. A thunderous dunk. Number 66 from Gonzaga has just posterized number 13 from the opposing team. What a brutal display of athleticism. The audience's reaction surged like a malfunctioning speaker, instantly cranked from silence to maximum volume. My goodness, what is this player's name? He just dunked over that giant. The guard is so much shorter than the center. It must have been him who made that previous dunk, right? He's incredibly handsome. Is he from the Dragon Nation? Among the spectators, some young women were clearly smitten by Chu Xiang's looks. I know. His name is Chu Xiang. He is my classmate. Amazing, shouted another fan. Alumni from Gonzaga were now hoarsely cheering at the top of their lungs. Shouts, roars, and flashes all converged on Chu Xiang. He looked down at Saat, who lay on the ground, astonished, and smiled radiantly. Is this the price I must pay? If so, I am more than willing to pay even more. Saat lay on the floor, his chest rising and falling, momentarily speechless from the shock. The moment he stepped onto the court, Chu Xiang had propelled his team to a lead. 38-32. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the opposing coach called for a timeout. The players gradually returned to their respective benches. Well done, Chu. Keep it up. They stand no chance against us. Upon returning to the sidelines, Kyle enthusiastically patted Chu Xiang on the shoulder, praising him with a grin, seemingly having forgotten about Chu Xiang's pregame nap. Chu Xiang smiled and nodded, picking up the thermos cup handed to him by his teammate. A sip of goji berry water invigorated him. Next, we will focus on several tactics revolving around Chu Xiang. Pay attention to the quality of your cover and strive to create more space, Kyle directed. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Perhaps due to the sheer sharpness of Chu Xiang's 2 dunks, the Cougars noticeably intensified their interior defense. In the absence of a 3-second violation rule, many centers in NCAA games remained stationed in the paint, resulting in an often 2-man defense against any penetrating attacks, provided the opposing team's help defense is sufficiently aware. Under such defensive pressure, Chu Xiang opted not to force his way through, but chose to distribute the ball instead. The outside shooters consistently found success. In the front row, a balding middle-aged scout adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Well played." With number 60 SIX's ability to draw defenders inside, he has created ample space for the perimeter shooters. Let us see how the BYU coach will respond. He then glanced at the information his assistant had just gathered. Name, Chu Xiang. Age, 20. Nationality, Longwa. Height in shoes, 198 centimeters. Wingspan, 213 centimeters. Positions, point guard, shooting guard, small forward. Regular season averages, 13. 5 points, 3. 2 rebounds, 4. 5 assists, 0. 7 steals, 0. 3 blocks. Oh, such modest statistics? They are decent, yet they seem somewhat lacking in comparison to his physical prowess, the balding scout pondered. Amidst this offensive surge, the score quickly widened, and by halftime, it stood at 44-34, with Gonzaga University leading by 10. After the intermission, the game resumed. As Chu Xiang dribbled past the half-court line, poised to execute the previously devised strategy, he squinted, perceiving a shift in the opposing team's formation. "Oh, is that so?" he murmured softly, signaling for a pick and roll, seemingly intent on continuing with the earlier plan. However, this time, as two players moved to the left side of the court to set screens for the shooter, the opposing center elevated his position slightly. The commentators in the booth observed the defensive adjustment by Brigham Young University. By moving the center higher, they aimed to thwart Gonzaga's perimeter shooter, albeit exposing vulnerabilities in the paint. Yet, if Chu, wearing number 66, were to spot that gap and charge in, he would soon discover that the two players who had previously occupied the left side had already shifted to the vicinity of the key, lying in wait for his advance. In that moment, should he choose to attack, he would be confronted by two defenders. If he opted to pass, he would find himself besieged by adversaries on all sides, with no avenues available. Another commentator timely remarked, "Let us observe what this explosively talented player from the Dragon Nation will decide. Choose? There is no need for choice. Isn't the simplest solution laid out before him?" With the ball in his possession, Chu Xiang skillfully utilized Jamie's screen to make a seamless breakthrough from the right flank. Where an open path lay before him, he planted his right foot firmly on the ground, unhesitatingly charging towards the paint. As his field of vision expanded, it was indeed as the commentator had predicted. Two defenders materialized before him, the opposing forward standing in his way. But what of it? Chu Xiang did not reduce his speed at all, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the two individuals. "Number 66. What is he doing?" the commentator with the bushy beard exclaimed. "Has he lost his mind?" Facing the defense of the two opposing players, he leapt into the air. The round-faced commentator also shouted in astonishment. As Chu Xiang soared towards the heavens, his gaze fixated solely on the hoop. The defender before him seemed to recede further away. He soared past them. My goodness, what a death-defying dunk. The basketball thunderously pierced through the net, crashing into the face of the defender below. An unparalleled slam dunk. This is Gonzaga University's number 66, the player hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, Chu Xiang, a truly formidable force in the paint. The commentator, with a bushy beard, had risen from his seat in sheer excitement. Let us celebrate his performance with fervor. Chapter 10. Defend me, but standing beneath my hips is not an option. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, Chu Xiang released his grip from the rim and descended. Gonzaga, Gonzaga, Gonzaga. Some supporters fervently shouted the name of their institution. Chu Xiang, Chu Xiang, Chu Xiang. Most of those fervently chanting his name were young women. Flashes from cameras erupted, capturing a brilliant moment. In the frame, Chu Xiang smiled ahead, while behind him, two players he had just vaulted over turned their heads in shock towards him, their faces a portrait of astonishment. Amongst the jubilant crowd, the balding scout remained remarkably composed, jotting notes while conversing with his assistant. "What do you make of that dunk?" The assistant, evidently one of the ecstatic crowd, replied with fervor, "Incredible. This player possesses extraordinary physical prowess. That dunk left me trembling." The scout tucked away his pen and adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. As a scout, one must not be deceived by appearances. While this play certainly showcases the physical talent of number 66, there is more to it than meets the eye. Had the defender been a tad more astute, this play could have easily resulted in an offensive foul against number 66. But why did he opt for such a bold maneuver? "Lee, have you contemplated this?" The assistant shivered, hesitant to respond. "Humph, just watch the remainder of the game, and you will comprehend," the balding scout remarked with a slight smile. Typically, even with Chu Xiang's prowess, executing such a dunk would be a challenge. However, his adversaries were the BYU Cougars, a team that primarily employed fast break tactics, which meant their interior players were not towering giants. In fact, the tallest on their team was Soder, standing at 209 centimeters. The two players who had been vaulted over by Chu Xiang, though playing forward, were only about 195 centimeters tall. Had Soder not positioned himself high, Chu Xiang would not have dared attempt such a dunk. Chu Xiang was well aware of what the scout had mentioned, and he understood that his optimal choice was to shoot, as the opposing defense intended to allow shots rather than penetrations. Yet at times, such deliberations proved futile. For this play was not merely a matter of 2 points. Chu Xiang turned around, shrugged his shoulders, and addressed the two forwards opposite him. Remember, simply standing beneath me in defense will not suffice. His words were sharp and cutting. He then glanced at Sot, who was positioned at the free throw line. And as for you, consider this ball a gift from me. No need to leave a tip. Chu Xiang departed leisurely, leaving only two forwards standing in place. What had he just done? Had he seemingly soared over us? Surely, that cannot be true. Perhaps, or maybe not. The two forwards were not alone. Sot, who had witnessed the entire spectacle from the sidelines, also felt a pang of uncertainty. Even if he stood firm, he lacked the confidence to thwart such a dunk. While he might not be entirely eclipsed, the likelihood of being posterized remained high. The mouth that had spewed trash talk all game was now tightly closed. Brigham Young University called for a timeout. Just after initiating their first offensive play in the second half, they sought a pause in the game, with the score standing at 56-44. Gonzaga University leading by 12 points. Although a 12-point lead may not seem significant, it had transformed into an insurmountable chasm for Brigham Young University. One timeout was evidently insufficient to remedy the situation. The quality of Gonzaga's screens was unexpectedly high. The defenders from Brigham Young could not maneuver past the picks to keep up with the outside shooters. In an attempt to block the perimeter shots, they had to commit additional players. Yet, Brigham Young was not particularly strong in the paint, resulting in a predicament. Sot could not prevent perimeter shooting without stepping up to the high post, and if he did, he could not stop Chu Xiang's drive. It was nearly unsolvable. At least for the coach of Brigham Young University, the deadlock was beyond his resolution. As time ticked away, less than 3 minutes remained in the game. The score was 76-64, with Gonzaga still leading by 12 points. Brigham Young University recognized their futility and hastily substituted their key players, signaling their surrender. Kyle also called a timeout, replacing Chu Xiang with Jack. Gonzaga substituted their number 66 guard, Chu Xiang, seemingly securing their victory. Indeed, commented the bearded announcer, Brigham Young University understands their chances are lost. Hence the substitution of their reserves, remarked the round-faced commentator. With the opponent's fighting spirit extinguished, Jack entered the game and quickly surpassed 20 points. Phew. I finally completed the task, Chu Xiang thought with a sense of resignation. I had initially thought I could just sit on the sidelines and watch us win. Text flickered before him. Congratulations, host, task completed, rewards being settled. You have gained 5 free skill points and 100 vitality points. Total vitality points, 150. As the task drew to a close, Chu Xiang exhaled deeply and peered at the scoreboard. With only 1 minute remaining in the game, the score stood at 82-73, with Gonzaga University leading by 9 points. The players from Brigham Young University, unable to catch up, began to succumb to dwindling morale. The remainder of the match unfolded without incident, and Gonzaga secured their victory. Ultimately, Jack scored 22 points while Chu Xiang delivered an impressive performance of 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists. Although his scoring was only a single point higher than Jack's, anyone who had watched the entire game would understand that Chu Xiang's impact transcended mere numbers. He embodied the role of a vanguard on the battlefield, directly quelling the opposing team's spirit. As the final whistle blew, Gonzaga emerged triumphant, earning their ticket to March Madness. Jack approached Chu Xiang, expressing his gratitude. Chu, thank you. Whether it was helping me regain my confidence last night or supporting me on the court today, I truly appreciate it. Chu Xiang smiled, giving Jack a pat on the shoulder. Josh rushed to his side, leaping up and colliding with his chest. We won. We're heading for March Madness. Calm down, calm down. Chu Xiang replied, a look of helplessness on his face. The health points from the match had been tallied, and congratulations were in order for the host, who had earned 23 health points. The current total of health points, 173. Wow. Can one match really yield so many health points now? Before the system upgrade, Chu Xiang could only earn 1 or 2 points per game. But now the amount had nearly multiplied tenfold. However, the difficulty of the system upgrade had also escalated dramatically. Since we won the game, would you like to join me at a special place tomorrow? Chu Xiang proposed. A special place? What kind of place? Josh inquired, excitement mixed with a hint of shyness. You'll find out when you go, Chu Xiang replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 11. Epic Reward. Kobe's shooting packed by the time they returned to the hotel. It was already 10 o'clock. They were to take the team bus back to school early the next morning. Lying in bed, Chu Xiang summoned the system, ready to allocate his 5 free skill points. System, What are my current abilities? The host's abilities are as follows. Overall evaluation 79/100, NCAA standard. Strength 73, stamina 95. Jump 83, absolute speed 85, acceleration 76, dribbling speed 75, breakthrough layup 89, close range shot 79, mid-range shot 71, three-point shot 55, free throw 75, ball control 72, passing 74, vision 70, blocking 68, stealing 70, offensive rebound 63, defensive rebound 70, interior defense 65, perimeter defense 73, breakthrough dunk 85, standing dunk 86. Upon examining the data provided by the system, Chu Xiang felt it aligned closely with his expectations. What is my current draft ranking? Current draft prediction, late second round. Ding. New task acquired. Advance to the NBA. Task details. Be selected in the 2008 draft and join any NBA team. Task reward. Unknown, based on draft position. Joining the NBA. For any basketball player, playing in the NBA is a cherished dream, and Chu Xiang was no exception. Dreams, glory, wealth, nearly all the treasures of the basketball world are buried in that miraculous land. In his previous life, Chu Xiang had harbored such dreams, but ultimately, reality had pulled him back. However, in this life, with the aid of the system, he felt different. This dream no longer seemed so distant. With 6 games remaining, this was his greatest opportunity to improve his ranking. With a resolute gaze, he instructed the system, allocate all skill points to breakthrough layup. Ding. Host's current breakthrough layup, 94. Originally, layups were the strongest skill of Chu Xiang, whose intention was to capitalize on strengths while avoiding weaknesses. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host stands at 80/100, indicating a breakthrough of the critical threshold, thus triggering a system reward. Congratulations to the host for earning a chance to draw a lottery. A breakthrough of the critical threshold? The system appears to sense Chu Xiang's confusion. Whenever the host's comprehensive evaluation reaches 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, or 100, a system reward will be granted. Understood. A lottery draw. Before Chu Xiang appeared a magnificent spinning wheel, divided into countless small segments, each containing an image. A cursory glance sent a thrill of trepidation through him. Zone. Is this not a skill from Kuriko's basketball? It exists here? The skyhook? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook? If I were to draw these skills, would it not herald the grand finale for the NBA, or rather, for basketball across the entire globe? Before Chu Xiang had the opportunity to witness more, the Wheel of Fortune had already begun to spin. Congratulations, host. You have received an epic reward, the Kobe Shooting Pack, rated S-. Accompanied by the skill, Fadeaway Shot, Kobe, rated S-, with skill requirements. Strength 80, mid-range shooting 85, the skill can still be activated even with insufficient attributes, though it will significantly increase stamina consumption. Kobe. Chu Xiang abruptly sat up in bed, astounded by the delightful surprise bestowed upon him by the lottery this time. As someone who began following basketball in the early 21st century, Kobe Bryant has undoubtedly been Chu Xiang's foremost idol. Who has he dreamt, in their youth, of making a game-winning fadeaway jumper amidst the defense in the final seconds of an NBA Finals match, watching the ball swish through the net as the timer turns red? Now, such a dream has transformed into reality. Chu Xiang spread his hands wide, overwhelmed by an intense urge to spend an entire day and night on the basketball court. However, he restrained this impulse and lay back down, recognizing that an early bedtime is paramount for one's health. The following day, at 10 in the morning, the Team S bus returned to the parking lot of Gonzaga University. Before even disembarking, Chu Xiang glimpsed a familiar scene through the window. A group of young, vibrant girls awaited in the parking lot, with one at the forefront holding a bouquet of vivid flowers. He had grown accustomed to such attention, yet he noted that the number of admirers seemed greater than usual this time. As the bus came to a halt and the doors swung open, the players began to exit one by one. The coaching staff disembarked first, eliciting no reaction from the girls until Chu Xiang, adorned with headphones, stepped out. In an instant, the girls erupted into cheers. Chu Xiang has emerged. He looks so handsome. You've worked hard, Chu Xiang. Don't forget to take care of yourself. The girl holding the flowers rushed up to him, her cheeks flushed as she presented the bouquet, exclaiming, Chu, you played exceptionally well in the last game. That dunk over 2 defenders has already gone viral online. You were incredible. Chu Xiang removed his headphones and, with a smile, accepted the flowers. Thank you, Lisa. The moment Lisa beheld Chu Xiang's smile directed towards her, she felt her heart melt. These young women were all students from Gonzaga University, and they were also members of Chu Xiang's fan club. As long as one possesses a charm that transcends borders, the pursuit of handsome individuals remains a universal endeavor. Chu Xiang held a flower in one hand, while the other waved at the nearby girls, inciting a chorus of cheers from them. At that moment, Josh had just exited the bus, and with a grand leap, he draped his arm around Chu Xiang's neck and exclaimed, Chu, are we heading to that wonderful place you promised to take me to yesterday? Chu Xiang pulled Josh down from his body, affectionately ruffling his close-cropped head. The sensation as delightful as ever. Don't be anxious. Come back with me first. Filled with anticipation, Josh nodded eagerly, only to suddenly feel a shiver run down the back of his neck, as if a cool breeze had swept over him. Slowly turning his head, he was met with the unwavering gazes of the girls, led by Lisa, their eyes piercing like those of a plucked goose or a puppy whose tail had been stepped on. Realizing his misstep, Josh instinctively took a couple of steps away from Chu Xiang, feeling a slight warmth return to his nape. Where exactly are we headed? You must share a hint. Don't rush. Take this. Chu Xiang tossed a basketball to Josh. What do you want me to do with the ball? First, accompany me to shoot a few hoops. With an exasperated pout, Josh followed Chu Xiang downstairs to the court at the back. All right, I'll take the first shot. Chu Xiang positioned himself just beyond the three-point line. Readying his stance, Josh dribbled the ball and passed it to Chu Xiang. As Chu Xiang received the ball, he assessed Josh's defensive position while dribbling, then twisted his body to begin backing him down. Hey, when did you start backing down? Josh pressed against Chu Xiang's back. I've not only begun backing down. Chu Xiang replied, taking 2 steps towards the basket, now positioned in the low post on the right side. I have this move as well. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Xiang planted his feet firmly, swaying his shoulder to the left, causing Josh's body to shift slightly, his center of gravity leaning left. Yet, rather than pivoting to the left, Chu Xiang pivoted on his right foot, turned right to face the basket, and leapt. Josh quickly extended his hand to defend, only to realize that Chu Xiang's body was moving further away from him. Oh my goodness! Fade away! Josh exclaimed in astonishment. As Chu Xiang's body gradually formed an acute angle with the ground, he released the basketball, which traced a beautiful arc through the air. At this moment, Josh realized there was no possibility of defending against this shot. With skillful precision, he executed a fadeaway jump shot reminiscent of Kobe, and the moment was set in motion. Josh had already landed, staring blankly at Chu Xiang, who was still descending, and he felt an unusual beauty emanating from the shot. The basketball spun vigorously through the air before ultimately swishing through the net. It was simply magnificent. Josh couldn't help but exclaim, "Your shooting form feels different, almost like Kobe." With a subtle twitch of his right-hand fingers, Chu Xiang savored the fleeting sensation of seamlessness. Come, let us continue, he urged himself. He then proceeded to attempt a leaning shot, a skill that now demanded an astonishing amount of physical strength. After executing the maneuver a dozen times, he felt as though he was on the verge of exhaustion. Following a series of successful shots, Chu Xiang pressed on with his offensive. This time, he received the ball and leaped to launch a three-pointer. Under the influence of Kobe's shooting package, he found his release remarkably stable, with his shooting form appearing as though it had been refined through countless repetitions. However, his next attempt resulted in a dismal airball. After all, the shooting package could not directly enhance Chu Xiang's shooting prowess. His current three-point ability remained a paltry 55 points. Yet, his shooting posture left Josh utterly astonished. Kobe. In that fleeting moment, I undeniably saw Kobe in you. Chu, when did you master this? Chu Xiang gazed at Josh, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Josh, as my brother, I shall confide in you. My shooting skills are honed in the realm of dreams. 3 black question marks seemed to hover above Josh's head. Are you jesting with me? He inquired, incredulous. I assure you, I am quite serious. Otherwise, do you suppose I would have slumbered before our last match? In truth, I was training. Although Josh found Chu Xiang's claims utterly absurd, the memory of their previous pre-game incident left him in a state of cautious belief. Yet, how could one possibly train the body through sleep? It is indeed feasible, Chu Xiang replied. In our Dragon Nation, we have a tale known as Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. Chu Xiang succinctly recounted the tale, then mused. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. Is it a dream or reality? Perhaps it is both. Josh, merely a mediocre basketball player, found his mind swirling with confusion upon hearing such musings, yet he felt a burgeoning belief in Chu Xiang, reaching 52-32. He pondered his performance in the last practice match. Had he ever been so accurate with his three-point shots before? Was that exceptional display also a result of slumber? Josh was astounded. With a smile and silence, Chu Xiang eventually spoke. "Allow me to take you to that delightful place I mentioned." Upon hearing this, Josh felt invigorated, his already large eyes widening in excitement. An hour later, the two of them reclined on a plush sofa, clad in bathrobes, their feet immersed in a large wooden tub. Josh's naturally dark complexion appeared even more pronounced. "Is this truly the splendid place you spoke of?" he exclaimed. "Ouch, that hurts." Before him, a male therapist was diligently working on his feet. As Chu Xiang observed the gradual increase of his wellness value by 0.1, he cheerfully remarked, "Indeed. Isn't a foot bath rather delightful? While it is indeed pleasurable, oh." Josh winced as a wave of soreness coursed through his feet. Yet the sensation that followed was nothing short of invigorating. "It was quite enjoyable, though I expected." "What?" "Never mind, it's nothing." With a hint of resignation, Josh sealed his lips. After their foot massage, the two indulged in a brief nap within the establishment. Upon awakening, Chu Xiang felt rejuvenated and noted a 5-point rise in his wellness value. "How do you feel?" Chu Xiang inquired. "Quite splendid, truly comfortable," Josh replied, shaking his head and relaxing his shoulders. "Shall we engage in a match?" The two then returned to the back of Chu Xiang's apartment for a one-on-one duel. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xiang subtly facilitated Josh's victories in several matches. Has he grown stronger? Chu Xiang appeared akin to a cunning wolf wielding a carrot. Josh gazed at his hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, I have truly become stronger. Could it be due to that brief nap?" In Chu Xiang's eyes, he had already ensnared a naive little rabbit. "Next time, you might consider napping before the match. The results will be even more remarkable." Josh couldn't help but nod in agreement. Mission accomplished. The benefits of doubling his pre-match rest were now secured. On March 16th, the day following the conclusion of the competition, in the Gonzaga University gymnasium, within the coach's office. "Kyle, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Kyle, engrossed in reviewing footage from the previous match, replied without turning his head, "The bad news. The bad news is that our schedule has been released, a grueling one." Kyle paused the video, turning to inquire, "And the good news? We can take our break earlier." That jest fell flat. "Show me the schedule." Kyle took the schedule from the assistant coach and began to scrutinize it. In the first round, 64-32, they were set to face the University of Oklahoma, causing Kyle to furrow his brow slightly. This institution had not been particularly formidable in the past, yet this year they had recruited promising new talent, Blake Griffin, alongside his brother Taylor Griffin. The duo shared a profound synergy cultivated from their youth, presenting a formidable offensive threat in the paint. However, apart from these two, there were no other standout players. While the matchup would be challenging, victory was not beyond reach. In the second round, 32-16, Kyle's expression darkened considerably. If all went as expected, their opponent would be the University of Kansas. Given that Kansas faced a considerably weaker adversary in the first round, they were highly likely to emerge victorious, thereby becoming Gonzaga's second-round opponent, assuming Gonzaga advanced, of course. The University of Kansas, the birthplace of basketball, alma mater of legends like Wilt Chamberlain and Paul Pierce, had consistently been a powerhouse in NCAA Division I, and this year was no exception. While the team lacked a singular, unassailable star player, each position boasted competent talent, akin to a student who excels uniformly across all subjects, consistently scoring in the high 80s or 90s, leading to an impressive overall ranking. Such teams may not dazzle, yet they are exceedingly difficult to defeat. As any tactical approach tends to falter against them, they invariably discover a means of counteraction. Having read this, Kyle set the schedule aside. Further examination seemed pointless. The team needed to first surmount the immediate challenges ahead. Retrieve the game footage from the University of Oklahoma. "Oh, by the way, when is our next match?" "March 20th. In 3 days." Kyle nodded and glanced at his watch. It was precisely 10 o'clock in the morning. The training session had not yet commenced, as their team typically began practice after 11, with the majority of training concentrated in the afternoon. Nevertheless, many diligent players returned to the gym for training in the morning. Upon exiting his office, Kyle observed several players already engaged in practice on the court. He surveyed the scene but, as expected, did not spot Chu Xiang among them. He sent a text message to all players detailing the schedule. "Sir, "The time has come. Allow me to assist you," came a sweet voice. Chu Xiang slightly turned his face from the massage table, revealing a sculpted visage. Thank you. How striking he is." The girl's fingers trembled slightly as she removed one cupping glass after another from Chu Xiang's well-defined back. The phone vibrated. Chu Xiang opened it and gazed at the screen for a brief moment. "Griffin, it seems he is destined to be the #1 pick next year. But this year should be manageable. Kansas is truly unfortunate. If memory serves, they were supposed to be the champions this year. My apologies for taking the championship from you this year in pursuit of the NBA. Allow me to claim it," Chu Xiang murmured to himself, a confident smile gracing half of his face. Chapter 13, The Young White Beast. The University of Oklahoma Stadium was abuzz with the fervent training of the varsity players. "Griffin, our next opponent has been announced. It is Gonzaga from the West Coast Conference," Tyler Griffin stated. The NCAA Division I league categorizes all universities into 32 conferences, with varying levels of competition. The Big 12 Conference, to which the University of Oklahoma belongs, is among the most elite, while the West Coast Conference is considered one of the weaker leagues. As Griffin practiced his jump shots, he paused upon hearing his brother's words, the ball momentarily halting in his hands before he released it. "If my memory serves me correctly, they barely squeezed into the top 64, right?" He turned to face his brother. Tyler shrugged, his tone casual. "That's correct, but don't underestimate them. After all, it's the first round of March Madness, broadcast nationwide." Upon hearing this, Griffin displayed a hearty smile, casually picking up the basketball at his feet. With a swift stride, he charged toward the basket, his thigh muscles tightening like steel pillars. Up he soared. Boom. A two-handed slam dunk reverberated through the rim. "Rest assured, brother, I will not take them lightly. I am merely a bit excited," he exclaimed as he landed heavily. Tyler, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger brother, returned the smile. "That's good to hear. In the upcoming game, unleash your talent and let the world witness your unparalleled dunks." Griffin chuckled, discreetly rubbing his right hand. It seemed he had exerted a bit too much force during the dunk, causing his wrist to ache. The day of the match arrived swiftly. On March 20th, in Boise, Idaho, at Taco Bell Arena, the game was scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern Time, with just 1 hour remaining before tip-off. Kyle was in the locker room, fuming at the assistant coach. "Did I not instruct you to ensure Chu Xiang was brought to the arena an hour before the game? Where is he? And why is Josh Perkins also missing?" The assistant coach, equally anxious, replied, "I checked both their rooms, but they are nowhere to be found. Try calling them." Kyle demanded. "The phones go unanswered." Frustrated, he sat on the couch, cradling his head in his hands. The assistant coach cautiously suggested, "Perhaps we should wait. They likely haven't encountered any trouble, as I haven't seen any traffic accidents nearby." Kyle shot him a glare, continuing to cover his head. 40 minutes passed, and the assistant coach hurried into the locker room. "Coach, they have arrived. They're already practicing on the court. How is that even possible?" Kyle was taken aback. To reach the court, one must traverse the player's passage right before his eyes, and how could he possibly overlook two such imposing figures? However, since they had arrived, it was best to hold his tongue for the moment. He resolved to refrain from reprimanding them, lest it disrupt their focus for the match. Once the game concluded, he would settle the score with those two rascals. If they performed poorly, they would have to face the consequences, Kyle mused. On the court, the two individuals who had stealthily slipped from the opposing player's tunnel were warming up. "Chu, is this truly advisable?" one inquired. "Rest assured, we are only considering the coach's perspective. In Longhua, we have a saying, out of sight, out of mind," replied Chu with a light-hearted tone. "As for you, do you not feel in great shape?" Josh dribbled the ball in place, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, I feel fantastic. I am certain I will deliver an outstanding performance today." Chu Xiang smiled silently, gazing at the information that appeared before him on the system interface. He had accumulated a wellness value of 120 points, with a teammate resting alongside. The multiplier was 2, bringing his total wellness value to 321 points. The recent cupping therapy sessions, coupled with restful sleep before the competition, had significantly boosted his wellness value. The system detected that the host's wellness value had reached the minimum threshold for purchases, and the system shop was now accessible. The system shop was finally operational. Previously, during the system upgrade, Chu Xiang had glimpsed this feature but had yet to utilize it. "Let me see what goods are available." A vivid display unfolded before Chu Xiang's eyes. At the top of the screen were two options, items and skills. Chu Xiang first clicked on the skills section. which was further divided into several options: offense, defense, skill points, and several others that remained inaccessible, appearing in black. Upon selecting offense, a multitude of visual demonstrations suddenly materialized before Chu Xiang's eyes, yet all were rendered in gray, accompanied by a prompt indicating insufficient vitality points. Chu Xiang glanced at a skill in the center titled Eurostep, Ginobili, with a price of 3,500 wellness points inscribed beneath it. Chu Xiang promptly closed the skill bar, realizing the exorbitant cost. How many fish must he catch? How many steps must he take? And how many goji berries must he consume to accumulate enough? He then opened the items section, where most of the entries appeared obscured, save for 2 shimmering vials in the first column. The primary short-term stamina potion restores stamina to peak condition for half an hour post-consumption, but subjects the user to double fatigue thereafter. Price: 300 vitality points. The primary short-term skill potion enhances a specified attribute of the host by 10 points for half an hour with no side effects. Price: 300 vitality points. Both potions seemed promising, yet their prices were still rather steep. Purchasing either would deplete Chu Xiang's entire fortune. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly closed the system store. At that moment, a tremendous crash resonated behind him, followed by a chorus of cheers. Turning around, he beheld a robust Caucasian man descending from the basketball hoop, Blake Griffin. Chu Xiang narrowed his eyes and swallowed hard. Standing at an impressive height of 208 centimeters, yet possessing a mere 211 centimeters wingspan, he resembled a diminutive, short-armed dinosaur. However, his dynamic prowess more than compensated for any deficiencies in static attributes. Incredible, Griffin. Do it again. Hearing his teammates' encouragement, he broke into a charming grin, took the basketball, and with a swift acceleration from beyond the three-point line, surged into the paint. Leaping into the air, he paused momentarily, arm raised high, executing a one-handed windmill dunk. The basketball shattered through the net and forcefully slammed against the floor. The timeless allure of raw power is an intrinsic pursuit etched into human DNA, and Griffin's dunk epitomizes this aesthetic of brute beauty. The assembled journalists captured the moment in a frenzy of flashing cameras, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Witnessing such a dunk from beneath the basket evoked a sense of shock akin to encountering extraterrestrial life. "What a magnificent dunk, Griffin!" his brother Taylor shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Chu Xiang gazed at the slam dunk in silent astonishment. Such physical prowess was truly awe-inspiring. However, the highest realm of conflict lies in subduing one's adversaries without engaging in battle. This principle holds equally true for the noble pursuit of leisure and wellness. The corners of Chu Xiang's mouth curled into a smile, exuding a sense of assuredness. Chapter 14. Griffin, can you count? Chu Xiang was aware that due to his unparalleled and explosive dunks, Griffin later earned the nickname Powerful Griffin in the basketball community. However, he also bore another moniker, Silly Griffin. This nickname was not derived from any perceived naivety in Griffin's appearance, but rather stemmed from his genuine lack of basketball acumen at a young age. On one occasion, during a promotional tour in the Dragon Kingdom, Griffin attended an event at the Great Wall. Thirsty, he approached a vendor who was selling water for 40 yuan for 2 bottles. After purchasing 2 bottles, he fumblingly produced a 100 yuan note and cheerfully departed after receiving 50 yuan in change. The name Silly Griffin was somewhat humorous, yet it aptly reflected his youthful basketball intelligence. As the warm-up concluded, the players gathered by the coach's side, awaiting the tactical instructions for the opening plays. "Jamie Riel, you two will remain in the paint and focus solely on restricting Griffin's brother's shooting." The two nodded, acutely aware of the weight of their responsibility. "Josh, you are to limit their outside passing. If we prevent Griffin from receiving the ball, no matter how skilled he is, he cannot score." At this juncture, Chu Xiang raised his hand. "Coach, I feel in great form today. I can take on more offensive responsibilities." Kyle glanced at Chu Xiang, hesitating before he nodded. "I will devise additional strategies for you. But remember, if you underperform today, I will not forget this debt." Josh's eyelids flickered at this. Yet Chu Xiang smiled gently. "Coach, should we fail to win this match, I leave my fate in your hands." Kyle smirked. "I shall remember your words. Now, let South take the court." The players extended their right hands together. "Gonzaga, victory is ours." The commentary booth had already commenced the broadcast of the match. "Welcome, everyone, to today's game featuring Gonzaga University against the University of Oklahoma. This is the first round of this year's March Madness, with the victor advancing to the top 32. The screen at the center of the court illuminated with player introductions. The freshman from the University of Oklahoma, last year's best player in Oklahoma high school basketball, has averaged 14.7 points and 9.1 rebounds in this year's NCAA regular season. He is number 23, Blake Griffin. Let us witness how many electrifying dunks he will showcase today. The audience erupted into fervent applause. However, in terms of dunks, there was another player on the court worthy of mention. Another commentator remarked, "I wonder how many of you watched the thrilling 64-team showdown just 4 days ago, where a player from Gonzaga soared over 2 opponents to deliver a stunning dunk." The screen at the center of the court promptly displayed highlights from the previous match, eliciting a wave of excitement from the crowd. "Oh my goodness, that was utterly brutal. Those 2 players will surely be left with psychological scars. He is so handsome. Is he from the Dragon Kingdom?" A blonde maiden with sparkling eyes scoffed, "What good is good looks? This dunk pales in comparison to Griffin's. This year, I have placed my bets on the University of Oklahoma's championship. Just wait for me to reap the rewards." Her boyfriend stood beside her, wearing a disdainful expression. "Pfft. Oklahoma has no chance of winning the championship. It's Memphis, with Rose, that reigns supreme this year." An onlooker interjected. The madness of March is largely fueled by the fervent betting culture, with even the President of the United States live-streaming his bets on his favored championship team. The announcer continued, "Here comes number 66 from Gonzaga University, Chu Xiang from the Dragon Kingdom. Let us anticipate an exhilarating match today." Amidst the relentless cheers of the audience, the clock struck 8 in the evening. The game commenced. The jump ball at midcourt saw Griffin's considerable hand prevail, securing the tip-off. The players from the University of Oklahoma gradually positioned themselves, with 2 players stationed at the corners beyond the 3-point line, while the point guard took his place at the top of the arc, and the Griffin brothers positioned themselves beneath the basket, one to the left and the other to the right. Chu Xiang pressed his lips together, comprehending the opponent's strategy. The commentator remarked, "The University of Oklahoma takes the initiative, establishing their position with their signature twin tower tactic. With formidable assets like the Griffin brothers, maximizing their dominance requires leaving the paint entirely open for them to wreak havoc." The basketball was circulated on the perimeter, ultimately reaching Griffin at the right corner, where, upon receiving the ball, his brother Taylor began to move toward the free throw line, creating space for his sibling. Tasked with defending Griffin was Jamie, whose weight of 100 kilograms rendered him utterly incapable of countering his 113-kilogram adversary. With a powerful pivot, Griffin pushed Jamie back, and within mere moments, he had maneuvered into the paint. A deft turn, and Jamie found himself out of position. Was he coming? Number 23, Blake Griffin. A thunderous dunk obliterated the opposition. The arena erupted in roars. However, Jamie had anticipated this, quickly scrambling back on defense. Gonzaga University's offensive play commenced. Josh dribbled past half-court, noticing Chu Xiang sprinting towards him from the right. After a swift handoff, he immediately set a screen, allowing Chu Xiang to drive toward the basket from the left. "I'm on defense," Griffin bellowed. The player originally assigned to guard Chu Xiang, realizing Griffin had effectively covered for him, halted and sought a new defensive assignment. In the low post on the left, Chu Xiang shouted, "Clear out." A fierce grin spread across Griffin's goofy visage. "You think you can take me on one-on-one? With that slight frame, I could break you with a single slap." As Chu Xiang dribbled the ball, he faced Griffin, skillfully maneuvering with consecutive between-the-legs moves while awaiting his teammates to reposition across the court. "Hey, big guy, can you count?" he inquired. Griffin paused, momentarily taken aback. "What? Count?" With a faint smile, Chu Xiang ceased further explanation and turned to strike back. Griffin wrinkled his nose, extending his arms and rising to meet the challenge, pressing firmly against Chu Xiang's back. 1 push, 2 pushes, 3 pushes, yet Griffin remained unwavering. "Ha ha ha. Do you see? It is utterly impossible for you to move me." Chu Xiang took a deep breath, his right hand poised to receive the ball, while his shoulder swayed dramatically to the left. He intended to shoot. "Watch me block you." Griffin's imposing physique lunged towards Chu Xiang in an instant. However, Chu Xiang's shoulder shimmy was merely a feint. With a swift pivot of his center of gravity, he turned to the right. Leaping, he sought contact. With Griffin's robust arm draped over him, Chu Xiang effortlessly released the ball. Beep. A foul for hitting the arm. Number 23. The referee's whistle echoed sharply. Griffin turned, furrowing his brow as he glared at Chu Xiang. "You scoundrel. Playing dirty?" Chu Xiang shook his head and extended his right index finger towards Griffin. Chapter 15. Blake Griffin. "Sit down." The number 66 from Gonzaga University, Chu Xiang, cleverly drew a foul from Blake Griffin, as the commentator remarked. A middle-aged male spectator watched the replay at the center of the court and muttered, "What a despicable move from this Dragon Country player, resorting to such petty tactics. What nonsense are you talking about?" A girl immediately retorted. The commentator said it was clever. "That big oaf is just too foolish." "Exactly. It's clear you don't understand the game," chimed in the girl's friend. Chu Xiang is both handsome and intelligent. The middle-aged man instinctively wanted to curse, but, upon turning to see the youthful and radiant faces of the two young ladies, he stifled the profanity that nearly escaped his lips. On the court, Chu Xiang made both free throws. As he retreated on defense, Griffin passed by him and sneered, "Kid, you're going to regret this today. Just wait." Ignoring him, Chu Xiang hastily returned to his defensive position. "Damn it." Griffin seethed, his fists clenched in frustration, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to deliver a severe reprimand to Chu Xiang. With Oklahoma in possession of the ball, the Griffin brothers remained entrenched in the paint, vying for position to receive the ball. The basketball was lofted high to Griffin, who caught it and began to back down his opponent, swiftly maneuvering to the basket. Jamie, having learned from a previous encounter, realized he could not single-handedly contain Griffin and quickly signaled to center Riel for assistance. Just as the two defenders closed in on Griffin, the ball bounced off the floor and landed in Tyler's hands. While Griffin was backing down, Tyler had already positioned himself near the free throw line, with his defender Riel stationed beneath the basket, leaving ample space in front of him. He took his shot, a flawless two-pointer. The perfect twin tower strategy. While the younger brother occupied the paint to draw a double team, the elder found the space to shoot from the high post. How will Gonzaga University navigate this predicament? The commentator mused. On the sidelines, Kyle furrowed his brow, fervently contemplating a counter strategy. The two brothers shared similar physiques. Riel could only guard one, necessitating Jamie's reliance on a teammate's help to defend the other. Thus, he resolved to gamble on their opponent's outside shooting percentage for the time being, believing there was no need to rush for a timeout so early in the match. Yet the dynamics of the game were ever-changing. Riel inbound the ball to Josh, who cautiously dribbled past half-court, only to be met unexpectedly by a double team the moment he crossed the line. "Why are they double-teaming me right from the start?" he thought, panicking. Pass. Pass. Frantically searching for his teammates, Josh finally spotted Chu Xiang sprinting towards him. However, despite his loud call, Chu Xiang seemed oblivious, continuing his run into the empty half of the court. In a moment of distraction, Josh found the ball snatched from his grasp. Griffin. Fast break. The basketball swiftly found its way to the sprinting Griffin, who turned to secure it with confidence. "Excellent. Now it's time for my electrifying dunk," he declared to himself. As he pivoted to gather the ball, he took 3 steps, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was there someone standing beneath the basket? The momentum of his approach was too great to alter his course. He had no choice but to press on. Chu Xiang stood beneath the basket, arms crossed tightly over his chest. In truth, he was quite anxious, facing a towering behemoth, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 200 pounds. Charging at full speed with no room to evade or dodge. What sensation could that evoke? It felt akin to standing in the center of the road, awaiting the inevitable impact of a truck. Yet, in pursuit of a more effortless game ahead, he braced himself. With a resolute heart, Chu Xiang closed his eyes. With a resounding thud, Chu Xiang fell backward, sliding across the floor for a meter or two before coming to a halt. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Number 23 from the University of Oklahoma, offensive foul. It was a masterfully executed foul. As Chu Xiang had positioned himself perfectly within the key, his movements precise and unblemished. The commentator mused, "But I wonder, can his body withstand such a collision with Griffin?" "Chu, are you all right? Can you stand?" Josh and Silas hurried to his side, anxious to assess his condition. "I'm fine." Although Chu Xiang had been propelled several meters backward, in truth, the moment of contact had found him already leaning back, absorbing most of Griffin's formidable force. The sound was alarming, yet in reality, he had emerged unscathed. With a smile, Chu Xiang grasped the hands of both individuals and rose to his feet. It appeared that there was no issue with the physical condition of number 66. The commentator let out a sigh of relief. What a despicable and shameless fellow, engaging in such basketball antics at such a tender age. The fans supporting the University of Oklahoma erupted in indignation from the stands. "What nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, it was that tall player who collided with Chu Xiang. I wonder if Chu Xiang is all right. I am filled with concern," thought the girl sitting nearby, her worry palpable. How astute. This time, the defense completely discerned the opponent's intentions. I have made my decision. This year, I shall purchase the championship for Gonzaga. A red-haired youth stood up and shouted. Regardless of how others might assess the situation, at this moment, the two parties involved stood face to face on the court. You scoundrel. That was a feigned fall. Do you dare to confront me head-on? You Asian weakling. Griffin, in a state of agitation, fervently expressed his emotions. His words punctuated by spittle flying from his lips. With a playful tilt of his head, Chu Xiang deftly evaded Griffin's spit. A smile gracing his face as he raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. Griffin, momentarily taken aback, took 0.785 seconds to decipher Chu Xiang's intent. It dawned on him that Chu Xiang was counting his fouls. Realizing this only fueled his fury. You little rascal, come back, he shouted, attempting to pursue the retreating Chu Xiang, only to be restrained by his teammates. The Oklahoma University coach, standing on the sidelines, called out loudly, Griffin, come here. A commotion seemed to erupt on the court as Blake Griffin, visibly agitated, was held back by his teammates, presumably in response to the recent call. The referee, having noticed the unfolding situation, fixed his gaze on Griffin, ready to blow the whistle at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, Griffin was successfully guided back to his seat on the bench. Coach, let me stay in. I want to teach that number 66 a lesson. Griffin insisted. Silence, Griffin. The coach replied, his brow furrowed. With just over a minute into the game, Griffin had already accumulated 2 fouls, and his heightened emotions posed a significant risk if he remained on the court. Coach, you can't take me out, Griffin exclaimed, springing to his feet, towering over his coach at 2 meters and 8 centimeters. However, the sight of his imposing stature only intensified the coach's ire. Blake Griffin, sit down. Chapter 16. Attention from the NBA. Having been a model child throughout his life, it was only in this moment of emotional lapse that Griffin had raised his voice at his coach. With a stern reprimand, he began to regain his composure. I'm sorry, Coach, he muttered, lowering his head as he settled back onto the bench. On the court, following a timeout for Oklahoma University, the game resumed with Gonzaga in possession. Initiating a baseline inbound, Josh and Chu Xiang positioned themselves in the backcourt to receive the ball, which was passed to Josh. As they sprinted towards the other half of the court, Chu Xiang intentionally passed by the Oklahoma University bench, grinning at Griffin. Blake, make sure to rest well. I'll be counting your fouls again soon. After speaking, he darted away. Blake forcibly restrained his anger, refraining from retorting, and instead cast a furtive glance at the coach standing to his side, hopeful that he would be summoned onto the court soon. Although it was a timeout called by the University of Oklahoma, Coach Kyle promptly devised an at-zero strategy, an offensive tactic executed after a timeout. Josh held the ball at the top of the left arc, while Chu Xiang positioned himself at the left corner. Center Riel moved to the three-point line to receive Josh's pass, swiftly executing a handoff to the third position player, Silas, while simultaneously setting a screen for him. Taylor Griffin closely followed Silas, switching defenses with his teammate. Meanwhile, on the left side of the court, Josh provided a simple screen for Chu Xiang, who found space and slipped from the baseline towards the basket. Silas tossed the basketball, and Chu Xiang immediately accelerated. The opposing power forward at the right corner attempted to assist in the paint, but was too far away, left only to watch as the number 66 jersey raced toward the hoop. Is it coming? Let us witness as number 21 launches the basketball high into the air, seemingly attempting an alley-oop. However, the height appears somewhat excessive, the commentator noted. Indeed, the ball was thrown rather high, clearly exceeding the rim by a considerable margin. Spectators positioned nearby could see this more clearly, some already shaking their heads. This will result in a turnover. Such a wide-open opportunity wasted on an alley-oop. What a pity. Yet, others, having observed the previous game, countered, not necessarily. This Asian player's athleticism is quite remarkable. Just wait and see. Chu Xiang also recognized the height of the basketball. Unable to suppress a sigh, throwing it so high, I would have to exert considerable effort to leap. Why can't they simply pass it to me for an easy layup? Reluctantly, in order to prevent this ball from becoming a turnover, Chu Xiang crossed his legs and lowered his center of gravity, transforming his momentum into an upward leap. Taking off with all his might, his right hand reached skyward, and in midair, he grasped the basketball with one hand, his body arching like a bow. Had he reached the ball? Would he succeed in dunking it? The commentator was equally exhilarated. Engaging his core, his 5 fingers firmly encircled the basketball, and in an instant, his body folded back, the ball crashing violently into the net. A one-handed dunk in midair. What a magnificent display. Number 66 from Gonzaga University executed a stunning one-handed slam. How did he achieve that? This player showcased what an outrageous dunk truly means through his physical prowess. The commentator's voice instantly electrified the atmosphere of the venue. Furthermore, as this game was broadcasted live across the nation, this aerial feat was transmitted directly into countless television sets in various locations. On the west coast of the Lighthouse Nation, in Los Angeles, at the Clippers office, head coach Mike Dunleavy sat amidst a flurry of rookie reports. General manager Frank knocked on the door before entering directly. "Mike, are you reviewing the draft reports?" Frank inquired, walking straight to the television without taking a seat. Dunleavy glanced up at Frank, responding, "Indeed. There are several players worth noting this year. I need to study them closely." "Then let us take a look," Frank said, switching on the television. The screen displayed the game between Gonzaga University and the University of Oklahoma, replaying Chu Xiang's astonishing dunk. Behind the desk, Dunleavy squinted, his bald forehead seemingly gleaming. "What do you think?" Frank asked. "His physical attributes appear quite impressive. His wingspan is also notable." "What is this player's name? I don't recall seeing it in the draft reports." Frank shrugged. "Indeed, it's not there. I only just recognized him from the television. But fear not. I have already contacted our scout on site, and his report will be faxed to us shortly." In the Taco Bell arena, the cheers of the audience seemed poised to lift the roof off the building. "Incredible! Unbelievable!" exclaimed a middle-aged white man, leaping to his feet, popcorn spilling everywhere. "That was so violent." Below the basket, Griffin watched the dunk, momentarily taken aback. He glanced down at his own short arms, letting out a resigned sigh within. If that ball were given to him, it would indeed be quite challenging to execute. After all, his short arms were his greatest hindrance. Yet, my dunk would be far more ferocious. I can't wait to get on the court. Griffin pondered as the game pressed on. This electrifying dunk ignited not only the fervor of the spectators within the arena, but also invigorated the other players from Gonzaga University. With Griffin's departure from the court, the offensive and defensive capabilities of the University of Oklahoma plummeted significantly, allowing Gonzaga to capitalize repeatedly on interior attacks. Witnessing his teammates excel so brilliantly, Chu Xiang joyfully provided screens and passes, refraining from initiating the offense himself. As long as Griffin was absent, this team could never pose a threat to us. "Come on, my teammates. Let us secure this victory swiftly," Chu Xiang mused with a nonchalant mindset. The first half soon dwindled down to a mere 4:56 remaining. With the score resting at 46-36, 10 points in favor of Gonzaga. In the slow-paced rhythm of collegiate basketball, a 10-point lead is a formidable threshold to overcome. Coach Kyle called for a timeout, preparing to substitute the players on the court. "Well done, gentlemen," Kyle exclaimed, patting each departing player on the shoulder. Chu Xiang returned to his seat, intending to sip some water from his thermos, when he felt a small hand gently patting him from behind. He turned to see a golden-haired little girl, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years of age, with a cherubic face that radiated charm. Her large, glistening eyes were fixed upon Chu Xiang's face. Chapter 17. Sitting on the sidelines is your best choice. The little girl, holding her phone with utmost care, looked at Chu Xiang and exclaimed, "Big brother, your slam dunk was incredible. May I take a picture with you?" While there was no objection to the request for a photograph, it was important to remember that the competition was still ongoing. Chu Xiang shook his head gently, a soft smile gracing his lips. "Of course, we can take a picture, but not just yet. Let us wait until the competition concludes, shall we?" The little girl's rosy cheeks seemed to flush even deeper, her golden braids bobbing up and down as she eagerly nodded. On the bench of the University of Oklahoma, the coach addressed Griffin, "Are you ready to take the court?" Upon hearing this, Griffin immediately lifted his gaze towards his coach, his triangular eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "Absolutely ready. Coach, I can step onto the court at any moment." The coach nodded in acknowledgement and began to outline the forthcoming strategy. Griffin then turned his attention to the Gonzaga University bench, where he spotted Chu Xiang casually sipping water with his legs crossed. "Just you wait. I'll shatter that hoop right over your head." As the timeout came to an end, the match resumed. Griffin re-entered the game, replacing his brother Tyler, while Gonzaga retained only Josh among the starters, with the others being substituted. "Afraid to take the court, are you, you little punk?" Griffin taunted as he passed by Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang flashed a grin and remarked, "What's the matter? Do you wish for me to continue teaching you how to count?" Griffin, momentarily at a loss for a retort, could only suppress his frustration and hastily sprint back to his position. Unable to contain his anger, he unleashed it upon the rim. After receiving the ball at the high post, he executed a deceptive handoff, outsmarting his defender, and immediately pivoted to storm into the paint. On the court, Griffin was an unstoppable force, a veritable beast in the paint. Once he penetrated the key, no one could effectively guard him one-on-one. Although his arms were somewhat short, his hands were remarkably large, as he grasped the ball with one hand and soared into the air. Half of his arm disappeared into the hoop. Blake Griffin. He obliterated that rim. Is this truly a college student? This dunk could easily rank among the top 10 dunks of the NBA season. The commentator was instantly captivated by this explosive slam. Truly terrifying. Even the young white beast sent chills down Chu Xiang's spine as he observed from the sidelines. Strength is meaningless if you're sitting on the bench, unable to take action. Seizing the opportunity during the timeout, Chu Xiang hurriedly restored his stamina. Endurance was indeed Chu Xiang's forte, and by the end of the first half, he had recuperated significantly. However, the score on the court had tightened considerably, with Gonzaga University leading by a mere 5 points at 53-48. As the halftime buzzer sounded, players returned to the bench for a respite. Coach Kyle gathered the team, analyzing the first half's performance while outlining strategies for the second half. We cannot contain the destructive capabilities of the Griffin brothers in the paint. The first half was limited by Griffin's foul troubles, which kept him off the court for most of the time. At this moment, Kyle cast a glance at Chu Xiang. However, in the second half, both brothers will undoubtedly take the floor together, and we must bolster our presence in the paint. Silas, be prepared to assist defensively in the interior. Coach, I have an idea, Chu Xiang interjected suddenly. Although interrupted, Kyle was not displeased. Go ahead. I believe that merely increasing our interior presence may not suffice to stop both brothers. Unless we position 4 players in the paint, the optimal strategy would be to find ways to draw fouls on Griffin. He is already burdened with 2 fouls. And if we can induce him to commit 2 more quickly, he will likely be sidelined for the remainder of the game before the final moments. You're absolutely right. But the challenge lies in how to create those fouls against him. Actually, it's quite simple. By employing a series of screens, I can create opportunities to isolate him. The rest will be left to me. In order to expedite the conclusion of the match, Chu Xiang resolved to exert himself and devise a strategy to swiftly remove Griffin from the game. Once Griffin was sidelined, victory would be nearly assured, allowing him to conserve his energy. Kyle glanced at Chu Xiang several times, recalling his performance at the onset of the game, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. We shall maintain our defensive strategy as it stands. Should Chu Xiang fail to draw a foul from Griffin, we will adhere to my proposed approach. Kyle continued to outline specific defensive tactics aimed at other players, and after the team comprehended the instructions, they returned to their seats to rest. Chu Xiang found Jack and sat beside him. According to Kyle's arrangement, both Chu Xiang and Jack would be on the court simultaneously in the second half, occupying positions 2 and 3 respectively. Jack, I will need your cooperation in the second half. What kind of cooperation? Chu Xiang replied, I hope that when I engage in one-on-one play with Griffin, you will position yourself in the opposite half-court area, ready to call for a screen and cut to the basket at any opportunity. But according to our usual tactics, I stand beyond the 3-point line during isolation plays. As you know, my finishing ability near the basket is not particularly reliable. No need for that. The 3-point line is too far. If you run to the basket, you'll be caught up, as the opposing defenders possess remarkable athleticism. Chu Xiang smiled. As long as you coordinate with me, I am confident that I can send Griffin to the bench within the first 5 minutes of the second half. Jack pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust Chu Xiang, giving a determined nod. The halftime break concluded, and the second half commenced. The possession was exchanged, and Gonzaga University was set to inbound the ball. Josh dribbled past half-court and immediately passed the ball to Chu Xiang, who was stationed at a 45-degree angle. As soon as he received the ball, power forward Jamie approached to set a screen, but Griffin remained stationed in the paint, not following out. Chu Xiang squinted slightly, shifting to the right after executing a screen, leaving his defender ensnared by Jamie's obstruction. Following a single dribble, he immediately adopted a prayer-like shooting stance, successfully luring Griffin out of the paint. You still wish to shoot? Upon seeing Griffin pursue, Jamie promptly darted beyond the 3-point line, drawing away his defender and granting Chu Xiang ample space for a one-on-one confrontation. Merely a ruse. With agile finesse, Chu Xiang retreated a step, evading Griffin's advance. On the opposite side of the court, Jack's gaze locked onto Chu Xiang's, and utilizing Real's screen, he sprinted toward the open lane. Simultaneously, Chu Xiang also feigned a shooting motion, leaping swiftly. This time, it was a genuine shot. "Prepare to be subjected to my audacious block," Griffin exclaimed as he leapt, extending his arm to cover Chu Xiang's shooting space. Yet, to Griffin's surprise, Chu Xiang did not shoot. Instead, after ascending, he slammed the basketball onto the floor, executing a bounce pass directly into Jack's hands. Tyler had already fallen behind Jack, leading to an unimpeded layup. Only then did Griffin realize he had been deceived once more. Glaring at Chu Xiang with fury, "You scoundrel! You! Chu Xiang shook his head. "Griffin, in truth, sitting on the sidelines is your most advantageous option." Chapter 18. This is the chasm between us. The play was executed beautifully. Number 66 executed a feigned shot that deceived the defender, delivering the ball to his teammate, who scored effortlessly with a layup. The commentator remarked. As Chu Xiang unleashed a torrent of taunts towards Griffin, he swiftly retreated to defend, denying Griffin the opportunity to retort. On the court, if each player possessed a visible anger meter, Griffin's previously cooled temper, now hovering in the green, surged once more, threatening to breach into the yellow and escalate to the maximum state of red. During the offensive possession of the University of Oklahoma, the two brothers shared the court once again, executing their twin tower strategy, with Tyler showcasing his skillful footwork to score with a graceful layup. Observing the defensive lapse, Kyle felt a pang of urgency and cast his gaze towards Chu Xiang, pondering whether he would rise to the occasion. As possession shifted, Chu Xiang received the pass and, with the aid of a screen, found himself in a one-on-one confrontation with Griffin. "You won't fool me this time, you yellow-skinned brat." Griffin seethed with rage. Chu Xiang remained silent, merely observing Griffin's positioning and the situation on Jack's side. An opportunity arose. Chu Xiang noticed that Jack had once again evaded his defender. Standing his ground, Chu Xiang seamlessly transitioned from a triple threat stance into a jump shot, lowering his center of gravity to assume the posture of a leap. However, this time Griffin did not fall for the feint. Instead, he maintained half of his focus on the paint, extending a hand to contest Chu Xiang's shot. "I certainly did not imply that this time it would be a pass." As Chu Xiang concluded his statement, he sprang into action, his arms extending rapidly as his body ascended, sending the basketball soaring into the air. Wasn't that a pass? Griffin was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he intended to lunge towards Chu Xiang, it was too late. However, driven by his instinct for the game, he sensed that the trajectory of Chu Xiang's shot was awry, too low. Realizing something, he turned his head only to see Jack leaping into the air. "Was this an alley-oop? You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me?" With a roar filled with fury and the humiliation of repeated deception, he charged towards the basket. Yet, it was too late. Consumed by a mix of shame and anger, he failed to control his body movements. His arm struck Jack's in a harsh collision, disrupting the alley-oop. In that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. Number 23, defensive foul. 2 free throws. Aware that this foul marked his third, Griffin's anger surged, and he contemplated confronting the referee, only to be restrained by his teammates just in time. At that moment, Chu Xiang ambled over, remarking, "Little Griffin, did I ever say that wasn't a pass? You are far too naive." With a shake of his head, he walked away. "Scoundrel, don't you dare walk away. Come back here. Damn it." Frustrated by his inability to confront him and further taunted by Chu Xiang, Griffin's fury finally reached its zenith, erupting into a crimson rage. The referee, having already noted Griffin's unstable emotions, kept a vigilant eye on him. Witnessing his loss of control and verbal assault on an opponent, he decisively blew the whistle. Number 23, unsportsmanlike conduct, technical foul, 2 free throws. Upon hearing the referee's whistle once more, Griffin was instantly jolted back to reality. With 2 fouls already against him in the first half, and now a defensive foul and a technical foul, an icy wave of despair washed over him. Unlike the NBA rules, the NCAA adheres to FBA regulations, where 5 fouls result in disqualification and technical fouls count towards individual fouls. In other words, Griffin had been on the court for less than 7 minutes and was already burdened with 4 fouls. The commentator's voice resonated. "Oh my goodness. Griffin has been called for 2 fouls in quick succession. He must be substituted now, and he has gifted the opposing team 4 free throw opportunities. This is an immense setback. It seems Griffin still has much to learn about controlling his emotions." In the stands, numerous supporters of the University of Oklahoma, as well as those who had wagered on their victory, began to unleash a torrent of curses, while some, in despair, held their heads in their hands. Meanwhile, as the television broadcast unfolded, countless individuals across the nation, caught in the throes of disappointment, tore apart their betting slips and smashed their televisions in frustration. On the field, Griffin gazed helplessly at his coach, who was vociferously berating him from the sidelines. However, he had mentally muted the coach's voice. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of anger, shame, guilt, and fear, rendering his state of mind indescribable. Chu Xiang stood at a distance where Griffin could not reach him, yet could hear his words. Griffin, go rest well and reflect on the disparity between you and me while sitting on the bench. Griffin's brows quivered with anger as he muttered curses beneath his breath. Inaudible to the referees, if you have the guts, defeat me openly. Can you? You despicable bastard from the Dragon Nation. You treacherous people only know how to play such lowly basketball. As Griffin's words echoed, the smile on Chu Xiang's face gradually faded. I permit you to criticize my skills and my game, but I cannot tolerate your insults towards my homeland. That is the bottom line for anyone from the Dragon Nation. It was evident that Griffin's words had crossed a line for Chu Xiang. Griffin continued his tirade, but Chu Xiang remained silent, merely staring coldly at him until Griffin returned to the bench, at which point he finally averted his gaze. Blake Griffin, Chu Xiang whispered, enunciating each syllable of Griffin's name with a chilling tone. As Griffin was substituted out, the momentum of the game shifted once more in favor of Gonzaga University. After a few more minutes of play, Chu Xiang was also taken off the court. With 10 minutes remaining in the match, the score stood at 69-54, with Gonzaga University leading by 15 points, prompting Oklahoma to call a timeout. On the Oklahoma University bench, the coach glanced at Griffin with a look of resignation. Prepare to enter the game. Remember, control your emotions and do not let number 66 affect you again. We are on the precipice. And whether we can continue in this March Madness depends on your performance when you step back onto the court. Griffin rose, his expression serious, immediately turning his gaze not to his coach, but to Chu Xiang on the opposite bench. Chu Xiang seemed to sense Griffin's gaze as he stood up simultaneously. Addressing Coach Kyle, "Coach, please allow me to take the court." Coach Kyle glanced at Chu Xiang's unusually serious expression, then looked over at Griffin, who was already at the technical table, preparing to enter the game. He nodded in agreement, permitting Chu Xiang to step onto the court. With a deep breath, Chu Xiang adjusted his jersey. "I will ensure that every time you encounter me in the NBA, you will remember this moment, recall your missteps, and recognize the chasm that lies between us. Griffin, the first overall pick? The White Howard? All of it is utterly meaningless." Chapter 19. Shattering your basketball dreams in the final moments of the game. The University of Oklahoma finally decided to reintroduce Griffin onto the court. With 4 fouls already against him, could he possibly turn the tide and overcome a 15-point deficit to create a miracle? The commentator articulated the tension. The fans of the University of Oklahoma, witnessing Griffin's return, felt a flicker of hope reignite within them. If Griffin is on the court, we might truly have a chance for a comeback. Go, Griffin. The commentator's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the Gonzaga University bench. Gonzaga has made a substitution as well, bringing in number 66, Chu Xiang. A remarkable player, he had been the architect of Griffin's predicaments tonight, ensnaring him in an inescapable web of fouls. What sparks would ignite between these two in the remaining 10 minutes? As the commentator's words faded, many Oklahoma fans buried their heads in their hands. For heaven's sake, Griffin, do not commit any more fouls against number 66. The game resumed. Riel stood at the sidelines, poised to pass the ball, as Josh approached to receive it. Chu Xiang patted Josh on the shoulder and declared, "This time, I will take control of the ball." Without uttering a word, Josh turned and relinquished his position, allowing the basketball to find its way into Chu Xiang's hands. The commentator began. "Let us observe Gonzaga University's offensive play, initiated by the recently substituted number 66, as they prepare to execute their strategy." As the ball crossed half court, Chu Xiang extended his palm, fingers splayed wide. A one-on-one strategy. His teammates understood the signal and all shifted to the left side of the court, leaving Chu Xiang alone on the right perimeter to confront the opposing defender. The commentator, witnessing this development, expressed a hint of confusion. Number 66 has just entered the game and has called for a one-on-one play. Is this a peculiar arrangement by Gonzaga University? Kyle, standing on the sidelines, furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, "What are you doing? I brought you in to continue drawing fouls on Griffin, yet you are opting for a solo play?" However, he refrained from intervening. choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation until the conclusion of the current play. With a lowered center of gravity, Chu Xiang skillfully dribbled the ball beneath his legs, his expression solemn as he faced his defender. Come on. It won't be so easy to take me on one-on-one. The opposing defender spread his arms wide, challenging Chu Xiang. Yet, Chu Xiang remained silent. His gaze firmly fixed on Griffin, who stood in the left paint area. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly surged forward, executing a swift scissor step to break through on the right. The defender was caught off guard, not expecting Chu Xiang to charge directly at him without any feints, quickly shifting sideways in a desperate attempt to block his path. However, Chu Xiang's remarkable speed, an impressive 85, granted him a significant advantage, allowing him to bypass the defender with a mere step. Help! I've lost my position, the defender shouted, exerting all his strength to catch up with Chu Xiang. Griffin, noticing Chu Xiang barreling toward the paint and hearing his teammates' cries, prepared to intercept. Come on, you despicable scoundrel from Longhua. Watch me annihilate you face to face, Griffin declared, striding forward to block Chu Xiang's path. Seeing Griffin ahead, Chu Xiang lowered his center of gravity even further, refusing to slow down or change direction. Instead, he explosively gathered the ball and initiated his jump with 3 swift steps. The commentator, observing the scene, shook his head in disbelief. This offensive play is far too reckless. Although number 66 has evaded his defender, he is now facing Griffin's excellent defensive positioning. I fear he will likely be denied. Kyle, anxiously watching from the sidelines, clenched his fist and shouted at the assistant coach seated nearby. What is that fool Chu Xiang doing? Has he lost his mind? I swear he will not see the court in the next game. The assistant coach looked exasperated. It's not my fault he's playing recklessly. Why are you yelling at me? On the court, Chu Xiang had already taken his first step while cradling the ball in both hands. Griffin had firmly established his position, ready to deliver a fierce block as soon as Chu Xiang attempted his shot. Behind him, his defender was tightly glued to him, poised to snatch the ball or retrieve the basketball should it be swatted away. Josh, witnessing the unfolding scenario, dashed toward Chu Xiang, shouting, "Pass it. Chu, I'm right here." However, Chu Xiang remained unfazed. Even if he wished to pass, his current speed made it challenging to accurately deliver the ball to Josh. The fans in Oklahoma were electrified. Although a comeback was improbable, the prospect of witnessing Chu Xiang being blocked was immensely satisfying. Griffin, deny him. Swat away his offense. Who does he think he is to play like this against you? The atmosphere in the arena was charged with Griffin's robust physique and fierce defense, coupled with the relentless pursuit of his defender, forming an impenetrable web around Chu Xiang. Alone with the ball, he found himself cornered on the court. Cornered? Then he would charge forward. System, open the shop. Purchase basic short-term skill potion. Utilizing the potion, I activated all enhancements for a spectacular slam dunk. Beep, item usage complete. Within the next half hour, the host's dunking attributes have increased by 10 points, bringing the current dunking attribute to 95. Remaining vitality points, 21. The communication with the system was accomplished in a mere thousandth of a second, and with that, Chu Xiang took his second step. Why can't I catch up to him? Is this merely an illusion? The defender trailing behind suddenly sensed that Chu Xiang's speed had accelerated. Huh? Is he not attempting a layup? The stance of number 66 seems indicative of a dunk. Confronted by Griffin's defense, Gonzaga University's number 66, Chu Xiang, opted for a dunk? The commentator's voice brimmed with astonishment. Before him, merely a meter away from Griffin, Chu Xiang propelled himself off his left foot, arms swinging, as his right hand grasped the ball, initiating a powerful windmill motion from his waist. Chu Xiang's body soared into the air. You dare to attempt a dunk? Prepare for your demise. Griffin's expression twisted menacingly. His muscular thighs tensed like iron, and in an explosive display of unparalleled leaping ability, his left hand shot out to swat the ball from Chu Xiang's grasp. Their bodies collided midair. Bang! The sound of muscle on muscle resonated with an astonishing intensity. Time appeared to freeze amidst this aerial collision. Yet Chu Xiang's body continued to ascend, until their eyes aligned. Griffin stood a full 10 centimeters taller than Chu Xiang, but at this moment, from a side view, remarkably, their heads were at the same height. With a sweeping motion, Chu Xiang's right arm traced a perfect arc behind him, his palm firmly grasping the basketball, which he then drove downwards with tremendous force. The ball sailed past Griffin's arms, brushing against his left ear, before crashing resoundingly into the hoop. The howling wind, the referee's whistle, and the sharp crack of the ball hitting the rim resonated in Griffin's ears, only to be drowned out by an even more frenzied roar. A spectacular dunk. Chu Xiang had soared over Griffin, and it was a three-point play to boot. Griffin was on the verge of being disqualified with 5 fouls. The commentator's voice was tinged with exhilaration. Number 66 from Gonzaga University, Chu Xiang, executed a one-handed windmill slam, obliterating Griffin in midair. Chapter 20. The beauty is over. The commentator, unable to contain his excitement, shouted hoarsely, "It's over! It's over!" The entire arena, after a fleeting moment of silence, erupted into an unparalleled roar akin to a tsunami. My God, is this truly a feat achievable by man? That was Griffin. He just dunked over him? A fan clutched his head, seemingly unable to fathom the spectacle before him. Even Carter would find this difficult. Yet this number 66 is of Asian descent. It is simply astonishing. This is Chu Xiang. He has achieved it. I have said it before, just like in the last game when he soared over 2 players. He has done it again in this match. He dunked over Griffin. Utterly insane. Fans who had been following Chu Xiang could no longer contain their excitement, jumping up and down in place. Others fell silent, tearing apart their betting slips, logging onto gambling websites, and navigating to the betting interface for Gonzaga University. Champion, Gonzaga University. 20,000, odds 1, 96, place your bet. Countless female fans screamed in delight, wishing they could bear Chu Xiang's children right there and then. On the sidelines, Coach Kyle's previously furrowed brow had transformed into a pair of open green leaves, his face beaming like a blooming flower. Well done, Chu. Keep it up. Fantastic. The assistant coach sitting beside him rolled his eyes. You certainly weren't saying that just moments ago. Back on the court, Griffin landed awkwardly, his balance faltering as he fell backward onto the ground. Before him, Chu Xiang landed gracefully, his legs slightly bent, steady as a rock. Chu Xiang turned his head, gazing down at Griffin from a commanding height. Do you see the difference between us? This is the essence of basketball in Longhua. Griffin sat frozen on the ground, as if struck dumb, unable to utter a single word. His mind was a blank slate, fully aware that not only had he been dunked on by Chu Xiang, but he had also been called for his 5th foul and would soon be leaving the court. No sooner had the words left Chu Xiang's lips than he was enveloped by a jubilant Josh, followed closely by Silas, Riel, and others who rushed to his side. That was incredible. So impressive. If I were a girl, I might just fall for you. How did you manage that dunk? It's simply magical, Josh exclaimed, utterly beside himself with excitement. The previously serious atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by Josh's exuberance, prompting an exasperated smile from Chu Xiang as he ruffled Josh's short hair. Didn't I already share the technique with you? Upon hearing this, the ears of the other teammates perked up. Chu, do you possess some unique training method? Why only share it with Josh? We are all teammates. It wouldn't be fair to keep it from everyone else. With a mysterious smile, Chu Xiang placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. We shall discuss this after the match. Subsequently, Chu Xiang stepped up for a free throw. As he prepared, Griffin, with his head bowed, made his way back to the bench, lost in thought, his silhouette exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation. With Griffin fouling out of the game, the University of Oklahoma's hopes for a comeback were extinguished. As the final whistle blew, the scoreboard solidified at 85-65. With Gonzaga University triumphing by a margin of 20 points, successfully advancing to the round of 32. Post-match, as the Oklahoma team exited, several reporters hastily followed. A female reporter from the state television station was the first to approach Griffin, microphone in hand. Hello, Griffin. I am a reporter from Oklahoma TV. What are your thoughts on today's defeat? Do you believe you bear the primary responsibility? Before Griffin could respond, another journalist rushed in. Griffin, what do you think about the fouls committed by Chu Xiang of Gonzaga against you? Do you consider him a superior player? Another microphone reached out. What was your feeling after being dunked on by a backcourt player in the final moments of the game? The barrage of questions continued. Yet Griffin remained with his head down, not turning to face them. The first reporter pressed on. Griffin, could you please turn around? Enough, Griffin suddenly shouted, turning his face towards them. However, he displayed no signs of anger, maintaining a composed demeanor. I cannot answer your questions at this moment, but I would like to take this opportunity to announce something. I have decided to withdraw from this year's NBA draft and continue my collegiate career for another year. At his declaration, the reporters were momentarily stunned. Within a second, a headline formed in their minds: Shattered Basketball Dreams. NCAA interior star Griffin announces delay in draft plans. Meanwhile, As the members of Gonzaga University approached the locker room door, they found a throng of reporters waiting for them, far exceeding the number gathered around Griffin. The reporters quickly spotted Chu Xiang among the players, his strikingly handsome visage impossible to overlook. Chu Xiang, hello. Was your outstanding performance today orchestrated by the coach? What were your thoughts when you dunked over Griffin? How did you muster the confidence to challenge his defense? Are you Gonzaga's secret weapon? Your previous performances in the regular season seemed rather subdued. Countless questions suddenly inundated Chu Xiang, causing him to furrow his brow in mild irritation. He had already expended considerable effort preparing for the match against Griffin, and at this moment, he was entirely disinclined to respond to these inquiries. The assistant coach appeared at an opportune moment, adopting a demeanor of unavailability and ushering the reporters away. Although they did not receive the answers they sought, several journalists could not resist capturing the striking visage and statuesque form of Chu Xiang with their camera shutters. After showering and changing, Chu Xiang and Josh awaited the departure of the reporters before finally leaving the locker room and making their way down the corridor towards the exit of the arena. As they stepped out through the main doors, a youthful voice emerged from a shadow to the left. "Big brother, you finally came out. We've been waiting for so long." Following the sound, Chu Xiang's gaze was met first by two golden braids, and then the adorable face of a little girl, the same one who had asked to take a photo with him during halftime. The sight of such a charming child brightened his mood, prompting a smile as he approached her in the corner shadow. "Oh, there's another person?" As he drew closer, Chu Xiang noticed another figure in the depths of the shadow, a girl with flowing golden hair, adorned with oversized sunglasses, clad in a beige long trench coat, and sporting black ankle boots. "Hi, Chu Xiang, you played wonderfully in today's match." The girl with sunglasses greeted him first. "And you are?" "I am the sister of little Valiza, Scarlett Johansson." Chapter 21. The underlying currents before the storm. As Scarlett spoke, she casually adjusted her sunglasses, revealing her entire face. With a captivating smile and alluring eyes, she may not have been tall, but her figure was undeniably exquisite. At that moment, Josh happened to walk up behind Chu Xiang and caught sight of Scarlett Johansson's face. His mouth fell agape in astonishment. You. Before he could fully utter her name, a delicate white hand covered his mouth. Scarlett placed her left index finger against her luscious red lips. "Sure." The match has just concluded, and there are many reporters around. The scent of the perfume on Scarlett's hand wafted toward Josh, leaving him with the sensation that even ascending to paradise could not surpass this experience. Chu Xiang gazed at Scarlett before him, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. After all, it is quite surprising for a celebrity, so distant from the realm of ordinary people, to suddenly appear right in front of you. Big brother, you played so brilliantly today. I have decided to become your fan." Little Valiza, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Chu Xiang's entire leg. Unable to resist, Chu Xiang gently pinched the soft, adorable cheeks of little Valiza. "Thank you for being my fan, dear Miss Valiza," he said, extending his left arm to lift Valiza up, prompting her to giggle with delight. "Sister, come over here for a photo." Valiza turned to Josh, asking, "Could you help us take a picture?" Despite his desire to join the photo, Josh found it hard to refuse such a charming little girl. Scarlett hesitated momentarily, but eventually walked over to Chu Xiang's side, offering a warm smile. Josh took Valiza's camera and stepped back. "Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Done." He returned the camera to Valiza, who happily glanced at the photo they had taken and exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother." Scarlett adjusted her sunglasses and asked Chu Xiang, "Will you participate in the draft for the NBA this year?" "For me, the most important thing right now is to win the championship in March Madness. As for the NBA, I will make my way there eventually." Sensing the confidence in Chu Xiang's words, Scarlett smiled brightly. "I look forward to your performance, handsome. If you make it to the finals of March Madness, perhaps I will come to watch your game." With a subtle smile that conveyed ambiguity, Chu Xiang captured Scarlett's attention, causing her eyes behind her sunglasses to momentarily sparkle. Although she resided in Hollywood, surrounded by handsome men, it was the first time she had encountered someone so uniquely attractive. Realizing that Asians could possess such striking beauty, as the three of them posed for a photograph, an unseen camera in a distant corner recorded the scene. Tomorrow's headlines would proclaim, "Scarlett's night out with young beau. Suspicions arise of an unwed daughter." The paparazzi, observing Chu Xiang cradling Valiza, emitted a lewd chuckle. The day following the conclusion of the game, in the southwestern region of the United States, Phoenix, Arizona, within the office of the Phoenix Suns general manager, Mike D'Antoni. The head coach for this season had led the team to remarkable achievements under his offensive system, guiding them to 3 Western Conference finals. A regular season record of 61 wins and another of 62 wins, while Steve Nash garnered the league's MVP title twice. However, the adage rang true: offense attracts fans, while defense secures championships. The Suns, despite their dazzling offense, faltered on the defensive end, failing to reach the finals for consecutive years. Thus, midway through the season, the management acquired a veteran Shaquille O'Neal, intending to bolster their interior defense against San Antonio's formidable duo. Yet D'Antoni foresaw the team's fate following the trade. Relying solely on a veteran shark was futile. This year, his coaching contract was set to expire, and several teams within the league were discreetly extending olive branches. Among them, the financially robust New Yorkers presented an offer he found hard to refuse. "Mike, here is the information you requested." D'Antoni's assistant placed a stack of documents on his desk. "Thank you," D'Antoni acknowledged with a nod. "Forgive my candor, but our roster is stable. We do not require rookies for reinforcement." "Why are you reviewing his dossier?" D'Antoni glanced at his assistant, who silently departed. Certain matters were best left unsaid within the team's office. The Suns had resolved not to renew D'Antoni's contract, as he prepared a gift for his prospective new team. Picking up the file, he found a striking photograph of Chu Xiang on the first page, accompanied by a brief scout's report. The text was scant, as the scout had scarcely paid attention to Chu Xiang previously. After a few glances, D'Antoni carelessly discarded the document. Turning around, he grasped the remote control and activated the television. As the screen flickered to life, it displayed the thrilling highlights from Chu Xiang's recent matches. There were moments of intense action, such as his powerful and-one play, a breathtaking dunk over 2 defenders, and a sensational slam that drew an offensive foul from Griffin. The footage also captured Chu Xiang seated on the bench, sipping goji berry water. Chu Xiang is likely to far surpass the assessments of these scouts. He chuckled to himself as he picked up the phone and dialed a number in New York. Oklahoma, a modest city, is home to the NBA team, the Thunder. Durant sat at home, his expression darkening. Before him lay an issue of Global, a renowned tabloid from the land of the free. The magazine opened to a central page featuring a large photograph. Scarlett Johansson beamed with a radiant smile, while Chu Xiang, grinning, conversed with Feliza. The headline read, "Is Scarlett Johansson expecting a child with her young boyfriend?" A substantial portion of the article was dedicated to introducing Chu Xiang. At just 20 years old, Chu Xiang hails from the Dragon Kingdom and is currently a basketball player at Gonzaga University. Under his leadership, Gonzaga has made a remarkable run in March Madness, defeating the 5th seed, the University of Oklahoma, by a staggering 20-point margin in the first round. Durant's youthful face grew increasingly serious as a fierce jealousy took root within him. Gonzaga University, Chu Xiang. He picked up his phone and called his assistant. "Bill, when is Gonzaga's next game?" 2 days from now. I suppose I have no prior engagements. Please secure me a seat. I intend to witness the game in person. Chapter 22. The rumored boyfriend. The day after the game, Wyndham Hotel, room 1603. Chu Xiang rubbed his eyes and answered the incessantly ringing phone. "Chu, are you in your room? I'm coming over to find you." Josh's voice echoed from the device. Chu Xiang, still groggy from sleep, replied drowsily, "I'm in my room. You just woke me up with your call. Wait, why are you coming to find me?" Receiving no answer, Joshua had already hung up, leaving the receiver echoing with a busy tone. Moments later, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Reluctantly, Chu Xiang got out of bed, clad in his pajamas, and opened the door, only to find no one outside. With a perplexed expression, Chu Xiang cautiously peered out, only to discover Josh, his face marked by vigilance, lurking by the wall. "What are you doing?" Chu Xiang inquired. "Let us go inside first." Josh swiftly retreated into Chu Xiang's room. Once settled on the sofa, Josh leaned in with an air of mystery and confided to Chu Xiang, "I fear that paparazzi might be lurking to capture our moments." Chu Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Before inquiring, "Paparazzi? They are photographing us? What purpose could that serve? We are not celebrities." As he spoke, Josh produced a rolled-up magazine from behind him. Chu Xiang took the magazine, unfolding it to reveal a large photograph that caught his eye. It was a snapshot taken the previous evening with the Scarlett sisters, evidently captured from a hidden corner by the photographer. As his gaze shifted upward, he glanced at the headline. "Young boyfriend? Unwed parent?" He chuckled softly, realizing the reason behind it. Chu Xiang let out a light laugh. "Hey, you've made it into the magazine. You are now the rumored boyfriend of Scarlett. And yet you seem so unfazed." Chu Xiang tossed the magazine aside, picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, shrugged his shoulders, and wore a nonchalant smile. It wasn't as if anything extraordinary had occurred. Besides, Scarlett Johansson wasn't exactly a major celebrity, was she? In Chu Xiang's recollection, Scarlett only rose to fame after portraying Black Widow. Prior to that, she was merely an ordinary actress. It was now 2008, and a few more years would pass before she ascended to the status of a global goddess. Josh was taken aback. Although she wasn't a top-tier star, she was still a Hollywood luminary. How could you remain so composed? Chu Xiang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, unwilling to prolong the conversation any further. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Chu Xiang answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? I am Chu Xiang. Who is this? My name is Hans Bucaro, and I am the agent for Scarlett Johansson. I obtained your number from your team, and I apologize for the interruption. Mr. Chu, you must be aware of the news regarding you, correct? With a faint smile, Chu Xiang shook his head, responding with a hint of resignation. Indeed. I have just come across the magazine's report. So, you wish for me to step forward to clarify this rumor? Although there are paparazzi photos, such gossip can be easily dispelled. After all, it is hardly realistic to assume that a child could be involved in this matter when I am merely 19 years old. Well, Mr. Chu, we do require your assistance, but not solely to clarify the rumors, Hans interjected. What exactly do you wish to achieve? We hope you will remain silent. We can swiftly clarify the rumors concerning the child, but we would prefer to prolong the speculation regarding the romantic relationship, Hans continued. Scarlett is about to release her first solo album, and I believe this rumor could enhance its sales. We can offer you a suitable compensation for your cooperation. I understand. As for compensation, it is unnecessary. I shall remain silent. Then, Mr. Hans, farewell. Chu Xiang concluded, preparing to end the call. These matters were rather bothersome, and if silence was all that was required, he was more than willing to comply. In time, as the album was released, the gossip would surely dissipate. Regarding compensation, Chu Xiang was not particularly in need of money and preferred not to entangle himself with their troublesome demands later on. Wait a moment, Chu Xiang. A different voice emerged from the receiver. I am Scarlett. I apologize for involving you in this troublesome situation. Chu Xiang held a favorable impression of Scarlett. Despite her celebrity status, she bore no airs of superiority and was, in fact, an exceptionally beautiful woman. Ah, it's quite all right, Miss Scarlett. I am not overly concerned about these matters. After all, remaining silent is all that is required. Isn't it? Indeed, Scarlett replied, her voice soft and melodious, imbued with a unique allure. However, if it were you, I would desire more than just silence. Pardon? Chu Xiang was slightly taken aback. What I mean is, I believe keeping you silent may not be the best course of action. I have an idea and would like to ask for your help. Would you be willing to listen? Of course. That day, my sister and I witnessed your match firsthand, and it was truly a spectacular victory. After returning, I watched some highlights of your previous games, and honestly, I now believe you can reach the finals. Chu, you must understand that as March Madness progresses, the attention only intensifies. Now, Gonzaga University's 2 victories have already begun to create waves online. If you secure the championship, you will become a nationwide sensation. Chu, are you planning to join the NBA? Before Chu Xiang could respond, Scarlett continued, if you deliver a remarkable performance this March Madness and find an opportunity to appear with me to solidify our rumor, your visibility will significantly increase. This will greatly benefit your draft position and, more importantly, your sneaker contract. Of course, it would also be advantageous for me. It's a win-win situation, wouldn't you agree? Your proposal is indeed enticing, but I need to ponder it a bit longer. Please grant me some time, and I shall provide you with an answer after the next game. Certainly. Make sure to consider it thoroughly. Scarlett giggled from the other end, adding softly, even if it's just a pretense, it wouldn't be so bad. Before Chu Xiang could fully grasp her final words, Scarlett laughed and ended the call. Scarlett Johansson, Chu Xiang murmured. What did you two discuss? That was Scarlett on the phone, wasn't it? Josh appeared far more excited than Chu Xiang. With a smile, Chu Xiang picked up a nearby magazine, rolled it into a tube, and playfully tapped Josh on the head. Why ask so many questions? Knowing too much can lead to an early demise. It's better to focus on our next match. Josh pouted and replied, yes, the competition the day after tomorrow is formidable. The University of Kansas is determined to clinch the championship this year. I fear we may falter in this round. Chu Xiang rose to his feet, extending his hand. Those who have fallen may not necessarily be us. Chapter 23. The number 1 seed of the Western Conference. Kansas, March 23, 2008, Taco Bell Arena. The second round of March Madness, where Gonzaga University and the University of Kansas vie for a coveted spot in the Sweet 16. Just past 8 in the evening. Having enjoyed a restful slumber, Chu Xiang arrived at the team's locker room alongside the slightly restless Josh. Coach Kyle, this time, chose to remain silent, merely glancing at the two before returning his focus to the tactical board, diligently sketching strategies. The pair, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from engaging the coach in conversation, quietly changing into their uniforms before heading to the court. Jack, engaged in shooting practice, furrowed his brow as he approached Chu Xiang, inquiring, "Why are you too late once again?" Before the match, Chu Xiang suggested that adding a bit of extra sleep could enhance the player's performance. Jack, with a look of skepticism, regarded Chu Xiang, seemingly pondering whether he was merely spouting nonsense. Nevertheless, Chu Xiang refrained from elaborating further. Although he wished to persuade more teammates to join him in resting before the game, he knew Jack was not easily swayed. "You might want to give it a try before our next match," Chu Xiang remarked. Jack furrowed his brow, dribbling the ball in place a couple of times. "I fear there may not be a next match for us," he replied, casting his gaze towards the other half of the court where the players from the University of Kansas were warming up. Unlike the warm-up routines of other teams, theirs was executed with remarkable discipline. They had divided the court into several sections, and each player was required to complete the warm-up exercises in every designated area. The faces of all the players were devoid of excessive expression, each one adhering to the routine with unwavering focus, resembling a well-drilled battalion. Chu Xiang narrowed his eyes, staring at them for a considerable time before shifting his gaze. Is this really the University of Kansas, the top seed in the Western Conference? A team that has only lost 2 games in the regular season? Chu Xiang murmured to himself. Josh beside him swallowed hard, acknowledging, they are indeed formidable. Jake furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. If we were to lose to them, it wouldn't be entirely unjust. Listening to their words, Chu Xiang smiled wryly, picking up the basketball beneath him and squeezing it. It seems there is no way to coast through this game. System, what is my current wellness value? Today's acquired sleep wellness value, 120 points. Total wellness value, 141 points. 141 points ISNT, even enough to purchase a potion from the system store. Then what is my draft position prediction? Host's draft position, from the lottery to the early second round. Such a wide range. Does this imply numerous unknown factors? The system offered no reply to Chu Xiang's question. At 8:25 p.m., with only 5 minutes remaining before the game commenced, Kyle gathered all the players around him. You are all well aware of who our opponents are. Their strength is evident. However, no team, no matter how powerful, can remain undefeated forever. This is not a series, but a single match. We only need to win one game. Just one is enough. Give it your all, Gonzaga Bulldogs. Unleash all your talents in this match. Despite Coach Kyle's impassioned pregame rally, it seemed to have little effect. The players on the court understood that the University of Kansas was on an entirely different level than them, having lost only 2 games throughout the entire season. Would tonight mark their third? It seemed an arduous task. At the commentary booth, the announcer began the pregame commentary. Welcome, viewers nationwide, to this matchup between the 15th seed Gonzaga University and the top seed University of Kansas in the Western Conference. The entirety of March Madness is divided into 4 regions: West, South, East, and Midwest, each containing 16 teams, ranked from 1 to 16. Ultimately, 4 teams will emerge from these 4 regions, known as the Sweet 16. This year, the University of Kansas has achieved a historic record in the regular season, boasting an impressive 36-game winning streak since last season. The University of Kansas harbors ambitious aspirations this year, with a singular goal: the national championship. As the commentator's voice resonated, the players from the University of Kansas made their entrance one by one. Standing on the sidelines, waiting for his turn, Chu Xiang cast his gaze over the opposing players. Brandon Rush, Daryl Arthur, and Sasha Cowan, these 3 formidable figures in the paint, had indeed proven their mettle. Each of them would later join the NBA, albeit without achieving particularly dazzling accolades. Nevertheless, the mere fact of their inclusion in the league speaks volumes. And there you are, Chalmers. If memory serves me correctly, you should be this year's NCAA Finals MVP, right? Chalmers would later make his mark in the NBA, journeying through the Heat and the Grizzlies over a decade-long career. With Chalmers' final entrance, the audience erupted into the loudest cheers for the University of Kansas. Now, let us shift our attention to another team, the Gonzaga University from the state of Washington. Their journey through this year's NCAA tournament has been nothing short of thrilling. They secured the last ticket to the top 64 by overcoming Brigham Young University in the play-in game, and soon faced the fifth seed from the West, the University of Oklahoma. With the inside powerhouse Blake Griffin, Oklahoma was also a strong contender for the championship this year. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would lose to Gonzaga by a staggering 20-point margin? This defeat shattered Griffin's confidence, prompting him to announce post-game that he would forego this year's NBA draft and return for another year in college. The principal reason for Gonzaga's remarkable advancement thus far is the players stepping onto the court. Number 66, Chu Xiang, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. His spectacular one-armed windmill dunk over Griffin has amassed over 2 million views on YouTube, a moment that undoubtedly contributed to Griffin's crumbling confidence. As highlights of Chu Xiang's performance proliferated online, he garnered a nickname that resonated with the fans. With the commentator's voice trailing off, Chu Xiang stepped onto the court. His hands clasped behind his back, his strikingly handsome visage calm and composed, eyes directed at his toes. He is affectionately referred to as the Son of Miracle. As the commentary faded, the spotlight illuminated Chu Xiang, and in that very moment, he lifted his gaze, revealing his image on the central screen. Cheers erupted from the Gonzaga fans. Yet if one were to conduct a tally, they might find that the number of Gonzaga supporters was merely a third of Kansas's. The screen displayed Chu Xiang's smile, and in an instant, the crowd's fervor diminished by half, leaving the female audience breathless. Son of Miracle, indeed, a rather fitting moniker. In the next moment, the decibel level of cheers from the audience nearly doubled, and it was evident that the female voices in the crowd were markedly more prominent this time. Chapter 24, Rest and Recovery. So tonight, will it be the University of Kansas, the overwhelming favorite for this year's championship, who secures a historic 36-game winning streak, having lost only twice throughout the season? Or will the miraculous Gonzaga University, hailing from the distant East and already showcasing its underdog prowess in March Madness, emerge victorious? Which team will claim the sweet nectar of victory and advance to the coveted Sweet 16? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Given that the opponent is the top seed from the West, the attention surrounding this match is extraordinary. Under the national broadcast spotlight, a cameraman keenly spotted a familiar face seated in the front row of the audience. The commentator immediately recognized the visage on the screen and exclaimed, "Ah, it seems this match has indeed attracted significant attention." The individual seated in the audience is undoubtedly well known to everyone, Kevin Durant. The second overall pick from the 2007 NBA draft and last season's Rookie of the Year, representing the Oklahoma City Thunder. In the footage, Durant, wearing sunglasses and maintaining an impassive expression, waved nonchalantly at the camera. Despite his intention to remain low-key by donning shades, he was quickly recognized. "Durant is here? Which team do you think he supports?" A young boy asked another boy beside him. He must be rooting for the University of Kansas. They're destined to win the championship this year. The two boys bore an uncanny resemblance, appearing to be twins. "Humph, I think Gonzaga is impressive as well. They couldn't even defeat Oklahoma University in their last game," remarked the twin brother. "PSH, that's because Griffin is a fool. Kansas would never make such a rookie mistake." The older brother retorted. "Enough arguing. The game is about to start." Their father interjected. At 8:30 in the evening, the match officially commenced. Chu Xiang took a deep breath, contemplating that in the face of such a formidable adversary, he could not afford to slacken for even a moment. He steeled himself for the challenge ahead. However, in the next instant, a golden exclamation mark flashed before his eyes. A special mission was triggered: rest and recuperation. Mission details, due to the recent intensity of the host competitions, which is detrimental to their physical and mental well-being. All system functions will be disabled for the host during the first 20 minutes of this match to preserve their physical condition. It is hoped that the host can compete in optimal health and achieve victory. Mission objectives: 1. The host's stamina must not fall below 75 before the start of the second half. Current stamina data, 100-100. 2. Secure victory in this match. Mission rewards, 2,000 health points, and a random item package. Chu Xiang was momentarily stunned. The system was disabled? Did that mean he could no longer utilize his Kobe shooting package or his Curry shooting experience card? Moreover, he could not allow his stamina to drop below 75 before the second half commenced. How could he possibly secure a victory under such constraints? Was the system toying with him? Fortunately, the disablement was limited to the duration of the first half, as long as he did not fall too far behind. There would still be ample opportunity to recover once the system was reactivated in the second half, provided he conserved enough stamina. Furthermore, it was not certain that he would suffer a substantial deficit in the first half. Chu. Position. Josh's voice interrupted Chu Xiang's moment of distraction. Accepting the situation, Chu Xiang shook his head and sprinted to his designated spot. Josh, stationed at the top of the three-point arc, held the ball firmly with his right hand, extending 2 fingers. As Chu Xiang caught sight of the signal, he elevated his position to set a screen for Josh. After effectively obstructing the opposing defender, he swiftly sprinted towards the left along the three-point line, only to find that Riel had already positioned himself to execute another screen. What a splendid block by Riel. Observing his defender firmly hindered by Riel, Chu Xiang prepared to cut into the paint. However, just as he took a step forward, he suddenly noticed a figure swiftly moving into his path, completely obstructing his route. I have anticipated your tactics. Standing before Chu Xiang was Brandon Rush, the small forward from the University of Kansas. Averaging 15.3 points per game this season, Brandon is an exceptional scorer, and it is worth noting that his three-point shooting percentage soars to an impressive 45%. Furthermore, his most distinctive attribute is his defensive prowess, marking him as the archetype of the coveted 3-and-D player later sought after by the NBA. With his running yielding no results, Chu Xiang had no choice but to retreat to the left corner, allowing Josh to reclaim the space on the right and initiate a new offensive play. Meanwhile, inside the paint, Gonzaga's power forward, Jamie, had successfully positioned himself for an entry. Upon seeing this, Josh executed a bounce pass to deliver the ball into Jamie's hands. Yet, the instant the ball reached Jamie, he was immediately met with a double team. Surrounded by 2 defenders, Jamie found it impossible to pass, and with the shot clock dwindling, he was left with no option but to attempt a forced hook shot. Guarding Jamie was the opposing center, Chu Xiang, standing a towering 2.11 meters tall, with long arms outstretched, rendering it nearly impossible for Jamie to locate the basket. Undoubtedly, the shot missed, and the rebound was secured by Chalmers. The University of Kansas executed a remarkably coordinated defensive strategy, leaving Gonzaga University with no opportunity to score on that play, as the commentator aptly noted. In the following possessions, Gonzaga University failed to convert any shots and struggled defensively as well. After 4.5 minutes of play in the first half, Coach Kyle called for a timeout, with the score standing at 0-12, as the University of Kansas held a 12-point lead. Gonzaga University called for a timeout, seemingly powerless against the offensive surge from the University of Kansas. Let us see if this timeout will yield any effect. With an expressionless demeanor, Chu Xiang returned to his seat. The first thing he did was check his stamina. Real-time stamina data, 89/100. With a furrowed brow, Chu Xiang hastily took a sip from the water handed to him by a teammate, noticing a slight increase of 1 in his stamina. Having played merely 5 minutes, he had already expended 10 points of energy. At this rate, how could he possibly maintain 75 points of stamina by the end of the half? Brandon's defense was formidable. He needed to devise a strategy to counter him, Chu Xiang pondered. Throughout these 5 minutes, Brandon clung to Chu Xiang like a relentless adhesive, making it impossible for him to break free. As soon as Chu Xiang received the ball, Brandon would charge at him, creating obstacles that required immense effort for Chu Xiang just to dribble the ball. Chu Xiang. As Chu Xiang was still pondering solutions, he heard Kyle call his name and turned to look at him. Next, I will substitute Jack in. If we cannot defend against the opponent, we at least must be able to score. Chapter 25. Survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle. Jack gazed at Kyle, nodding emphatically. I understand, coach. I will give it my all. The timeout soon concluded, and the game resumed with Jack replacing the starting small forward, Silas. Chu Xiang shifted to play as a small forward while Jack took on the role of a defender. Observing their at-0 strategy, Kansas University as point guard, Chalmers commented, trailing by so much, they must be all in. His gaze remained fixed on the ball handler, Josh. Strangely, Josh felt an intense pressure, as if the moment he became distracted, the basketball would slip from his grasp. Set the horns. Josh steadied himself and issued the tactical command. Jamie and Riel immediately moved to the 2 horns positions, while Chu Xiang and Jack descended to the 2 corners outside. Chalmers stood unfazed before Josh, his expression as impassive as a robot. No matter what tactics you have devised, they are meaningless. Josh glanced at Riel in the right horn position, catching a glimpse of Jack stationed at the right three-point corner. Riel understood the cue, stepping forward to set a screen for Josh. Utilizing the screen, Josh broke to the right, while Jamie on the left horn made an L-shaped run, looping around Josh's back to insert himself into the right corner, intending to set a screen for Jack. This maneuver was slightly intricate, a tactic meticulously crafted by Coach Kyle prior to the game. Faced with such a strategy, most teams employing a zone defense in the NCAA would find themselves flustered. However, Kansas University was clearly not among those teams. They were one of the few to adopt a man-to-man defense. Switch. Chalmers collided with Riel, but could no longer keep up with Josh. Meanwhile, Riel's original defender, Kansas University's power forward, Arthur, had successfully switched, blocking Josh's path to the paint. Stuck at the arc, Chalmers scanned the court and immediately spotted Jamie, who was trying to move toward the right corner from the perimeter. With his high basketball IQ, he quickly grasped the opponent's tactical intention. Sasha, guard the right three-point line. Chalmers commanded with calm authority. At that moment, Jamie reached the corner, successfully setting the screen for Jack. As Jack utilized the screen and approached the right three-point line, preparing to shoot, he suddenly noticed a shadow looming over him. You have nowhere to escape. Sasha's expression was stern as he intently focused on Jack. This was trouble. As Josh turned his head slightly, he observed Jack being resolutely defended, with no opportunity to shoot. However, at that moment, he also found himself confronted by the opposing power forward, Arthur, while behind him loomed the center, Sasha, whose mere pivot would suffice to ensnare him in a double team. In a state of urgency, Josh quickly glanced towards the left corner, where Chu Xiang was stationed. Chu Xiang observed his teammates being thwarted at every turn, acutely aware that he needed to create space for the ball. However, evading Brandon's defense proved to be a formidable challenge. After 3 relentless attempts to reposition himself, he finally seized an opening and charged toward the paint. Chu, catch. Josh, threading the needle, delivered the ball through the legs of his defender, Arthur. The basketball landed precisely in Chu Xiang's hands. Taking a deep breath, he launched himself into a 3-step rhythm. From 2 steps beyond the arc, he executed a graceful floater, the ball ascending in a magnificent arc. Yet, as soon as the ball left his fingertips, he heard Josh's urgent warning. Watch out. This was followed by another voice, taunting. Did you think that would suffice? How naive. The ball's exquisite trajectory abruptly halted mid-flight as a pair of large hands forcefully swatted it against the backboard. Daryl Arthur, reacting instantaneously to the moment Josh passed the ball. He pivoted and leapt without hesitation, just as Chu Xiang released the shot. The commentary erupted with excitement, a monstrous block. The number 12 power forward from the University of Kansas, Daryl Arthur, had emphatically thwarted Chu Xiang's layup. Such unparalleled reflexes and extraordinary vertical leap epitomized perfect defense. Seated in the front row, Durant smirked, his brows knitting together beneath his sunglasses. He muttered to himself, how could he not opt for a dunk in such an opportunity? A dunk would at least draw a foul. Chu Xiang, is this all you can do, you handsome fool? Durant's tone dripped with disdain. On the court, watching Arthur triumphantly grasp the ball, Chu Xiang felt a surge of frustration. He certainly had the capacity to dunk, but the energy required for a dunk far exceeded that of a layup, and he had chosen the latter to conserve his stamina. In the stands, fans of the University of Kansas erupted in thunderous cheers for the flawless defense. Chalmers approached to receive the ball and, amidst the cheers, looked at Chu Xiang and declared, I told you, all your strategies are meaningless against us. Without uttering a word, Chu Xiang turned and swiftly retreated to bolster the defense. The University of Kansas initiated their offensive, with Josh directing his teammates to assume their customary zone defense. Chalmers, positioned on the left perimeter, held the ball for a brief moment, before signaling to Brandon with a glance. Instantly, Arthur descended to the corner to provide a screen for Brandon. Managed to squeeze through the first screen, only to be confronted by a double screen. Just as he maneuvered past Arthur's elbow, he collided with Sasha's arm. Damn it. Guard the three-pointer. Chu Xiang quickly cautioned his teammates. However, it was already too late. Jack had just positioned himself in front of Brandon and had already leaped into the air. From the left side at a 45-degree angle, an open three-pointer. Throughout the season, Brandon had maintained a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 45. In such an open situation, he effortlessly scored. 0-15. Three-pointer. Scored. The announcer's voice resonated. And 5 minutes had transpired in the match, yet Gonzaga University had yet to score a single point. Even more alarming was that Kansas University had executed this offensive play in a mere 10 seconds. while Gonzaga's last offensive attempt had taken a full 26 seconds, resulting in no points. As a commentator, I should maintain a neutral stance, yet I must admit that the disparity between these two teams is strikingly evident. It is likely that by the time the halftime break arrives, the match will have lost all suspense. In both defense and offense, Kansas University clearly outclassed Gonzaga University. For Gonzaga, this may very well be the most desperate game they've faced this year. Yet, competitive sports have always been brutally unforgiving. The law of the jungle prevails. This is the rule of March Madness. Chapter 26. The darkest hour on the sidelines. Coach Kyle let out a deep sigh, his expression weary. "Kyle, have some water," said the assistant coach, offering him a cup. Kyle waved his hand, declining the offer. The assistant coach withdrew the cup, silently observing Kyle's face. His lips were chapped, and dark circles hung beneath his eyes. The assistant coach knew all too well that this was a result of Kyle studying tactics until 3 in the morning the previous night. The assistant coach bit his lip, finally unable to contain himself. "Kyle, even if we lose this game, we will have another chance next year." Hearing the assistant's words, Kyle turned to look at him, studying him for a while before suddenly smiling. He shook his head. "I have no more chances. Once this season is over, I will retire." "Retire?" The assistant coach seemed taken aback, gazing at Kyle's face, suddenly noticing the wrinkles forming on his forehead, and his hair, now a mix of black and white, had become mottled. He resembled an old man. "There's nothing to be surprised about. I have been a coach at Gonzaga University for 15 years. Kyle remarked with a smile. "It's just unfortunate that I have never led the team to a championship." He extended his hand and patted the assistant coach's shoulder. "Enjoy the game, no matter what. If my final game as a coach is a loss to such an opponent, then it will still be a point of honor." The assistant nodded, and silence enveloped the two. On the court, Riel executed a baseline throw, and Josh received the ball, dribbling past the halfway line. What strategy should he employ? Josh's mind raced with thoughts. As the tactical commander on the court, he needed to devise a solution amidst this predicament. He glanced at Jack, who stood at a 45-degree angle to the right. "This shot must score." Resolute, Josh extended his right index finger and held it horizontally before him, a formation strategy. The tactical plan was straightforward. Josh would hold the ball at the arc's top, while the other 4 players aligned in a row at the free throw line, poised for action. This time, Josh called the formation with a singular purpose: to create a 3-point opportunity for Jack. As the 4 players assumed their positions, Josh dribbled directly from the arc towards the center of the free throw line, with Chalmers pursuing closely behind him. Riel, positioned at the right corner, stepped back, gradually inching closer to the perimeter where Jack was stationed. Did he still hope to penetrate the paint with no screens? Chalmers remained tightly on Josh's tail, ignoring Chalmers's words. Josh executed an inside-out dribble, swiftly pivoting and sending a pass with both hands. Jack, stationed beyond the 3-point line, caught the pass accurately. As Riel momentarily set a screen for him, Jack maneuvered around Riel, but Chalmers had already switched to defend him. However, Josh quickly pivoted, positioning himself behind Chalmers. This was a double screen. "Stay with him." Chalmers was blocked by Josh, unable to squeeze past. At this moment, Jack had dribbled to the 3-point line at the arc's top. Generally, following a double screen, shooters gain ample space to shoot, much like Brandon did in the previous round. Yet, the defensive system of the University of Kansas was formidable. Brandon was already charging towards Jack at the arc's top. "Damn it." Seeing this, Chu Xiang immediately followed behind Brandon, standing firm with both hands guarding his groin. A triple screen. The Gonzaga University's desire for outside scoring was remarkably intense. They had orchestrated a triple screen for player number 12, the commentator remarked. However, could the impenetrable defense of the University of Kansas truly be breached by a triple screen? The commentator continued. "Indeed, while a triple screen seemingly grants absolute space to outside shooters, in reality, by the time the third screen is executed, the opposing defenders have ample opportunity to converge and provide support." Just then, Chalmers had closed in on Jack. Nevertheless, on the other hand, after completing the triple screen, Jack had indeed captured the attention of the vast majority of Kansas's defense, allowing Chu Xiang, who had executed the screens, to find an open opportunity beyond the 3-point line in the corner. Chu, as Jack realized he had no opportunity to shoot, his eyes swiftly landed on the open Chu Xiang. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the basketball soaring, standing beyond the 3-point line. Chu Xiang confidently caught the ball, yet a pang of discomfort struck him. With only a 55-point shooting ability from beyond the arc, should he take the gamble? Help defense. Chalmers shouted emphatically. Brandon pivoted and charged towards Chu Xiang. Damn it, there's no choice but to shoot. Observing Brandon's long arms, Chu Xiang understood that penetrating the paint was no longer an option. With a slight rotation of the ball in his right hand, his middle finger pressed against the grooves. He crouched low, gathering strength for a leap. Number 66, Chu Xiang, launched a three-pointer. However, according to his season statistics, he had scarcely attempted a three-point shot. Could this one possibly succeed? The basketball spun vigorously, tracing a perfect arc, only to be seized by Sasha a mere 15 centimeters from the hoop. Alas, he had thrown an air ball, squandering a golden scoring opportunity, and the rebound was claimed by Sasha. In the stands, the raucous Kansas University fans erupted in jubilation. What garbage. Number 66 just threw an air ball. I haven't thrown an air ball since I was 8. A middle-aged man bellowed with derision. Suck. Hurry back to your mother and cry, wailing about your air ball, chimed in another burly man beside him. Garbage number 66, garbage Gonzaga. With players like you, you think you can defeat Kansas? Dream on. Long live Kansas. Kansas will prevail. Kansas is the champion. This diehard Kansas fan likely had placed numerous bets on their victory. Durant observed the shot, an unmistakable expression of disdain crossing his face. Wide open, a corner three, and you can't even make that? An air ball. It seems you possess no shooting ability at all. Given the state of the game, I feel embarrassed for you. Chalmers approached Chu Xiang, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, and said, Next time you shoot a three, I'll abandon my defense. I mean it. Without casting a glance at him, Chu Xiang silently sprinted back to defend, his focus solely on the numerical value before him. Real-time stamina data, 86, 100. The match continued. In subsequent offensive plays, the University of Kansas repeatedly missed their shots, granting Gonzaga the opportunity for counterattacks. Josh executed a series of fast break layups, finally breaking the scoring drought for Gonzaga. Yet, that was the extent of their resurgence. Soon, the Kansas players regained their shooting rhythm, sinking three-pointers with ease, while Gonzaga could only rely on Jack, who managed to hit 2 three-pointers despite tight defense. To conserve energy, Chu Xiang was compelled to limit his own offensive efforts, primarily focusing on setting screens and facilitating ball movement for his teammates. As the final 30 seconds of the first half approached, Gonzaga found themselves in possession of the ball. The central scoreboard displayed the scores of both teams with stark clarity, 22-64, with Gonzaga trailing by a staggering 42 points. The commentator, glancing at the scoreboard, remarked, I believe this match will become one of the darkest moments in Gonzaga University's basketball history. Chapter 27. If there is no torch thereafter. The cheers of the Kansas University fans surged like waves, crashing against Kyle's eardrums. He sat expressionless on the bench, lost in thought. The assistant coach had also lost any desire to speak, merely gazing at the scoreboard in despair. Riel initiated the inbound pass from the backcourt, opting for a rolling ball to conserve offensive time. The basketball rolled several times across the floor, yet Josh remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the need to retrieve the ball. Chu Xiang walked over and bent down to pick up the ball. Only then did Josh snap back to reality, shaking his head as he looked at Chu Xiang. Sorry. Chu, I was lost in thought. It's all right. Let me take the final shot of the half, Chu Xiang replied. Josh nodded and slowly made his way across the half court. In truth, it wasn't just Josh who was in such a daze. The other teammates on the court were similarly affected. Trailing by 42 points at halftime, they were truly bewildered, as Chu Xiang dribbled past the halfway line. The statistics before him flickered to life. Real-time stamina data, 76, 100. He paused at the edge of the center circle, rhythmically bouncing the ball with his right hand. Allowing time to elapse, Chalmers positioned himself directly in front of him, merely 2 steps away. Hey, Oriental, he taunted, I mentioned earlier that next time you attempt a three-pointer, I will relinquish my defense. Care to give it a shot? With that, he gestured invitingly with his left hand. You might want to try, after all. We may not face each other again in the second half, haha. According to the unwritten rules of basketball, when a team deems the score gap insurmountable, they typically substitute their entire lineup, and the opposing team follows suit, out of respect. With a 42-point deficit, it is customary for the second half to feature both teams' substitutes, rendering any further matchups between the two players unlikely. Unmoved, Chu Xiang continued to deftly maneuver the ball, remarking, I concede that your team is formidable. Chalmers displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, Oh, so you can speak? I assumed you were not proficient in English. In response to Chalmers' blatant mockery, Chu Xiang chose not to engage further, slightly raising his gaze towards the timer. 0:08. Only 8 seconds remaining. Observing Chu Xiang's silence once again, Chalmers shook his head in mild disinterest and took a step back, increasing the distance to 3 paces. His actions mocked. Please, do take your shot. Chu Xiang paid no heed to these matters, focusing solely on the timer and the stamina statistics before him. The commentator's voice dripped with skepticism. Only a few seconds remain until the end of the first half, yet number 66, Chu Xiang, lingers near the center circle, showing no intention of launching an offensive. His defender stands 3 steps away. What on earth is transpiring on the court, even in the face of a lopsided score? Such passivity is inexplicable. However, in the annals of NCAA Division I history, the most significant comeback deficit recorded is 32 points. With a 42-point gap at halftime, the likelihood of a turnaround is statistically negligible. The commentator's voice dwindled, seemingly resigned to the outcome of the match, tacitly accepting Chu Xiang's lack of aggression. 0:03. Chu Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly, aiming at the hoop 10 meters away. He lifted the ball above his head with both hands, his knees bending as he assumed the shooting stance. 3 steps away, Chalmers observed Chu Xiang's actions with amusement. It seems you've lost your mind in defeat, Oriental. Meanwhile, the commentator remarked, oh, number 66, he's lifting the ball. Does he intend to shoot? But he's standing at midcourt. At the sidelines, the assistant coach furrowed his brow, wanting to say something to Chu Xiang, yet was interrupted by Kyle. Don't speak. Let him shoot. It no longer matters. In the stands, Durant donned his sunglasses and shook his head slightly. How tragic, to lose so thoroughly, devoid of dignity, he murmured softly to himself. 0:02. He leapt, extending his elbow, and with a firm wrist, executed the motion seamlessly. Before Chu Xiang, the stamina value displayed a -1. The real-time stamina data, 75100. The basketball glided from his fingertips, soaring towards the hoop with an extraordinarily high arc. During its flight, the numbers on the timer turned entirely red, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Chalmers, disinclined to witness whether the shot succeeded, began to make his way to the bench but was halted by Chu Xiang's call. Turning to face Chu Xiang, Chalmers suddenly noticed a distinct change in the latter's gaze, as if fierce flames of wrath were igniting within his eyes. As Chu Xiang continued to speak, he quoted a saying from the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the basketball in the air finally descended, striking the rim with a resounding clang, ricocheting back into the sky before landing on the edge of the hoop, only to bounce upward once more. However, it appeared that few were concerned about whether the ball would score, as many spectators were already clamoring to leave the arena. Chu Xiang gazed intently at Chalmers, who remained indifferent to whether the shot was successful or not. Lacking any skill enhancements, his 3-point shooting capability was merely a 55, rendering such attempts largely a matter of chance. He continued to articulate his unfinished thoughts. However, a sudden uproar of fervent cheers erupted from the audience, drowning out Chu Xiang's voice. Chalmers furrowed his brow, observing Chu Xiang's lips moving without comprehending his words. Yet, he abruptly became aware of the crowd's reaction and turned to glance at the hoop. The basketball descended smoothly through the net. The commentator's voice brimmed with astonishment. He made it. That was a buzzer beater, a remarkable long-distance 3-pointer. Oh my goodness, that shot was truly from afar. Chalmers turned to look at Chu Xiang. At this moment, Chu Xiang was also gazing at the hoop, his expression seemingly one of astonishment. What did you just say? Chalmers inquired. Chu Xiang, however, offered no response. He merely withdrew his gaze, cast a fleeting glance at Chalmers, and turned to depart. Chalmers remained rooted in place, observing the retreating figure of Chu Xiang, a derisive snort escaping his lips as he shook his head. What a farce, merely fooling the game for a moment. And yet he stands there with such arrogance. What difference does it make? It simply narrows the score by a paltry few points. How pitiful this Eastern player is. The majority of the spectators shared sentiments akin to Chalmers, their astonishment giving way to apathy as most chose to exit the arena. Even with a last-second 3-pointer, the deficit still loomed at 39 points. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. Yet, it was evident that not all harbored such bleak thoughts. On the bench, Kyle watched as Chu Xiang approached him, unable to suppress a gulp as he rose to his feet. That 3-pointer had stirred memories from a few days prior. That moment in the scrimmage when a figure had rallied against the odds. As Chu Xiang reached him, Kyle steadied his emotions and inquired, "What did you say to Chalmers at the end?" Chu Xiang slightly bowed his head, gazing at his coach with a faint smile. "I conveyed to him, if there is no torch from this moment forth, At that instant, a notification from the system emerged before Chu Xiang's eyes. Detection complete. Host has accomplished task objective 1. The system restrictions have now been lifted, and all permissions are reinstated. Chu Xiang squinted, clenching his right fist tightly. He gazed at Kyle with unwavering determination. Then, I shall be the sole beacon of light. Chapter 28. The counterattack begins during halftime in the Gonzaga University team locker room. Chu Xiang sat upright, his legs bound with thick thermal bags to stave off the chill. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and observed his real-time stamina data gradually increasing. 791-008-0100. At this pace, Chu estimated that by the start of the second half, his stamina would recover to around 90. Chu, what are your thoughts regarding the second half of the match? Kyle inquired, holding the tactical board. Chu Xiang opened his eyes, a singular thought resonating within him. You all focus on defense. I shall handle the offense. Upon uttering these words, a palpable silence enveloped the players present, their gazes tinged with unease and skepticism directed towards Chu Xiang. Yet, Coach Kyle, with unwavering resolve, proclaimed, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. All offensive responsibilities will rest upon your shoulders. The rest of you, strive to create space." With the coach's command echoing through the room, the players had little choice but to acquiesce, although some still appeared discontented, on the verge of voicing their concerns. Sensing the tension in the locker room, Josh rose first, approaching Chu Xiang and placing his hand firmly on his right shoulder. "Chu, I believe in you. Go ahead and play your game." Jack then joined them, gripping Chu Xiang's other shoulder. "I share the same belief. After all, you once orchestrated a miraculous comeback with 35 points, did you not? I have faith you can conjure yet another miracle today." As these words resonated, the collective apprehension among the team visibly diminished, prompting memories of that fateful afternoon training match to surface, where he, like a deity descending from the heavens, single-handedly bridged the chasm and reversed the tide of the game. "Coach, there is one more thing," Chu Xiang interjected. His voice bore a hint of resignation, but was imbued with unwavering determination. "Please do not substitute me in the second half. I wish to play the entirety of the match. In any other circumstance, who would not desire a moment's respite? Yet, given the current situation, rest had become an impossibility." Even with the system's restrictions lifted, Chu Xiang harbored doubts about his ability to effectuate a turnaround. He could only muster every ounce of his strength. This was a match he could not afford to lose, whether for the sake of fulfilling his mission, enhancing his draft prospects, supporting his teammates and coach, or navigating the complexities of his transaction with Scarlett. He had no option but to pour forth his all. Kyle regarded Chu Xiang, a moment of silence passing between them before he nodded resolutely. "Very well, I shall ensure you remain on the court for the entire game." Chu Xiang smiled gently, closing his eyes as a golden card materialized before him. "Pete Curry shooting experience card. Use immediately." The golden card shattered into a cloud of dust, an otherworldly sensation enveloping Chu Xiang's entire being. Usage successful. The host's attributes received a temporary enhancement. Duration, 1 hour. Close-range shooting, 99. Mid-range, 95. Three-point shooting, 99. System. If I forcibly employ Kobe's fadeaway shooting skill now, will my stamina consumption be reduced? Previously, Chu Xiang had drawn a Kobe shooting pack that included a skill, but it required 80 points in strength and 85 points in mid-range shooting to activate, as Chu Xiang's attributes did not meet the skill's demands. Using it forcefully would severely deplete his stamina. In peak condition, he could manage to use it about 10 times at most. However, now that he had utilized the experience card, his mid-range shooting had risen to 95 points, satisfying one requirement. Yet his strength remained at 73 points, still insufficient. Indeed, under the current circumstances, the host's stamina consumption for forcibly using the skill is approximately half of what it was before. Yet it still exceeds the reasonable consumption for skill activation. Half, that is sufficient. Meanwhile, in Phoenix, at the home of the Suns' head coach, Mike D'Antoni, with a youthful visage, D'Antoni sat before the television, engrossed in a Gonzaga University game, a stack of papers in hand, his brow furrowed. "This isn't right. Why is it like this? This is entirely different from my expectations. What's the matter? Why the long face? Have some cake. I just baked it," his wife, Megan, said as she placed a tray of pastries on the coffee table. D'Antoni replied in a subdued tone, "Megan, am I truly getting old? Am I unable to judge talent anymore?" Megan chuckled, sitting beside her husband, gently inquiring, "What is troubling you? Which player have you set your sights on?" D'Antoni handed the documents to her. Chu Xiang, is he from the Dragon Kingdom? What makes him special? Right now, it may not be apparent, but in my heart, I believe he will become the next superstar of the league, D'Antoni asserted. His physical attributes and style of play are extraordinary. Yet what? Megan prompted. D'Antoni frowned. In this game, their team fell behind by 39 points in the first half, and for some reason, Chu Xiang seems devoid of any offensive desire. Am I truly mistaken in my assessment? He shook his head immediately. No, it's not like that. The shot of him at halftime, his eyes bore no hint of surrender. I am too familiar with that look. But with a 39-point deficit, what more can he possibly accomplish? Unless he could transform into a deity in the second half. Megan shook her head, sensing her husband's complete immersion in his own world, and discreetly walked away, leaving him to ponder alone. At the Taco Bell arena, Durant adjusted his sunglasses and discarded the empty soda cup into a trash bin as he made his way outside. He was deeply disappointed, profoundly so. Despite ruminating for quite some time, he could not fathom why Scarlett would be attracted to that rookie from the East, whose performance was abysmal and who had been thoroughly outplayed. Apart from a somewhat appealing appearance, what did he possess? Yet, in terms of looks, Durant considered himself to be somewhat handsome as well. Moreover, Durant was currently a rising star in the NBA, having averaged 23 points per game last season, earning the title of Rookie of the Year, and was poised to become the league's next superstar. Reputation, status, wealth, he believed he eclipsed that newcomer. And even in terms of appearance, they were merely on par. Meanwhile, on the court behind him, the second half of the game should have commenced. But Durant was no longer inclined to watch. He planned to return to his hotel, scroll through Facebook, and give some likes to the models before heading back to team practice the following day. As he walked forward, a reporter unexpectedly emerged from his left, microphone and camera in hand. "Hello, KD. I didn't expect you to be here for the game. May I interview you?" Durant felt a twinge of reluctance, but nodded with a smile in agreement. The reporter eagerly extended the microphone, ready to pose a question when suddenly a thunderous cheer erupted from the nearby arena. However, it was of little consequence. The reporter began, "KD, which team do you support?" As Durant was about to respond, the screams from the arena grew even more intense behind him. He furrowed his brow, wishing to disregard it, and began, "I am," but was abruptly interrupted again. This time, the noise from behind resonated like a sonic boom, reverberating through the corridor. The live commentary could barely contain its excitement. "What is this? It's a nuclear bomb. He has detonated this arena. My goodness." Chapter 29, The Miracle Child. What on earth transpired in the arena? An overwhelming curiosity surged within Durant, and he disregarded the reporter, turning back toward the court. As he drew nearer, the cheers intensified, and upon entering the arena, a wave of warmth enveloped him, the cacophony of applause crashing against him like a tsunami. He glanced at the central screen in the arena. Game time, 19:15, only 45 seconds into the second half. Score, 39-64. The point difference between the two teams had surged to 25 points. In just 45 seconds, Gonzaga University had closed the gap by 14 points. What on earth had happened? Durant could not conceal the astonishment etched on his face, his gaze fixed intently on the court. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Chu Xiang stood at the free throw line. He released the ball, but it was evidently short, striking the front of the rim. Two interior players from the University of Kansas immediately established their positions beneath the basket. Yet, a figure soared like the wind, the number 66 on the back of his white jersey seeming to shimmer, almost blinding in its brilliance. The opposing small forward, Brandon, was entirely oblivious to Chu Xiang's ascent, intent on the impending descent of the basketball. In the next instant, that white figure intercepted the ball as it rebounded off the rim, his right hand raised high, colliding against Brandon's arm as he turned sideways. Brandon instinctively reached out towards Chu Xiang, but his grasp only reached Chu Xiang's waist. With the basketball held aloft, he sliced through the crowd like a meteor, culminating in a breathtaking dunk. It was then that the referee's whistle pierced the air. Brandon had committed a foul. This was a 2+1 situation. The announcer's voice rang out, exclaiming, "A 3+1 followed by a 2+1. What is happening? My heavens. I have never witnessed such a player in my lifetime. This is utterly insane. If he makes the next free throw, he could score 6 points from this possession. This is truly unprecedented. Number 66, Chu Xiang. Does he even comprehend what he is doing?" Durant, bewildered, stared at the ball, compelled to admit the brilliance of the play. However, he pondered how they would reclaim the remaining 12 points. Just then, the coach of the University of Kansas called for a timeout. Chu Xiang stood beneath the basket, his demeanor as stoic as a rock amidst turbulent waves. His teammates surged towards him like crashing surf. As the timeout commenced, the large screen promptly began to replay footage from the onset of the second half. Durant's gaze fixated on the screen. There, clad in a white jersey, was number 66, advancing to receive the ball as the timer commenced its countdown. At 19 minutes and 56 seconds, he approached the edge of the center circle, utterly unmarked. With a slight forward step, he launched the basketball with an almost erratic force, despite being 2 steps away from the three-point line. The ball swished through the net, barely causing a ripple. For a moment, all players on the court seemed momentarily stunned before resuming play. Kansas University initiated a baseline throw-in, while Gonzaga University adopted a full-court press. In response, Kansas's center passed the ball to Brandon near midfield. Suddenly, a figure emerged like a specter, intercepting the ball mid-flight. It was the same number 66. With a single dribble, he positioned himself at the right side 45-degree angle and released a shot. Another three-pointer found its mark. By that time, merely 10 seconds had elapsed. Kansas resumed play, this time without Gonzaga's press. Chalmers dribbled past half-court, and after a few passes, the basketball was lofted into the paint, yet it failed to score. Center Real secured the defensive rebound and, without hesitation, launched the ball to the other half of the court, where Josh had already sprinted inside the three-point line. The lane lay unguarded, presenting a golden opportunity for an easy layup. Kansas's players scrambled back on defense, their focus entirely on Josh. He accelerated towards the basket, yet, at the crucial moment, he opted to pass instead. Standing a mere step away from the three-point arc, Chu Xiang confidently received the pass. Kansas's defenders surged inward, none anticipating Josh's decision to forego the layup in favor of an external pass. Faced with the astonished expressions of the Kansas players, Chu Xiang unleashed yet another three-pointer, striking true once more. It was at this pivotal moment that the commentator exclaimed a phrase loud enough for Durant to hear in the corridor. "What is this? This is a nuclear bomb. He has detonated this arena. My goodness." By this point, merely 40 seconds had elapsed, and Chu Xiang had already netted 3 consecutive three-pointers. The camera panned across the audience, revealing that nearly everyone had risen to their feet, many in disbelief, clutching their heads. The replay had yet to conclude. Yet Durant appeared somewhat dazed. On the screen, the University of Kansas was still preparing to inbound the ball, while Gonzaga had opted for a full-court press. As Chalmers dribbled past the halfway line, both Josh and Silas surged forward, forcing him to halt his dribble near the left sideline, where Josh seized the opportunity, grasping the basketball with both hands. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a jump ball between the two teams. Josh and Chalmers positioned themselves at center court. As the ball was tossed high into the air, with all his might, Josh leaped, gaining a slight edge, and managed to tip the ball, which gracefully soared before landing in the hands of Chu Xiang. As Chu Xiang seized the ball, he surged forward without a moment's hesitation. However, the University of Kansas had already heightened their vigilance, with 2 players swiftly pursuing him. From the left side at a 45-degree angle, the white-clad number 66 leaped like a broken kite, raising the basketball high above his head. Behind him, Brandon's large hand reached out in front of him. Yet, it was a mere fraction too late. The basketball grazed Brandon's fingertips and soared away. A banked three-pointer. The ball is in. The referee's whistle sounded. A three-point play. Thus, the replay concluded, with the timer frozen at 19:15. The announcer's voice resonated just as the replay ended. Who could believe that in the fleeting 45 seconds that just transpired, he had scored 14 points? Including that logo three-pointer at the end of the first half, he had amassed a staggering 17 points in succession. What on earth does this individual, adorned in the white jersey bearing number 66, intend to achieve? Could it be that a miracle is indeed unfolding tonight? The audience was in a frenzy. Regardless of whether they were Gonzaga fans or not, they shared a singular sentiment in the face of such unparalleled performance. This is madness. This is sheer insanity. Is he T-Mac? A young man nearby stared in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He is not T-Mac. He is even more extraordinary. This is undeniably the most astonishing display I have ever witnessed. Another individual beside him exclaimed in excitement. How magnificent! How can he be so incredible? A girl, utterly beside herself with excitement, felt an overwhelming urge to dash onto the court and consume Chu Xiang. Hey, Bob, you need to come back and watch the game. Why? Because the arena has exploded. There's a nuclear bomb here. Just come back. No questions asked. A young boy trembled as he called a friend who had already left the venue. The announcer's voice rang out. The timeout has concluded, and the players have returned to the court. Chu Xiang stands at the free throw line once more. Let us behold this moment. He shoots, and it's in. He has made it. In just 45 seconds, a staggering 15 points. Chu Xiang. What further feats can he accomplish in the remaining time? Regardless of the outcome of this match, I shall forever refer to him as the son of miracles. Amidst the tumultuous roars of the crowd, Durant removed his sunglasses and returned to his seat. Chapter 30. The madness of isolation scoring. The cheers from the audience erupted like an explosive underwater volcano. Waves of fervent enthusiasm elevating the atmosphere within the arena to a fever pitch. Yet, in the face of the crowd's frenzied adulation, Chu Xiang remained unfazed, silently preparing for defense. He understood that even a remarkable feat of scoring 15 points in 45 seconds would not salvage his team. To secure victory, far more was required. The scoreboard reflected a stark reality, 40-64, with his team trailing by 24 points. It seemed as though a few more shots could easily reverse the tide. However, he was acutely aware that his attempts had become increasingly challenging. In the opening moments, his first three-pointers had been executed with ample space, catching the opponents off guard. By the time he attempted his fourth three-pointer, two defenders had already converged on him. Although the shot succeeded, luck played a significant role. He recognized that any further attempts at three-pointers would be arduous, and what lay ahead was a confrontation of sheer strength. Chalmers, his expression devoid of emotion, sprinted past Chu Xiang this time without uttering a word of taunt, his demeanor rigid and mechanical. As Chu Xiang narrowed his eyes, he realized that a fierce battle was about to commence. Regardless of the outcome of the match, he resolved to become the most expensive SA once it concluded. Returning to the game, Chalmers received the ball from the backcourt, cautiously traversing the half-court line. Having learned from the previous double team, he remained vigilant of his teammates' positions, ready to distribute the ball at the first sign of a defensive encirclement. However, Gonzaga University reverted to their standard defense, with the player assigned to Chalmers now being Chu Xiang. The rationale was simple: to conserve Chu Xiang's stamina as much as possible. Matched against Chalmers, Chu Xiang enjoyed a physical advantage, allowing him to conserve energy. Screen. Chalmers commanded calmly, and the players from Kansas University immediately executed a series of intricate off-ball screens and movements, the basketball flowing seamlessly between their hands. Stay tight. Stay tight. Josh shouted emphatically. Moments passed, and Kansas University returned the ball to Chalmers. It appeared that Gonzaga University had altered their defensive strategy from a 2-3 zone to man-to-man coverage. This adjustment proved effective, as Kansas University struggled to find any offensive opportunities, as the commentator aptly noted. No opportunities. Come on. Chu Xiang challenged Chalmers, inviting him to a one-on-one duel. Chalmers remained composed, glancing at the shot clock. Only 9 seconds remained in this offensive possession. Let us see if you can stop me. Eastern man. Chalmers resolved, gesturing for his teammates to spread out while cradling the ball at his waist, adopting a triple threat stance. Indeed, while Kansas University boasted a well-balanced roster, Chalmers was undoubtedly their standout scorer, averaging 18.5 points per game throughout the season, known for his rapid drives and mid-range jump shots. Chalmers' gaze fixated on Chu Xiang's feet, searching for a defensive lapse as he continuously executed probing steps. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Now was the moment. As he delivered successive feints, Chu Xiang instinctively stepped back with his right foot, unwittingly exposing a vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Chalmers released the ball and executed a swift drive, seemingly leaving Chu Xiang in his wake. This left Chu Xiang unaware of the smile gracing his face. With the interior defense pulled wide apart, Chalmers faced an open path ahead. He launched into his three-step approach. "Be careful," Brandon suddenly shouted. At that moment, Josh, with the aid of his teammates' cover, evaded Brandon's defense and was charging towards Chalmers from the left baseline. Even without his teammates, Chalmers had already noticed Josh. His layup motion remained unchanged, merely enhanced by a subtle adjustment in his jump, allowing him to evade Josh's attempted block. After all, their heights and wingspans were quite similar, and this block did not create much disruption. The basketball was maneuvered from the left side to the right, and with a flick of his wrist, Chalmers sent the ball soaring towards the hoop. However, just before the ball reached its apex, it was met by a pair of large hands that pinned it against the backboard. Chalmers had already landed, and following the hand that blocked his shot, he saw the white jersey number 66 soaring through the air. A spectacular block. Chu Xiang had thwarted that layup. The commentator bellowed. The atmosphere in the stands, which had slightly cooled, erupted once again after this emphatic rejection. This is his talent, despite Chu Xiang's seemingly inconspicuous performance during the regular season. He had consistently delivered ferocious displays since the onset of March Madness. Standing at 195 centimeters, he possessed an astonishing wingspan of 213 centimeters. Accomplishing such a defensive feat was, given his physical attributes, remarkably effortless. Seizing the rebound, Chu Xiang swiftly dribbled the ball and surged across the half-court. He charged forward, having crossed the mid-court line, as if he intended to continue his extraordinary three-point exhibition. However, we could also see that two players from the University of Kansas had already returned on defense. In this scenario, should he halt and attempt a shot, he would undoubtedly face a double team. Accompanied by the commentator's voice, Chu Xiang slowed his dribbling pace, positioning himself at the arc beyond the three-point line. Before him, Brandon loomed ominously, hands poised, ready to clamp down on Chu Xiang. Players from Gonzaga University were gradually filtering back across the half-court. He chose not to push the fast break, with Gonzaga's players establishing their defensive formation. It was indeed a sagacious decision. Brandon maintained his defensive distance, preventing Chu Xiang from easily breaking through or daring to shoot from his position. Go on. Isn't your three-point shooting quite accurate? Brandon taunted menacingly. Chu Xiang cast a glance at him and said, well, allow me to inform you in advance that my accuracy exceeds mere three-point precision. After uttering these words, he dribbled the ball and gradually shifted towards the right side of the court, while the other four teammates clustered together on the left side. Chu Xiang directly called for a one-on-one, yet their approach to this individual play seemed rather reckless. Apart from Chu Xiang, the remaining four players stood firmly in the opposite half of the court. What does such a tactic imply about their faith in Chu Xiang's offensive prowess? Should he falter even slightly, he would be left with no opportunity to pass, and if his shot were to miss, they would have no chance to secure the rebound. The commentator's voice resonated with astonishment. Chu Xiang and Brandon positioned themselves near the free-throw line on the right side of the court. Chu Xiang bent forward, initiating his post-up play. Do you really think you can overpower me? Brandon, standing at 198 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms, had a physical advantage over Chu Xiang. Yet, he resolutely commenced his back-to-the-basket maneuver. One thrust, two thrusts. Brandon was only slightly pushed back. I've got you locked down. You can't budge me, you little rascal, Brandon declared. Is that so? Chu Xiang's forehead was already glistening with sweat. Then I shall cease my pressure. He executed a fadeaway jump shot, Kobe, skill activated. Chapter 31. The night of divine arrival. In that instant when the skill was unleashed, Chu Xiang felt his awareness at the back of his body elevate to unprecedented heights. He swayed his shoulder to the left, prompting Brandon to instinctively shift a step in response. Without needing to glance, Chu Xiang could ascertain Brandon's defensive position solely through the tactile feedback of his back muscles. Following this, he executed a right sidestep. Brandon lunged his upper body to the right. However, both feints were mere deceptions. Thanks to his heightened awareness, Chu Xiang recognized that the opportunity to shoot had manifested. Pivoting on his left foot, he spun and leapt towards the basket. Brandon realized he had been outsmarted. He desperately tried to regain his balance, propelling himself off his right foot as he awkwardly lunged towards Chu Xiang's right hand. Let me sweat you down. Although he had been faked out momentarily, Brandon felt confident in his defensive stance. His long arms were poised to block Chu Xiang's shot, and in the next moment, he was certain he would send the basketball flying. But Brandon suddenly sensed something amiss. Chu Xiang was moving backward, and the basketball in his hand was drifting further away from his attempted block. In the stands, Durant watched him, and a wave of unpleasant memories flooded his mind. Just under a year into his NBA career, Durant had faced the Lakers multiple times this season, each encounter resulting in harsh lessons from Kobe. No matter how long his wingspan was, he always felt a centimeter away from successfully defending against Kobe's signature fadeaway. At the twilight of his career, Kobe's offensive skills were at their zenith, and his fadeaway was eerily reminiscent of the legend himself. The commentator, witnessing this unfolding scene, exclaimed with excitement, "What a beauty! That's a fadeaway." This shooting form evokes memories of Jordan, of Kobe, of the shadows of these legends. As Chu Xiang's slender figure retreated like a graceful bamboo, the crowd held its breath, captivated by the spectacle. Brandon felt a surge of despair. His hands seemed to drift further from Chu Xiang, 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters, until he exhausted himself and could not close the gap. Meanwhile, Chu Xiang had channeled all his focus toward the hoop, allowing his body to move instinctively. And then it happened. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the basketball traced a beautiful arc as it soared from his fingertips. At that moment, Chu Xiang's body formed nearly a 60-degree angle with the ground. The perfect parabolic trajectory pierced the hoop with no hindrance. The rim vibrated violently, producing ripples from the intense spin. He had made it. Against a defender taller than himself, Chu Xiang executed a flawless fadeaway jumper. His form was so exquisite that I wished to immortalize this moment within the Louvre. Cheers erupted from the stands. My goodness, how did he make that again? Not just a three-pointer. He can also shoot a fadeaway like that. How on earth do we defend against him? A Kansas fan, his face a picture of disbelief, clasped his head with both hands. The shot was extraordinarily difficult, defended by none other than Brandon Rush, Kansas's finest perimeter defender. He made that look effortless? Another fan mirrored the incredulity. The spectators around Durant leaped to their feet, shouting in excitement, leaving him seated in silence. His expression was stoic, yet turmoil brewed within. He swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable thrill, akin to a solitary beast in the jungle encountering a kindred spirit. As the young harbinger of death, Durant perceived far more nuances than the spectators could fathom. The timing of Chu Xiang's two deft feints, the point of takeoff after his pivot, and the subtle adjustment of the ball-handling hand during his shot. All of these elements converge in a breathtaking display of artistry that the average observer might fail to appreciate. Reflecting upon this, I ponder, if Durant were to defend against Chu Xiang, could he truly guarantee the ability to counter such a fadeaway? This is the hallmark of an S-rated skill, the fadeaway jumper reminiscent of Kobe. Upon executing the shot, Chu Xiang maintained his balance with grace, lightly tapping his right foot on the ground and elegantly retreating a couple of steps to land with poise. In stark contrast, Brandon, who had been thrown off balance by Chu Xiang's relentless movements and had lunged forward in a desperate attempt to defend, now found himself sprawled on the floor. The journalists seated behind the baseline erupted in a flurry of flashing lights, capturing this electrifying moment. In the frame, the young man clad in white exudes elegance, lightly poised on one foot like a master swordsman, while before him lies a large man in red, prostrate on the ground. The commentator's voice resonated. Following this play, Chu Xiang had already amassed 17 points, 6 shots, 6 conversions, including 2 long-range three-pointers, 1 open three-pointer, a three-point play, and a putback dunk following a missed free throw. In addition to this extraordinary fadeaway jumper, I can scarcely fathom the limits of his capabilities. He seems almost omnipotent. Damn it. Brandon, now seething with rage, pounded the floor with his right fist before rising to his feet. The game continued. Kansas regained possession, persistently employing numerous screens to seek opportunities. This time, due to Riel's sluggish movements, Brandon finally seized a promising chance. He charged into the paint, launching himself off both feet. You'll see my prowess now. I shall shatter this rim. Fueled by intense fury, Brandon executed a two-handed, axe-like dunk. However, clang. What is he doing? He utterly botched a seemingly guaranteed dunk, appearing to exert too much force as the ball ricocheted off the rim. The commentator remarked. Riel swiftly claimed the rebound and, without a moment's hesitation, passed the ball directly to Chu Xiang. As Chu Xiang dribbled past half-court from the right, the remaining 4 players maneuvered from the left. The commentator observed the scene and remarked, "Look at their positioning. I can almost hear Chu Xiang proclaiming that from the moment I receive the ball, it's my one-on-one." In this match, Gonzaga University's sole hope rested on him. The young talent donned in jersey number 66, Chu Xiang. Upon crossing half-court, he faced a familiar defender, Brandon. With no unnecessary words, he advanced to the low post on the right side and immediately began to back down his opponent. He pushed, spun, and executed a fadeaway. The ball swooshed through the net. The fadeaway continued, again and again, persisting until only 10 minutes remained in the game. At that moment, the scoreboard read 52-70, and the referee blew the whistle. The University of Kansas called for a timeout, with 9 minutes and 54 seconds left in the match. The commentator declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe today is a fortuitous day for us all, for tonight, we have witnessed the arrival of a deity. He stands before us in jersey number 66. At the center of the court, Chu Xiang stood on the logo at the center of the court, hands resting on his knees, bent over and gasping for breath. Beads of sweat cascading from the tip of his prominent nose. Within just 10 minutes of the second half, he had already amassed 27 points. With a series of astonishing shots, he single-handedly widened the gap between the two teams to 18 points. The commentator's voice brimmed with undeniable excitement. Without a doubt, tonight, the basketball deity has graced this court. His name is Chu Xiang. As the audience erupted in cheers that threatened to lift the roof off the arena, Chu Xiang gradually straightened his posture. He did not aspire to be a damned deity. He merely wished to win this game. Chapter 32. Mortal flesh. Amidst the thunderous applause within the arena, the players retreated to their benches. The members of the University of Kansas team walked back with their heads bowed, their demeanor reflecting deep disappointment. On the Kansas bench, the coach addressed Brandon, urging him to maintain composure, stating, "Your mindset is currently flawed." Brandon slightly lifted his gaze to meet the coach's eyes. The coach, an elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair and a face etched with the lines of life's trials, continued, "Chalmers, as I have always maintained, you are the finest floor general among college athletes, and I have never doubted this." Chalmers wiped the sweat from his forehead with the hem of his jersey, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. "I called this timeout not to devise a strategy, but to remind you that you are the #1 seed in the West region. Do not let the sudden eruption of that player, Chu Xiang, throw you off balance. You managed to secure a 42-point lead in the first half. You can continue to prevail in the ensuing match." The elderly coach spoke slowly, yet his tone possessed an enchanting quality that drew the players' attention to his face. The Kansas players, previously enveloped in a cloud of despondency, gradually rekindled their confidence. Chalmers responded, "I understand, coach. However, I believe we must implement some defensive strategies against Chu Xiang. His shooting touch is simply too hot right now." The coach shook his head, his white hair swaying gently, his tone gentle yet firm. "For the time being, we shall maintain a one-on-one matchup between Brandon and him." Despite his reluctance, Brandon spoke up, "But, coach, I really cannot contain him." "Brandon, I previously mentioned that your issue lies within your mindset. Do not overthink. Simply give your utmost in defense." The coach smiled, a fleeting glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Remember, even though he may be on fire at the moment, he is not a true deity. Let him continue to play one-on-one. Everyone is merely mortal, and there will come a time when their stamina runs out. When that moment arrives, they will find themselves with nothing left." As Chu Xiang settled onto the bench, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the chair, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down his forehead. Heroes hastily offered him a cup of goji berry water, but Chu Xiang waved his hand dismissively, refusing to take it. "Chu, are you all right? Can you continue to play?" Josh inquired with concern. After a brief moment of labored breathing, Chu Xiang finally steadied himself and opened his eyes, rising to an upright position. He noticed not only Josh but also all his teammates surrounding him, each bearing expressions of concern, alongside Coach Kyle, who stood silently across from him, his face mirroring the same worry. Chu Xiang nodded reassuringly, declaring, "I am fine. For the remainder of the match, the ball should still be entrusted to me." Before him, a notification appeared, displaying real-time stamina data, 40-100. Kyle hesitated, but ultimately spoke up, "Chu Xiang, I believe it would be best to substitute you for a few minutes of rest." "Just a few minutes, coach," Chu Xiang interjected, locking eyes with Kyle, his gaze imbued with an unfamiliar yet deeply familiar intensity that left Kyle taken aback. "You promised me that I could play the entire game." Kyle silently met Chu Xiang's gaze, suddenly recalling the commitment he had made. The gaze of Chu Xiang rendered him a stranger, for he had never before witnessed such an expression in him. Yet, it also felt profoundly familiar, as it was a gaze he had encountered since his very first engagement with basketball. It was the look of an insatiable yearning for victory. "I understand now. You should rest well. I will reserve the remaining timeouts for you," Kyle remarked. Chu Xiang smiled, picked up his water cup, and took small sips. The pause was about to conclude. The spotlight overhead flickered, and as Chu Xiang rose, his slender silhouette was cast long by the light. "Everyone, just pass the ball to me, and I assure you, I will lead us to victory," he declared resolutely, looking at his teammates. As his words resonated, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The game resumed. The timeout had ended, and I could scarcely contain my excitement to return to the match. Even a mere 60 seconds felt like an eternity. In the first 10 minutes of the second half, Chu Xiang from Gonzaga University descended like a celestial being, making an astonishing 11 shots and scoring 10, amassing a remarkable 27 points and narrowing the gap between the two teams to just 18 points. What strategies would the University of Kansas devise during this timeout to contain Chu Xiang? And could he continue his extraordinary performance? Gonzaga, charge forth. Chu Xiang, press on. The roars of support for Gonzaga from the stands grew increasingly fervent, almost reaching half of the total crowd. It is worth noting that at the outset, the Kansas fans nearly outnumbered the Gonzaga supporters by 3-1. Yet now, as Chu Xiang dazzled on the court, an ever-growing number began to rally behind Gonzaga University. On the court, Josh received the ball and dribbled past half-court. To conserve his stamina, Chu Xiang allowed Josh to advance first, seeking an opportunity to receive the pass. However, Brandon had already latched onto Chu Xiang like a relentless shadow, refusing to grant him a chance to catch the ball. "Eastern brat, I want to let you have the ball," Brandon declared, firmly positioned beside Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is that so? Then you would be wise to commence your prayers at once, hoping that I shall not receive the ball next." The arrogant scoundrel, Brandon, simmered with rage within, yet recalled the coach's words, compelling himself to regain his composure. As Chu Xiang began to position himself, Brandon pursued him relentlessly from behind. "Provide him with cover," Josh commanded his teammates while holding the ball at the top of the key. Instantly, Riel and Jamie moved to set screens for Chu Xiang. Did they think such towering screens would impede me? Brandon adeptly maneuvered past the two screens. One must commend Brandon's defensive prowess. However, even the most formidable defenses harbor vulnerabilities. And all Chu Xiang required was a mere instant. Though he had navigated through the two screens, Brandon was still momentarily delayed. Like a gust of wind, Chu Xiang dashed past Josh, receiving the ball from his hands. Utilizing his momentum, Chu Xiang executed a rightward jump step, assuming a shooting stance. A three-pointer. Was Chu Xiang about to attempt another three? Yet, Brandon seemed to be hot on his trail. Would he have a chance to shoot? The commentator exclaimed, "Damn Oriental. You won't make that shot." Brandon lunged towards Chu Xiang, leaping directly in front of him. Should Chu Xiang dare to shoot, it would undoubtedly result in a resounding block. But who said Chu Xiang intended to shoot a three? With a swift feint, he dribbled past Brandon on the right side, making a decisive move towards the basket. In the paint, with Riel and Jamie drawn out to set screens, they simultaneously took away the defenders from Kansas, leaving the interior wide open. It was not a shot. Chu Xiang, beyond the three-point line, executed a deceptive motion that sent Brandon soaring past him. He charged towards the hoop. In the key, Chu Xiang leaped into the air, his body arching into an enormous bow shape, exuding a primal ferocity. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a powerful dunk with his right hand. The ball exploded through the rim. Chapter 33, The Jordan Rule, Chu Xiang. He once again shattered the rim. He had executed yet another aerial assault on the court. As the commentator's voice echoed, the Taco Bell arena seemed to erupt like a ton of TNT, with nearly the entire audience rising to their feet, cheering for Chu Xiang's dunk. Upon landing, Chu Xiang stood beneath the basket, pounding his chest with his right fist twice. "I told you. You better pray I don't receive the ball. It appears your prayers were not fervent enough," he taunted Brandon. Brandon gazed at Chu Xiang, his pupils constricting. Having been left behind and witnessing such a display of dominance, alongside the audacious taunt, left him utterly astounded. Every action of Chu Xiang was provoking Brandon's nerves, as if he were on the verge of losing control over his rationality. Suddenly, a hand landed on Brandon's shoulder. It was Chalmers. "Calm down, Brandon. He has only scored 2 points. Remember the coach's words. Hurry to your position." Taking a deep breath, Brandon regained his composure and sprinted to the other half of the court. The University of Kansas was on the offensive. This time, Chalmers utilized a screen to penetrate directly into the paint. With a deceptive pass fake that bewildered the defender, he effortlessly executed a layup. "I'll receive the ball myself," Chu Xiang said, positioning himself near the baseline, addressing Josh. Josh hesitated for a moment. "But your stamina, trust me." With a nod, Josh passed the ball into Chu Xiang's hands. As Chu Xiang skillfully maneuvered the ball across the halfway line, information flickered before his eyes. Real-time stamina data, 38,100. Damn it, a single dunk had cost him 2 points of stamina, Chu Xiang mused. How should he approach the three-pointer this time? Should he attempt a back-to-the-basket move? In the midst of the game, Chu Xiang dribbled the ball, his mind racing with thoughts. Simultaneously, in the home of Mike D'Antoni, the television broadcast displayed a delayed feed, showcasing Chu Xiang's audacious drive into the paint, culminating in a spectacular dunk. Megan's face lit up with astonishment. "Oh my goodness, that young man's dunk was absolutely breathtaking." "Hey, what's the matter? You don't seem the least bit pleased. Isn't this the player you were so keen on?" "Indeed, Megan, that dunk was magnificent," D'Antoni replied, his brow furrowed, his voice laced with uncertainty. "But what's bothering you?" She inquired. Look at him, Chu Xiang, right? He has already scored so many points in the second half. Good heavens, I can't help but anticipate that he might single-handedly lead the team to a comeback. Megan's expression was one of sheer excitement. D'Antoni, it seems your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. Are you planning to draft this young man in the upcoming selections? She chattered on. If you do, I imagine the number of female fans for the Suns will multiply exponentially. Megan, could you please lower your voice? D'Antoni's tone revealed a hint of irritation. What is troubling you? What are you contemplating? I'm pondering whether Chu Xiang's style of play can sustain itself until the end. It is evident that the University of Kansas has employed the Jordan rules against him. The Jordan rules, introduced by the Pistons in the late 1980s, represent a defensive strategy aimed at stifling Michael Jordan's offensive prowess. Over time, the term evolved to imply accepting a player's individual scoring while denying them the ability to facilitate scoring for others. In simpler terms, it translates to, if you can defeat us alone, then do so. The Jordan rules? Megan queried. Are you suggesting that the University of Kansas is regarding him with the same level of vigilance as they would against Jordan? D'Antoni fell silent for a moment before responding. If you interpret it that way, you're not entirely mistaken. In the eyes of Kansas, Chu Xiang has become akin to the arrival of Jordan. In such circumstances, how does one guide a team to victory? D'Antoni mused to himself. Back to the court. Chu Xiang dribbled the ball towards the right half of the court, while his four teammates remained clustered in the opposite half, creating a space for him to engage in a one-on-one duel. With this in mind, he resolved to proceed. Seizing the opportunity to regain some stamina, a newfound determination surged within him as he observed Brandon before him, arms outstretched and fixated upon him. A peculiar smile creeping across his face. Brandon felt an unsettling rush of anxiety, bewildered by the sudden grin that had appeared on Chu Xiang's lips. Come on. You Eastern fool. What are you laughing at? Are you so eager to be defeated by us? Chu Xiang maintained his smile and shook his head. Brandon, do you understand why hitting you feels akin to bullying a primary school student? Upon hearing these words, Brandon scrunched his nose and fell silent. With a shake of his head, Chu Xiang said, to bolster your confidence, I will inform you in advance that I intend to execute a left-handed jump shot. You may defend against me as you wish. This declaration left Brandon in a state of bewilderment. Was he intentionally humiliating me? Or did he genuinely plan to play this way? Before he could decipher the situation, Chu Xiang pressed against Brandon's chest and initiated his post-play. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts. Chu Xiang swiftly established a position deep in the low post. This time, there was no unnecessary feint. He simply twisted his body and turned left. Was it truly a left-handed shot? Why did it seem as though his movements had slowed? Was it deliberate? Was he genuinely shooting or merely feigning? While his mind raced with questions, his body instinctively adhered to the defensive posture. As he felt Brandon close in, Chu Xiang squinted, feigning a jump. He was indeed going for the shot. Damn it, does he truly underestimate my defense? I am perfectly positioned. You will not succeed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Brandon pressed his body firmly against Chu Xiang, one arm extended to control his position while the other hand obstructed Chu Xiang's face. This was precisely what he had aimed for. As Chu Xiang's eyes sparkled, the ball that was ascending suddenly halted. In that moment, Chu Xiang seized both the ball and his hand, thrusting them into the elbow of Brandon, who was extending his arm. Brandon sensed something amiss and attempted to retract his arm, yet his right hand had already been ensnared by Chu Xiang, rendering any escape impossible. A grand circular motion, a desperate leap, a hasty shot. Such a ball had no chance of success, yet that was not the intention. The referee stationed at the baseline, mere feet away, immediately blew the whistle. Beep. Number 11, foul for hand contact. Number 66 will take 2 free throws. Brandon's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chu Xiang. He had never anticipated that all of Chu Xiang's actions were merely a ploy to draw a foul. You absolute scoundrel. How dare you employ such despicable tactics against me? You rat of the sewers. Brandon was seething with rage. However, to Chu Xiang, a player hailing from the pinnacle of linguistic artistry, Brandon's level of trash talk was hardly worth a mere scratch. Look at this, Brandon. Even when I forewarn you of my intentions, you remain utterly defenseless. I suggest you return to your church school and devote yourself to prayer and the choir. At the very least, your 7- or 8-year-old classmates can teach you the art of supplication. Chu Xiang shook his head and stepped up to the free throw line. Chapter 34, My 3-Point Arrow, Born from the Flames of Hell. On the television, a replay of the foul committed by Brandon was shown. D'Antoni erupted in laughter. Megan, sitting beside him, observed her husband suddenly laughing like a madman. D'Antoni, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling all right? After chuckling a few more times, D'Antoni waved his hand dismissively. Haha, I see now, clever little guy. I'm growing fonder of you by the day. Rest assured, Megan, I'm perfectly fine. And what? Pray tell, has you laughing? It was merely an ordinary foul, Megan inquired, leaning back into the depths of the sofa. D'Antoni found a comfortable position and took a small piece of cake from the platter, popping it into his mouth. Megan, this particular play is quite significant. Noticing her husband's expression, Megan recognized that his coaching instincts had kicked in again. With a resigned smile, she asked, then, please enlighten your wife, the NBA's best coach. With a grin, D'Antoni began, to understand this play, we must reference the Jordan rule I mentioned earlier. In today's context, the Jordan rule essentially means that the defending team deliberately isolates a player, restricting his ability to facilitate for his teammates, regardless of a player's prowess. There comes a time when fatigue sets in. Once he tires, his efficiency in isolation diminishes, and so does his team's chances. Megan asked, how can one counter the Jordan rule then? There are numerous methods. The simplest, yet most challenging, is to train one's body and refine one's skills like Jordan did, enabling oneself to single-handedly overcome an entire team. However, such capability is rare, possessed only by Jordan himself. Yet Chu Xiang managed to circumvent the Jordan rule with his own strategy just now. In truth, during his post-up, it was evident that his stamina was nearly depleted, and the speed of his final pivot toward the basket was noticeably diminished. Under such circumstances, typically, his defender would only need to stay closely guarded to effectively limit his shot. However, his defender was clearly too close and even extended his hand unnecessarily. I surmise he feared Chu Xiang might attempt to fade away, leading to a miscalculation. It's also possible that Chu Xiang employed some psychological tactics to deceive his defender. In his youth, D'Antoni was also an exceptional athlete, thus he was acutely aware of the psychological games played on the court. Trash talk has always been part of the competition. In summary, Chu Xiang created all the necessary conditions to draw a foul. In such a scenario, drawing a foul becomes the most exquisite choice, allowing for easy scoring while stopping the clock, granting him a moment to catch his breath and recuperate, all while accumulating fouls against the opponent. The more D'Antoni spoke, the more his admiration for Chu Xiang became evident. He is truly remarkable in his intelligence. In the previous match against Griffin, I have never witnessed such a young player exhibiting such flawless precision. Coupled with his physical prowess and the scoring ability demonstrated in this game, Megan couldn't help but notice the beaming smile on her husband's face, which almost overflowed with pride, and she felt a twinge of jealousy. Returning to the court, before Chu Xiang prepared for the free throw, he tugged at Riel's jersey to halt him, then leaned in close to whisper in Riel's ear, position yourself on the left. When I take my second free throw, push the backboard towards the three-point line. As Chu Xiang finished speaking, he afforded Riel no time for questions and directly strode to the free throw line. Riel, perplexed, positioned himself to the left of the key. The referee passed the ball into Chu Xiang's hands. Accepting the ball, he inhaled deeply a couple of times, then rotated the sphere in his grip, his right middle finger pressing against the texture of the basketball. The first shot, it went in with unwavering certainty. With the enhancement from Curry's shooting experience card, Chu Xiang's free throw prowess received a remarkable boost. The referee initiated play once more, and as Chu Xiang took possession of the ball, his gaze briefly locked with Riel's. Having completed the first free throw, let us see if he can succeed with the second, the commentator remarked. The shot was taken. The second attempt missed. The basketball rebounded off the front of the rim, veering to the left. The rebound is mine, Brandon shouted as he leaped. Yet, before him, a large hand reached out a second too early. What is this? Just extending a hand one to secure the ball. Brandon pondered. However, Riel had no intention of catching it. His head was trapped between two players, obscuring his view. He merely tilted his head to gaze at the basketball suspended in midair. Recalling Chu Xiang's earlier words, deflected outward. Riel's large hand made contact with the basketball first, his wrist flicking as he directed it outward. Gonzaga's center managed to knock the rebound away with considerable force, sending the ball soaring far, drawing the commentator's gaze as it followed the airborne basketball. He soon spotted Chu Xiang, standing 2 steps beyond the three-point line, with the basketball hurtling towards him. The ball was descending towards Chu Xiang's position. It seemed they would seize this offensive rebound. After the free throws, Chu Xiang dashed towards the perimeter, as all attention was focused on the rebound. leaving him unguarded. Chu Xiang caught the ball. What would he choose for this offensive play? He launched it. Standing just 2 steps from the three-point line, he released another long-range shot. This time, the basketball soared gracefully through the air, landing with impeccable precision in the net. He scored again. Another three-pointer. Another long-range three-pointer. The commentator erupted with excitement. In the second half, he had already made 5 three-pointers, hitting all 5 attempts. Throughout the game, his three-point shooting was an impressive 6 out of 7. He was exceptionally accurate today. This three-pointer also meant that the foul directly awarded him 4 points. The point differential between the two teams had now reached 14. This marked the closest the score had been since the 5th minute of the game, from a maximum gap of 42 points down to 14. Chu Xiang was single-handedly mending the gap. The most astonishing part was that he was nearly succeeding. With each shot, he was climbing the pinnacle of historical records. Every three-pointer he made was imbued with flames from the depths of hell. His name was destined to be etched in memory this night. He is Chu Xiang. The commentator's impassioned voice once again ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Durant let out a deep sigh, not out of despair, but rather from exhilaration. Chu Xiang listened to the commentator's voice, and he recited Chu Xiang's name aloud. The Chinese name was somewhat challenging to pronounce. Yet Durant had an inkling that this name would be mentioned countless times in the future. Chapter 35, the greatest comeback in NCAA history. With 9 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the game, the score stood at 58-72. With Gonzaga University trailing by 14 points. Following a successful three-pointer, Chu Xiang had already scored 33 points in the second half. The commentator glanced at the statistics in his hands. Combined with his first half points, his total score had risen to 38. Thus far, his shooting accuracy was an impressive 77.8, having made 14 of 18 attempts, including a remarkable 6 out of 7 from beyond the arc, with only 1 missed three-pointer in the first half. Brandon watched as Chu Xiang raised his right arm confidently beyond the three-point line, feeling an indescribable turmoil within. Why? How did he make that shot again? Can I truly defend against him? Just as the coach suggested, will he eventually tire? How exactly should I defend him? Will he draw fouls on me again? Brandon helplessly glanced towards the coach on the sidelines. However, the usually composed coach now wore a furrowed brow. Chalmers rushed over to Brandon and urged, "Get into position. Don't overthink it." With that, Chalmers caught the inbound pass and dribbled toward the side of the court. Although the coach had not called for a timeout, Chalmers felt it imperative to communicate with him. He approached the bench, seeking his coach's gaze. "Coach, should we double-team him?" The coach's brow remained furrowed. His lips pressed tightly together. According to NCAA rules, a player must cross half-court within 10 seconds. Time ticked away, and Chalmers stood still, eyeing the timer. Just 4 more seconds remained before a violation. "Coach," he called out again, catching a glimpse of Josh preparing to intercept. The silver-haired coach sighed. "Double-team him." Chalmers nodded and quickly dribbled across half-court, while Josh abandoned his intention to steal the ball and merely stayed close to Chalmers. Despite Chalmers' commendable playmaking skills, this offensive possession failed to yield a quality shot. As the shot clock neared its expiration, Chalmers took a contested shot from the perimeter. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Silas secured the defensive rebound. On the Kansas bench, the silver-haired coach's expression grew even more serious. "Coach, why do I feel like their defense has suddenly intensified?" The silver-haired coach shook his head, stating, "It is not that they have grown stronger. Rather, we have weakened." The assistant coach looked at the silver-haired coach with confusion. The coach sighed, "It is a matter of stamina. Aside from Chu Xiang, the other players need only to focus on defense. Their endurance currently surpasses that of our players. Thus, it is not that they have improved, but rather that our offense has diminished." "Coach, are we going to lose?" The assistant coach felt an inexplicable sense of panic as he glanced at the scoreboard, which displayed a 14-point deficit. Is 14 points really secure? While this may seem a substantial margin in a typical game, on this night, under the divine presence of Chu Xiang, 14 points was merely a score that could be overturned in 45 seconds. The silver-haired coach shot a glare at the assistant and fell silent. On the court, Chu Xiang dribbled past half-court. Observing his teammates shifting to the left, he bent down and slowly moved towards the three-point line, preparing to continue his one-on-one against Brandon. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss as a dark figure dashed out from the left, charging towards him. It was Chalmers. "Finally, they are double-teaming me." Chu Xiang instantly recognized their intent. Faced with Chalmers' oncoming defense, he could advance no further and had to swiftly retreat a step. Brandon quickly closed in, and the two effectively halted Chu Xiang's dribble near the three-point line. "Josh, come and receive the ball," Chu Xiang shouted. "Dream on," Chalmers sneered. Lunging forward to seize the ball, Chu Xiang swiftly elevated the ball above his head, leveraging his height to shield the basketball. In that very instant, Kyle urgently called for a timeout. The commentator remarked, "The University of Kansas has altered their defensive strategy, opting for a double team against Chu Xiang. It appears to be quite effective, as they have compelled him to halt the ball near the right three-point line, simultaneously forcing Gonzaga University to call a timeout. Let us observe how they will respond." Seizing the opportunity presented by the timeout, Chu Xiang promptly returned to the bench to recuperate. Kyle gazed at Chu Xiang and inquired, "Are you capable of handling their double team?" After catching his breath, Chu Xiang nodded. "I have long sought this opportunity." Kyle gazed at Chu Xiang, a smile gracing his face. "I understand, but just to be safe, let us substitute Jack in to enhance our shooting threat." The brief timeout soon concluded, and the game resumed with Gonzaga University inbounding the ball. This time, Chu Xiang refrained from moving forward to receive the pass, instead positioning himself on the left side of the half-court. Josh approached to receive the ball, and the instant it was released, Chu Xiang commenced his movement. Initially, he executed a backdoor cut, utilizing Riel's off-ball screen to elude Brandon. Following this, Chu Xiang maneuvered toward the baseline, circumnavigating the ghost area beneath the basket, and arrived at the right side of the half-court, establishing himself at mid-range to the right of the free-throw line. Josh promptly passed the ball to Chu Xiang. Upon witnessing him secure the ball, Chalmers shouted, "Double team." At this moment, the defender assigned to Chu Xiang was their shooting guard, and upon hearing Chalmers' command, the nearest player, power forward Arthur, immediately advanced to assist in the double team. However, before Arthur could complete the double team, Chu Xiang initiated his post play. He released the ball and pushed back. With the first push, Chu Xiang sensed that the opposing shooting guard's defense was not on par with Brandon's. "Hold him off," Arthur bellowed as he surged in from the baseline. Once the opposing shooting guard was displaced, he hurriedly exerted himself to regain his defensive position. "Yet, you have no chance left," Chu Xiang declared. He executed a swift right turn, followed by a fading jump shot, akin to Kobe, launching himself into action. "My heavens," exclaimed the commentator. He taking the shot amidst the defense of two players. Is this truly the optimal choice? In midair, Chu Xiang floated, confronted by the outstretched arm of the opposing shooting guard, while Arthur's long reach surged in from the right. Yet, these defenses held no significance. As his body gradually soared backward, the efforts of both defenders proved utterly futile. He disregarded their guard and executed a shot. This was the elegance of a fadeaway jumper. With a delicate flick of his fingertips, the basketball soared forth. The ball swished through the net once more. At this moment, for Chu Xiang, every attempt seemed the best choice. This marked his 40th point of the game. The score gap had widened to 12 points. With 8 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, Gonzaga University, or rather Chu Xiang, still possessed ample time to add to their tally. What destiny awaited this match? 12 points. Should Gonzaga University truly orchestrate a comeback to claim victory, it would stand as the most significant comeback in the history of NCAA Division I basketball. Chapter 36. Attention from Yao Ming in the stands, some diehard fans of the University of Kansas, or perhaps bettors who had wagered heavily on a Kansas victory, were rendered speechless. "Please, no more. Don't let him touch the ball," one spectator exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. "Hold strong, Kansas. You must defend against him. My $50,000 depend on you." The speaker, a balding middle-aged man, spoke with a quivering voice, tinged with the edge of tears. Beside him, his son wore an expression entirely at odds with his father's, one of sheer exhilaration. "Oh my God, Dad. Look at him. He is so cool. That shot is even more stylish than Kobe's." The father gazed at his son with a complex expression, his lips trembling but no words escaping. Although reluctant to admit it, he too felt that shot was undeniably spectacular. Yet, in the grand scheme, that $50,000 weighed heavier on the heart of a middle-aged man. In the front row, Durant inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to leap from his seat. Absolutely stunning. That release was perfection. How many Kobe highlight reels have you watched? It's uncanny. Chu Xiang, I long to challenge you to a game right now. At this moment, Durant had entirely forgotten the reason he came to watch the game. His passion for basketball consumed his every thought. On the court, Kansas held possession, yet under the relentless defense of Gonzaga, they failed to score once again. Their shooting seemed collectively off, with the game increasingly becoming a showcase for Chu Xiang's scoring prowess. Once more, on the right side of the arc, the players spread out, and Chu Xiang isolated against Brandon. I hesitate to suggest their coach had devised no strategy, for often the finest tactic is simply to entrust the ball to the most formidable player on the court. As soon as Chu Xiang turned around, he found himself confronted by Arthur's double team. This time, his primary defender had been replaced by Brandon, making it impossible for him to swiftly pivot and shoot as he had moments before. Arthur cut off his left turn. Brandon shouted, "Understood, Brandon. Leave it to me." Arthur replied. Chu Xiang squinted, cautiously maneuvering the ball to avoid being directly halted by the two opponents. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a fleeting white figure, instantly igniting a spark of realization in his mind. He began his post play once more. However, this time, the double team completely restricted Chu Xiang's position. Could he possibly force a shot under such circumstances? The commentator remarked. With a swift motion, Chu Xiang pivoted and leaped into the air. "Have you lost your mind? You dare to make a move?" Brandon exclaimed. The earlier push from Chu Xiang had virtually no impact. Brandon's body remained nearly immovable. In this situation, Chu Xiang still chose to forcibly turn, making it exceedingly simple for Brandon to block the shot, especially with Arthur's assistance nearby. "Die, you eastern scoundrel!" Brandon shouted, extending his arms to envelop Chu Xiang. "Huh? What is this?" At that moment, Brandon suddenly sensed something amiss. Before him should have been the basketball, yet instead, it was the back of Chu Xiang's hand that appeared. As Chu Xiang leaped, he protected the ball with his left hand while his right hand awkwardly grasped the basketball in the opposite direction, rendering any attempt to shoot impossible, unless the hoop was behind him. Brandon thought, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Instinctively aware that he must avoid making contact with Chu Xiang's hand, causing him to slightly adjust his arm. The commentator, noticing the unusual situation, exclaimed, "Wait a moment. This doesn't seem like a shot." This is as he spoke. Chu Xiang flicked his right wrist ever so slightly, causing the basketball to arc in a near straight line, soaring past his head and behind him. A pass. He has passed the ball behind him. Standing there was player 12. The commentator exclaimed with excitement. Jack stood just a short distance behind Chu Xiang, unnoticed by the others who were captivated by Chu Xiang's play, leaving him unguarded. "It can't be just you putting in all the effort, Chu Xiang." Jack smiled. He leaped into position, adopting a flawlessly standard shooting stance. Three-pointer. It's in. The ball went through the net. Player 12 from Gonzaga University has made a three-pointer. The gap between the two teams has now narrowed to 9 points. Gonzaga University has finally reduced the deficit to single digits. The commentator sprang from his seat in exhilaration. With this surge of a 9-0 offensive spree, the outcome of the game has become utterly unpredictable. Will Gonzaga University falter and succumb in this round? Or will they create history and turn the tide? I can hardly fathom. The commentator marveled, shaking his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, in a villa by Lake Windsor in the Western District of Houston, Yao Ziyuan sat at the bar, perusing today's newspaper. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up to see the caller ID, Bill Duffy. "Hello, Bill. What's the reason for your late-night call?" He answered. "I apologize. I tried reaching Yao Ming, but he hasn't been answering, so I contacted you." Bill replied over the phone. Bill Duffy, Yao Ming's agent, had been instrumental in his NBA career and maintained a close relationship with Yao's family. "Ah, I see. He is probably in his room playing games, wearing headphones and unable to hear your calls. At his age, he still behaves like a child, playing games during his free time. I'll go call him," Yao Ziyuan said, rising to head upstairs toward the study. Without knocking, he pushed the door open. Sure enough, a colossal figure clad in pajamas was huddled in front of the computer desk, furiously tapping away at the keyboard. "Yao Ming, stop playing games. It's Bill on the phone," Yao Ziyuan called out, asserting the authoritative tone typical of a traditional Chinese father. Yao Ming turned his head to glance at his father, lifting one side of his headphones. "What did you say, Dad? I didn't catch that. I'm in the middle of a raid." The computer screen was adorned with flashy skill effects, resembling the visuals of World of Warcraft. "Put it on speaker. I can't free up my hands." Yao Ming's left hand danced frantically over the keyboard. Yao Ziyuan, with a hint of exasperation, activated the speaker on his phone. "Bill, go ahead. Yao Ming is listening." "All right. Yao, you must turn on the television immediately. ESPN is broadcasting the second round of March Madness." "March Madness? I'm not particularly interested," Yao Ming replied. "Growing up in the Dragon Kingdom, Yao Ming did not share the unusual fervor that many Americans had for March Madness. To him, it was merely college students playing basketball. As the de facto premier center in the NBA in recent years, collegiate basketball held little allure for him. You will be interested. There's a fellow from Gonzaga University. Your compatriot from the Dragon Kingdom. I believe both you and our team would be keen to extend an invitation. Bill asserted. Oh really? What sets him apart? Yao Ming remained indifferent. You'll see for yourself. He is currently in a match, Bill remarked. A deity descended to earth. Chapter 37. The youth with the white horse and long spear, a deity descended to earth? Yao Ming murmured, pausing his movements. The screen on his computer dimmed, signaling the demise of his character. Damn it, did that just happen again? Is this game truly that difficult? All right, Captain, let's call it a day. I have a matter to attend to, Yao Ming declared, slamming his fist on the keyboard and yanking off his headphones, tossing them onto the desk. So, Bill, what is the name of the individual you mentioned? He inquired as he picked up the phone. His name is Chu Xiang. You should turn on the television right now. The match is nearing its conclusion. Yao Ming curled his lip in a display of disinterest, yet he replied, Fine, I will check it out. However, he added, I hope his performance is riveting enough to justify my time. Our guild is pioneering new territory, and if we conquer this dungeon, we will be the first guild in the world to accomplish such a feat. Yao Ming's brows perked up at the mention of World of Warcraft. I don't quite grasp the game you were playing, Bill commented. Well, I didn't expect you to. We will talk later, Bill. Goodbye. With that, Yao Ming's brows drooped as he ended the call. Following his father down the stairs, they entered the living room, where Yao Ziyuan stepped forward to turn on the television. Let me grab the remote. The doctor advised you to limit movement of your foot, Yao Ziyuan said. Just over a month prior, Yao Ming had sustained an injury to his left foot during practice, which was diagnosed as a stress fracture in the left ankle, resulting in a season-ending announcement. Yao Ming nodded, his massive form sprawling onto the couch, taking up an entire two-seater. Let me see, ESPN has it. This should be the match. Yao Ziyuan fiddled with the remote, remarking that the game seemed to have just paused. The ESN logo flickered across the screen, and Yao Ming gazed at those four letters with an impassive expression. Ever since his injury, he had refrained from watching basketball games. During his absence, Tracy McGrady had led the team to an extraordinary 10 consecutive victories, culminating in a remarkable total of 22 consecutive wins by March 17th. In 2008, this achievement marked the second longest winning streak in history. However, it was after 12 victories that Yao Ming faltered. He vividly recalled the helpless smile upon his face as he told his teammates, I'm sorry, brothers, I can no longer run alongside you. He also remembered the look on McGrady's face, which bore an uncommon resoluteness, as if to say, rest assured, we will continue to win for you. The voice of the ESN commentator resonated through the television. While we have this pause, let us revisit the stunning performances of Chu Xiang throughout the game. To be honest, I could watch that logo flicker 1,000 times without growing weary. As the highlights of Chu Xiang's remarkable second-half scoring began to play, Yao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing the unbelievable shots, he instinctively gasped, my goodness. The montage, solely composed of scoring footage, concluded swiftly, the camera lingering on Chu Xiang's face. Yao Ming gazed at that handsome visage that transcended borders, and his memories were gradually rekindled. The expression on Chu Xiang's face appeared weary, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet his pupils burned with an intense desire for victory. This demeanor gradually overlapped with the memory of that extraordinary young man, reminiscent of the night when he achieved a time of 13 seconds. T-Mac bore a similar expression on his face. The television swiftly reverted to the live scene, and the commentator's voice resonated. Let us return to the game. The timeout has concluded, and Kansas University will now inbound the ball. The ball was released, landing securely in Chalmers' hands as he dribbled past half court. But then he faltered. He made such a rudimentary mistake, the ball striking his knee. The ball was seized by Chu Xiang. He burst into motion. However, the Kansas center and guard had not yet crossed half court, providing a timely defense against Chu Xiang. Positioned just a step beyond the three-point line, they double-teamed him. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball. It went to number 12. He shot. Another three-pointer. Another three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. Player number 12 had made 2 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the score to 66-72, with only a 6-point gap remaining. On the court, Jack leaped with excitement, colliding shoulders with Chu Xiang midair. Well done, Jack. I knew you could make it, Chu Xiang exclaimed. Of course, I could make it, More importantly, I knew you would deliver the ball, Jack replied. Watching the television, Yao Ming was lost in reminiscence. The two young men in white jerseys strikingly resembling the duo he and T-Mac once were. Back in the arena, the commentator continued in fervor. One-on-one defense cannot contain him. And double teams are futile. He not only scores effortlessly, but also delivers perfect assists. My God, how can anyone possibly limit him? He seems to be capable of anything. Kansas University continued to inbound the ball. It had been quite some time since they last scored. Chalmers received the ball and glanced up at the scoreboard, 66-72. For a moment, he felt dazed. Is this our game? Weren't we leading by several points? How did it come to this? He dribbled the ball in a daze, feeling as if he were in a dream. Chalmers, protect the ball. He suddenly heard the coach's voice and instinctively obeyed, lowering his head to focus on the ball. It was securely in his left hand. But the next moment, a white figure flashed past Chalmers. He instantly lost the sensation of dribbling. Chalmers had made another mistake. Chu Xiang had executed a steal directly from his hands. The commentator shouted. After Chu Xiang severed the ball, he accelerated in a single stride, then executed a sudden stop, positioning himself just beyond the arc at the three-point line. Not far ahead, Kansas's center, Sasha, who had just released the ball, was desperately charging toward him. However, the distance was too great. By the time Sasha reached the free throw line, Chu Xiang had already leapt into action. With a shooting form that was both precise and aesthetically pleasing, reminiscent of Kobe's shooting technique and Curry's three-point prowess, the ball soared through the air, cutting through the wind. It was a flawless shot. Another three-pointer. They had narrowed the deficit to just 3 points. As Chu Xiang leaped to take a jump shot, he landed gracefully, his body subtly pivoting to the left, evading the entire form of Sasha, who had lunged at him in defense. The gust of wind created by Sasha ruffled the fabric of Chu Xiang's white jersey. At that moment, the youth with the white horse and long spear emerged. Chapter 38. The moment of destiny on the bench. Coach Kyle could no longer contain his excitement and rose to his feet. Well done, Chu, he exclaimed. His assistant coach quickly followed suit, waving a towel in enthusiasm. Kyle inhaled deeply and remarked to his assistant, life is truly remarkable. I had resigned to our fate this season, yet here we are. It appears that perhaps this year is the most promising season for a championship in my entire coaching career. Chu Xiang, all my hopes rest upon you. I swear, if you can secure this victory. The assistant coach inquired curiously, what happens if we win? Kyle's gaze remained fixed on Chu Xiang as he replied, then I will permit him to sleep until the very last second before the game, should he wish to do so. The assistant coach rolled his eyes, expressing his disappointment, having expected to hear something more intriguing. Meanwhile, on the Kansas University bench, the white-haired coach could no longer remain seated. He stood up and shouted towards Chalmers, Chalmers, what are you doing? Focus. If you make another foolish mistake like that, prepare to sweep floors back at school every day. The previous calmness had vanished completely. All his composure and grace had been predicated on the lead they once held. When they were ahead by 30 points, he was akin to Zhuge Liang at Chibi, commanding with poise. But now, with only a 3-point lead, he was reduced to a disheveled figure, cursing in despair. Positioning, positioning, positioning. Get that damn basketball into the hoop. The white-haired coach shouted, his spittle flying. Yet, the louder the coach's voice grew, the heavier the psychological burden became for the Kansas players. We cannot lose. We absolutely must not lose. If we do, we will become the laughingstock of the entire school. Chalmers thought anxiously. However, the more they cared and feared losing, the greater their pressure mounted, causing their bodies to grow rigid. In stark contrast, the players from Gonzaga University were currently riding a wave of high morale, each one seemingly ablaze with fervor. They sprinted tirelessly on the court, employing all their strength to thwart Kansas's offensive efforts. After several passes, Kansas had yet to secure a favorable opportunity, and the ball eventually found its way back to Chalmers. He held the ball at his waist, gazing intently at Chu Xiang, who was defending him. Chu Xiang opened his arms wide, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. The sweat cascading down his body had thoroughly soaked the front of his jersey, and the strands of hair on his forehead were drenched. He was utterly drained of energy. I can attack him directly. Chalmers made a rational assessment. Yet, in the next instant, he hesitated. What if I fail to score? We are merely 3 points away from being caught. If he sinks another three-pointer, the score will be equalized. I must make this shot. He gazed at Chu Xiang before him, lingering in indecision. Chu Xiang did not press aggressively. Instead, he maintained a suitable distance, stationed defensively while subtly regaining his stamina. The timer ticked away, second by second. "Come on, attack," shouted a frustrated coach with white hair from the Kansas bench, seemingly eager to seize the ball himself. It was only then that Chalmers realized there were merely 3 seconds left on the shot clock. There was no time for hesitation. He had to make a move. However, just as he prepared for a drive, he suddenly noticed Josh rushing towards him. Given the scant time remaining, Josh surmised that Chalmers would be unable to pass and decisively moved in to double-team him. This was disastrous. The space to break through had vanished. Panic surged within Chalmers. He had no choice but to shoot. He lacked even the luxury of executing a feint, launching directly into a desperate attempt at a shot. Yet, at the moment of his leap, both Chu Xiang's large hand and Josh's smaller one converged upon him. Chalmers could not even discern the location of the hoop. He could only release the ball recklessly. The arc of the basketball veered off into the unknown. Beep. The machine's whistle sounded. The timer illuminated the red light. 35 seconds of offensive time had elapsed. What was Chalmers doing? With the shot clock expired, he had barely managed to attempt a shot, resulting in an undeniable airball. This violation of the 35-second rule was a clear infraction, as the commentator noted. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. "What are you doing, you fool? At least hit the backboard." "No, not again. Here comes that monster to attack. I can't take it anymore. Oh my God. Save Kansas. Save my wallet. Chalmers, go to hell. Useless piece of trash," shouted a fan, tearing apart his ticket in frustration. Chalmers fixed his gaze on the timer, his complexion pale. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his mistake. A 35-second violation mandated that Gonzaga would now inbound from the baseline. The timer paused. The remaining time halted at 6:12, while the referee awaited the Gonzaga player to approach the baseline. During this moment, Chu Xiang looked at Chalmers and suddenly smiled. As Chalmers prepared to retreat defensively, he caught sight of Chu Xiang's grin, sending a chill down his spine as if a gust of wind had swept through him. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Xiang retracted his smile, his expression serene. "I feel honored on your behalf," he stated. Chalmers furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. For the forthcoming shot would etch your names into the annals of history. As Chu Xiang spoke, Riel finally reached the baseline. Chalmers felt an involuntary twitch in his left eyelid, an ominous premonition stirring within him. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He hastily sprinted across half the court to defend. Riel passed the ball into Chu Xiang's hands. Chu Xiang received the ball, refraining from dribbling, and took a deep breath. Just moments ago, while he was smiling at Chalmers, an alert flashed before his eyes. Real-time stamina data, 21,100. Warning, when the host's stamina falls below 20, all attributes will diminish, with the degree of decline correlated to the remaining stamina. The less stamina left, the greater the reduction, with a maximum magnitude of -50. The hidden feature of Kobe's shooting package has been activated. Clutch moment. When the stamina of the shooter is at the critical point before a negative gain. The shooter's offensive stability, which influences the ability to resist shooting interference, significantly increases upon initiating an attack. This effect can only be triggered once per game. Exhaling the deep breath, Chu Xiang slightly bent forward and advanced with the ball. "Once my stamina falls below 20, I fear I shall no longer be able to mount an effective offense. Thus, the best strategy for securing victory would be to leverage the intimidation caused by previous scoring to draw the defense, allowing Jack and the others to execute the offense. Whether I miss or make this shot," Chu Xiang pondered, "this is my clutch moment." Chapter 39. My name. Etched in history, he stood at the center of the court. Having just crossed the midline, when Brandon stepped up to defend against him, Chu Xiang dribbled with heightened caution, reaching the edge of the logo area. Several meters away from the three-point line, Chalmers, originally positioned at the left three-point line guarding Josh, felt an unsettling anxiety as he observed Chu Xiang. The words Chu Xiang had spoken earlier lingered in his mind. Casting a glance at Josh, Chalmers decisively abandoned his defense and sprinted towards Chu Xiang, shouting to Brandon. "Double team him." "Double team?" Brandon hesitated momentarily, for Chu Xiang stood at the very edge of the logo. To initiate a double team from such a distance seemed rather absurd. Nonetheless, trusting Chalmers' court command, Brandon joined him in the effort to confine Chu Xiang. Seeing their approach, Chu Xiang smiled. "Ah, you truly hold me in high regard. Coming to double team me beyond half court?" Before the duo could fully execute their plan, Chu Xiang flicked his wrist, sending the ball to the right, where it landed in Jack's hands, and immediately began repositioning himself. Time was of the essence. He needed to receive the ball quickly to continue the offensive. He thought to himself, if I expend too much energy and movement, I won't be able to trigger the critical moments bonus. He dashed to the left, where Josh was already prepared to set a screen. Brandon, wrap around and defend his cut. Chalmers called out, but he found himself firmly blocked by Josh, leaving him no choice but to instruct Brandon to keep defending. Understanding the cue, Brandon circled around Chalmers' back and positioned himself to obstruct Chu Xiang's path to the basket. Who said I wanted to drive inside? Brandon watched as Chu Xiang abruptly halted, then pivoted to sprint towards the perimeter. A feigned drive to the basket, followed by a clever retreat to the outside. You Eastern brat. You won't escape. Just as Brandon intended to pursue, he suddenly collided with a solid chest. It was Silas. Regaining his composure, Brandon immediately shouted to his teammates for assistance. Arthur, keep up with him. Don't let him take the three. However, Arthur, being primarily an interior player, lagged behind in speed compared to a guard like Chu Xiang, coupled with Silas' off-ball screen delaying him. Arthur found himself trailing Chu Xiang by a few meters as he began his chase. Chu Xiang dashed swiftly, slipping into the position at the arc's apex. At that moment, Jack stood 2 steps beyond the three-point line on the right, eagerly awaiting Chu Xiang's emergence. As soon as Chu Xiang's figure appeared at the top of the arc, Jack's eyes widened, and with a swift motion, he released the ball. The speed of the ball was astonishing. Yet, Chu Xiang's hands, like iron clamps, secured the ball with unwavering steadiness. The instant he caught the ball, an air of tension enveloped the entire arena as every spectator felt their breath hitch. Guard him. Don't let him shoot. Get on him. Come on, boys. Lock him down, shouted the white-haired coach from Kansas University, disregarding his dignity. In truth, there was no need for the coach's exhortation. At that moment, 2 Kansas players were already converging on Chu Xiang from either side. On the left was Chalmers, while on the right stood the scoring guard from Kansas University. Suddenly, Josh found himself with a perfect open shot at a 45-degree angle on the left, while Jack, taking a step forward, also found himself with an ideal opportunity beyond the three-point line on the right. The commentator's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, what kind of defensive strategy is this? Chu Xiang, receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, instantly drew the attention of the entire Kansas team, granting Gonzaga 2 exceptional open shooting opportunities, especially for Jack, number 12, on the right side. Having just hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, he was in prime form. How could such a player be left so unguarded? Given Chu Xiang's basketball IQ, he must be intending to pass. What is he doing? Is he actually going to shoot? The commentator's voice rose an octave. 2 defenders were rushing toward him, yet he still lifted the ball overhead. He was going to shoot, despite having some space. This was undoubtedly not the most optimal offensive choice. On the court, the defender's long arms were almost closing in on Chu Xiang. However, they were merely close, not yet fully obstructing him. As long as there was a millimeter of space, it was a perfect opportunity. This was the essence of a peak Curry three-pointer. Only 2 individuals to disrupt me? How underestimated I am. As Chu Xiang leaped into the air, his body momentarily unfurled. Every ounce of focus directed towards the center of the hoop. 25 meters away. Stamina -1. Real-time stamina data, 20100. The hidden attribute of Kobe's shooting package activated. Clutch moment. The announcer's voice faltered, and in that instant, the entire audience fell into an uncanny silence. It felt as though time itself had momentarily ceased within the arena. Moreover, in the distant cities of Phoenix and Houston, both D'Antoni and Yao Ming rose to their feet, their expressions mirroring one another despite the vast distance that separated them. Their faces reflected the astonishment shared by every spectator in the TAC Zero Bell arena. In the palpable stillness, it seemed as if everyone could hear the friction of the spinning basketball as it slipped from Chu Xiang's fingertips. More distinct were the subsequent crisp sounds of the ball striking the floor, followed by the referee's sharp whistle. Yet, these noises felt like mere preludes, failing to disrupt the silence that enveloped the arena. The basketball soared through the air, spinning gracefully. As it approached the rim, the atmosphere within the arena grew increasingly tense, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Swish! The net quivered, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Yet, every spectator had witnessed the event unfold. Hearts raced in unison. The ball went in. The announcer's voice was the first to break the silence. Instantly, a tsunami of sound engulfed the entire venue. In that fleeting moment, the TAC Zero Bell Arena seemed to descend into chaos. Nearly 20,000 spectators rose as one, unleashing their fervor with all their might. Whether they were fans of Gonzaga or Kansas, gamblers or mere enthusiasts, they collectively released their passion at that moment. Kansas University number 8, a foul, the three-pointer counts, plus a free throw. The referee gestured from the sidelines, but his voice was utterly drowned by the roar of the crowd. The announcer shouted with fervor, "He made it! He made it! The score is tied. A 42-point deficit has been erased single-handedly." In that moment, in that instant, this 19-year-old from the Dragon Kingdom, clad in the number 66 jersey and attending Gonzaga University, this young man named Chu Xiang would forever be etched into the annals of history through this game and this shot. Chapter 40, Dying in Fear. Remaining time, 5:50, score tied at 72-72. As Chu Xiang stands at the free throw line, poised to execute an additional shot, I must draw your attention to this young man who has already amassed an impressive 41 points in the second half alone, with a total of 46 points thus far. Should he convert this free throw, his team will seize the lead. At one point, his team trailed by a staggering 42 points, yet now, through sheer determination and skill, he has nearly leveled the score. During the opening introduction, I mentioned his moniker on the internet, the Son of Miracle, at this moment. I find myself compelled to concede that he truly embodies that title. The commentator's emotions remain in a state of tumult. Chu Xiang gazed at the hoop, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes. The cacophony of cheers from the exuberant crowd reverberated in his ears, yet as he shut his eyes, those sounds gradually faded into oblivion. If he made this shot, we would reclaim the lead. This singular thought consumed his mind. He opened his eyes, dribbled the ball twice in place, lifted it, and released. The ball swished through the net. 73-72, Gonzaga University surged ahead by a point. He made the free throw. Truth be told, given his current form, I could scarcely envision him missing. The commentator remarked. The Gonzaga players looked at Chu Xiang with fervent eyes, yet none approached him to celebrate. Their excitement was laced with trepidation, as if their familiar teammate had suddenly become a stranger. It was not until Josh leapt forward, wrapping himself around Chu Xiang, that the moment broke. "Ha ha, you rascal. I knew you could do it. We've taken the lead." "Chu!" Josh exclaimed with uncontainable joy, under the weight of his exhaustion. Chu Xiang bent at the waist, furrowing his brow as he urged, "Hurry down, swiftly return to defense. The match is far from over." Without hesitation, Josh leaped down and sprinted back to the other half of the court. As Jack approached Chu Xiang during the retreat to defense, he inquired, "How are you holding up? Do you have the strength to continue?" Jack, possessing keen observational skills, discerned that Chu Xiang's stamina was evidently on the verge of depletion. With a tone of resignation, Chu Xiang remarked, "I indeed lack the stamina, yet I shall not leave the field. It is now up to you all. I will draw the defense." Jack responded with a confident smile, "Rest assured, we will handle things from here." The University of Kansas initiated a baseline play, and Chalmers advanced the ball past half court, with Chu Xiang maintaining his defensive stance against him. Chu Xiang fixed his gaze on Chalmers, a smile gracing his lips. "I foretold that the previous shot would etch your names in history, albeit as the backdrop to my own." Chalmers' complexion turned pale. His lips pressed tightly together, rendered speechless. "What troubles you? Your expression is rather peculiar. Come now, take a chance to face me one-on-one. I offer you an opportunity for retribution." As Chu Xiang spoke, he spread his arms wide, adopting a stance of earnest defense. Chalmers began to speak. Chu Xiang gazed intently at Chalmers, eager to hear what he had to say. However, the fervent cheers of the crowd suddenly reached Chalmers' ears. As nearly everyone fervently chanted Chu Xiang's name, he lowered his head, evading Chu Xiang's gaze. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken. Upon noticing a teammate approaching, Chalmers swiftly passed the ball. Chu Xiang shook his head slightly, retracting his defensive stance. "Surrender, Chalmers. Your chances have evaporated. You lack even the courage to challenge me one-on-one. How pitiable." In truth, had Chalmers truly desired to confront Chu Xiang individually, Chu would have been compelled to summon his teammates for assistance, for he alone could scarcely withstand the onslaught. His stamina had dwindled to its last vestige, and under the constraints of the system, his overall capabilities had diminished by 10%. Yet, Chalmers had lost even the courage to confront him. Doubts about his own abilities, the dread of missing shots, and the astonishment of being surpassed had engulfed him, with the cacophony of the spectators serving as the final straw. It was not solely Chalmers who harbored such thoughts. The ball continued to circulate among the players of the University of Kansas, yet none were willing to take a shot. Kansas was a formidable team, their strength lying in the competence of each player across the board, their abilities remarkably balanced, rendering them a team of versatile warriors. However, this was also their most critical weakness. They possessed a resilient collective, yet lacked a true, commanding leader. Thus, in the face of adversity, no one dared to step forward and shoulder the responsibility. Each player hesitated to shoot, fearful of failure and the consequent scorn. The silver-haired coach of Kansas was nearing a state of frenzy, vociferously shouting from his position, yet his voice was drowned by the clamor of the crowd. The offensive clock was rapidly depleting, transforming this possession into a game of hot potato, with the unfortunate Sasha ultimately left holding the ball. Positioned in the low post on the right, he felt as though the basketball were a searing stone, and upon receiving it, he hastily launched a shot. Undoubtedly, it did not find its mark. What were the Kansas players doing? They passed the ball incessantly. I would venture to say they had made 100 passes during this possession. It appeared they had all lost the nerve to take a shot. The commentator shook his head in disbelief. Jamie secured the rebound, and after receiving the ball, Chu Xiang dribbled past half-court. As they transitioned into Kansas's defense, it seemed they had begun to regain a semblance of their competitive spirit. As the game approached the halfway mark, both Brandon and Sasha swiftly advanced to double-team. The moment Chu Xiang crossed the halfway line, he was met with the pressure of two defenders. This time, their double-team was executed remarkably early, given the circumstances. It seemed unlikely he would attempt a shot. The commentator appeared hesitant to make a definitive judgment, unable to predict whether Chu Xiang would indeed take the shot. On this night, within the confines of the court, it seemed that whenever Chu Xiang wished to shoot, no matter the number of defenders or the angle, it was justified. Both defenders were interior players, and should they successfully execute the double team, Chu Xiang might find his vision completely obstructed, let alone the possibility of a shot. Thus, upon noticing the two players charging towards him, he promptly passed the ball. The basketball soared high into the paint. Upon receiving the pass, Riel did not even need to dribble. He effortlessly executed a layup. He did not take the shot, yet delivered a brilliant assist, lofting the ball into the paint where the University of Kansas center was already drawn out to double team, allowing Gonzaga's center, Riel, to score with ease. 75-72. Gonzaga University had reached their largest lead of the game, ahead by 3 points. Chapter 41. It was quite late, and I decided it was time to return home and rest. In the stands, the fervor of the crowd began to wane. This offensive play did not result in a score for Chu Xiang, and the audience seemed somewhat fatigued from their earlier exuberance. In the front row, Durant extended his slender pinky finger and gently cleared his ear. Among all present, the spectators bore the most profound understanding of the previous thunderous applause. Durant had no doubt that, had such cheers continued for another minute, his hearing might have suffered irreparable damage. I felt as though I had never experienced a moment like this in the NBA. Is this what they call March Madness? As a prodigy of the sport, Durant's journey through basketball has always been remarkably smooth. He was selected for the McDonald's All-American team during high school and earned the MVP title at the 2006 McDonald's All-American game. In college, he was honored as the National Player of the Year, accumulating numerous accolades. However, Durant has never participated in the exhilarating month of March Madness. Furthermore, the University of Kansas remains a bitter rival for him. In the final game of the 2007 NCAA regular season against Kansas, his team, the University of Texas, suffered a disappointing defeat, finishing third in their region and thereby missing out on the madness of March. Despite scoring 37 points in that game, Durant missed a last-second layup, squandering the chance to clinch victory. Reflecting on the past, a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. If I had made that game winner, would I be celebrated in the same way? Yet, the past is irrevocable, and missed opportunities cannot be reclaimed. He shook his head, casting aside those thoughts, and took one last glance at the player in white, number 66, before rising from the stands to depart. In his eyes, the Kansas players had lost their will to retaliate. They had been soundly defeated, both mentally and physically. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. I believe we shall meet again soon. I shall remember your name, Chu Xiang, he muttered as he exited the court. On the court, Kansas's offensive efforts faltered repeatedly. Meanwhile, when Gonzaga was on the attack, Chu Xiang, regardless of his location, consistently drew double teams whenever he possessed the ball. Rather than forcing a shot, he opted to assist his teammates or pass the ball to Josh for further organization. With the ball distributed, his teammates enjoyed a numerical advantage of 4 against 3. Under such circumstances, Gonzaga unleashed a scoring surge of 12-4 within just 5 minutes. As the game approached its final 30 seconds, the scoreboard read 87-75, with Gonzaga holding a 12-point lead. The final possession belonged to Gonzaga. Riel passed the ball from the baseline to Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang received the ball, gradually lifting his gaze to the timer. He then leisurely dribbled the ball, progressing past the halfway line until he stood upon the logo at center court. The opposing players ceased their attempts to encircle him, leaving only Brandon standing a short distance before him, staring at him in a daze. Before Chu Xiang, information emerged. Real-time stamina data, 10-100. Although the system provided precise quantification, he was acutely aware of his remaining energy. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, reminiscent of a time in 3rd grade when he was chosen to participate in a sports meet and won the 2,000-meter race. After the event, he was besieged by a throng of young mothers, each brandishing a camera, fervently demanding to take photos with the adorable Chu Xiang. At that time, he had yet to learn the art of refusal and was unceremoniously compelled to pose for 2 exhausting hours. The level of physical and mental exhaustion he felt then was akin to what he experienced now. He glanced up at the timer, yearning to return home for a much-needed rest. Thus, he ceased dribbling. Once the offensive time elapsed, the match concluded, and we bore witness to a remarkable game. In a performance akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, Gonzaga University achieved the most significant comeback in NCAA history. This match is destined to be inscribed in the annals of NCAA history, the commentator exclaimed with fervor. We observed that the final offensive play was once again orchestrated by Chu Xiang, a moment for him to relish amidst our collective cheers, an occasion exclusively his. Just as the audience prepared to erupt in applause, the commentator abruptly fell silent. There, in the logo area of the court, Chu Xiang halted his dribble, bent down to place the basketball on the ground, and gently pressed it twice to prevent it from rolling away. Once the ball settled, he straightened up and turned towards the baseline. Brandon, standing not far from the basketball, stared in astonishment at Chu Xiang's retreating figure. The white silhouette grew more distant, more remote. He passed by the Kansas University bench, politely nodding to the individuals seated there. He strode directly through the media area behind the hoop, eliciting a frenzy of flashes from cameras. Under the collective gaze of all players on the court, the substitutes and coaches from both teams, the 20,000 spectators present, and all those watching the game on television, Chu Xiang slowly made his way into the players' tunnel. On either side of the tunnel were spectator stands, and at that moment, a little girl with a head of curly hair suddenly spoke up. "Where are you going?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, her mother beside her promptly covered her mouth. The girl's sweet and endearing voice captured Chu Xiang's attention. He lifted his gaze toward her, a smile gracing his face. "Covering her mouth will make her uncomfortable," Chu Xiang remarked. The girl's mother, taken aback by the warmth of Chu Xiang's gentle smile, instinctively released her grip. Chu Xiang continued, responding to the young girl's inquiry, "It is quite late. I must return home to rest." After a moment, he appeared to recall something and added, "You should hurry home and sleep as well. Bad children who stay awake too long may be caught by the big bad wolf." The little girl widened her eyes, seemingly pondering the veracity of Chu Xiang's words. Chu Xiang smiled faintly and continued to walk forward, raising his left hand to wave behind him. It remained unclear whether he was bidding farewell to the young girl or saying goodbye to his adversaries. Amidst the countless flashes from the reporters' cameras, the figure clad in the white jersey numbered 66 departed the court. The entire arena was momentarily stunned into silence. Even the 3 referees on the court appeared bewildered, unsure if they should call a technical foul. It was not until the timer reached 0 that the final whistle shattered the stillness. The commentator was the first to react. Exclaiming amidst the uproar of the crowd, in the last 30 seconds, he chose not to linger on the court to bask in the applause of the audience, but instead left the arena directly. Yet we all understood that he was the greatest hero of this match, the architect of the most remarkable comeback in NCAA history, the miraculous son from the distant east. Let us reserve our applause for his retreating figure. From Gonzaga University, number 66, Chu Xiang. Chapter 42, The Dark Horse Reigns Supreme. A national sensation. On March 24, 2008, the day following the conclusion of the match, in room 1603 of the Wyndham Hotel, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. The door was pounded with great force, yet no one answered after a considerable wait. Knock, 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 knock. The door was struck again, but the outcome remained the same. A fist resting against the door once more rose restlessly, seemingly preparing to unleash its strength. Just as the fist was about to descend, the door swung open. "Here we are, stop knocking." "What on earth are you doing, Josh?" Chu Xiang, still bleary-eyed, stood there with his short hair in a disheveled mess akin to a bird's nest. "Didn't I tell you on the phone that I was still asleep? Why did you come over to knock on my door again?" "Ugh, I'm really so tired. Let me get a bit more sleep, okay?" As Chu Xiang spoke, he opened his eyes, only to be surprised by the sight before him. Not Josh, but Jack instead. "Why are you here?" he inquired, perplexed. Jack, with an unreadable expression, replied, "I would rather not have to wake you." But Josh simply couldn't take it any longer. What couldn't he endure? "What is Josh up to?" Chu Xiang pressed further. Jack waved his hand dismissively, nudging Chu Xiang back into the room and shutting the door behind him. "Quickly freshen up and change your clothes. You'll understand once you come downstairs," he instructed, glancing at his watch. "You had best hurry. We need to catch the 3 o'clock flight." Feeling bewildered, Chu Xiang reluctantly entered the bathroom. Moments later, he emerged, revitalized and presentable. Jack looked at him, instinctively furrowing his brow. Though accustomed to it, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. In terms of looks, Jack considered himself a quintessential handsome Caucasian, yet standing beside Chu Xiang, he felt like nothing more than an ordinary young man. With a sigh, he remarked, "I must remind you, be mentally prepared for what awaits downstairs. Also, your phone has been ringing incessantly." Chu Xiang curled his lips, uncertain of what Jack intended to convey, and casually picked up his phone. There was a missed call. The name displayed was Scarlett Johansson. Chu Xiang raised an eyebrow, revealing little surprise. According to his agreement with Scarlett, he was to respond to her after the conclusion of the competition, determining whether to collaborate with her for a promotional endeavor. Typically, it would be Chu Xiang who would initiate the response post-competition, yet it seemed that Scarlett could no longer contain her eagerness. "Hurry up, Chu Xiang. Josh has called me again." He is truly at his wit's end. Jack had already stepped into the corridor. Chu Xiang shrugged and followed Jack out of the room. It seemed that matters concerning Scarlett would have to wait a while longer for a response. The two entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. As they descended swiftly, Jack unexpectedly pulled a pair of sunglasses from his hoodie pocket and donned them. "Why are you wearing sunglasses?" Chu Xiang inquired. Jack's mouth parted slightly as he exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to remind you to bring your sunglasses as well." Chu Xiang was momentarily perplexed, ready to inquire further when the elevator emitted a chime and came to a halt. The door slid open, revealing an ocean of people, densely packed and immovable. Outside the elevator, a multitude of cameras aimed at Chu Xiang, their flashes erupting in a cacophony of light. Although he had grown accustomed to the glare of flashbulbs throughout his life, he had never encountered such a scene. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his face, mentally berating Jack for not reminding him to wear sunglasses. "You did this on purpose." Amidst the throng, Josh struggled to squeeze through, extending his hand to pull Chu Xiang from the elevator. Yet, before he could take a single step, they were encircled by a swarm of people. "Are you Chu Xiang? I'm a reporter from the Pittsburgh Daily. I have a few questions for you." One journalist approached, but was swiftly shoved aside. "Look at me. I'm an ESN reporter." "Hello, Chu Xiang." A female journalist thrust her microphone through the crowd. "I'm from ABC." Another voice chimed, half emerging from the mass. "Sports Illustrated." "Sports Illustrated," boomed another, their voice ringing out above the rest. "I was here first." "I'm from CBS." "What about CBS?" "Don't crowd. Can't you see I'm closer?" "I'm from NBC." The rivalry between the two television networks was palpable, and before any interviews could commence, the reporters were on the brink of confrontation. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice called out in Chinese, "Chu Xiang. I'm a reporter from the Dragon Nation as Central Station." As Chu Xiang turned his gaze towards the sound, he beheld a young man whose head was wedged between the midsections of two individuals, his expression contorted in anguish. "Josh, lend a hand. Pull him out first." Chu Xiang, upon recognizing a compatriot, felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. "Let us not linger here. We should step outside first." However, Josh was preoccupied with shoving aside the reporters before him, unable to lend assistance. Jack shook his head and, taking the initiative, clasped the shoulder of the reporter from the Dragon Kingdom Broadcasting Network, while Chu Xiang swiftly grasped the other shoulder. Together, they exerted their strength and extricated the journalist from the throng. "Ah, thank you so much," the young reporter gasped, having been jostled quite severely. "Come on. Let us step outside together. It's far too cramped in here." Chu Xiang offered a helpless smile to the reporter and spoke in Mandarin. "After a tremendously arduous journey, The four of them finally squeezed their way to the entrance. As they exited into the open air, a refreshing breeze enveloped them. The reporters behind were swiftly subdued by security, and Chu Xiang finally tasted freedom. A Toyota Alphard promptly halted before them. Josh hurriedly opened the car door and turned to say, "Quick, get in. This is the hotel's vehicle. It will take us to the airport, and your luggage will be sent back by the hotel." "All right," Chu Xiang replied, following Josh and Jack into the car. Suddenly, the Dragon Kingdom journalist outside called out, "May I accompany you to the airport? I have a few simple questions I wish to ask along the way." Chu Xiang smiled and said, "You may have to find your own way back then. If you don't mind, please come aboard." The reporter from the Dragon Kingdom beamed and swiftly entered the vehicle. As the door closed, the Alpha sped away from that dreadful place with 4 occupants. "Hello, Chu Xiang. I'm Shang Guanghui, a reporter from the sports channel of the Dragon Kingdom's Central Station." With a smile, Chu Xiang extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Chu Xiang." The two shook hands, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. "Chu Xiang, have you not yet seen this morning's news report regarding your match from yesterday?" "No, I slept through the morning. Yesterday's match truly exhausted me." "I see. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on your victory yesterday and commend you on reaching the Sweet 16. Your performance was nothing short of spectacular." Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Thank you." "What has happened with today's news report?" Shang Guanghui took a deep breath and replied, "Everything has exploded. The discussions online have gone wild. As one of the 2 formidable dark horses, you have caused a sensation throughout the entire Lighthouse Nation. You are currently at the very center of the basketball scene in the Lighthouse Nation." Chapter 43, Mission Accomplished, New Rewards. Chu Xiang inquired, 2 dark horses? Which other school besides us?" To which Shang Guanghui responded, "Apart from your esteemed Gonzaga University, there is also Davidson College. You both reside in the Western Conference. Are you not aware? They triumphed against a stronger opponent in the first round, and many regard them as a dark horse." Chu Xiang shook his head, indicating his genuine lack of knowledge. However, a flicker of surprise was evident in the depths of his gaze. Upon hearing the name Davidson College, a cascade of memories was ignited within him. In the annals of his previous life, the year 2008 bore witness to a remarkable tale known as the Davidson Fairy Tale during March Madness. Led by the singular prowess of Curry, a team that had not graced the tournament in 4 decades embarked on a journey of triumph against formidable foes, ultimately advancing to the Elite Eight. In the climactic battle against the University of Kansas, the reigning champions of 2008, Curry opted to pass the ball to a teammate rather than take the final shot himself, thereby relinquishing the opportunity to secure victory over Kansas. Yet, in this new life, Chu Xiang had altered many facets of fate, not least of which was the elimination of Kansas from the tournament. Thus, it was with a sense of astonishment that he noted, amidst the transformed landscape of the current season, Curry had once again emerged as one of this year's dark horses. Shang Guanghui continued, "The leader of Davidson College is named Curry, a formidable sharpshooter. I wonder whose 3-point skills are superior between you two." Chu Xiang felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, his 3-point shots were solely attributed to the efficacy of the experience card. Without it, his 3-point prowess would amount to nothing. Moreover, this experience card was none other than Stephen Curry's shooting experience card. They had faced Georgetown University in their match last night. Shang Guanghui continued, "Georgetown University, the alma mater of basketball legends such as Allen Iverson, Patrick Ewing, and Alonzo Mourning. They have also been a formidable force in the NCAA in recent years, having reached the Final Four during last year's March Madness. This year, they have once again advanced to the tournament as the number 2 seed in the West region. The course of the game mirrored your previous match. Trailing at halftime, they mounted a comeback in the second half, though their deficit was not as substantial as yours. They were down by 18 points at halftime, but in the second half, Curry dazzled with an impressive 8 out of 11 3-point shots. They turned the game around and toppled the 2nd seed in the West. Both of your schools, one a 15th seed and the other a 16th, have triumphed over formidable opponents, and now the news across the nation is saturated with stories about you." "Oh, I see." Chu Xiang nodded thoughtfully, letting out a sigh. "How troublesome." Shang Guanghui looked at Chu Xiang, puzzled, and inquired, "You are now quite the celebrity. What could possibly trouble you?" Chu Xiang shrugged, expressing that the matter of fame could become quite burdensome when faced with numerous reporters daily. Throughout his life, opportunities for recognition had never eluded him, even in his youth. While still in his homeland, countless agents sought to propel him into stardom as a child actor, all of which were steadfastly declined by his mother. Her reasons were straightforward. She feared the complications that fame would bring, and moreover, Chu Xiang had no inclination towards acting. A truly fulfilling life, in his view, was one spent pursuing his greatest passion, which was to play basketball for a lifetime, ideally until the age of 65. Shang Guangwei nodded, perhaps not fully grasping Chu Xiang's sentiments, and continued, Chu Xiang, may I conduct a personal interview with you? As you are aware, while Mad March has garnered immense popularity in the land of the lighthouse, it remains relatively unknown in our country. I aspire to share your story back home. Your journey could undoubtedly inspire countless young basketball enthusiasts in our nation. Would that be acceptable, Chu Xiang? Chu Xiang gazed into Shang Guangwei's sincere eyes and smiled, of course. After more than an hour's drive, they arrived at the airport just as Shang Guangwei's interview concluded. The four of them stepped out of the car. Shang Guangwei clasped Chu Xiang's right hand tightly, his expression brimming with excitement. Chu Xiang, thank you for allowing me to conduct this interview. I will certainly report it with utmost diligence. Chu Xiang's hand was shaken uncomfortably, and he merely wished to withdraw it swiftly. Haha, it's nothing, We need to board the plane. Shang Guangwei, realizing the situation, hastily released his grip. I apologize, I was too excited. This is my first personal interview since arriving in the United States. Chu Xiang withdrew his hand and smiled nonchalantly. Well then, good luck, farewell. Wait a moment, Chu Xiang. If you win the championship this year, could I have the privilege of interviewing you again? As he turned back, having taken a step away, Chu Xiang regarded the young journalist, who was only a few years his senior, and sensed the sincerity in his gaze. You must prepare some thoughtful questions by then. Once seated on the plane, Chu Xiang exhaled deeply. After a grueling match yesterday, he had gone straight to bed upon returning to the hotel, sleeping soundly until this morning. Upon waking, he was besieged by countless reporters, and it was only now, aboard the flight home, that the world finally quieted down. I forgot to return Scarlett's call. He mused. Never mind, I'll address that later. More pressing matters occupied his mind. He had been so exhausted yesterday that he hadn't even taken a moment to review the rewards for completing the system tasks. With a flicker of excitement, the system interface materialized before him. Congratulations, host. Special task, rest and recuperation has been completed. Commencing reward settlement now. 2,000 vitality points have been allocated. Current total of vitality points, 2141. With over 2,000 points, Chu Xiang felt wealthier than ever since acquiring the system. Random item package X1 has been issued. Would you like to open it now? A random item package? What wonders might it contain? Chu Xiang pondered. It included all items available in the system store, with the probability of acquisition determined by rarity. Based on his experiences growing up, he had always excelled at matters relying on luck. For instance, at the shop near his school, there was a lottery box, a large container filled with numerous small compartments, each covered with opaque paper. For 50 cents, one could poke a hole and see what lay within. The prizes varied widely, from trivial items like a piece of candy to grand rewards such as a transformer model. Young Chu Xiang would always walk away with at least a few candies after trying his luck, perhaps due to the shopkeeper's fondness for him. Chapter 44. The Gradual Whirlwind. In summary, with unwavering confidence, Chu Xiang activated the random item package. Open. In an instant, the system store interface appeared before him. Countless squares, each housing an icon, reminiscent of the lottery boxes from his childhood. A golden frame emerged, flickering among the squares. System reward extraction in progress. The flickering of the golden frame gradually accelerated, coalescing into a blur before slowing once more. It's a skill. The golden square gracefully glided, ultimately resting within a skill slot. Generally speaking, the value of skills tends to surpass that of items. The extraction is complete. Congratulations, host, on your skill reward. The icon instantly replaced the interface of the system store, magnifying before Chu Xiang's eyes. Skill name, Lord of Time. Skill description, a layup technique inspired by Kyle Anderson. When activated, the offensive player's layup takes on Kyle Anderson's unique rhythm during the three-step approach. Skill requirements, breakthrough layup, 80. Strength, 70. The host has met the requirements for skill usage with a normal expenditure of stamina upon activation. Skill level, B. Kyle Anderson. The essence of human movement? I can't believe I've drawn his skill. After much contemplation, Chu Xiang ultimately came to terms with this reality. Although Anderson was slow, it was precisely this slowness that endowed him with a unique understanding of basketball, one that diverged significantly from that of others. I had anticipated acquiring a skill of S rank. However, Despite this skill being merely B, it still possesses considerable practicality. How should I utilize these vitality points? Perhaps I should allocate them to my attribute points? According to the system's conversion rules, Chu Xiang could directly exchange vitality points for his attribute values. Calculated as follows: when the attribute value is below 70, every 500 vitality points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. When the attribute value ranges from 70 to 79, every 2,000 vitality points converts to 1 attribute point. From 80 to 89, every 5,000 vitality points equals 1 attribute point, and from 90 to 99, every 10,000 vitality points is equivalent to 1 attribute point. Upon observing his meager vitality points, just over 2,000, Chu Xiang resolutely dismissed the notion of converting them into attribute points, as it proved far too unprofitable. He decided to hold on to them for the time being, eager to see what new items the system store might unlock in the future. Oh, by the way, what is my draft prediction looking like now? Host's predicted draft position, from the lottery zone to the end of the first round, or possibly going undrafted. As Chu Xiang furrowed his brow in bewilderment, he pondered the unexpected emergence of a rejected contestant. Initially, he had barely managed to secure a position at the tail end of the second round. This prediction, a reflection of the evolving circumstances, was briefly elucidated by the system, yet it did little to clarify the situation for Chu Xiang. Nevertheless, he resolved to press on. As several matches still lay ahead, Chu Xiang resolved to refrain from contemplating matters beyond his control and succumbed to slumber amidst the gentle vibrations of the airplane. On that very morning, while Chu Xiang was still nestled in the Wyndham Hotel, the West Coast, particularly Los Angeles, was abuzz with activity. In this vibrant city, 2 NBA teams vie for attention, the illustrious Lakers and the often overlooked Clippers. That morning, the Clippers' general manager, who also served as the interim head coach, Mike Dunleavy, affectionately known as Old Dunleavy, convened a brief meeting with the chief scout in the team's office. The discussion was straightforward, centering on the impending NBA draft set to occur in a few months. David, you attended last night's game, did you not? Is the player report ready? A portly man with pronounced dark circles under his eyes stood before Old Dunleavy. He was David, the Clippers' chief scout. David stifled a yawn and retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase. I was up until 3 last night. The overall report for this season is all here. To be frank, I am not particularly optimistic about this player. Indeed? Please share your insights. Old Dunleavy's brow furrowed slightly, his hairline, already receding, seemed to inch upward. You know I rely solely on data. In my assessment, Chu Xiang's explosive performance last night was merely a fluke. Based on his entire season's display, he is merely an athlete with decent physical attributes. However, his offensive, defensive, and playmaking abilities are decidedly lacking. His season averages stand at 13. 5 points, 3, 2 rebounds, 4, 5 assists, 0, 7 steals, and 0, 3 blocks. For a player in the NCAA Division I, such statistics would typically place him at the tail end of the second round if he were to enter the draft this year. Upon hearing the chief scout's analysis, Old Dunleavy chuckled and patted David on the shoulder. To be candid, my assessment aligns closely with yours, if not for the recent developments. David raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you referring to his remarkable comeback performance yesterday? Dunleavy nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but there is more to it. Do you know that following the game, rumors surfaced linking him to a Hollywood starlet? David frowned. I've heard whispers, but what do such rumors signify? Old Dunleavy's expression softened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. A few months ago, Sterling and I dined together, and he expressed significant dissatisfaction regarding our ticket sales. You see, as the team owner, he is indifferent to the team's performance as long as the tickets sell. What type of draft pick do you believe would meet the owner's expectations? A player with a dazzling style, one who can captivate the crowd at any moment? Ideally, someone who generates various headlines, David posited. Dunleavy shook his head. You are partially correct. Ultimately, I believe Chu Xiang is our optimal choice. As he spoke, he unfurled the player report to the first page and presented it before David. The striking visage of Chu Xiang, transcending borders, stood in stark contrast to David's round face. David instinctively touched his cheek and remarked, nonetheless, we cannot entirely disregard our performance metrics. It would be unthinkable to forfeit a lottery pick for him. We must consider our record. With a mysterious smile, Dunleavy replied. Rest assured, David, I am not merely the general manager of the team. I am also the head coach. Naturally, I must contemplate my career. I have devised a clever plan, Perhaps we need not utilize our draft pick to acquire Chu Xiang, and it will also generate discussions and headlines. The two leaned in closer as the seasoned Dunleavy elaborated on his thoughts. Chapter 45. The Girl with the Scent of Oranges at 4:30 in the evening. The plane landed at Spokane International Airport. The previous two games had been scheduled in Pittsburgh, and a glance at the map reveals that the distance between Pittsburgh, located in Pennsylvania, and Spokane, in Washington, is almost equivalent to the breadth of the entire North American continent. Thanks to a brief slumber on the plane, Chu Xiang was no longer troubled by the prospect of jet lag. Chu Xiang opened his eyes and felt a surge of vitality, although his body was still somewhat fatigued. It was not a significant issue. Coach Kyle also removed his eye mask, glanced at his wristwatch, and then remarked, "All right, once we return to school, everyone should rest. After the game in Pittsburgh this evening concludes, I will send a text to inform you all who our next opponent will be. The schedule for the second round of March Madness is spread over 3 days, and only after today will the final Sweet 16 be determined," Josh Yondon said. "Are there reporters here too? I can hardly cope with another encounter. Rest assured, this is not Pittsburgh. We have already made arrangements with the media, and they will not disturb us during March Madness," Kyle replied. "That's a relief," Josh responded, and upon hearing the coach's words, Chu Xiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. An hour later, Chu Xiang returned to the Barrow building empty-handed. Due to being cornered by reporters at the hotel, he had to leave in haste, entrusting his luggage to the hotel for return. Fortunately, he had remembered to bring his house keys. Upon entering the building, the security guard recognized Chu Xiang, stood up, and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Chu, welcome back. Your game yesterday was magnificent. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. I hope you can go all the way this year." Chu Xiang smiled politely in response. In the land of the lighthouse, athletes hold a prestigious status. Many NBA superstars are regarded as the very heroes of the cities they represent. Even in neighborhoods rife with crime and in the depths of impoverished areas, if one excels in basketball, they can earn the respect of all. This respect is profound and genuine. Gang members may even take it upon themselves to protect you, ensuring that you and your family remain shielded from various dangers. As Chu Xiang stepped into the elevator, he pressed the button for the 17th floor. The hour was still early, and he pondered upon the evening's plans. He recalled. He was to attend the SA event. His thoughts meandered within the confines of the elevator. It seemed that a new spa had recently opened near Riverside Park. He remembered receiving a text message about it. With this thought, Chu Xiang retrieved his phone to peruse his previous messages, only to be greeted by notifications for 2 missed calls. He nearly forgot to return Scarlett's call. And another call. This number was unfamiliar. At that moment, the elevator reached its destination. As Chu Xiang exited the elevator, one hand reached for the key while the other pressed the callback button. The beeping sound echoed in the receiver, and concurrently, a mobile phone rang from the end of the corridor. With a furrowed brow, Chu Xiang stepped out of the elevator and into the corridor. His room lay at the end of the hallway, and as he gazed into the distance, he noticed a dark shadow lingering before his door, from which the sound of his ringing phone emanated. His brow knitted even tighter as he glanced down at his mobile device, which was in the process of dialing, and then lifted his gaze back toward his door, the ringtone echoing incessantly. "This can't be," he murmured to himself, before using his right hand to terminate the call. Simultaneously, the ringing sound in the corridor ceased. Chu Xiang swallowed hard, his mind swirling with questions, as he cautiously approached the door of his room. To the left of the entrance, nestled in the corner, lay a girl fast asleep. She donned a beige long dress, complemented by a denim jacket, and her feet were adorned with a pair of white canvas shoes, presenting an appearance that was refreshingly youthful, reminiscent of a student. The only peculiarity was the thick headscarf wrapped around her head, reminiscent of a Muslim girl. However, due to her restless slumber, it had slipped considerably. Strands of her golden hair spilled out from the scarf, framing her fair visage, which was strikingly beautiful. This face could belong to none other than Scarlett. Chu Xiang crouched down, contemplating whether to rouse her from slumber, yet hesitating, for she appeared to be enveloped in a deep, sweet sleep. The distance between their heads did not exceed 20 centimeters, allowing Chu Xiang to distinctly perceive the fragrant breath of Scarlett and her warmth. However, such sensations did not perturb his heart. After all, during his high school years, he had encountered countless ploys employed by girls. By that time, he had already arrived in the lighthouse country, where all the girls in the school devised various means to approach him, from casual greetings that turned into uninvited closeness to subtle hints of physical contact. There was nothing they would not attempt. Yet, This unintentional, aimless contact felt novel. It was the first time Chu Xiang noted the distinct fragrance emanating from Scarlet. It bore a hint of osmanthus mingled with the scent of oranges, surprisingly pleasant rather than off-putting. At that moment, Scarlet's long eyelashes fluttered, and her large eyes slowly opened. Momentarily dazed and bewildered, Chu Xiang gazed into the azure depths of Scarlet's eyes, his mind devoid of any distractions. However, the pristine whiteness of her cheeks was subtly tinged with a delicate blush. Upon awakening, Scarlet's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, her vocal cords languid and unhurried. "Miss Scarlet, what brings you to my doorstep, and in slumber no less?" Before she could finish, Chu Xiang interjected with a smile. Scarlet blinked, swiftly regaining her composure, and adorned her face with a radiant smile, remaining seated while wrapping her arms tightly around her knees. "It seems I've lost my way while foraging for mushrooms. Kind stranger, could you possibly assist me?" Scarlet teased playfully. With a scoff, Chu Xiang shook his head in resignation, stood up, and retrieved the keys to unlock the door. Lowering his gaze to Scarlet, he remarked, "Since you are here, why not come in for a cup of tea? I was just about to call you regarding our arrangement and the circumstances surrounding your appearance at my residence. We can discuss everything in detail inside." Scarlet pouted slightly, seemingly displeased by Chu Xiang's disregard for her initial remarks. Yet she brushed off her frustration, stood up, and followed him into his apartment. Chapter 46. I consent to our arrangement thus. You have come to Spokane for medical reasons and coincidentally learned of my address, prompting you to visit and inquire about our agreement. With a single breath, Chu Xiang articulated his thoughts, lifting his teacup to gently blow at the floating goji berries before taking a delicate sip. Sitting across from him on the sofa, Scarlet innocently nodded. Her voice, raspy and strained, revealed, "You heard me. My throat is indeed in disarray, and I can no longer record." Hans inquired on my behalf, and the finest clinic for throat ailments is located in Spokane. Hans Bicaro, the agent for Scarlett Johansson, was the same individual who had previously contacted Chu Xiang. Spokane, a renowned medical hub in Washington state, is indeed home to many exceptional clinics, attracting numerous patients from the Midwest seeking treatment. Thus, her claim seemed credible. However, as Chu Xiang gazed into Scarlett's striking blue eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was being deceitful, despite her seemingly genuine expression. Chu Xiang possessed an extraordinary intuition in such matters, honed over years of encountering various strange requests from women of all ages. "Very well, I understand. Please attend to your health, and as for our agreement, I shall need to ponder it further." As Chu Xiang raised his teacup, a sudden thought struck him. Being a Westerner, Scarlett seemed unfamiliar with the custom of serving tea to guests. However, having navigated the intricacies of the entertainment industry, Scarlett was adept at reading subtle cues. She shrugged her shoulders and gazed at Chu Xiang with an expression of innocence. "All right, Chu, I apologize, I was not truthful. Initially, Hans had contacted a hospital in Los Angeles, but I insisted on coming to Spokane. You had not responded to my calls, leading me to believe that you were opposed to our collaboration." Chu Xiang said, "So, you secretly inquired about my address, intending to have paparazzi capture photographs of us together, thereby solidifying our rumors?" Scarlett smiled wryly. "You are remarkably astute, Chu. Did my presence at your doorstep lead you to this conclusion?" Chu Xiang disregarded Scarlett's inquiry, gazing out of the window with pursed lips, lost in thought. "I sincerely apologize, Chu. I truly did not intend to deceive you. I merely hoped that you would agree to our collaboration, as it is immensely important to me." Scarlett clasped her hands beneath her chin, her eyes wide and doe-like as they fixated on Chu Xiang. Yet, he remained transfixed by the view outside, not sparing her a glance. After several seconds, Scarlett let out a sigh, lowering her head as her golden locks cascaded down her shoulders like a deflated balloon. "This record deal may be my last opportunity. If it does not succeed, I might consider leaving this industry altogether. I am truly sorry, Chu," Scarlett said as she rose, a smile breaking across her face. "Nevertheless, congratulations are in order. Your victory last night was simply magnificent. You performed splendidly. During the first half of the match, I feared you would be eliminated. But to my astonishment, the second half unfolded differently." As she spoke, a glimmer seemed to light up her blue eyes. "Thus, I genuinely believe that you will clinch the championship this year." Scarlett approached the door, pushing it open with her hand. "Well then, farewell, Mr. Cold and indifferent miracle child." With a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, Chu Xiang withdrew his gaze from the window, and let out a gentle sigh. "Ah, wait a moment. I never expressed my disagreement, did I?" His eyes held a hint of helplessness as he turned to look at Scarlett. Scarlett spun around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What did you say?" she inquired eagerly. "I said, I agree to our arrangement, or rather, our collaboration." Her cerulean eyes blinked rapidly with exhilaration. And then she hurriedly took a few steps toward Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang was taken aback, instinctively leaning slightly backward. Scarlett seized Chu Xiang's large hand, clasping it tightly with her smaller ones. "Are you truly serious? You mustn't backtrack. Indeed, no regrets." "That's wonderful." Scarlett sighed in relief and settled beside Chu Xiang, enveloped in the unique fragrance of oranges and osmanthus that wafted into his senses. In truth, had Scarlett not engaged in these antics from the outset, Chu Xiang would have readily acquiesced to her request. Although he harbored a reluctance for complications, he understood that this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He needed to employ every means to elevate his draft position, and his commercial value was undoubtedly a significant consideration for the team. When he observed Scarlett's clever manipulations, Chu Xiang felt a flicker of disdain. However, Scarlett's merit lay in her refusal to perceive him as a fool. Those who consistently regard others as simpletons are, in fact, the greatest fools. It was evident that Scarlett was astute, and Chu Xiang relished collaborating with intelligent individuals. Suddenly, Chu Xiang spoke. "Your departure moments ago was part of the plan, wasn't it?" "Huh." Scarlett was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chu Xiang, but her face quickly blossomed into a mischievous smile. "What do you think?" Chu Xiang withdrew his hand, smiling as he shook his head, remaining silent while quietly sipping from his teacup. "Ah, by the way, Chu, there is one more thing. May I stay with you for a few days? Your next round of competition is still several days away, isn't it?" Chu Xiang inquired. "The hotel I usually stay at is fully booked," which is indeed the case. "Besides, wouldn't it be more convenient to solidify our rumors this way?" Scarlett replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiang finally nodded in agreement. "However, I only have one room available, so if you choose to stay, you will have to sleep on the couch." "Sleep on the couch?" Scarlett stared at Chu Xiang in astonishment. Chu Xiang nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I must take a proper rest these days in preparation for the upcoming match. I cannot possibly sleep on the sofa." Scarlett furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, contemplating his words and realizing their validity. She gazed upon Chu Xiang's ethereal visage, illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, bit her lip, and drawled, "Very well then." In the warm, golden light, she suddenly sensed a hint of warmth enveloping the room. "You may stay here to rest. I need to step out for a moment. Here is a spare key for you." Chu Xiang rose, retrieving a key and placing it upon the table. "Where are you headed?" she inquired. "To partake in some SA." "SA? You actually enjoy that?" Scarlett regarded him with a peculiar expression. This pastime seemed utterly incongruous with the refined image she held of Chu Xiang. In her mind, such activities were the domain of greasy businessmen. Yet, here was this polished, graceful youth indulging in such pursuits. As Scarlett scrutinized him with an odd gaze, Chu Xiang opened the door and departed. Chapter 47. It turns out being handsome truly allows one to do as they please. At 8 in the evening, Riverside Park, Moon Forest Japanese Spa. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Chu Xiang lay on a massage table, eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed. Behind him, a young and charming therapist blushed deeply, carefully massaging his temples. Chu Xiang suddenly opened his eyes. The female technician was startled, but upon gazing into Chu Xiang's eyes, her face turned even redder. She hurriedly inquired, "What is it, sir? Did I press too hard and cause you pain?" Chu Xiang furrowed his brows, gazing intently at the female technician, enveloped in the fragrant mist. The technician felt as though she were being pierced by the depths of his penetrating gaze. "My goodness, why is he staring at me so intently? Could it be that he—" The thoughts raced through her mind. However, such notions were absolutely unacceptable in this setting. Yet, if it were him, who could possibly refuse? Why does he continue to look at me? What should I do? Should I inform him that I am about to finish my shift? The charming technician's daydreams were abruptly interrupted by his calm request. "Could you please arrange for a male masseur instead?" Chu Xiang stated matter-of-factly. "Huh, change. Is it that I have not performed well?" Chu Xiang shook his head and remarked, "It is not a matter of your skills being lacking, but rather your strength being insufficient. Might I inquire if there are any male technicians available?" The adorable female technician was utterly bewildered. A minute later, she exited the room, closing the door behind her. The final image before her was of Chu Xiang, a look of sheer happiness adorning his face, as he was being dominated by the hands of a burly man. In despair, the charming female technician shut her eyes, lamenting the loss of yet another potential perfect boyfriend from this world. Why must God be so cruel? It was not that Chu Xiang had a preference for men. It was simply that the female technician's strength was too feeble. With his lithe and defined muscles, Chu Xiang had just emerged from an intense competition, craving a complete and thorough relaxation. Amidst the delightful sensations of fatigue, his phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was a message from the team's assistant coach. The next opponent had been revealed? Let me see who it is. As Chu Xiang continued to read on, a sudden tension gripped the muscles in his back. The male technician, startled, inquired, "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Please carry on," replied Chu Xiang, relaxing once more. Though he murmured to himself, UCLA, UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles, a prestigious institution known worldwide. This name is synonymous with excellence, as UCLA stands among the Ivy League schools, renowned for its competitive admission process, ranking among the most challenging globally. Not only does this institution boast an illustrious academic reputation, but it is also home to the legendary UCLA Bruins basketball team, a titan in NCAA history, holding the record for the most championships ever won. With 11 NCAA tournament titles, they are the champions of March Madness, and they have achieved an undefeated season 4 times. The legendary coach John Wooden once graced this institution, leading his team to victory 10 times in 12 years. UCLA is the alma mater of the most formidable offensive weapon in basketball history, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a Hall of Fame NBA player and the all-time leading scorer, who has won the MVP award 6 times and claimed 6 NBA championships. Beyond Abdul-Jabbar, the university has also nurtured NBA stars such as Reggie Miller and Baron Davis. In 2008, UCLA produced the 4th and 5th picks in the NBA draft. The 4th pick, Russell Westbrook, later became the king of triple-doubles in NBA history. The 5th pick, Kevin Love, affectionately known as the Love Machine, is a double-double machine. In addition to these two, the team included future NBA players Darren Collison and the Cameroonian prince, Luc Mbah. This title is not merely a moniker. He is indeed the son of a prominent chief in Cameroon, discovered by UCLA's head coach Ben Howland and brought to the university. Should he falter, he would return home to fulfill his role as chief. With a roster of such caliber, UCLA has undeniably been a powerhouse in NCAA basketball in recent years. In 2006, they finished as runners-up in March Madness, and in 2007, they reached the Final Four. Historically, they also advanced to the Final Four in 2008, a testament to their formidable strength. Gue, will I encounter you in the next match? And what about Love? I presume he is still a bit chubby now? A smile unconsciously graced Chu Xiang's face. He felt every nerve in his body trembling, clamoring in anticipation for the impending contest with these formidable opponents in just a few days. On March 25th, at 9 in the morning, Josh stood before the door of room 1701 in the Bear building, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and impatience as he repeatedly pressed the doorbell. Surely, they haven't yet risen? Josh pondered. At that moment, the door swung open, and as he lifted his gaze, ready to voice a few playful jabs at Chu Xiang's strikingly handsome yet infuriating visage, he was met with an unexpected emptiness. You must be Chu Xiang's teammate," he heard a voice say. Following the sound, Josh slightly bent down and beheld the petite figure of Scarlett, her head tilted, smiling as she appraised him. In an instant, Josh's face transformed into a theatrical display, his features shifting rapidly through a spectrum of confusion, contemplation, astonishment, and panic. "Why, you are Scarlett Johansson," he exclaimed in a hushed tone, wary of disturbing the other residents. Scarlett offered a gentle smile, raising her small, fair hand. "Hello. It seems I forgot to ask for your name last time. What is it?" "I am Josh," he replied softly. Just then, the tall figure of Chu Xiang emerged from the room, appearing as though he had just awakened. "Who is there?" "Oh, it's Josh. Come in. Why are you standing at the door?" Chu Xiang scratched his disheveled short hair and yawned. Upon hearing Chu Xiang's words, Scarlett obediently stepped aside to allow Josh entry. "And no, she." Josh found himself at a loss for words, his hands gesturing vaguely between Scarlett, Chu Xiang, and himself. Chu Xiang comprehended in 326 seconds, believing he grasped Josh's intent. "Oh, Scarlett, the one you know. She's staying with me for a few days." "A few days?" Josh was even more perplexed. "No, how could you two suddenly?" Scarlett unexpectedly approached Josh, playfully hooking her finger under his chin. "Josh, I am now Chu Xiang's girlfriend." Josh was utterly astonished. With an expressionless face, Chu Xiang cast a fleeting glance at Scarlett's retreating figure before turning away and yawning. Indeed, she is merely a rumored girlfriend. In that moment, Josh felt an overwhelming surge of realization, yet simultaneously, he sensed an utter lack of understanding. How astonishing it was that being handsome could grant one such unbridled freedom. He lamented internally. Chapter 48. Westbrook, the favored child of God, I'm ready, let us depart. Chu Xiang stood in the living room, impeccably dressed in athletic attire. A black sports backpack slung over his shoulder. His short hair required no elaborate grooming. After a wash, it fell into a charmingly tousled style. Clad simply. Yet his mere presence radiated an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a resilient pine standing proudly on a precipice. Scarlett gazed at Chu Xiang, momentarily entranced. Are you leaving now? His inquiry jolted her back to reality. I will wait a moment for my assistant to bring my luggage. I have not even packed my cosmetics and cannot possibly go out. Chu Xiang nodded, not entirely comprehending the notion of not being able to leave the house without makeup. Yet he could rationally accept it. He was well aware that not everyone possessed the same allure as his mother, who could effortlessly captivate without a trace of cosmetics. The reason Josh arrived early to call for Chu Xiang was that they were headed to school for classes and practice. On school days, Josh routinely came to fetch him. For otherwise, he would most likely be tardy. Indeed, despite being basketball players, they were still required to attend university courses. Let us be off. Remember to lock the door behind you, Chu Xiang remarked. Scarlett nodded, watching as he closed the door. The morning sun was bright, yet gentle, casting its light upon Scarlett's unadorned face, revealing the delicate fuzz on her skin and a subtle blush upon her cheeks. This sensation evoked in Scarlett a feeling akin to that of a wife bidding farewell to her husband. In the same morning, the sun in Los Angeles shone brilliantly and warmly. At the UCLA gymnasium, Ben Holland, the head coach of the UCLA Bruins, had led the team to be formidable contenders for the NCAA championship in recent years. Westbrook, come here, Holland called out, arms crossed. On the court, Russell Westbrook, having just completed an exhilarating warm-up dunk, heard his coach's summons and swiftly jogged over. Coach, Westbrook greeted with a polite smile. Though his playing style was often ferocious and relentless, in everyday life, Westbrook was courteous and well-mannered. His seemingly fierce visage softened with a touch of earnestness when he smiled. Holland nodded, visibly pleased as he observed the muscular physique of Westbrook. I am planning to have you guard Chu Xiang in the next game. Do you think you can manage it? Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Westbrook's eyes. Of course I can. I will shut him down, Holland continued. I am aware of your defensive prowess, but have you reviewed the footage from his last game? In that condition, do you believe you can contain him? The earnest Westbrook bowed his head, lost in contemplation. Now in his sophomore year, Westbrook had finally secured a starting position on the team this season. During his freshman year, he had been a backup point guard, with Darren Collison occupying the starting role. However, due to Collison's injury at the season's outset, the coach was compelled to elevate Westbrook to the starting lineup. Seizing this opportunity with unwavering determination, Westbrook endeared himself to Coach Hollins, ultimately becoming the team's starting shooting guard. It was his relentless drive and tenacious defense that captivated Hollins. Westbrook raised his hand and noticed the wristband on his right wrist, inscribed with 3 letters, KB3. This referred to his closest friend, Cal's Bass, who had become an indelible part of Westbrook's spirit, watching over him alongside God as he dashed across the court. Bass. If it were you, could you guard Chu Xiang? He mused internally. You surely could. Then I must be able to as well. Westbrook lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes as he addressed Hollins. Coach, I can do this, even if he maintains his previous game form. I will give my all to make him struggle with every shot he takes. Hollins chuckled, visibly pleased with Westbrook's fervor. Excellent. I believe in you. Go train. Yes, coach. Westbrook exclaimed as he sprinted back onto the court. He casually picked up a ball from the ground. Bass, no matter what, I will carry your spirit with me. Whether in the NCAA or the NBA, I will ensure your name echoes to the ends of the earth. With that, he surged forward, his focus solely on the hoop. Take off. Slam dunk. A chubby young boy standing beneath the basket was startled, then shouted at Westbrook, "Why are you dunking so forcefully? It's not like you're here to test the hoop's durability." This chubby boy was the young version of Kevin Love, far from the handsome NBA star he would become years later. At present, he sported a buzz cut, a double chin, and weighed 200 to 300 pounds. However, with his ample physique and exceptionally refined skills in the paint, Love, a freshman, had already established himself as a formidable inside presence at UCLA. This season, he averaged 17, 5 points and 10.6 rebounds per game, showcasing the early signs of the double-double machine he would later become. And he earned the title of Pacific 10 Conference Player of the Year, joining the ranks of the select few who achieved this accolade in their rookie season. The other being the 1996 draft's third overall pick, Rashard Lewis, who, although less renowned than his contemporaries, ultimately became an NBA All-Star. Westbrook turned to the chubby Love, offering a sincere smile. "Do you have any objections to my dunking? It seems you are intent on losing more tonight." Each evening, two individuals engage in a game of Texas Hold'em with their teammates, and Westbrook consistently emerges as the one who wins the most. Though it may not be apparent, Westbrook possesses a keen intellect. He is indeed a genuine academic achiever. Were it not for his sharp mind, he would not have devised a strategy capable of averaging a triple-double. Love muttered a few words, questioning how one could deem a card game a loss, asserting that true victory and defeat reside on the basketball court, and that he was merely accommodating them. However, it was evident that as he spoke, he distanced himself, unwilling to interrupt Westbrook's practice. Westbrook resumed dribbling the ball vigorously in place. Chu Xiang, Chu Xiang, Chu Xiang, Chu Xiang. With each powerful bounce against the ground, he uttered an imperfect rendition of Chinese. It was as if he were unleashing his full force upon Chu Xiang's visage with every dribble. Alternatively, one might envision the two balls in his hands transforming into Chu Xiang's head, as Westbrook furiously slammed them to the ground with each bounce. Chu Xiang, prepare for the next game. Chapter 49. Westbrook's fury. Meanwhile, in the Gonzaga University coach's office, Kyle was reviewing footage with the players. In NCAA Division I, the training and operational methods have increasingly mirrored those of the NBA, while the frequency of collective video reviews during the regular season is relatively low. In the frenzied atmosphere of March Madness, where every game holds immense significance, nearly every team meticulously edits footage of their forthcoming opponents for the players and coaches to analyze together. The video commenced, showcasing a game from UCLA's regular season. "Observe this play. It is one of their most frequently employed strategies," Kyle elucidated, likening it to a variation of the triangle offense. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. Kyle concluded, "In summary, when contending with UCLA's offense, our primary focus must be on the rotation of our interior defense. First and foremost, we cannot allow Love to comfortably receive the ball. Should he do so, our surrounding players must be prepared to double team at a moment's notice. Remember this. In this afternoon's scrimmage, we will train specifically on this aspect. Additionally, bear in mind, everyone should favor longer shots over shorter ones." The combined average rebounds of UCLA's interior players, Love and Bamit, approaches 20. This indicates we have no advantage in rebounding within the paint. Thus, we must wager that long rebounds will bounce into our hands. As for the offense, at this point, Kyle instinctively glanced at Chu Xiang. Although he understood that he could not rely on Chu Xiang to replicate his previous performance in every forthcoming game, anyone who had witnessed Chu Xiang's divine prowess would likely remember it for a lifetime. Consequently, whenever the topic of offense arose, Kyle's gaze invariably fell upon Chu Xiang. With a resigned smile, Chu Xiang said, "Coach, I cannot guarantee that I will maintain such excellent form in the next match." Kyle nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "In terms of our offensive strategy, we shall adhere to our usual arrangements, with you, Chu Xiang, as the primary attacking point, while Jack will take on the role in the substitute lineup. There is little more to discuss regarding our offense." Kyle was well aware of each player's capabilities and could not expect anyone to perform as divinely as Chu Xiang. As long as they executed the strategies practiced in training, that would suffice. "Very well, let us adjourn the meeting." After concluding the pre-match conference, Chu Xiang had lunch with Josh, attended afternoon classes, and subsequently headed to the gym for practice. By 5:30, practice had wrapped up, and a weary Chu Xiang casually purchased a nutritious meal to take home for dinner. Considering Chu Xiang's impressive stamina rating of 95, such routine training should not have left him feeling so fatigued. The previous evening's match had truly drained him. If there were statistics to be gathered, that game might have been the most physically exhausting he had experienced since entering university. Upon retrieving his keys and unlocking the door, Chu Xiang entered his room, too exhausted to remove his shoes, and collapsed onto the sofa, quickly succumbing to slumber. It was only when he heard the sound of the door lock that he stirred awake. Scarlett stood at the entrance, switching on the light. "I went to the clinic with Hans today, and he informed me that the news of my arrival in Spokane has already been released." Chu Xiang was puzzled. "So what?" Scarlett smiled. "Hence, I wish to inquire when you shall depart tomorrow." We could venture out together. Tomorrow? I suppose around 9:30, he replied. But does together imply that there are already paparazzi lurking nearby? Scarlett shook her head. Not quite. I would not go so far as to expose your address. Yet I surmise that there may indeed be paparazzi lying in wait around your school. Chu nodded, comprehending Scarlett's intent. Having promised to take action at that time, it was only natural to see the good deed through to completion. The following day, on March 26th, at 9:30 in the morning, the two departed from the apartment punctually. The apartment of Chu Xiang is not far from the school. A leisurely stroll of 20 minutes will suffice. Thus, the two ambled hand in hand down the street. Despite their ordinary attire today, their striking features quickly captivated the attention of passers-by. As they approached the school gate, more individuals discreetly or openly cast glances their way. Most were students of Gonzaga University, where Chu Xiang's fame rivaled that of Jay Cho in the Dragon Kingdom. A handful recognized Scarlett and began whispering amongst themselves, exclaiming, "Isn't that Scarlett Johansson? It seems the rumors are true. They are indeed together. My goodness." Although Chu Xiang once felt distant, he now seems to inhabit a different realm from us. Among the crowd, many non-students quietly raised their concealed cameras, capturing candid shots of the couple. Later that afternoon, at 6 o'clock in Los Angeles, within the UCLA Sports Arena, the basketball court lay desolate. With only Russell Westbrook practicing his shooting, everyone else had departed to pack up. Kevin Love emerged from the locker room and approached Westbrook. "Hey, enough practice for now. We have a game in a few days. Overexerting yourself might be counterproductive," he advised. Westbrook glanced at Love, but continued to shoot the ball. "I'm fine. I can practice a little longer. You all can head back." Love shrugged, retrieving a copy of a magazine from behind him. "Take a cue from others. While you're still honing your skills, they're already dating Hollywood stars." Westbrook halted his shooting, casting his gaze towards the magazine in Love's hand, which featured a photo of Chu Xiang and Scarlett. Confirmed romance. Scarlett Johansson with her young beau. Westbrook's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression shifting instantaneously. The moment he caught sight of the photo, realization struck him. The man depicted was none other than their next opponent, Chu Xiang, who was also the designated player for Westbrook to guard closely in the upcoming match. His brow furrowed, and a simmering anger ignited in his eyes. Noticing Westbrook's unusual demeanor, Love cautiously inquired, "Hey, are you all right? Is this news hitting you that hard? Are you a fan of Scarlett Johansson?" Westbrook crinkled his nose, averting his gaze and hoisting the basketball once more. "No, I don't know this actress," he replied, his tone rigid. Love, perplexed, probed further. "Then why do you look so furious?" Westbrook hurled the basketball from his grasp, yet it failed to find its mark, rebounding off the backboard. He turned his gaze towards Love, his brow unfurled, but the fire in his eyes remained unabated, still fiercely ablaze. I felt a twinge of anger, but not due to that celebrity. Just as Love was about to continue speaking, a gust of wind interrupted him. Before him, Westbrook surged forward like a tempest. Seizing the ball that had just rattled the backboard and soaring into the air, Westbrook executed a two-handed dunk. The basketball exploded from the hoop, crashing to the floor like a cannonball. Love watched this spectacle, swallowed hard, discreetly tucked away his magazine, and quietly retreated. Gradually, he withdrew from the court, muttering to himself, "You still claim not to know Scarlett? Just look at how furious you've become. What a pity, though, she already has a boyfriend." Alas, per Westbrook. Naturally, these musings were not meant for Westbrook's ears, as Love continued to murmur while exiting the arena. Beneath the hoop, after his furious slam dunk, Westbrook landed on the ground, exhaling deeply, seemingly having vented his anger. To be fair, Westbrook was not lying. He truly did not know Scarlett. His frustration stemmed from Chu Xiang. In Westbrook's eyes, Chu Xiang's ostentatious announcement of their relationship before the game, coupled with his lackadaisical training in favor of romance, was a profound disrespect towards his opponents. And the next challenger in the arena was none other than Westbrook himself. Thus, he felt utterly humiliated. "How dare you look down upon me? While I dedicate myself to training relentlessly for victory, you saunter off to indulge in romance, and even grace magazine covers?" It is worth noting that Westbrook, too, had a girlfriend, yet in pursuit of triumph during March Madness, he had scarcely spent time with her recently. "How much disdain do you harbor for UCLA? How much contempt do you hold for our team?" Westbrook pondered. "Do you believe that a single stellar performance makes you invincible?" Chu Xiang, if that is your stance, I shall ensure that I impart a lesson on the proper attitude of a basketball player in our next match. Chu Xiang. In the throes of his furious resolve, Westbrook tirelessly practiced on the court. Chapter 50. Staples Center. The acknowledgement of the Black Mamba. Time flew by swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, bringing us to March 28th, with the next round of matches looming tomorrow. Following the publication of the article, the next day Scarlett departed from Chu Xiang's apartment. Before leaving, she made sure to advise Chu Xiang, "You must win the next game. I will be there to cheer you on, my dear boyfriend." The upcoming match will take place in Los Angeles, which, in a sense, serves as the home ground for UCLA. However, according to the regulations, all games during March Madness are devoid of any home or away distinctions, and the venues are neutral courts. The arena for the next match is none other than the illustrious Staples Center, on March 29th, at 7 o'clock in the evening. This grand venue, capable of accommodating 20,000 spectators, is already filled to 80% capacity, even with an hour remaining before the game commences. Typically, in NBA games, unless they are particularly high-profile, the attendance rate an hour before the game hovers around 30 to 40%. This fervor exemplifies the passion of the American people for March Madness. As the tournament progresses, not only does the intensity of the games escalate, but the enthusiasm of the audience also swells. Entering the third round, all matches are broadcast nationwide, and this particular game is being aired live by TNT. In the studio, commentators Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and host Ernie Johnson are poised and ready. Finally, the madness of March has arrived at the Staples Center. "I can hardly contain my excitement," exclaimed Kenny. Barkley swiftly retorted, "Excited for what? To perform a hip dance for your Miss Harley? Come on, Kenny, she's nearly 60. In a previous program, Kenny had mentioned that during his NBA days, he was most eager for games at the Staples Center, as countless celebrities and socialites would be in attendance. Among them was a Hollywood beauty, now approaching 60, whom Kenny adored. Whenever his team scored, he would dance in an attempt to capture her attention. "Shut up, Barkley," Kenny interjected, raising 2 fingers. "Do you know what these are? My 2 championship rings. How pitiful for someone who doesn't even possess 1 ring." Though Barkley is a member of the NBA's 50 greatest players and a Hall of Famer, he is ironically without a championship title, a fact that Kenny relishes using to mock him. Barkley fell silent, shifting the conversation as he glanced at the screen. "Hey, let's see who else is here today. Oh, I spot Nicole Kidman. And Anne Hathaway. I didn't expect her to be interested in this game. Regardless of what people may say, she remains an unparalleled beauty in my eyes," Kenny added. Barkley continued, "Huh? Look over here. Who's that? Kobe has also arrived. Well, it's only fitting that he would come to watch a game in their home arena." At this moment, as Kobe entered the Staples Center, 3 cameras immediately began to follow him, capturing the scene. The audience, upon seeing Kobe's striking visage on the colossal screen above the court, erupted in cheers. Rising to their feet in admiration, Kobe, adorned with dark sunglasses, waved at the cameras with an air of charisma. Amidst this excitement, a reporter, microphone in hand, rushed to Kobe before he could take his seat. "Hi, Kobe, I apologize for the interruption. May I conduct a brief interview?" the young reporter inquired. Despite his formidable presence on the court, where he exuded an aura of invincibility, the Black Mamba was known to be quite amiable in his personal life. With a smile, he graciously acquiesced to the request. The reporter asked, "Kobe, which team do you support in this game?" Kobe gently pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead and replied, "From a rational perspective, I believe UCLA has the upper hand. However, emotionally, I am rooting for Gonzaga University. As a citizen of the beacon of democracy, or perhaps more aptly, as the Black Mamba, Kobe inherently admired individual heroism. The previous game's remarkable comeback had epitomized such heroism perfectly, and no one could resist the allure of a lone hero." "Did you catch the last game?" the reporter inquired. "Actually, I didn't watch it live. I had a game that day. However, I did see the news the following day," Kobe remarked, crinkling his nose. "It was an extraordinary match, especially that player from Gonzaga. What's his name? Chu Xiang." "Yes, Chu Xiang," the reporter interjected eagerly. "Right, that kid performed exceptionally well." Curious about Chu Xiang, Kobe asked, "Have you seen the recent topic trending online?" Shaking his head, he looked at the reporter. "There's a viral video on YouTube featuring a montage of Chu Xiang's fadeaway shot alongside yours. Everyone who has seen it claims that his fadeaway is strikingly similar to yours." Upon hearing this, Kobe raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The reporter then produced an Apple iPhone, a rarity in 2008, specifically the first-generation model with a mere 16 gigabytes of storage. He opened the pre-downloaded video and presented it to Kobe. Initially indifferent, Kobe was soon captivated by the footage, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As the few-minute video concluded, Kobe's expression grew solemn. Kobe, how do you assess his fadeaway in comparison to yours? After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, very strong. The journalist's eyes widened in astonishment. Kobe then remarked, this evening, I merely wish to observe the performance of the player who orchestrated such an incredible comeback. However, I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. If possible, I would love to meet him during their warm-up. The journalist's mouth slowly fell agape. It is essential to note that the individual standing before him is none other than the current luminary of the NBA, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. For someone so self-assured, to bestow such high praise upon a college player is remarkable. Merely the word strong would suffice to headline tomorrow's sports news. While the journalist remained momentarily dazed, Kobe turned his head to gaze toward the player tunnel. With less than an hour until the game commenced, the athletes from both teams had begun to trickle in for their warm-ups. Shadows flitted past. Yet Kobe could not locate the white-clad figure wearing number 66 that he had seen in the footage. Where is he? He pondered. Turning back to the journalist, he said, let us pause the interview here. I'm going to check the Gonzaga University locker room. Generally, as a spectator, one is not permitted to enter the locker room of the competing teams, but he is Kobe, and this is the Staples Center. This is his domain. Kobe is, indeed, the reigning king of the Staples Center. Chapter 51, The Star Player's Quest. One-on-one with the Black Mamba. Inside the locker room, several Gonzaga University players were engaged in warm-up exercises using various equipment, while Coach Kyle stood nearby, analyzing the strategy board. Kobe tapped on the door, capturing the attention of everyone within the locker room. The assistant coach's eyes widened, unable to suppress an involuntary gasp. "Hey, Kobe." Kobe removed his dark sunglasses and flashed a smile. "Hello, everyone. I hope I'm not in the wrong place. This is the Gonzaga University locker room, correct?" Although Coach Kyle was equally astonished, he maintained a composed demeanor and responded, "Hello, Kobe. I'm Kyle, the coach of Gonzaga University. What brings you to our locker room so unexpectedly?" After surveying the room, Kobe inquired, "Is Chu Xiang not here? I wanted to meet him, but I noticed he wasn't warming up on the court, so I thought I would check here." Kyle's expression turned slightly awkward. Chu Xiang will be here shortly." Kobe looked at Kyle, puzzled. Shouldn't the team be acting collectively? With the game about to commence, has he not yet arrived at the arena? At that moment, the journalist who had previously interviewed Kobe also entered the locker room. Kyle glanced at his watch. He has a personal habit of taking a nap before games. He should be arriving soon. Just then, Chu Xiang and Josh approached the locker room door. "Why is there a cameraman filming our locker room?" Josh remarked as he stepped inside, then froze. "Kobe." Chu Xiang followed closely behind as he entered. Kobe turned his head and immediately spotted Chu Xiang behind Josh, whose visage resembled a divine masterpiece, captivating the attention of all in any setting. S eyes were filled with astonishment. It was indeed his first encounter with the real Kobe. "Hi, you must be Chu Xiang." "I am Kobe," Kobe said, extending his hand. Overwhelmed with surprise, Chu Xiang reached out his right hand as well, replying, "Hello, Kobe, I am Chu Xiang." Despite his inner astonishment, Chu Xiang maintained a calm demeanor. The moment of their handshake was captured by the photographers behind them. Kobe did not release his grip. Instead, he scrutinized Chu Xiang from head to toe and then spoke, "Although this is a bit unexpected, I would like to ask you if you would be willing to engage in a one-on-one match with me." "A one-on-one?" Chu Xiang inquired. "Indeed, just one ball. You attack while I defend. This will not interfere with your upcoming game," Kobe supplemented. Ding. The host received an invitation for a one-on-one match from Kobe, and the Star Series mission was initiated. At that moment, a string of information appeared before Chu Xiang's eyes. Mission 1. Challenge the Black Mamba. Mission details. Achieve victory in a one-on-one match against Kobe with just one ball. Mission rewards. 500 health points, 1 beginner stamina potion, and an increase of Kobe's favorability level by 1. Failure penalty. Acquire the status of Kobe's contempt, resulting in a 50 decrease in the host's abilities during this match while Kobe is watching. Lose the eligibility to accept Kobe's series of missions. Would you like to accept the mission? Gazing at the mission's abundant rewards, Chu Xiang felt quite tempted. However, upon seeing the penalties for failure, he hesitated. After all, this was Kobe. Even if it was just one ball, could he truly defeat him? If he failed the mission, his abilities would be halved, making victory in the game nearly impossible. Rationality screamed warnings at Chu Xiang. Yet, after a mere 5 seconds of contemplation, Chu Xiang fixed his gaze on Kobe and responded, "Sure." The outcome of the match? Indeed, it was significant. However, all of Chu Xiang's thoughts were overshadowed by one undeniable fact. This was Kobe, the reigning champion of the basketball world. He had extended an invitation for a one-on-one match. Could he possibly refuse? Moreover, he might not even lose. Kobe regarded Chu Xiang, a signature smile breaking across his face. Everyone in the locker room watched the interaction between Chu Xiang and Kobe, enveloped in a stunned silence. At the entrance, the reporter was the first to regain his composure, immediately calling for the camera crew covering the live broadcast. Addressing the camera, he began, "Before the start of this match, an intriguing incident has occurred. Kobe has issued a challenge to Gonzaga University player Chu Xiang for a one-on-one duel." As the camera captured the scene, it was broadcasted on the arena's screens and reached the TNT studio. Barkley, with a grin on his face, remarked, "Is Kobe in a bad mood today? Or has Chu Xiang offended him in some way?" Kenny pondered and responded, "I don't believe that's the case. It's simply Kobe succumbing to his competitive spirit." Barkley continued, "Let us hope Kobe doesn't go too hard on him. After all, Chu Xiang still has a game to play." Kenny remarked, "Is that so? I believe Chu Xiang might not lose. How about a wager? I'll place $10,000 on Chu Xiang." "Ha ha ha, you are surely destined to lose, Kenny. No matter how formidable Chu Xiang is, he is merely a college student. In a one-on-one match, Kobe will undoubtedly triumph." On the court, while Russell Westbrook was warming up, he caught sight of the large screen displaying the scene. "Kobe is going to face off against Chu Xiang? How peculiar," commented Kevin Love with great interest. Westbrook's expression hardened as he furrowed his brow, continuing his warm-up routine. "Why are you showing no reaction? Isn't Kobe your idol?" Love nudged Westbrook's arm. Westbrook paused his warm-up and glanced at Love, stating, "Chu Xiang is not worthy of challenging Kobe." Love was taken aback. "What is wrong with you? Do you know Chu Xiang? Has he offended you? You seem quite upset." Westbrook ignored Love, intensifying his warm-up efforts. Meanwhile, Kobe walked ahead, with Chu Xiang trailing slightly behind as they exited the players' tunnel. Upon emerging, they were greeted by the cheers of the audience. However, the applause was solely for Kobe, while Chu Xiang was met with derision. In Los Angeles, the overwhelming majority of fans attending the game were supporters of UCLA, viewing Chu Xiang as an adversary. Kobe turned slightly to Chu Xiang and said, "Do not pay heed to the audience's reactions. If you aspire to enter the NBA, you must learn to adapt to this. Frankly, I find your attitude towards the game somewhat concerning." "Kobe, are you referring to my absence from the pregame training?" "Indeed." With a helpless gesture, Chu Xiang remarked, "It's merely a personal habit. This way, I perform better during competitions. Due to the constraints of the system." He was unable to disclose the truth to Kobe and could only offer this explanation. Kobe pouted slightly, remaining silent, yet his expression betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. For a training fanatic like Kobe, should Chu Xiang be his teammate, he would likely endure Kobe's relentless, piercing glares daily. Initially curious about Chu Xiang's skills, Kobe now felt an urge to teach this young man a lesson. Chapter 52, The Gamble. Kobe. Show him what you can do. Teach this little brat a lesson. Let him understand that victory at Staples Center is unattainable. The crowd surrounding the court raised their arms, fervently cheering for Kobe. In the warm-up area of Gonzaga University, players instinctively cleared a space for the two. Clad in casual attire, Kobe casually picked up a basketball from the ground. "Come on, just one ball. They say online that you've stolen my shooting technique. Let us see just how much you've learned." Kobe delivered a powerful pass, the basketball swiftly striking Chu Xiang's palm with force. Feeling the intensity of Kobe's throw, Chu Xiang realized that Kobe was serious about this challenge. With the ball cradled in both hands at his left hip, his right foot taking a slight step forward, and his chin lowered, Chu Xiang focused intently on observing Kobe's defensive stance. True to his reputation as a perennial member of the all-defensive team, this was Kobe. Gazing at Kobe's nearly flawless positioning, Chu Xiang sensed a heavy pressure weighing upon him. Up until his retirement, Kobe had garnered 9 selections to the all-defensive first team and 3 to the second team. Prior to his Achilles injury, he could undoubtedly be regarded as the finest perimeter defender in the NBA. With no opportunity to break through, he resolved to play with his back to the basket. Pivoting on his left foot, he turned halfway, positioning the ball at his right hip. As Chu Xiang dribbled forward with his right hand, Kobe instinctively took a step back. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xiang initiated a post-up move. "Heh, a post-up against me?" Kobe regarded Chu Xiang, firmly planting his feet, awaiting the impending collision. In rhythm with his dribble, Chu Xiang exerted force, pressing his hips against Kobe. Yet, he nearly rebounded off him. Damn, he's too solid. I can't budge him. The usually composed and refined Chu Xiang couldn't help but mentally curse in that moment. Just as Chu Xiang was on the verge of being thrown off, Kobe seized the opportunity, stepping forward and fully enveloping Chu Xiang with his arms. Chu Xiang furrowed his brows, acutely aware that, under such circumstances, even the act of dribbling bore a significant risk of error. The pressure was overwhelming. Within mere seconds, he found himself cornered. Unable to withstand the force, nor capable of advancing, he had no choice but to launch an attack. Confronted by the mightiest of shields, he resolved to wield the most formidable of spears. With a backward jump shot reminiscent of Kobe, he initiated his move. Every fiber of muscle in his back was attuned to the moment, pressed tightly against Kobe's body. A feint to the left, a feint to the right. In that instant, Kobe narrowed his eyes, sensing an uncanny familiarity emanating from the young man before him. It was as if the individual he was defending was a reflection of himself. The imitation was striking, yet mere deception would prove futile. Kobe stood firm, his feet anchored like nails, unwavering in the face of Chu Xiang's feints. His gaze fixed intently on every subtle movement. Though the intensity of Kobe's eyes was obscured, Chu Xiang felt an acute prickling sensation along his spine, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike, waiting for the slightest hint of weakness. Is this the Black Mamba? Then let us see whose fangs are more lethal. Abandoning futile deceptions, Chu Xiang pivoted towards the baseline and leaped towards the hoop. A glint of cold determination flickered in Kobe's eyes as he leaped in tandem with Chu Xiang, his arm extending to obstruct the trajectory of the shot. Inch by inch, Chu Xiang struggled to find a window for release, his body tilting back under the weight of inertia, even as his form approached a near 50-degree angle with the ground. That small hand of Kobe remained steadfast, blocking his shooting arc with unwavering resolve. In the depths of his heart, Chu Xiang felt a bead of sweat forming, while Kobe was equally astonished. The angle of this fadeaway was utterly extravagant, nearly rivaling my own. It was only when Chu Xiang's body reached a 45-degree angle with the ground that Kobe's defense finally faltered. However, Chu Xiang had completely missed the optimal moment to release his shot. This defensive play was executed to perfection. With unwavering determination, Chu Xiang exerted every ounce of strength, instinctively launching the ball from his hand. The moment the ball was released, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. All eyes on the court turned toward the soaring basketball. Swish. The ball passed through the net with a crisp sound. Kobe narrowed his eyes slightly, a signature smile gracing his face as he turned to look at the prostrate Chu Xiang, extending his hand. You won this round, young man. Well done. I look forward to a proper one-on-one challenge. Chu Xiang grasped Kobe's hand and rose to his feet as a series of information flashed before him. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards: 500 vitality points, 1 basic short-term stamina potion, an increase in Kobe's affinity level by 1, and the qualification to undertake subsequent tasks related to the Kobe series. Chu Xiang gazed at Kobe, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. There will be opportunities. On the other side of the court, Love appeared ecstatic. Look, he actually made that shot. Chu Xiang has triumphed over Kobe. Westbrook's expression darkened to an almost palpable degree, coldly stating, I understand. Although he feigned indifference, he had been discreetly observing the one-on-one duel between the two. When he witnessed Chu Xiang's extraordinarily difficult fadeaway shot find its mark, an unprecedented rage ignited within him. He was consumed by a singular thought. He would unleash his fury upon Chu Xiang in the forthcoming match. I acknowledge your talent. But do you think that innate ability grants you the right to act with impunity? In Westbrook's eyes, Chu Xiang epitomized a brash individual who relied solely on his gifts, exhibiting a lack of seriousness in both competition and practice. I shall ensure that you pay for your arrogance. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the match commenced punctually. In the TNT studio, Kenny wore a self-satisfied grin. So, Barkley, shall we place another wager on the outcome of this game and see if you can recover some of your losses? Barkley cast a glance at Kenny and rolled his eyes. It's merely $10,000. It's not something I lose sleep over. And as for this game, what is there to bet on? Is that so? Then which team do you favor? Kenny inquired. Need you even ask? The victory shall undoubtedly belong to UCLA. Gonzaga's previous win over Kansas was merely a fluke. After all these years of playing, who hasn't encountered a surprise or two? But a fluke is a fluke. If they occurred every day, they wouldn't be called surprises. Expecting Kenny to counter his statement, Barkley was taken aback when Kenny merely nodded in agreement. All right, Barkley. I can see that you make a compelling point. I too lean towards UCLA. Let's alter our wager then. Let us bet on Chu Xiang scoring tonight. Kenny added with a chuckle. Looking at this young Asian player, I can't help but reminisce about that wager from years past. Ha ha ha. Care to let me kiss the donkey's backside as well? Chapter 53. The final battle, Westbrook's defense. The genesis of this event traces back to 2002. During Yao Ming's inaugural year in the NBA, where his debut yielded no points, casting significant doubt on the #1 draft pick hailing from the land of the dragon. During a live broadcast, Barkley wagered with Kenny that should you score more than 19 points in any game that season, he would kiss Kenny's posterior. A week later, Yao, with an impeccable shooting percentage, scored 20 points against the Lakers. Desperate to avoid the embarrassment of such a kiss, Kenny brought in a donkey for Barkley to kiss in front of the world. Rolling his eyes at Kenny's antics, Barkley remarked, "We all know that Yao eventually became an all-star. I concede I misjudged him at the time. But now, this little fellow." Barkley paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he regarded Kenny. "Are you certain you wish to wager with me? The loser must kiss the donkey's rear." Kenny appeared unfazed. "Absolutely, let us bet on whether Chu Xiang can score 30 points in this game." 30 points? Ha ha ha, splendid. I bet he won T. Barkley declared confidently. "Deal. I wager he will score 30 points. Kenny responded with equal assurance. "Kenny, you are a good man, but good men do not win. Do you think scoring 30 points is a walk in the park? Have you forgotten how long it's been since you played?" Kenny shook his head. "Scoring 30 points is indeed no small feat, but consider this. He just netted 47 points in his last game. Facing a formidable opponent like UCLA, all coaches will grant him unlimited shooting opportunities, so 30 points aren't as daunting as you think." Barkley laughed heartily. "Indeed, I concede your point. Any collegiate player above a certain caliber can score high with unlimited attempts. However, you seem to have overlooked their adversary. Westbrook will be guarding Chu Xiang. And under his defense, scoring 30 points will not be so straightforward." Kenny furrowed his brow, realizing he had not accounted for Chu Xiang's defender and was unfamiliar with Westbrook. Barkley's words instilled a flicker of concern in him. He huffed dismissively. "Let us stop talking and watch the game." "Ha ha ha. Are you feeling apprehensive? No worries. I want to grant you a chance for remorse." Barkley felt confident of his impending victory. At the Staples Center, the game officially commenced. Riel, taller than Love, seized possession of the ball as Josh dribbled past half court, while the others settled into their positions. Chu Xiang dashed to the right corner. Noticing the defender before him was none other than Westbrook. Is this what Westbrook looked like in his youth? He seems more akin to a ninja turtle. Observing Westbrook's appearance, Chu Xiang couldn't help but silently ridicule. Westbrook, sensing Chu Xiang's gaze, turned his head. Chu Xiang held a fondness for Westbrook. Captivated not only by the tale of him embodying the dreams of his brothers on the court, but also by his indomitable spirit. Even amidst the intensity of the game, Chu Xiang managed a slight smile towards Westbrook as a gesture of camaraderie. However, to his surprise, Westbrook furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare in Chu Xiang's direction, accompanied by a disdainful snort. Is he truly that intimidating? Have I offended him in any way? Though rivals on the court, such hostility seemed unwarranted, Chu Xiang pondered. Despite his confusion, he could distinctly sense the palpable aggression emanating from Westbrook's gaze. "Screen!" Josh shouted from the high post, directing his attention to Chu Xiang. Momentarily setting aside his distractions, Chu Xiang hastened to set a screen for Josh. "No switch. You go behind," Westbrook barked, closely trailing Chu Xiang, who had already established his position, addressing the point guard, Collison, with urgency. As Chu Xiang dribbled to the perimeter, in an instant, Westbrook closed in on him. Although Westbrook did not directly gaze at Chu Xiang's figure, Chu Xiang could sense the unwavering focus of Westbrook upon him. Is he defending me so closely? At this moment, while Westbrook had yet to fully excel in offense, his defensive prowess was already commendably proficient. In the unfolding game, Chu Xiang struggled to find opportunities for a cut. During this offensive play, Josh lofted the ball into the paint, then executed a backdoor cut to receive a pass at mid-range, successfully converting a two-pointer. Transitioning to UCLA's offense, their strategy appeared less convoluted, primarily focusing on delivering the ball to Love, allowing him to take shots from beneath the basket or at mid-range. At this moment, the diminutive version of Love had already established himself as a formidable force in the NCAA, despite not yet possessing the reliable three-point shot he would later develop. However, his shooting range was commendable, hinting at the emergence of a future stretch forward. His scoring predominantly came from the paint, although his post-up game was not yet flawless. His mesmerizing footwork and silky touch were sufficient for him to dominate on the court. Additionally, he exhibited a commendable passing ability, establishing himself as the undeniable core of UCLA, despite being merely a freshman. Unfortunately, his shooting touch was rather lackluster today, failing to convert several attempts early in the game. On Gonzaga's side, although Coach Fu intended to capitalize on Chu Xiang as a primary scoring option, under Westbrook's tenacious defense, Chu Xiang found it nearly impossible to shake off his relentless shadow, resulting in a scarcity of opportunities to receive the ball. While Chu Xiang possessed remarkable physical gifts, his speed was somewhat average, and Westbrook clearly outpaced him, enabling him to closely trail Chu Xiang's movements. However, perhaps due to the daunting challenge posed by a powerhouse like UCLA, the Gonzaga players exhibited a mindset of resolute determination, resulting in confident shot attempts, and fortune favored them as their shooting touch remained sharp. Thus, as 5 minutes elapsed, Gonzaga astonishingly surged with a 13-4 mini-run. Albeit Chu Xiang contributed not a single point to this tally. Coach Hollins of UCLA promptly called for a timeout. The opposing defense's intentions became glaringly evident, to restrict Love's shot attempts. Consequently, Sun and Westbrook were instructed to take charge, while Love was to position himself outside, creating space for them. Over the past few years, UCLA's remarkable achievements in the NCAA could be attributed significantly to Hollins, who quickly disowned Coach Fu's defensive setup early in the game. Westbrook, you are doing excellently. Continue to contain Chu Xiang. If we can limit him, even if we currently trail, victory will still be ours, Hollins asserted, later commending Westbrook's defensive efforts. Yet, Westbrook remained unresponsive, his expression as stoic as it had been at the game's outset. Hollins chuckled softly, following Westbrook's icy gaze to where Chu Xiang sat on the bench nearby, sipping water. Chapter 54. The divine tortoise emerges, the soaring serpent rides the mist. During the timeout, in the TNT studio, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. What do you think, Kenny? Look at that. Isn't it exactly as I predicted? Barkley beamed with delight, his wide grin accompanied by uncontrollable laughter. In contrast, Kenny wore a pained smile, shaking his head in resignation. Thankfully, I did not wager on the outcome of the match. Who could have anticipated that UCLA would find themselves trailing within the first 5 minutes? Huh. It seems that Lady Luck is indeed on my side. Perhaps I should inquire with my assistant to procure a more aesthetically pleasing donkey. Oh, Kenny. It appears today is your day of reckoning. Barkley's uproarious laughter resonated across the globe through the broadcast. Meanwhile, in a distant villa by Lake Wenshu in Houston, Yuming lounged in an exceedingly loose-fitting casual outfit, seated on the sofa beside Bill, watching the game unfold on television. Observing the spectacle, Yao chuckled and shook his large head, reflecting, I never imagined that after all these years, they would engage in such a wager again. Bill replied with a grin. Without these two and their foolish antics, TNT's ratings would have plummeted long ago. I apologize for my bluntness. That is merely my perspective as a businessman. Yao inquired. Didn't you mention that you would reach out to Chu Xiang? What became of that? Bill responded. I had someone locate his private number, but no one answered when I called. Yao furrowed his brow, suggesting, what if we approach them through public channels? Perhaps I could meet my fellow compatriot. Bill looked at Yao with surprise. Yao, are you certain this young man is worth your personal involvement? Yao displayed his characteristic smile, affirming, I am quite certain. It's settled then. Once this game concludes, I shall personally pay him a visit. Returning to the match, following the timeout, UCLA prepared to inbound the ball. After receiving the sideline pass, Collison advanced over half court. In accordance with Coach Hollins' strategy, Love positioned himself at the left high post, drawing the interior defender, while the other players spread out beyond the three-point line. After a brief moment of contemplation, Collison passed the ball to Westbrook. This alignment presented Westbrook with one of his favored scoring opportunities. While both Collison and Westbrook operated from the perimeter, their scoring preferences diverged significantly. Collison was a more balanced player, equally adept at scoring inside and from the arc. In contrast, Westbrook thrived on attacking the rim, with over 80% of his total points coming from inside the paint. As the ball came to him, Russell Westbrook faced off against his defender, Jack. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the ball at his waist and, taking a deep breath, drove to the right with an audacious burst of speed, his signature movement of weaving through defenses. He accelerated with purpose, executing a mid-air scissors step and shifting gears as he surged towards the basket. Despite Jack's attempts to keep pace, the disparity in their physical attributes was insurmountable. He lost his defensive position as Westbrook maneuvered in the air, helplessly watching as this sports car of an athlete barreled into the paint. The commentator's voice filled the arena. Number 0 for UCLA, Russell Westbrook. He has effortlessly bypassed his defender. How can he be this fast? The lane is wide open, and the Gonzaga players are scrambling to react, but none can match this young man's velocity. He takes off. A thunderous dunk. Westbrook did not linger on the rim. Upon landing, he released a primal roar, his fierce visage radiating an even more intense ferocity. This moment marked UCLA's most powerful play since the game's inception, igniting a deafening cheer from the predominantly UCLA supporting crowd at Staples Center. As the audience erupted in applause, Westbrook surveyed the arena before locking eyes with Chu Xiang. His gaze unwavering. He pounded his chest with a clenched fist and then pointed a finger directly at Chu Xiang. Oh, what does Westbrook's celebration signify? Is he challenging Gonzaga's number 66, Chu Xiang? Is this a declaration of war or a provocation? It appears that both players have ignited a fiery rivalry during the course of the game. With a furrowed brow, Chu Xiang observed Westbrook's fingertips. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Who instigated this tension? It was merely a game, yet Westbrook's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. What had I done to provoke such hostility? Must you point fingers at me after merely executing a dunk? However, the reticent Westbrook offered no words, choosing instead to convey his sentiments through actions. The game progressed, the score standing at 13-6, despite UCLA trailing. It was evident that Westbrook's recent dunk ignited a surge of momentum, lifting the spirits of his teammates. Collison struck with consecutive mid-range shots, netting 6 points in quick succession. Love's three-point shooting also found its rhythm, converting 2 out of 3 attempts. With Love's increasing threat from beyond the arc, Riel had no choice but to shadow him closely, leaving the interior defense vulnerable. Thus, Westbrook embarked on a dazzling display. The announcer's voice resonated repeatedly. Westbrook. He drives in again. Witness this dunk. It's utterly explosive. Is he intent on shattering the rim? Here he comes again. Does his defender even exist? They simply cannot contain him. The Gonzaga forward rises for a block. Oh my heavens. He has soared above his opponent to slam it down. Is this truly a player standing at just 191 centimeters? His ascent resembles that of a jet. How is he dunking once more? That is his 6th. His score has reached 12 points. I find myself somewhat fatigued from speaking. Yet he continues to soar across the court. This player is bursting with vitality. Each time Westbrook executed a powerful dunk, he would land with a fierce glare directed at Chu Xiang. Gradually, Chu Xiang's expression began to darken, further exacerbated by Westbrook's incessantly bothersome defense, igniting an unnamed fury within him. At this juncture, Chu Xiang had only managed to score 4 points, both from fast breaks. He glanced up at the scoreboard. With 4 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the first half, the score stood at 29-36. Gonzaga University had transformed a 9-point lead into a 7-point deficit. This was particularly disheartening given that Gonzaga's players had been performing reasonably well, barely managing to maintain the scoreline. Chapter 55. A man of his word. Kyle called for a timeout. The arena resonated with the thunderous cheers of the spectators. Yet the Gonzaga players wore somber expressions as they trudged back to the bench. Kyle's gaze swept across the youthful faces before settling on Chu Xiang, who kept his head down, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the coach's scrutiny. Once all the players had taken their seats, Kyle dragged a chair closer and sat before them, his hands devoid of a tactical board. He understood that, in truth, they had performed admirably. Throughout the 15 minutes of play, they had executed nearly everything within their capability, be it tactical positioning, passing coordination, defense, or individual offense. However, the disparity in rebounding between the two teams was glaring. In the opening 15 minutes, UCLA had secured 7 offensive rebounds, with Love claiming 3 and the Prince of Cameroon, Batum, grabbing 4. Out of these offensive rebounds, 6 had resulted in second-chance points. It could not be said that Gonzaga's players lacked effort. Rather, it was a palpable gap in ability among the team members. Kyle surveyed the young men before him, pursing his lips as he contemplated what to say. Should he offer words of encouragement or deliver a reprimand? Ultimately, he deemed both actions futile, for the crux of the issue lay elsewhere. In the end, his gaze returned to Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang's cheeks were noticeably puffed, clearly filled with water, as he gazed down at his toes, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing the coach's voice, Chu Xiang lifted his head. Our teammate Kyle had initiated a conversation, yet he found himself at a loss for words to continue. Indeed, in the previous match, Chu Xiang had displayed an almost divine prowess, single-handedly turning the tide of the game with a performance that bordered on miraculous. However, Could he replicate such brilliance today? The thrill of an underdog triumphing over a stronger opponent lies in its rarity. And Kyle understood that he had no grounds to demand that Chu Xiang deliver another spectacular performance. Moreover, could one truly say that Chu Xiang had played poorly? While he may not have accumulated a significant number of points, he had tirelessly sprinted alongside Westbrook, drawing the majority of UCLA's defensive attention, thereby creating opportunities for his teammates to take their shots. Chu Xiang lifted his gaze towards Kyle, and from his hesitation, he discerned Kyle's meaning. Swallowing the goji berry water, a smile graced his face. "Coach, we will emerge victorious in this match." Kyle's eyes widened in surprise, and the other teammates turned to Chu Xiang. "Zhu, we no longer hold the advantage, and their defense against you is exceedingly tight," Jack murmured. However, Chu Xiang shook his head. "That is only temporary. Trust me, we will undoubtedly win this match." Kyle furrowed his brow, his expression suddenly brightening. "Do you feel your rhythm returning?" "Haha, coach. This game does not require me to replicate my previous performance. We only need to maintain our defensive strategy and ensure Love does not receive the ball. However, I have one request. Let me switch defenses with Jack and take on Westbrook," Chu Xiang declared. Jack blinked in disbelief and voiced his thoughts softly. "Your defense isn't significantly better than mine." Indeed, Jack's observation held merit. According to the system ratings, Chu Xiang's perimeter defense stood at 73, while his interior defense languished at 65, merely indicative of an average perimeter player's capabilities. Though slightly superior to Jack, the difference was negligible. Kyle's brows knitted in concentration as he endeavored to comprehend Chu Xiang's intent, but ultimately failed to grasp it. He could only inquire, "Jack is correct. If you switch to guard Westbrook, the outcome may not be favorable, and it would accelerate your fatigue. How can we possibly win under such conditions?" Chu Xiang merely smiled, offering no explanation, for there were matters he could not elucidate to them at this moment. Subsequently, after joining the NBA, Westbrook's most significant shortcomings gradually came to light. When Westbrook was in his element, he often produced astonishing individual statistics, yet he undeniably became a liability to the team. In 2014, after Durant was sidelined due to injury, Westbrook single-handedly led the team, frequently delivering performances that showcased his prowess, yet the team suffered more defeats than victories, ultimately missing the playoffs. However, these flaws had not yet manifested in the current Westbrook, as he was still merely the third or fourth scoring option on the team, with limited ball control, primarily functioning in the role of a tenacious perimeter defender, leaving him little opportunity to dominate. Nevertheless, during this match, Chu Xiang could already discern signs of Westbrook's emerging tendencies. He had been pondering this matter with his head bowed. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was evident that Westbrook harbored significant dissatisfaction with himself. This fueled his intense desire to perform, as evidenced by those 6 thunderous dunks. If he could harness this fervor, both the victory in the game and the fire ignited within him would warrant some acknowledgement. Kyle felt a flicker of hesitation within. Yet the referee had already blown the whistle, signaling the end of the timeout. "Chu Xiang, can I trust you?" Kyle fixed his gaze intently on Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang rose to his feet, extending his hand to firmly rest upon Kyle's shoulder as he strode onto the court. "Coach," he declared, "I have always been a man of my word." The warmth emanating from the palm that gripped his shoulder instilled in Kyle a profound sense of Chu Xiang's resolve. "Very well. We shall play as you suggest. Let us take to the court and bring victory back to Gonzaga." The match resumed, with Gonzaga University now in possession of the ball. As Chu Xiang established his position in the half-court, the specter-like presence of Westbrook loomed closely beside him. "Westbrook, do we have some unresolved conflict between us? Why do I sense your discontent towards me?" Chu Xiang inquired. Without turning his head, Westbrook merely cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiang, remaining silent. Chu Xiang shook his head, but suddenly caught sight of a figure seated in the third row of the audience, with golden hair cascading to her shoulders and beautiful blue eyes fixed upon him. 2 delicate arms waved enthusiastically in the air. Scarlett was on the sidelines, beckoning to Chu Xiang. "Oh, she truly came, did she?" Chu Xiang contemplated, smiling as he gently waved to Scarlett in greeting. To his surprise, Westbrook suddenly interjected. "This is precisely where I find fault with you. You exhibit a complete lack of respect for your opponent, for this match, and for the game of basketball." Chu Xiang was taken aback for a moment, swiftly grasping Westbrook's intention. He couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Was a mere greeting to an acquaintance truly deemed disrespectful? It was typical of someone as straightforward as Westbrook to take such matters so seriously. With a smile gracing his face, he replied, I see. If your dissatisfaction stems from this incident, then I sincerely apologize. The smile on Chu Xiang's face ignited a fire within him. Suppress your dissatisfaction and save it for when you return after losing this match. Oh, dear Westbrook. Chapter 56. A unique realm in the world. Westbrook was taken aback, not anticipating Chu Xiang's audacity. However, being straightforward, he was often at a loss for words, merely staring at Chu Xiang with an even fiercer gaze. Yet, Chu Xiang not only ignored him but also blew a kiss towards Scarlet. The camera adeptly captured this moment, swiftly shifting its focus to Scarlet, who displayed a fleeting expression of surprise. She had not expected such an ardent response from Chu Xiang. Nevertheless, as a skilled actress, she quickly composed herself, offering a sweet smile and returning the kiss. Their interaction was vividly displayed on the arena's large screen for all to witness. The commentator remarked, "The beauty in the stands is Hollywood actress Scarlett Johansson. It is rumored that she is in a relationship with Chu Xiang from Gonzaga University. It appears their bond is indeed strong, even showcasing such affection during the game." In the TNT studio, one commentator mused, "What is this guy doing? TSK. I find myself rather fond of this little fellow. Despite trailing behind in points, he's so nonchalantly interacting with his girlfriend. It seems today he won't be scoring 30 points. Don't you think, Kenny?" Barkley jested. Kenny shook his head. "While I have faith in Chu Xiang, this behavior is indeed questionable. His team is behind, yet he engages in such displays on the court. It lacks professionalism." Kobe, seated courtside, observed this scene with an unimpressed expression. Essentially, Westbrook and Kobe shared a similar temperament. And on the court, Chu Xiang could clearly see the veins bulging on Westbrook's forehead. "This is effective. Let us stoke the flames further," Chu Xiang thought. "Hey, are you envious of me? My girlfriend is stunning and a Hollywood star," Chu Xiang exclaimed. His American accent sounded like needles to Westbrook's ears. Unconsciously, the left side of Westbrook's nose twitched, accompanied by a quirk of his mouth. If anger could be quantified, the fury brewing within Westbrook could surely set ablaze the red cliffs once more. "Chu Xiang." He pronounced the two not-so-standard Chinese syllables with deliberate emphasis. Just then, Chu Xiang suddenly took off running. Although Westbrook struggled to articulate his thoughts, his physical prowess was unparalleled, and he instinctively chased after Chu Xiang. However, in the next moment, darkness enveloped him as he collided forcefully with Chu Xiang's back. Immediately, he heard his teammates shouting, "Switch! Switch!" But it was too late for a switch. Chu Xiang executed a robust screen, effectively obstructing two defenders. Beside him, Jack sprinted to the three-point line, receiving a pass from Josh. The number 12 player from Gonzaga University found himself with a clear shot. "No defenders within 2 meters." The commentator exclaimed. "The ball is in. It's a three-pointer. 32-36. With a cheerful grin, Chu Xiang watched Westbrook, his feet swiftly retreating to defend. That shot was remarkably precise, but the pick and roll was truly exquisite. "They must have practiced this combination extensively," the commentator remarked. In the next possession, UCLA initiated the play. Just past half court, Westbrook raised his right hand, signaling the primary ball handler, Collison, to pass him the ball, having already made 6 consecutive shots in the previous games. Collison was more than willing to let Westbrook take the lead. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Westbrook. Upon receiving it, Westbrook made a half-turn, only to find that his defender had changed. Standing before him was Chu Xiang, sporting a devastatingly handsome smile, though to Westbrook, that face was equally infuriating. Moreover, Chu Xiang's defensive position was a full meter away from Westbrook's body. This stance, combined with Chu Xiang's smile, made Westbrook feel as though he was being taunted. "Shoot. I dare you to shoot." Westbrook clenched his teeth, showing no hesitation as he unleashed his signature zombie jump shot. The term zombie jump shot derives from his rigid shooting motion, characterized by a straight up and down leap, with the shooting release disconnected from the jump, giving the appearance of a zombie. Westbrook's style of play mirrored his personality, direct and unyielding. The trajectory of the basketball was equally linear. Clang. Unsurprisingly, the shot struck the front rim. Chu Xiang swiftly pivoted and leaped, perfectly securing the rebound. "Get back on defense," Westbrook shouted, turning and sprinting back. Chu Xiang's reaction speed was equally impressive. The moment he landed, he pushed off the ground with force, darting forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, the two had traversed half the court, leaving all other players trailing behind. Chu Xiang seized the defensive rebound and immediately initiated a fast break. Though it appeared his teammates were lagging behind, he seemed intent on taking the matter into his own hands. The commentary was delivered at a breakneck pace. His defender, Westbrook, also reacted swiftly, turning to defend without hesitation, transforming the scene into a one-on-one duel. Westbrook had already established a defensive stance in the paint. Let us observe how Chu Xiang will approach this moment. One step inside the three-point line, Chu Xiang maintained his speed, charging straight towards the waiting Westbrook. Westbrook's eyes widened in disbelief as he spread his arms, bending slightly, making it seem as though the shell on his back was gleaming. After firmly establishing himself in the paint, Westbrook's defensive positioning was nearly flawless. This is Westbrook, the pinnacle of NCAA perimeter defense. With such velocity, was he preparing for a slam dunk? The commentator speculated. Westbrook pondered as well, but he was privy to far more details than the commentator. Dunk, layup, pass, or perhaps a step back. Despite his straightforward nature, Westbrook possessed a keen intellect. He gathered the ball. This speed and foot movement could only signify a dunk. He focused intently on Chu Xiang's actions, making a rapid assessment in a split second. With his right hand firmly gripping the ball, Chu Xiang took a small step with his left foot, his left arm positioned behind him, resembling an eagle poised to take flight from a cliff. Now was the moment. At that same instant, Westbrook inhaled deeply, his leg muscles tensing, propelling him skyward in an instant. The soaring eagle took wing. The divine turtle ascended. In this moment, even the commentator fell silent, anxiously anticipating the imminent clash in the air between the two. Would it be the eagle soaring over the turtle? Or would the turtle's shell shatter the eagle's beak? Yet, in the next heartbeat, Westbrook was taken aback. For as he found himself suspended in midair, he realized that Chu Xiang had not leapt at all. Instead, he took another step with his right foot, drawing the ball back to his chest. The master of temporal skills activated. It was as if a sports car traveling at 300 kilometers per hour had come to a sudden halt. With time around Chu Xiang seemingly slowing to a crawl, the domain surrounding Chu Xiang is indeed a realm unparalleled in the world. This is actually a layup. The commentator is utterly astonished. Number 66, Chu Xiang, executed a flawless slow-motion Euro step, leaving Westbrook in his wake. The layup is successful. Chapter 57. The overwhelming block in the front row by the court, Kobe forcibly restrained his legs, preventing himself from rising to his feet. Yet, he could not contain his exuberance. What a play. Absolutely stunning. It is still the year 2008, several years before Kyle Anderson enters the league. And thus this bizarrely slow layup has never graced the eyes of the world. What manner of layup is this? The rhythm is so peculiar. How did he accomplish that? Kobe's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that moment, his hands itched with the desire to play. If I were defending against him, could I possibly avoid being deceived? Kobe envisioned numerous scenarios but ultimately shook his head. No, if it were my first encounter with him, I too would be left bewildered. With that thought, he fixed his gaze on Chu Xiang, his eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. Any previous dissatisfaction with Chu Xiang was cast aside. He yearned to engage in a match with him, to personally experience this peculiar rhythm shift. In the TNT studio, Kenny and Barkley wore remarkably synchronized expressions of disbelief. Have you ever seen such a layup? Kenny inquired. Barkley, his large round eyes blinking in astonishment, finally responded. Brother, I just recalled my elementary school days. I swear, since I began playing, I have never witnessed a layup like that. He paused before adding, of course, even if he made that shot, it would only count for 6 points. Kenny's expression shifted to one of bemusement. How eager are you to win this bet? Seeking revenge for that time I made you kiss a donkey's backside? On the court, the score reached 34-36, with Gonzaga trailing by a mere 2 points. And only 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the first half. After the shot, Chu Xiang didn't forget to unleash another magical taunt. He turned to Westbrook and said, Is this your defense? Honestly, even my grandmother could defend better than you. At least she wouldn't leap as high as you do. After speaking, he donned an expression of disappointment, shaking his head as he jogged back. Westbrook nearly unleashed a torrent of expletives. But a glance at the referee by the baseline stifled his outburst. With his anger unexpressed, it could only be channeled into the game. During a serve by UCLA, Westbrook raised his hand, signaling Love to pass the ball directly to him. Love glanced at the team's point guard, Collison, who hesitated slightly but ultimately gestured for Love to proceed with the pass to Westbrook. Outside the three-point line, Chu Xiang rested his hands on his knees, keenly observing this subtle interaction. It was nearly time. The spirited Westbrook was already caught up in the moment. Yet sometimes, those who are truly engrossed remain oblivious to their state of mind. Westbrook took a deep breath and dribbled across half-court, his right hand securely controlling the ball as he glanced down at his left wrist. The white wristband bore the letters KB3 in black, etched into his vision. Stay calm. Stay calm, he admonished himself. Kyle's, what would you do in this situation? Memories surged forth in an instant. It was Kyle's base at 16. Dominating the game in high school, seemingly invincible. Hey, Lasse. Kyle's turned to Westbrook with a hearty laugh. Lasse was Westbrook's nickname, used by only a select few, and Kyle's was certainly among them. At that time, a mere 7 meters tall, Westbrook looked up at Kyle's. Don't forget to come over for baked pies after we win tonight. They were indeed formidable. As long as he was on the team, victory was assured. 16-year-old Kyle's was an absolute basketball prodigy, while 16-year-old Westbrook was just an ordinary young man. Kyle's, if it were you, you would have dominated him, right? You would have easily won this game. Westbrook murmured to himself. If I lose, you'll be up there laughing at me, won't you? His left fist clenched tightly, veins bulging beneath the KB3 wristband. In truth, Westbrook's unwavering passion for basketball and his relentless training and competition stemmed from the belief that in these moments, Kyle's was never truly far away. Russell Westbrook also bore the name Kyle's base. He lifted his gaze, facing Chu Xiang, who still allowed him a step. With no feints or hesitation, he propelled forward with the ball in his right hand. Regardless of your defensive stance, my intention is to play my way. I aim to dunk right in front of you. This is Westbrook's basketball. This is Kyle's basketball. In this moment, Westbrook felt as though he had become the embodiment of Kyle's, everything before him appearing utterly fragile. However, to Chu Xiang, it was evident that Westbrook was completely consumed by the moment. How could Kyle's, who had already reached 2 meters in high school, possibly be compared to Westbrook, who stood at only 191 centimeters? Even the strongest will cannot alter the limitations imposed by physical conditions. Faced with the retreating Chu Xiang, Westbrook unexpectedly opted for a direct drive. Chu Xiang swiftly maneuvered, immediately obstructing Westbrook's path to the basket. What transpired on the court? The tactical approach from UCLA was, indeed, rather simplistic, as Westbrook advanced past half-court and commenced his drive. The commentator remarked. Yet, before him, Chu Xiang remained steadfast in his defense. He had no opportunity to penetrate. Nevertheless, Westbrook, undeterred, leapt into the air. Was he attempting a dunk? He sought to soar over Chu Xiang. However, Chu Xiang also ascended. The two bodies collided midair with a resounding impact. The moment the commentator had eagerly anticipated materialized, albeit with the offensive and defensive roles reversed. In that suspended moment, Westbrook's gaze was fixed intently on the hoop, his right hand striving to thrust the ball through the net. Yet, before him stood Chu Xiang, who had perfectly leapt at the same moment, boasting both greater height and wingspan. Typically, Westbrook's prowess for emphatic dunks relied on his impressive 202 centimeters wingspan, yet confronting him was Chu Xiang, whose wingspan extended to an impressive 213 centimeters. The wingspan of Chu Xiang exceeds his height by 18 centimeters. How significantly does wingspan influence a player's defensive prowess? This can be discerned from the later performances of Leonard, whose wingspan surpasses his height by 20 centimeters, reaching an astonishing 223 centimeters, thereby rendering him a formidable defensive force capable of dominating the NBA. When faced with an opponent possessing a longer wingspan in the same position, it becomes an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, Westbrook suddenly realized he was confronted with a daunting obstacle. He is Westbrook, after all, and not Kyle's. The commentator's voice thundered. The shot was blocked. It was an overwhelming rejection. Chu Xiang sent the ball soaring out of bounds. How ruthless it was. I could almost perceive the splatter of blood from that basketball. Despite limited defensive capabilities, Chu Xiang managed to execute this astonishing block by preemptively positioning himself and leveraging his physical advantages. Chapter 58. Though the God Turtle may live long, there is still an end. The audience initially erupted in thunderous applause as Westbrook leapt, poised to dunk. However, at this moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Yet, in the front row, a tall and handsome figure stood up, remarkably noticeable, exclaiming, "Truly magnificent." Kobe ultimately could not restrain his enthusiasm. The UCLA fans behind him cast reproachful glances at his back, but upon realizing it was Kobe who was cheering, they dismissed their concerns. The two players descended almost simultaneously. Having exerted all their strength in midair, they lost their balance upon landing and both toppled backward. Josh and Jack rushed over excitedly, each grasping one of Chu Xiang's arms to help him up. Josh even joyfully punched Chu Xiang on the chest, showering him with celebratory remarks. Meanwhile, after Westbrook managed to sit up, Love hurried over to assist him. His tone carried a hint of reproach as he expressed, "You shouldn't have attempted that dunk." However, Westbrook's expression remained inscrutable, leaving one to wonder if he absorbed the criticism. Love furrowed his brow and proceeded to the sidelines to prepare for the inbound pass. This time, Westbrook did not demand the ball. Collison received it smoothly. As Chu Xiang steadfastly defended against Westbrook, he observed him intently, initially intending to utter a remark. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Westbrook commenced his off-ball movement. Yet, Westbrook's off-ball running was far from commendable. His most adept defensive tactics revolved around fast breaks and driving to the hoop. Moreover, it appeared that he was not particularly inclined to exert himself with excessive running. After a few brief sprints, he circled back to the perimeter, signaling for the ball from Collison. Collison, upon noticing Westbrook, hesitated for a considerable moment before ultimately deciding against the pass. Instead, he opted for a pick and roll, preparing to initiate the offense himself. Love, having positioned himself to set a solid screen, rolled outward, leaving Riel unable to keep pace with his movements, thus granting Love a fraction of space for a shot. However, perhaps due to a prolonged absence from shooting, Love's attempt veered off course, striking the rim and ricocheting outward, where it was collected by Chu Xiang. Upon witnessing Chu Xiang secure the rebound, Westbrook instinctively contemplated pivoting back to defend. Nevertheless, it seemed that Chu Xiang had no immediate intention to launch a fast break. He flashed a smile at Westbrook, reassuring him, "No need to rush. After that block, you must be a bit fatigued. Let us take our time with this play." With that, Chu Xiang cast a glance at the approaching Josh, signaling for him to allow him to orchestrate the possession. Westbrook, gritting his teeth in silence, advanced to apply pressure. With a swift pivot, Chu Xiang shielded the ball, using his body to fend off Westbrook, while his impressive wingspan came into play, securing the ball with unwavering control. With no success in his attempts to pressure, Westbrook was compelled to retreat, observing Chu Xiang leisurely traverse past the half-court line. Positioned just beyond the three-point arc on the right, Chu Xiang extended his palm, signaling his teammates to create space. The intensity between the two players was palpable. After recently delivering a block, Chu Xiang turned and called for a one-on-one play. It was evident that these two were determined to establish a victor. The commentator noted, following several plays, the surge of frustration within Chu Xiang had nearly dissipated. His focus had shifted to securing a victory in this match. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Coach Herland from UCLA, furrowing his brow and glancing at the timer. It seemed the moment had arrived, Chu Xiang mused. He bent low, fixated on Westbrook's feet, akin to a predator poised to strike. "You mentioned that I do not respect you as an opponent, nor this game," he remarked. Westbrook's ears perked up in silence, prompting Chu Xiang to continue, "Allow me to demonstrate my utmost respect." With that, he turned his back and commenced his post play. Although Westbrook possessed explosive power and top-tier perimeter defense, he found himself at a disadvantage against this maneuver. The back-to-the-basket play was an unforgiving approach, thriving on physical confrontation, face-to-face engagement. However, one must concede that Westbrook's defensive prowess was formidable. Even as Chu Xiang pressed, he only managed to force Westbrook back a couple of steps. Despite several feints, Westbrook remained unfooled, merely allowing Chu Xiang a sliver of opportunity. For most, such an opening would be inconsequential, but for Chu Xiang, it was more than sufficient. At that moment, he transformed into a venomous black mamba poised to strike. The fadeaway jumper, Kobe style, was unleashed. The flawless arc soared from his fingertips, rendering Westbrook's defense futile. He reached out with all his might, yet it proved ineffective. The basketball found its home in the net. 36-36, the score was leveled. With 3 minutes remaining in the first half, Holland immediately signaled for a timeout. Just as Chu Xiang touched down, he took a couple of steps back to regain his balance. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand and playfully pinched Westbrook's arm, bidding him farewell. "See you in a bit. The tortoise may live long, yet it faces its time. The soaring serpent may ride the mist, but ultimately returns to dust." As expected, Holland promptly substituted Westbrook. A coach is most attuned to the nuances of their players, and as one of the premier NCAA coaches, Herland recognized that Westbrook had become overwhelmed, seizing the opportunity to call a timeout and replace him. As Chu took a moment to hydrate and rest, Josh settled beside him and remarked, "Chu, you are truly remarkable. Just as you predicted, after switching to defend Westbrook, you effectively rendered him unable to play. This makes our chances in this match considerably brighter." Chu Xiang set down his thermos and shook his head, declaring, "Not necessarily. This match is only just beginning." Josh had yet to grasp the situation when the game resumed. However, he soon understood Chu Xiang's implication. With Westbrook absent, UCLA's offense regained its fluidity. Given that Gonzaga's defensive focus remained on Love, Hurland restructured the offensive strategy. With Westbrook on the bench, there was no longer a need to create space in the paint, allowing Love to reposition himself in the low post, which consequently afforded Coruscant numerous opportunities to shoot. He scored consecutively, achieving a perfect 4 for 4 from mid-range. Yet, Westbrook's departure rendered UCLA's defense against Chu Xiang notably fragile. While Westbrook was on the court, his primary constraint on Chu Xiang was the increased cost of receiving passes and taking shots. To illustrate, if previously facing Westbrook demanded 100 points of stamina for Chu Xiang to find opportunities, post up, and execute a fadeaway jump shot, now he only expended 30 or 40 points to accomplish the same sequence. Thus, in the remaining 3 minutes, Chu Xiang executed a series of one-on-one plays, skillfully using his unanswerable fadeaway to score 6 consecutive shots, amassing 12 points. By halftime, the score shifted to 48-44, with Gonzaga taking the lead, and Chu Xiang contributing 18 points. In the TNT studio, as Chu Xiang's fadeaways played out on screen, Barkley's smile gradually faded. Chapter 59, Pre-order a fine donkey. What a beautiful shot by Chu Xiang. His shooting motion exudes a certain elegance, so smooth. Don't you think so, Barkley? Kenny remarked, commenting on the highlights displayed on the screen. Barkley's previously confident smile had vanished. What's the matter? He just scored 18 points. He is still far from 30. Let me calculate. He needs at least 6 more shots, Kenny replied with a gentle chuckle. Barkley exhaled heavily, responding, "You're not wrong. But that's under the assumption he maintains a 100 shooting percentage. Wait a moment. I realize Chu Xiang is still shooting 100, 9 for 9. Impressive," Kenny exclaimed. Barkley's wide eyes narrowed into half circles. So what? You must know how many players have tallied high scores for a spell only to score nothing in the remainder of the game. Indeed, you have a point, Kenny conceded, casually nodding as he pulled out his phone. Still broadcasting, and you're on your phone? Barkley inquired. Oh, I just wanted to check the local livestock market to pre-order a fine donkey. Upon hearing this, Barkley's round eyes flared with indignation. During halftime in the UCLA locker room, someone asked, "Have you calmed down?" Holland gazed at Westbrook, who maintained a calm demeanor and nodded, affirming, "Yes, coach, I have composed myself." Holland, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "What are your plans for the second half?" After a moment of contemplation, Westbrook replied, "I believe I performed admirably in defending against Chu Xiang. Although I was unable to thwart his final fadeaway jumper, I did exert considerable effort to tire him out." Holland slightly nodded, encouraging Westbrook to continue. Thus, "My primary shortcoming in the first half lay in my offense. I drove too often." You're absolutely right. It seems you have indeed regained your composure. Consequently, in the second half, I should focus more on mid-range shots. Since Chu Xiang has consistently given me space, I shall seize the opportunity to shoot. Holland, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Perhaps it's best if you refrain from entering the game just yet." Westbrook looked at the coach with a sense of grievance, tightly closing his lips. The halftime intermission swiftly concluded, and the second half commenced. The commentator's voice resonated. This match has proven far more intense than I had anticipated. With a mere 4-point margin separating the teams, and Gonzaga University in the lead. As a powerhouse in the NCAA, will UCLA be toppled in this encounter? Or will they reclaim the advantage in the second half and secure a ticket to the Elite Eight? In the first half, UCLA's Collison took on the offensive mantle, scoring 14 points with an impressive 7 of 8 shooting, showcasing a remarkable touch tonight. Meanwhile, Gonzaga's number 66 player, Chu Xiang, was also on fire, amassing 18 points with a flawless 9 of 9 shooting in the first half. He had yet to miss a shot. The question looms, which side will falter first in the second half? UCLA initiated the play. After Collison advanced past half court, Chu Xiang astutely noticed a shift in UCLA's positioning. Both Bamit and Love positioned themselves on the right side of the court, one in front of the other. It seemed UCLA was determined to utilize Love, and Chu Xiang pondered whether Riel could keep pace with him. As the game unfolded as Chu Xiang had anticipated, Bamit suddenly pivoted to set a screen for Love, who adeptly shed his defender to receive the ball on the right wing. A wide-open two-pointer, successfully executed. Love's shooting prowess was commendable during his college tenure. He primarily relied on his footwork in the paint and mid-range shots. It appeared time to impart a lesson to this little chubby player. As possession shifted, Chu Xiang positioned himself on the left wing, calling for Riel to come up for a screen. Riel's imposing stature ensured a high-quality pick, forcing UCLA to switch defenders. With Love now standing before Chu Xiang, fixating on the portly figure with a buzz cut, Chu Xiang remarked, "I have heard you are the best player in the Big 12 this year. Congratulations." LeBron's expression was peculiar. He was taken aback when Chu Xiang unexpectedly uttered those words during the match. Nevertheless, exhibiting commendable decorum, he politely replied, "Thank you." However, he thought to himself that the accolade of best player would hardly be able to contain him. He preemptively informed, "This time, I shall employ that slow three-step layup I just executed. Let us see if you can swap me, big guy." LeBron maintained a stoic facade, seemingly unfazed by Chu Xiang's remarks. Yet, certain words, once spoken, sufficed to achieve their intended purpose. Regardless of whether he believed it, it would linger in his mind. And that was sufficient. Upon concluding his statement, Chu Xiang extended his hand, signaling for a one-on-one. The one-on-one gesture from Gonzaga is perhaps known to all. Chu Xiang called for the isolation play once more, genuinely relishing the opportunity to resolve matters independently. Yet, this seemed to encapsulate Gonzaga's optimal strategy, as the commentator remarked. Kobe, observing this scene from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, contemplating, why does this kid relish isolation plays so much? Doesn't he realize that excessive solo play can affect his teammates' morale? Including the final moments of the first half, he had already engaged in his 7th isolation attempt. Just as Kobe finished his silent critique of Chu Xiang, he heard his own name. Coincidentally, the true isolation master, Kobe, was present at Staples today. The commentator jested. These two are quite alike, both in their playing styles and their shooting postures. The camera panned to Kobe, who forced a smile and waved, simultaneously cursing the commentator for his lack of tact. That was the team's strategy. Do you even comprehend S0 strategy? On the court, faced with LeBron, Chu Xiang opted against backing down. The physical disparity between them was indeed considerable. It was somewhat excessive to have Chu Xiang contend with a 300-pound opponent. Although dribbling was not Chu Xiang's forte, he was still capable of holding his ground in this mismatch. With a series of deceptive dribbles, he disrupted LeBron's balance, utilizing a sliver of space from his shoulder to penetrate from the left into the paint. His pace was not particularly swift, and LeBron retreated, barely managing to maintain his defensive stance. This breakthrough was not ideal. Forcing a layup might result in being swatted away. He gathered the ball. Was he preparing to attempt a forceful shot? The commentator inquired. In a flash, LeBron fixated on the basketball in Chu Xiang's hands, ready to leap and swat the ball midair. However, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that Chu Xiang was smiling at him. Recalling the words Chu Xiang had just spoken, "This time, I shall employ that slow three-step layup. Let us see if you can swat me." Indeed, he could not leap. Jumping would only lead to being faked out, like Westbrook. LeBron halted his impending jump and retreated 2 steps. Yet, he was abruptly met with darkness. A sharp pain in his head, and then his body collided with something, causing him to topple backward. Chapter 60, a daring dunk on Love as I leaned back. The scene before me came into sharp focus. The number 66 emblazoned on the white jersey was strikingly prominent, the figure tall and athletic, with sleek black hair and facial features reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. He soared through the air, his right hand gripping the ball with singular purpose as he thunderously slammed it into the hoop. Thud, as Love landed with a thump. The basketball echoed loudly against the hardwood floor. As Chu Xiang descended, he looked down at Love with a smile gracing his face. The camera behind the basketball hoop focused entirely on Chu Xiang, enveloping the arena in a profound silence. It is crucial to note that this is a player weighing 267 pounds, a true powerhouse in the paint. Yet, Chu Xiang managed to send him sprawling. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement, though the cheers from the crowd were sparse. After all, the game was being played in Los Angeles, with UCLA fans comprising the overwhelming majority. In the stands, a young girl gazed with starry eyes, instinctively rising to her feet. Her right hand raised high while her left hand covered her mouth. "So handsome. He is truly so handsome." The exclamation escaped her lips uncontrollably, causing the boy beside her to grip the popcorn bucket tightly. "Sit down quickly. He is a Gonzaga player." The boy tugged at the hem of the girl's shirt, urging her to take her seat. "Look at the letters emblazoned across your chest." Both were adorned in matching gray short-sleeved t-shirts, emblazoned with 4 ornate letters, UCLA. They appeared to be students of the university. The girl's animated actions drew the attention of nearby fans, prompting the boy to shyly lower his gaze. At that moment, similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the arena. On the court, Chu Xiang chuckled and remarked, "There is an ancient saying in Dragon Country, all's fair in war. You still have quite a way to go, big guy." With that, Chu Xiang extended his hand. Love hesitated briefly before grasping Chu Xiang's hand and rising to his feet. "You got me. Ha ha. But honestly, you were quite impressive during that dunk," Love responded with a smile, even playfully touching his double chin. Despite being dunked on, Love bore no ill will, a reflection of his character. Had it been Westbrook in that moment, his expression would likely have darkened to the point of resembling someone ready to mine coal. Moreover, while it appeared that Chu Xiang had forcefully dunked on Love, the reality was somewhat different. Love had been retreating, believing that Chu Xiang would go for a layup. He was taken by surprise when Chu Xiang suddenly took off, resulting in a collision that caused him to lose his balance. In terms of sheer force, the dunk wasn't particularly powerful, considering that Chu Xiang's speed during the drive was not exceptionally fast. Chu Xiang shook his head and turned back to defense. Although he was somewhat disappointed that his actions did not affect Love's mentality, the play yielded effects in other aspects. Love refused to switch to guard Chu Xiang, which meant that when Chu Xiang called for a pick with Riel, only players from other positions could take on the defensive assignment. This inadvertently increased UCLA's defensive costs. A single pick by Chu Xiang could provoke the movement of 3 to 4 defenders from the opposing team. The more defensive movements there were, the greater the opportunities for vulnerabilities to arise. Hence, Chu Xiang resolutely abandoned his scoring intentions and seized every opportunity to pass the ball to his teammates. The other Gonzaga players were indeed on fire today, seizing every chance to score without hesitation. Notably, Jack and Josh suddenly found their rhythm beyond the arc, collectively making 3 out of 4 attempts from three-point range and accumulating 18 points. However, UCLA also displayed formidable offensive prowess. Love's decision not to switch to guard Chu Xiang was, in a sense, a clever choice. Firstly, he might struggle to keep up with Chu Xiang's speed, leading to a low success rate in defense, and secondly, it allowed him to conserve his energy, unleashing his full offensive potential. And he indeed executed a barrage of firepower throughout the game. In the first 10 minutes of the second half, he was prolific both inside and outside. He consistently sank mid-range shots and even nailed a three-pointer. Due to his scorching shooting from the perimeter, Gonzaga's interior defenders were compelled to extend their defense outward. This led to a rapid decline in the stamina of Gonzaga's center Riel and power forward Jamie, resulting in their inability to contain Love in the paint. He effortlessly scored from under the basket, grabbed defensive rebounds for second-chance points, and executed difficult hook shots with ease. Coupled with free throws, he racked up an astonishing 20 points during this stretch. He truly proved himself capable of becoming the double-double machine for the Timberwolves and the super stretch power forward for the Cavaliers, living up to the name of the God of Love. With 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the second half, UCLA called a timeout. At this moment, the score was 70-69, with Gonzaga leading by 1 point. Both teams were locked in a fierce battle. In the TNT studio, Kenny remarked, "To be honest, I never expected this game to be so captivating. I initially thought it would be a simple slaughter. I can't believe UCLA is still trailing." Barkley responded, "It is indeed exciting. And such a score in the NCAA is quite high. Both teams are scoring frantically, as if two madmen are exchanging gunfire. Just waiting to see who runs out of bullets first." Kenny chuckled, "Haha, but Gonzaga has already reached 70 points, while Chu Xiang's scoring seems stagnant. He has been stuck at 20 points for quite a while." As the time until the conclusion of the match dwindled, a triumphant smile once again spread across Barkley's face. Kenny, however, responded with an air of calmness, "What's the rush? There are still 10 minutes left. Scoring 10 points is hardly an insurmountable task, is it? You ought to prepare yourself mentally. The scent of a donkey's rear end is likely not very pleasant." Barkley, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Whether it's pleasant or not, you'll find out when you get close." At the Staples Center, Herland perused the earlier technical statistics and pointed at Westbrook. "Hurry up and warm up. You'll be on the court shortly." Upon hearing this, Westbrook raised an eyebrow and sprang to his feet. "Yes, coach. Leave it to me." Yet, Herland shook his head. "Your primary responsibility now is defense. We'll still rely on Love for our offense." Westbrook furrowed his brow slightly, but nodded in understanding. "All right. I comprehend." Despite the hierarchy, Westbrook harbored a deep respect for his coach. especially since he had not yet attained the status of an MVP and wielded limited influence within the team. But can we defend against Chu Xiang? He has only made one basket since the second half began, Westbrook inquired. One basket? Westbrook, you must realize that scoring is never the entirety of the game. Without his offensive threat, would his teammates find it so easy to take their shots? Westbrook pondered this thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Herlin produced a tactical board and began sketching strategies. All right, prepare to take the court. We shall secure this victory and bring it back to UCLA. Herlin declared emphatically, his gaze drifting momentarily towards Chu Xiang in the distance. Winning against us will not be so simple, he murmured to himself. Chapter 61. The true superpower. With 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the match, the score stood at 70-69, with Gonzaga leading by a single point. The timeout ended, and the game resumed. As soon as Chu Xiang stepped onto the court, he sensed a pair of piercing eyes fixed upon him, creating a sensation akin to a thorn in his back. Half-turning, he indeed caught a glimpse of the menacing Westbrook. Quite the presence, Westbrook. I wonder if your head is still hot. With possession in favor of UCLA, Collison received an inbounds pass and swiftly advanced across half-court. As he crossed the midline, the other UCLA players began to execute swift movements. Collison delivered the ball into Westbrook's hands. Chu Xiang extended his arms, gazing at Westbrook, curious to see if he would persist in his reckless drive. However, the moment Westbrook received the ball, he promptly passed it out, sending the basketball soaring towards Kevin Love, who stood poised at the top of the arc simultaneously. Bambuta advanced to set a screen for Love. Defend against his cut, Josh shouted, directing Riel to reposition for defense against Bambuta. Yet, Bambuta appeared disinclined to cut towards the basket, opting instead to drift towards the perimeter, leaving Riel no choice but to closely trail him. As Chu Xiang observed their movements, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. Something felt amiss. Their passing had suddenly multiplied, resembling the principles of the Princeton offense. In essence, the Princeton offense is a dynamic attacking strategy wherein players engage in a flurry of passing, relentlessly searching for scoring opportunities. However, this tactical system is rarely seen in the NBA, as it demands an exceptionally high level of cohesion among teammates, and each player must possess a certain aptitude for passing. The Sacramento Kings of 1999 to 2004 epitomized this system. It possesses a remarkable enchantment, enabling a team lacking in individual prowess to achieve miraculous victories. During those years, the Kings boasted no superstars yet consistently ranked among the top in the Western Conference, solely relying on the Princeton offense. Had they not encountered the formidable duo of the OK combination, they might have contended for the championship title. Conversely, in the NCAA, this tactical system is relatively commonplace, as the primary objective of college basketball is to cultivate players' tactical coordination abilities, making it a perfect match. Nevertheless, few teams excel in executing the Princeton offense. The current UCLA team, however, evidently has mastered its essence. This system primarily requires a big player with passing ability, who, upon positioning himself near the free throw line, can identify opportunities amidst the numerous movements of his teammates and deliver the most decisive assist. Indeed, Love, having dribbled to the vicinity of the free throw line, was met by Biyombo, who set a screen for Westbrook. Westbrook accelerated, maneuvering around Biyombo and driving towards the basket, while Chu Xiang, delayed, found himself unable to defend. Love, standing at the free throw line with a clear view, swiftly delivered the ball into Westbrook's hands. Chu Xiang could only call out to his teammate, Josh, defend the paint. Without hesitation, Josh accelerated, racing from the right toward Westbrook. Yet, the charging Westbrook was not easily deterred. At that moment, his sole focus was the hoop. He set a screen and soared into action. Just as Josh reached the basket, still attempting to establish his position, he was met by the airborne Westbrook. With unyielding ferocity, Westbrook thundered the ball into the hoop, sending Josh tumbling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul. It was an additional free throw opportunity. Westbrook, upon his entry into the game, showcased an exuberant vitality, and UCLA had now taken the lead. The commentator exclaimed loudly, as the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. After landing, Westbrook glared menacingly at Chu Xiang, pounding his chest in a primal roar, as if to unleash the pent-up fury within him. Yet, Chu Xiang remained unmoved, standing firmly with his hands on his hips, murmuring to himself, Princeton, is this truly the best you have to offer? Westbrook stepped up to the free throw line, raised his hand, and scored. UCLA took the lead by 2 points. 70-72. Gonzaga now possessed the ball. Westbrook had enjoyed ample rest, and his physical condition was far superior to that of the ever-present Chu Xiang. As Chu Xiang faced Westbrook's suffocating defense, that overwhelming sensation returned. He darted left and right, yet could not shake him off. The play had to rely on Josh and Jack executing a simple pick and roll, but ultimately, Josh's layup was thwarted by Batum, who had already stationed himself beneath the basket, disrupting the attempt. Turning back, UCLA continued to implement the Princeton offense. Love, at the free throw line, orchestrated the play, and after a myriad of screens and movements, Collins found himself open. He unleashed a two-point shot from the right wing, swish. 70-74. Glancing at the scoreboard, Chu Xiang finally furrowed his brow. How could one possibly defend against Princeton? In a sense, this system is indeed an impeccable tactical framework. The ultimate goal of other tactical systems is to create mismatches, with the pinnacle being the triangle offense, allowing the team's strongest individual scorer to engage in unguarded one-on-one confrontations with the opponent. However, Princeton's singular objective is to create open shots. Through endless cuts, passes, and off-ball movements, the sole aim is to find that absolute open look for the final blow. To effectively defend against Princeton requires every player on the team to possess exceptional defensive awareness, which is nearly impossible. On the sidelines, Coach Kyle had already discerned UCLA's Princeton offense. Is this really UCLA, the epitome of elite powerhouses in the NCAA? Can we truly prevail against them? Kyle murmured, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the young man in white on the court. Chu Xiang, can we really continue to win? As if sensing the sideline scrutiny, Chu Xiang turned his head and met the worried gaze of his coach. Across the half-court, the young man relaxed his furrowed brow and offered a gentle smile. His warm and jade-like smile enveloped those around him like a spring breeze. Though he did not utter a word, Kyle could hear the message in Chu Xiang's expression. Coach, we will certainly win this match. I am a man of my word. Retracting his gaze from the coach, Chu Xiang noticed Kobe watching from the sidelines. A sudden spark ignited within him. How to dismantle Princeton? The best answer rests right there on the bench. Despite the strength of the Princeton system, had it not failed to break out of the West during those years? The mightiest spear cannot be defended against solely by the strongest shield, can it? Certainly not. If someone approaches you with a sword, why not be the first to make them fall? Black Mamba, unleash your venom and strike at UCLA's throat. Chu Xiang inhaled deeply, extending his tongue to moisten his upper lip. His demeanor resembled that of a mamba flicking its tongue. Chapter 62. Piercing through the gloom. I will take control of the ball, Chu Xiang proclaimed, patting Josh on the shoulder. You just focus on your defense. A spark of realization ignited in Josh's eyes. He recalled that during the previous match, before Chu Xiang's divine performance, he had said the very same thing. As Chu Xiang received the ball, he gradually dribbled past the half-court, patiently awaiting his teammates to create space. Ah, you little rascal, just as expected. On the sidelines, Kobe observed Chu Xiang, who was preparing for a one-on-one play, a smile gracing his lips. You do possess a hint of my style. Let us see if you can truly manifest it. Excessive isolation plays can be detrimental to the team, yet in moments such as this, if one cannot even step up, then aspiring to become a superstar is mere folly. With a confident gaze, Kobe directed his attention towards Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang dribbled the ball, gradually bending his waist, his gaze coldly fixated on Westbrook before him. A fleeting thought crossed Westbrook's mind. Something seemed different about Chu Xiang. Yet, regardless of the change, I shall defend against you resolutely. The fire of determination ignited in Westbrook's eyes, refusing to show any signs of weakness. On the right side of the court, only Chu Xiang and Westbrook remained, while all others clustered on the left side. Here it comes. Chu Xiang of Gonzaga University faced off against Westbrook, both embodying an extreme one-on-one strategy. For players crowded on one side, in Chu Xiang's homeland, there is a saying, if one does not succeed, one shall die trying. At this moment, he bore the weight of the team's entire offensive responsibilities as his teammates entrusted the game entirely to him. This was an immense responsibility and equally a profound trust in him. Let us now witness the duel between these two athletes. The entire audience's gaze was fixed upon them, with UCLA supporters rising to their feet, shouting defense, to rally their team and disrupt Chu Xiang's focus. Come on. Westbrook gritted his teeth, shouting with fervor. With an expressionless face, Chu Xiang stepped to the right, placing the ball down as he made his move. Westbrook instantly matched his pace. This maneuver was intended to create space for a back-to-the-basket play. In the next moment, Chu Xiang's back pressed firmly against Westbrook's arm as he initiated his post move. Starting the play from the three-point line seemed rather audacious given the considerable distance. This raised a hint of skepticism from the commentators. With each forceful push, Westbrook's body stood resolute like a rocky outcrop amidst the crashing waves, unyielding to Chu Xiang's efforts. "You cannot overpower me," Westbrook gritted through clenched teeth. Indeed, Chu Xiang was acutely aware of this. Had he possessed ample stamina, he could have engaged in a few more exchanges of strength. However, after 30 minutes of play, fatigue was creeping in. Additionally, he had no intention of pushing Westbrook into the paint. In an instant, Chu Xiang suddenly lowered his body and deftly pivoted towards the baseline, attempting to slip past Westbrook's defense. "Nice try. Do you think you can fool me? There's no way you're getting through." Westbrook, ever the defensive stalwart, anticipated such a simple maneuver, quickly shifting his feet to stay in front of Chu Xiang. This rapid response was no small feat. It required an extraordinary physical demand akin to abruptly halting a sprint and then reversing direction. Yet, Westbrook was a seasoned athlete, accustomed to navigating high-speed situations with finesse. However, speed does not always equate to advantage. As the master of time activated, Chu Xiang's pace noticeably decelerated, prompting Westbrook to react instantaneously. Another one of those plays. His rhythm is uncanny. A fleeting thought flickered in Westbrook's mind, but controlling his body took a full second. That single second was ample for Chu Xiang to execute a step back, further widening the gap between them. In that moment, Westbrook, caught in the momentum, took a step back, while Chu Xiang propelled his left foot backward after pushing off with his right leg. A considerable distance of 2 steps emerged between them. What a magnificent play! With a smooth step back after pivoting, Chu Xiang had successfully deceived Westbrook, unveiling a vast expanse for a shot. The commentators remarked. "Don't even think about shooting." Westbrook, unyielding, summoned every ounce of strength to overcome his momentum and lunged toward Chu Xiang once more. Yet now, this domain was firmly under Chu Xiang's control. As the time master, his rhythm had shifted entirely from his usual pace. Just as Westbrook anticipated Chu Xiang's shot, he was merely bending his knees. As Westbrook leapt toward Chu Xiang, the ball was still just being drawn to his chest. It was only when Westbrook brushed past Chu Xiang and landed behind him that Chu Xiang released his shot. From the right mid-range, there lay nothing but air between Chu Xiang and the basket. The two-pointer was effortlessly sunk. Chu Xiang had bewildered Westbrook completely. The oddity of his rhythm astounded the commentators. Chu Xiang turned around, his expression still devoid of emotion. "Why the rush to play? While my jump shot may not rival the elegance of a fadeaway, I've begun to appreciate this skill," he mused. The skill system rated it a mere B. A stark contrast to Kobe's S fadeaway, which belonged to an entirely different echelon. Damn it. After witnessing Chu Xiang's successful shot, Westbrook's countenance darkened as he punched the air in frustration. The game pressed on. Following a series of passes, Love executed a deft shot under the basket, bringing the score to 72-76. The ball returned to Gonzaga, with Chu Xiang once again bringing it over half court. Westbrook intended to apply immediate pressure but was halted by Coach Herland on the sidelines, leaving him begrudgingly stationed beyond the three-point line, awaiting Chu Xiang's approach. It was once again a one-on-one situation. Without the benefit of a teammate's screen, Chu Xiang had to initiate his post play from beyond the arc. Westbrook would not allow him to access the low post. This time, he managed to create a fraction of space with 2 solid pushes, then spun and executed a fadeaway just inside the three-point line. Enhanced by his skill, the shot found its mark. 74-76. In the TNT studio, the smile that had graced Barkley's face moments earlier vanished once more. 24, 24, 24, Kenny muttered incessantly. "Kenny, can you please stop?" Barkley lamented, shutting his eyes in an attempt to ignore the screen before him. Displayed was Chu Xiang's statistical performance for the game. 24 points, 12 shots, all successful. "Fine. I'll stop," Kenny replied, sipping his drink and clearing his throat. 30, 30, 30, Kenny Smith. Barkley sprang to his feet, knocking over his chair in the process. Finally, Kenny ceased his chatter, chuckling as he gently pushed Barkley back into his seat. "Don't be angry. I won't say it anymore. We're still live. No need to get so worked up." Barkley sighed in resignation, retrieving his water cup. "It's just a donkey's backside. You've kissed worse," Kenny whispered mischievously. Barkley erupted in laughter, spraying water everywhere. Chapter 63. Gonzaga's defeat. Barkley, disregarding decorum, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, clearly irked. "All right, enough joking. Regardless, Chu Xiang has played exceptionally well. It's astounding that a player of his caliber remains relatively unknown on the eve of March Madness, Kinney remarked, scrutinizing Chu Xiang's statistics. Barkley remained silent, choosing not to engage with Kinney's commentary. Kinney glanced at him before continuing, however, it is somewhat understandable. This year's NCAA has seen an abundance of emerging stars, like Memphis's stellar point guard Derrick Rose and the sensational underdog Stephen Curry, alongside those who have already been eliminated, such as Beasley and Griffin. It's no surprise that Chu Xiang was overshadowed by them, but as the saying goes, true talent will eventually shine. I am filled with immense anticipation for the future of the NBA. The current generation of young players is truly remarkable. Regardless of what Kinney may say, Barkley stubbornly refuses to engage. Thus, in Kinney's solitary monologue, the game gradually progressed to the final 2 minutes. With a deft floater from Josh, the score reached a thrilling 92-92, leveling the match. In the preceding minutes, much of the action revolved around Chu Xiang, who showcased his offensive prowess against the opposing team single-handedly. However, as fatigue set in, his shooting began to falter. After missing 3 consecutive attempts, Cal called for a timeout, allowing Chu Xiang a brief respite. During his time on the court, he had scored 9 points, shooting 4 out of 8, bringing his total to 29 points. Upon his exit, Riel and Josh assumed the mantle of offense. Notably, Riel's performance deserves mention. Typically, he is designated as a defensive stalwart in the paint, lacking in offensive skills. Having observed Chu Xiang's solo efforts from the sidelines, Riel had conserved his energy. As the UCLA players began to tire, Riel seized the opportunity, grabbing consecutive offensive rebounds before executing a thunderous dunk, plunging the entire arena into silence. At this juncture, it is essential to address a flaw in the Princeton system: excessive physical exertion. This strategy emphasizes constant movement from all players, resulting in significant energy expenditure during each possession. Originally, Hurland employed this tactical approach to conserve Kevin Love's stamina, enabling him to be a decisive force in the final moments, while also hoping to diminish Gonzaga's morale through a multifaceted offensive. However, unexpectedly, Chu Xiang single-handedly withstood this offensive surge, tenaciously clinging to the scoreline. His relentless isolation play was so overwhelming that during his one-on-one confrontations, his teammates merely needed to stand by and recuperate. Consequently, this ebb and flow allowed Riel to capitalize on the energy surplus inside the paint. With the game tied, Hurland called a timeout. Upon the players' return to their seats, he meticulously devised a new strategy. For the ensuing 2 minutes, they would revert to their original game plan, with Love as the primary scorer, while Collison and Westbrook would look for opportunities to cut. On the defensive end, they would employ a 2-to-3 zone, as the opposing team's outside shooting had been subpar in recent minutes. Ultimately, the game would hinge on 2-point shots. Chu Xiang would undoubtedly be reinserted, and he must remain vigilant for double teams upon receiving the ball. Meanwhile, Coach Kyle stood before his players, scrutinizing his tactical board in silence. After considerable contemplation, he finally relinquished the board to an assistant coach. "Everyone," he declared, "at this juncture, our strategies hold little significance. From now on, we entrust the game to Chu Xiang." "Chu Xiang, you are our finest tactic," Kyle asserted resolutely. With a radiant smile, Chu Xiang exclaimed, "Leave it to me, coach. I have promised that victory shall be ours." The timer chimed, and the match resumed. Only 2 minutes remained until the end of the game, yet the two teams remained locked in a fierce contest, with each ensuing play becoming increasingly crucial. The commentator declared, "UCLA, victory. UCLA, victory." As the match neared its conclusion, the fervor of the audience reached a crescendo. Nearly the entire crowd rose to their feet, rallying behind UCLA as they prepared to serve. Collison maneuvered past half court. Upon crossing the line, he called for a pick, with Bamit stepping forward to create a barrier. Utilizing the screen, Collison seamlessly glided into the paint, poised to pass the ball to Love. After receiving the pass, Love executed a beautiful turnaround hook shot, yet alas, it did not find its mark. Josh snagged the rebound, initially intending to push for a fast break. But upon seeing Westbrook already sprinting back to defend, he opted to pass the ball to Chu Xiang instead. As ever, Chu Xiang sought to create space for a one-on-one play, but perhaps due to fatigue, he struggled to fend off Westbrook, resulting in a fading jumper that veered off the rim. Love reclaimed the rebound and launched a long pass. Collison caught it, facing an open basket. However, surprisingly, he failed to score. Perhaps his eagerness got the better of him, or some other reason hindered his aim. In any case, for an entire minute, both teams exchanged futile runs, neither managing to score. In the final minute, upon receiving the inbounds pass, Chu Xiang slowly traversed past half court. Time was of the essence. This shot had to go in. Chu Xiang thought to himself. Westbrook, positioned at a calculated distance, was ready to pounce for a steal, forcing Chu Xiang to slightly angle his body to protect the ball. With 34 seconds left on the shot clock, Chu Xiang waited until the final 9 seconds to initiate his offense. Once again, he opted for a back-to-the-basket play. Facing Westbrook from UCLA on the left side of the court, Chu Xiang commenced his attack. With only 43 seconds remaining, this shot was paramount. Failing to make it would place them at a disadvantage. The commentator's voice grew tense. The situation seemed precarious. Chu Xiang struggled to gain ground against his defender. His stamina was waning, having scarcely rested throughout the match. He chose to force a spin move, but Westbrook swiftly closed the gap, leaving Chu Xiang with no space to shoot. Could this shot still find its way in? Clang. The sharp sound of iron reverberated painfully. However, Chu Xiang had exerted considerable force. The ball ricocheted far off the rim. Wait, there seemed to be a chance. Westbrook and Chu Xiang were grappling for the rebound. The ball was deflected by Chu Xiang. It soared towards Josh and Collison. The scramble for possession continued on the court. Collison was the first to touch the ball, but he couldn't secure it. Upon landing, Josh inadvertently knocked the ball away. It rolled toward the paint. The commentator swiftly remarked as Riley and Love raced towards the ball. Their limbs entwined in a fierce struggle, nearly toppling over. Where the ball landed, chaos ensued. It was utter pandemonium. Who ultimately secured possession of the ball? Wait, it's Love. He snatched the rebound. He seized this crucial rebound that could determine their fate. With only 36 seconds remaining. Chapter 64, The True Westbrook. The moment Love gained possession, a collective sigh of relief washed over the audience. Just 36 seconds left. The culmination of both teams' relentless efforts throughout the season. Their struggle for the championship would find resolution in these fleeting moments. Only one shall emerge victorious, while the defeated shall fade into obscurity. Love tumbled to the ground, clutching the ball fiercely to prevent Riley from snatching it away. The strategic preparations of Coach Hurland played a pivotal role in this scramble for the rebound. The 2-to-3 zone defense of UCLA provided an additional presence in the paint, which ultimately left Riley confined behind Love. Yet, Riley refused to concede. Despite being on the floor, he struggled to leap onto Love, attempting to reclaim the ball. Collison, Love shouted, unconcerned that his passing intentions were now apparent to the opponent. As long as he could deliver the ball, they would hold the reins of the game. At that moment, Collison had risen from the ground, sprinting to seize the ball from Love's grasp. Hot on his heels, Josh was tripped by Love and fell to the floor. UCLA had secured the rebound. With 34 seconds remaining on the game clock and 32 seconds left on their shot clock, this was the final half minute of the match. The moment Collison gained control of the ball, Hurland immediately signaled for a timeout. This was UCLA's last timeout of the game. As the referee blew the whistle for the timeout, a significant portion of the audience leapt to their feet, erupting in thunderous cheers. Yet, in a distant corner of the stands, a few Gonzaga fans buried their heads in despair. Kyle, what do we do now? We have no timeouts left. On the bench, an assistant coach for Gonzaga stood anxiously, glancing at Kyle. Kyle sat silently, arms crossed, deep in thought. This was a mere 20-second break. The players swiftly returned to the bench, all eyes fixed on the coach. Kyle inhaled deeply and finally spoke. Foul first, then we'll inbound the ball. He paused. With no timeouts remaining, this meant that after committing the foul and allowing UCLA to shoot free throws, Gonzaga would have to inbound from the backcourt. In such circumstances, if they could not pass the ball to Chu Xiang, who else could take the shot? Without a moment's hesitation, it is evident that UCLA will employ a full-court press, and they will undoubtedly assign 2 players to closely mark Chu Xiang. Another strategy is to exert every effort to disrupt the opponent during their sideline throw-ins. However, this approach carries significant risk. Should a steal attempt fail and the opponent successfully executes the throw-in, Gonzaga's defense will be outnumbered, thus increasing the likelihood of conceding 2 points. He realizes that the team has reached a critical juncture. Commit a foul first. Then, during the inbound play, everyone must set screens for me. The voice of Chu Xiang resonated. Upon hearing Chu Xiang speak, Kyle felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. As if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, accompanied by a peculiar sense of security. Chu Xiang continued, when Jack serves. Riel and Jamie will set up a pick and roll for me, while Josh will execute a single screen from behind. At that moment, regardless of the circumstances, the ball must be delivered into my hands. Chu Xiang spoke with unwavering conviction, exuding an undeniable charisma that left no room for dissent. As Chu Xiang concluded his remarks, the 20-second pause came to an end, and the match resumed. On the sidelines, Love stood anxiously, pondering the reasonableness of the coach's strategy. What if he faltered during the serve? However, there was no time for hesitation, as the referee cast a glance his way and tossed the ball into his hands. Taking a deep breath, he raised the ball high above his head. On the court, the players from UCLA instantly began to reposition themselves. Typically, when executing such a sideline throw, the team in possession would maneuver close to the boundary. Yet, at this moment, UCLA had engaged in a myriad of intricate movements in their half of the field. On the sidelines, Coach Herland stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Just watch. I shall leave you no opportunity. This year, UCLA is determined to pursue the national championship. Meanwhile, the Gonzaga players found themselves bewildered by UCLA's elaborate movements. Completely uncertain as to who would ultimately receive the ball, they could only strive to keep pace with their assigned defenders. Originally, Chu Xiang was following Westbrook closely. But after a few screens, he found himself trailing behind. At this moment, he observed Westbrook sprinting towards the baseline in the backcourt, and an ominous premonition suddenly gripped his heart. Westbrook swiftly approached Love from the baseline, seizing the opportunity to pass the ball. Catch up with him. Foul! Foul! Josh shouted, too far from Westbrook to intervene. Only after calling out did he realize the predicament. Most of Gonzaga's players had already been drawn to the backcourt, leaving the closest player to Westbrook as center Riel. And how could Riel's speed possibly compare to Westbrook's? Beneath the basket, the power forward Jamie felt his heartbeat quicken as Westbrook surged towards him like a whirlwind. My goodness, UCLA has employed an unusual sideline play, they exclaimed, successfully executing the pass. Now, Gonzaga had no chance to commit a foul. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement. Westbrook had the ball, moving at an astonishing pace. He had already entered the paint. Just 2 seconds had ticked by. What on earth was UCLA attempting to accomplish? Standing under the basket was Gonzaga's number 39. Power forward Jamie. Wait. Westbrook was soaring into the air. What was he planning? Was he preparing to dunk? On the sidelines, Helen, who had been calmly crossed-armed, now widened his eyes in shock at Westbrook's actions. Westbrook, what are you doing? He exclaimed, arms outstretched. This was far from the strategy he had devised. In his mind, Westbrook would receive the ball and feign a drive into the paint, making the opposing defender hesitant to foul before passing to a teammate. Then, leveraging UCLA's formidable passing ability, they would waste time, waiting for Gonzaga to intentionally commit a foul. Yet, he had underestimated Westbrook. He never anticipated that Westbrook would go straight for the dunk. This left Gonzaga with far too much time, about 30 seconds remaining. Moreover, Westbrook's free throw shooting percentage was notably low. On the court, Westbrook could hear nothing but silence. In his eyes, there was only that small hoop. Kyles, if it were you, you would undoubtedly finish this game. He thought, if you can do it, then I certainly can. Westbrook's gliding form collided fiercely with the jumping Jamie. However, Westbrook leaped much higher than Jamie. His hands lifted the basketball above Jamie's head. With a rapid motion, Westbrook brought the ball down, slamming it against the rim with lightning speed. The arena erupted with a thunderous boom. For a fleeting moment, there was absolute silence, followed by the commentator's voice. Westbrook has dunked over Jamie. He has slammed that damned basketball through the hoop. And the referee's whistle blows. It's an and one. 92-94. UCLA leads by 2 points. Westbrook is about to step to the free throw line. Chapter 65. The decisive moment. Russell Westbrook. With an electrifying drive, he executed a thunderous dunk that not only found its mark, but also drew a foul from the opposing team. Should he convert the ensuing free throw, he would nearly seal the fate of this contest. The commentator's voice brimmed with excitement as the crowd erupted in a fervor. All UCLA supporters rose to their feet, unable to contain their exuberant shouts. Russell Westbrook, you are magnificent. He had just outmaneuvered that towering opponent. My goodness, where does he find such boundless energy? On the sidelines, Coach Herland wore a grim expression. This dunk had disrupted his game plan. Yet Westbrook managed to slip the ball through the net and earned a chance for a three-point play, though reluctant to admit it. The momentum had undeniably shifted in favor of UCLA due to this pivotal moment. He lowered his outstretched arms and sat back down, dejected. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Westbrook approached the free throw line, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes. The crowd's chants began to coalesce. MVP, MVP, MVP. For the first time in his life, Westbrook savored such adulation, his eyes fluttering open. Kyles, I've made it. If I can sink the shot, I can put an end to this game. He bent slightly, dribbling the ball gently on the court. Meanwhile, Josh stood beyond the three-point line, his face ashen. He dared not witness the free throw. Closing his eyes and clasping his hands in prayer. As a devout Christian, all he could do was beseech the heavens for intervention. Westbrook lifted the basketball, aligning his sights on the rim. On the sidelines, Coach Kyles furrowed his brow in anguish, releasing a heavy sigh. Although 30 seconds remained, if Westbrook converted this shot, their only recourse would be to gamble on a three-point attempt from the backcourt. He shook his head in self-deprecation, his thoughts trailing off. With a subtle exertion, he transferred energy through his legs and into Westbrook's hands. A flick of his fingers sent the basketball soaring. All eyes in the arena were riveted on its trajectory. Unimpeded, it traced a flawless arc through the net. The free throw was successful. A three-point play executed. 92-95. He made it. He made it. UCLA now led by 3 points, with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Gonzaga had exhausted all their timeouts. The next play would be their inbound from the backcourt. The commentator relayed rapidly, though his voice was drowned out by the overwhelming roar of the crowd. Beneath the basket, Love and Biyombo could no longer contain their emotions, leaping into the air to collide jubilantly with Westbrook. I knew you could do it. I knew you could. Love exuberantly ruffled Westbrook's short hair. However, the game was not yet over. The referee blew the whistle, signaling them to conclude their celebration. The official picked up the ball, indicating that Gonzaga should inbound from the baseline. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, every UCLA player on the court radiated a glimmer of excitement, in stark contrast to the Gonzaga players, who appeared drained of vitality. Jack ambled toward the baseline, glancing over at Chu Xiang as he walked. The other Gonzaga players mirrored his actions, instinctively turning their attention to Chu Xiang as they approached him. Chu stood still, his hands resting on his knees. His head bowed as beads of sweat dampened the wisps of hair on his forehead. Chu, what shall we do next? Josh inquired. Chu Xiang lifted his head, gazing at Josh, a smile gracing his lips. He straightened his posture, and as he did, a bead of sweat trickled down his sharply defined chin. Execute the play just as I instructed. Everyone, set screens for me. No matter what, that damned basketball must find its way into my hands. His tone was calm, yet it carried an inexplicable strength that ignited the dwindling flame within Josh and the others. This could very well be the final offensive maneuver of the game. Let us observe how Gonzaga University will execute this. Wait, what formation is this? Their players are almost clustered together. The commentator exclaimed. They are all setting screens solely for Chu Xiang. My goodness. The moment the referee handed the ball to Jack, Riel and Jamie instantly tensed their muscles. And as the ball passed between them, they swiftly closed the gap, forming an impregnable wall. An elevator screen. This screen effectively obstructed 3 UCLA players. Yet it did not deter Westbrook. I will not allow you to receive the ball. Westbrook's expression twisted with ferocity as he harnessed every ounce of his physical potential, weaving around the 2 screens to closely shadow Chu Xiang. Josh, Chu Xiang shouted. Josh quickly appeared, positioning himself to continue setting screens for Chu Xiang. Westbrook's half-body was obscured by Josh. This brief delay granted Chu Xiang the space he needed. He swiftly turned his gaze toward Jack. However, perhaps due to anxiety or unfamiliarity, Jack, making his first baseline pass, was slow to react. After locking eyes with Chu Xiang for a fleeting half-second, he finally raised the ball to make the pass. But that half-second was enough to change everything. No. Chu Xiang attempted to stop Jack, but it was too late. By the time the words left his lips, Jack had already released the ball. A shadow suddenly darted between Chu Xiang and Jack, abruptly intercepting the baseline serve. It was Westbrook. He snatched that serve away. This was Gonzaga University's final opportunity, ruthlessly extinguished by Westbrook himself. The commentator exclaimed, he has decisively ended this game. What will Gonzaga do? Will they resort to fouling? However, even if they successfully commit a foul, as long as Westbrook can sink a free throw, the game will conclude. In the final moments of the match, the tension between offense and defense was palpable. From this young man, I witnessed the essence of a superstar, Russell Westbrook. This match has etched his name into my memory, that of an endlessly vibrant youth. Accompanied by the commentator's rapid-fire, impassioned voice, the audience erupted with an enthusiasm akin to a volcanic eruption. On the court, Chu Xiang, while retreating on defense, shouted to his teammates, "Do not foul. Get back on defense." Was this not a foul? The others from Gonzaga were utterly bewildered. Yet in such circumstances, they could only heed Chu Xiang's directives, swiftly retreating to thwart Westbrook's fast break and deny him an opportunity to score. Seeing that scoring chances had vanished and no one was fouling him, Westbrook slowed his dribble, crossing half-court before halting in place, rhythmically bouncing the ball while keeping an eye on the timer. Listening to the crowd chanting his name, Westbrook slightly bowed his head, glancing at the bracelet on his left wrist. "Kales, we have won." Chapter 66. No slaying of the unknown. It's all right. You played exceptionally well today. Learning to accept defeat is an essential part of becoming a professional athlete. No, that doesn't quite capture it. On the sidelines, Kobe furrowed his brow, deeply pondering how best to console the young Chu Xiang once the match concluded. On the court, Kobe was indeed a fierce competitor, but in life, he was a mentor who cherished nurturing newcomers. "If I had lost such a match, it seems that no words of comfort could truly help me," he reflected empathetically. Finally, he shook his head, dismissing all thoughts, and turned his gaze toward the young man in white. He appears. In the TNT studio, Barkley had just finished a tap dance, beads of sweat glistening on his round forehead. "Ha ha ha, Kenny, what a pity, 29 points, just one short. Just 1 point away from kissing that lovely donkey's backside. Now such a delightful prospect must be left to you. Ha ha ha, how frustrating. That donkey's backside I've longed for, and it goes to you, you old rascal." Kenny's facial features appeared so contorted that he resembled a desiccated bitter melon. He opened and closed his mouth for an extended period, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately releasing a sigh. "Alas, it was just a fraction short. It is truly disheartening." Kenny murmured. "Ha ha ha, regardless of the outcome, let us continue to witness the conclusion of this match," he added, eager to see what would unfold. Suddenly, Barkley glanced at the large screen, and his expression shifted. Has he not yet conceded? In the center of the screen, Chu Xiang was intently fixated on Westbrook, fully concentrated, displaying no signs of impending defeat. Concede? How could one even consider such a notion? The game is far from over. It's merely a 3-point deficit. So what if there are no timeouts left? So what if the possession lies with the opponent? What does it matter? Just seize the ball and score. System. Activate the store. If I use consecutive short-duration skill potions, will their effects stack? They will stack, but from the second potion onward, the effect will be reduced to 20. Basic short-duration skill potion. Within half an hour of use, it enhances the designated attribute of the host by 10 points, with no side effects. Price, 300 vitality points. 20 translates to 2 points. 6 potions. Redeem. All points allocated to stealing. Deducting 1800 vitality points. Redemption complete. Remaining vitality points, 341. Attribute enhancement is now in effect. Host stealing attribute 20, current stealing attribute, 90. Duration, 30 minutes. In an instant, Chu Xiang felt as though the world before him had transformed. The motions of Westbrook's dribbling appeared to slow down, revealing countless minor vulnerabilities within his handling. It seemed that whenever Chu Xiang desired, he could effortlessly snatch the ball away. He lifted his gaze and glanced at the timer. Only 15 seconds remained before the conclusion of the match. At that moment, Josh faltered, abandoning his defensive assignment and sprinting toward Westbrook. Chu Xiang called out to him, "No need to come up. Focus on your own players. Do not allow him any chance to pass." With the enhancement of the skill potion, as long as Westbrook could not make a pass, Chu Xiang was highly confident in intercepting the ball. Josh hesitated, caught in limbo, unsure whether to advance or retreat. "Go back." Chu Xiang turned his head and glanced at Josh. Only then did Josh grit his teeth and run back. Since Chu Xiang was so insistent, he had no choice but to trust him. The commentators on site keenly noticed this detail. What on earth was Gonzaga University doing? Just moments ago, Chu Xiang had halted his teammates' defense. What was his intention? As the seconds ticked by, he did nothing. Was he preparing to concede? Yet, the defensive posture he assumed appeared quite earnest. Westbrook scoffed and said, "Even if you prevent me from passing, what difference does it make? You have already lost. How much longer do you wish to struggle?" The timer showed 10 seconds remaining. Chu Xiang fixed his gaze upon Westbrook, a sudden smile gracing his countenance. "Westbrook," he remarked, "do you realize that your performance today has been truly exceptional? Westbrook furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unexpected praise from Chu Xiang. What is the matter with you? Are you losing your mind because we're on the verge of defeat? Chu Xiang chuckled, his amusement growing. I am quite lucid. What I mean is, the better you perform today, the happier we shall be to secure victory. The timer ticked down to 5 seconds. Then we shall triumph with even greater joy. I never target the nameless. For seconds, Chu Xiang sprang into action. He darted forward like a specter, catching Westbrook completely off guard, and in an instant, the sensation of the basketball slipped from his grasp. What transpired on the court? Chu Xiang had executed a steal. He had seized the ball. Yet, as Westbrook regained his senses, he swiftly pivoted to pursue. 3 seconds. As Chu Xiang propelled the ball forward, he had barely taken 2 steps past the midfield logo when Westbrook caught up to him. Westbrook's intentions were unmistakable. He was preparing to foul. 2 free throws would undoubtedly alter the course of the game. Yet, how could Chu Xiang possibly grant him the opportunity to commit a foul? He activated the shooting experience card for Curry. At that moment, Chu Xiang had drawn a Curry experience card that allowed for only 5 uses, and he had originally intended to conserve it for future matches. This way, he could utilize it once in each subsequent game. Moreover, Westbrook's relentless defense was so tenacious that even with the Curry experience card, Chu Xiang might not find a chance to shoot. In fact, while Westbrook was on the court, his opportunities to receive the ball were exceedingly limited. 2 seconds. What difference does it make if he intercepts? Don't even think about shooting, Westbrook shouted, recklessly lunging toward Chu Xiang. However, he was still too slow. In the face of a shooting speed of 0.3 seconds, that window was ample. As Chu Xiang's stamina dipped to a critical point, the hidden skill clutch moment of the Kobe shooting package was triggered, significantly enhancing his shooting stability. In an instant, Chu Xiang sent the basketball soaring into the air. The next moment, Westbrook collided forcefully with him. The nature of Westbrook's foul was glaringly apparent, verging on malicious. The referee's whistle sounded immediately. As the ball remained airborne, the final buzzer resonated throughout the arena. Chu Xiang had completed his shot. The referee indicated that it was a shooting foul. This entailed 3 free throws. Chu Xiang had done it. Just as the commentators were midway through their remarks, they suddenly noticed a tremor in the net. He had made the 3-pointer. My goodness, this was a game-tying shot. Moreover, it had drawn a foul. If he sinks this free throw, the commentator stood up from his seat, his face awash with incredulity. This would be a game winner. Chapter 67. A sincere heart. I could scarcely believe my eyes. The referee is currently reviewing the footage to determine if the game had indeed concluded when the shot was released. The commentator's tone was fraught with tension. Yet, despite the astonishing nature of this play, I could clearly see that at least 1 second remained when he took the shot. My goodness, what sort of game is this? First, UCLA's Westbrook executed a lethal combination of offense and defense. Then, Gonzaga's Chu Xiang made a perfect steal, followed by a buzzer beater that resulted in a 3-1 play. This is utterly insane. The commentator's voice grew increasingly animated, contrasting sharply with the profound silence of the audience. Just moments ago, the UCLA fans had been on their feet, cheering exuberantly. Now, they stood collectively mute. The entire arena was filled with a handful of exuberant individuals, lost in fervent cheers. Take, for instance, the irrepressible Kobe in the front row, who leaped to his feet, fists raised triumphantly in the air. Then there was Scarlett, seated in the 3rd row, who could scarcely contain her excitement, even disregarding her appearance as she tousled her magnificent golden locks in sheer exuberance. Yet, it must be said, despite her disheveled state, she remained strikingly beautiful. Surrounded by a sea of spectators, some silent, others electrified, at the center of the court, Westbrook and she landed in a tangle. Even while still airborne, Westbrook had turned his head to gaze at the hoop. Now, he struggled to rise, kneeling on the floor, gazing at the rim with a look of bewilderment. The net continued to sway gently, while the basketball rolled slowly away across the floor. In his dazed state, he murmured. With an impassive expression, Chu Xiang rose from the ground, gazing at Westbrook, who knelt partially on the floor. The scene resembled that of a sovereign on the verge of coronation, receiving the homage of his subjects, with Chu Xiang towering above and Westbrook, bewildered, in a half-kneeling position. This captivating tableau was swiftly captured by the camera operator on the sidelines. Chu Xiang took a step forward and placed his hand on Westbrook's shoulder. I have mentioned it before. You truly excelled today, and you did not disappoint, Kels. Westbrook, astonished, turned his head and exclaimed, Kels? How do you know about him? Chu Xiang remained silent, gently patting Westbrook's shoulder twice before striding toward the free throw line. Westbrook, having risen from the floor, yearned to pursue him immediately for clarity. The matter concerning Kells was something he had confided in only a select few, primarily friends from high school. Yet, he ultimately refrained from chasing after him. "Doesn't it disappoint you, Kells?" he murmured to himself. This sentiment struck a chord deep within Westbrook. For him, the outcome of the game and personal statistics were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the hope of reconnecting with a once dear friend. He could discern the sincerity in Chu Xiang's words. Authenticity cannot be feigned. Observing Chu Xiang's retreating figure, a surge of anger welled up within him. Chu Xiang's arrogance was simply overwhelming. As he walked, he raised his right hand to his ear, mimicking Allen Iverson's signature gesture, as if to listen intently. "Where are your cheers? Where are your applause? Why do I hear only silence?" In a venue predominantly filled with UCLA supporters, this display was nothing short of audacious. Yet, the audience remained silent, compelled to do so. In the TNT studio, Barkley erupted in an explosive reaction, quite literally. Having grown weary from celebrating and sipping water, he nearly choked when witnessing that game-winning three-pointer, water spraying from his mouth. His gaze was glued to the screen, his features contorting with a myriad of emotions, each twitching at a different pace. Across the table, Kinney, who had previously appeared as if a bitter gourd had sprouted from his neck, was now grinning widely. "Ha ha ha, Barkley. Chu Xiang has already scored 32 points. Ha ha ha. Your face is going to kill me." Kinney laughed uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Barkley slowly turned his neck, fixing an icy stare on Kinney, wishing he could silence him. Back on the court, Chu Xiang stood at the free throw line, while the referees deliberated over the replay. His Gonzaga teammates stood dumbfounded behind him, gazing at the tall, handsome figure. Their emotions were a kaleidoscope of exhilaration, anxiety, shock, and excitement, difficult to articulate. On the sidelines, Coach Kells maintained a stoic expression, though his assistant beamed with elation. "Coach, he made it. He made it. A game winner. Or at least an equalizer. Calm down, stay composed." Kells replied impassively. A flicker of disdain crossed the assistant's eyes as he thought, "Wasn't it you who shattered the tactical board when Chu Xiang scored just now?" His gaze subtly shifted downward to Kells's trembling right hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Herland also wore an expressionless facade, but his calm was genuine. "Coach, are you all right?" a substitute player from UCLA remarked. Herland chuckled and replied, "Of course, it's all well and good now that the game time has concluded. This final shot rests solely on the referee's decision. However, in my estimation, it is undoubtedly a 3-1. Once Chu Xiang converts this free throw, we should take our leave. Yet, one cannot be certain he will make this shot. We might very well find ourselves in overtime." Herland shook his head. "Child, you are still quite young. I have previously informed you that the only player Gonzaga needed to be wary of was Chu Xiang. You should now comprehend the reason. Remember, dear child, some individuals are inherently destined for the grand stage. Certain games are fated to be a part of their legendary journey. What we can do is refrain from undermining ourselves in the face of their miracles. Basketball is thus, and so is life." Herland smiled once more, though his expression bore a hint of resignation. On the court, the referees finally rendered their ultimate decision. In truth, they may have already made up their minds long ago. Yet they delayed the announcement for the sake of gravity, for this match was of monumental importance. The lead referee approached the scorer's table, proclaiming, "Let us see. The three-pointer is valid. Westbrook has committed a foul, and there will be an additional free throw," the announcer declared. The game time had elapsed. This free throw would be the final shot. If Chu Xiang scores, it will seal the victory. If he misses, the teams will enter overtime. Chu Xiang, who had long since taken his position at the free throw line, flexed his wrist and received the ball from the referee. In the stands, the silent UCLA fans began to pray. Yet, what use is prayer? This evening, God stood at the free throw line. The shot was taken, and it found its mark. As the countdown clock reached 0, the score flickered one last time, 96-95. Chu Xiang had made it. He achieved the last-minute victory. Gonzaga University triumphed. They had vanquished the formidable UCLA, earning their place in the Elite Eight. Once again, they had created a miracle. Chapter 68. A documentary for Chu Xiang. Let us extend our congratulations to Gonzaga University for their arduous triumph. And let us also commend Chu Xiang. His performance this night reaffirmed his title as the Son of Miracles. Amidst the announcer's exuberant commentary, the UCLA fans departed in silence, leaving only Gonzaga supporters cheering within the arena. On the court, Love gazed helplessly at the basketball rolling on the floor, sighed, and turned to face Chu Xiang. "Hey, Chu. That was truly a splendid game," he began, but his words were lost as Josh suddenly rushed up, wrapping his legs around Chu Xiang's waist and embracing his head tightly. "Chu, we won. We won again. We truly won. As long as you are here, we are truly invincible. There is no way we can lose." "Ha ha," Josh exclaimed with exuberance, his weight causing Chu Xiang to bend slightly. Jack approached, tugging at Josh's arm to pull him down. "Just wait a moment." He gestured behind him. "Let the two of them celebrate first." In the audience, Scarlett leaped over the front row seats and dashed onto the court, heading straight for Chu Xiang, having just escaped from Josh's suffocating celebration. Chu Xiang had not yet caught his breath when he felt another pair of arms drape over his shoulders from behind. He was about to shout for his teammates to calm down when he suddenly sensed something amiss. So light, and the fragrance of oranges. He turned around to find the exuberant Scarlett before him. "Chu Xiang, you are incredible," she exclaimed, before leaping into his embrace and playfully pecking his cheek with her red lips. Around them, the scene ignited a flurry of emotions among the single men, represented by Josh and Love, who were suddenly flustered. Moreover, at that moment, Love made a profoundly significant decision. "I am going to start a diet. In the future, when I join the NBA, I want to date celebrities. Date supermodels." Thus, the eventual supermodel magnet and a key figure among the handsome NBA players experienced a moment of enlightenment. Instantly, a swarm of reporters surrounded Chu Xiang and Scarlett, capturing the moment with a flurry of snapshots. With a momentary pause, Chu Xiang's hands hovered in the air before he ultimately embraced Scarlett, lowering his head to bring his lips close to her ear. Was this perhaps a tad excessive? Hadn't we already captured the attention of those paparazzi once before? Scarlett nestled her head within Chu Xiang's arms, responding in a barely audible whisper, "Perhaps I simply couldn't restrain myself." "Pardon?" Chu Xiang did not quite catch her words. However, Scarlett chose not to repeat herself, instead raising her head with a playful smile, extricating herself from his embrace, her expression mischievous. "Hee, what I meant to say was, congratulations to you all. Feel free to celebrate. We shall reconvene shortly." With that, Scarlett waved her hand and departed from the arena. A few reporters hesitated, contemplating whether to follow her, but ultimately decided to remain. As sports journalists, it was evident to them that Chu Xiang was the more significant story. At that moment, Coach Kyle approached, preemptively addressing the reporters. "If you have any questions, please wait until the upcoming press conference. Our players have just finished a match and require some rest." On the opposite side of the court, Westbrook silently observed the bustling scene, his gaze fixed on the strikingly handsome Chu Xiang amidst the crowd. He murmured Chu Xiang's name, his tone devoid of previous anger, now infused with admiration and curiosity. Finally, the interview with the reporters concluded. Chu Xiang rubbed his shoulders, feeling utterly fatigued in both body and spirit. Having always possessed a laid-back demeanor, he found it challenging to cope with the relentless barrage of questions from the reporters, which came at him like a machine gun, leaving him somewhat drained. However, he noted with surprise that the reporter from the Dragon Nation's main station had not shown up. Chu Xiang recalled the journalist named Shang Guanghui whom he had encountered previously. As a fellow citizen of the Dragon Nation, Chu Xiang held a favorable impression of him. While lost in thought, he followed the team towards the bus when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing by the vehicle. It was none other than Shang Guanghui, who had just been on his mind. Shang Guanghui noticed Chu Xiang first and ran towards him, but was halted by the venue's security. Chu Xiang stepped forward and said, "Let him come over. He is my friend." Shang Guanghui cast a grateful glance at Chu Xiang and replied, "There were too many journalists at this competition, and we were not granted the opportunity for an interview during the press conference, so I had no choice but to wait for you here. I wondered why I hadn't seen you. Congratulations to you all for successfully entering the elite top 8. Chu Xiang, you have once again delivered an unparalleled performance." Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Thank you. We are about to take the bus back to the hotel. Would you like to join us?" The bus provided by the arena was quite spacious, and accommodating one more person, Shang Guanghui, was certainly not an issue. "That sounds wonderful. I actually have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Let's discuss them on the bus." The group boarded the bus. "Chu Xiang, do you still not have a manager?" Shang Guanghui inquired. "It must be rather inconvenient to reach you." This remark reminded Chu Xiang that he had not garnered much attention previously, thus not necessitating a manager. However, now that he had become a notable figure and was set to join the NBA, it was indeed time to consider hiring one. "I suppose I should hire a manager." I will give it serious thought when I return. Thank you for the reminder. Now, please share your thoughts. Shang Guanghui gazed intently at Chu Xiang, paused for a moment, and then spoke. I wish to create a documentary about you to chronicle your journey through March Madness. A documentary? Chu Xiang was taken aback. Indeed. Much like the Year of Yao. The Year of Yao documented Yu Ming's ascent to stardom upon entering the NBA. I can apply for a documentary crew to follow you throughout the process. Once the documentary airs, it will not only enhance your recognition domestically, but will undoubtedly impact the basketball environment in Longwa. In fact, after my last interview was published, it did not generate much response at home. Currently, there are too few people in Longwa interested in March Madness, with most viewers being international students from the Lighthouse Nation. However, a documentary would be different. I can provide an in-depth introduction to the NCAA and explain the March Madness format. The influence of a documentary will far surpass that of a mere interview. Chapter 69. Yao Ming's visit. Will your filming interfere with my daily life? Chu Xiang asked. Shang Guanghui replied candidly. There will be some impact, but our station's photographers are professionals and will strive to minimize any disruptions. Let me think about it. Chu Xiang replied. Chu Xiang was indeed contemplating the implications of visiting a massage parlor daily, considering the potential ramifications of being filmed in such a setting. He expressed that while he regarded the project as beneficial, he insisted that the final footage must receive his consent prior to publication, as he wished to retain ultimate authority over the editing process. He suggested that any scenes depicting his entrance into the massage establishment should be omitted. Although he frequented reputable venues, he recognized that their release could inadvertently influence young viewers. Did you agree? There would be no issue regarding editorial authority, and we would draft a formal contract in due course. After finalizing the documentary arrangements, Shang Guanghui conducted a brief interview with Chu Xiang, preparing to compose a post-competition report upon his return. The following day, March 30th, marked the conclusion of the competition. Chu Xiang was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Coach Cao calling. Wasn't there supposed to be no training today? Typically, after a match, the team refrains from scheduling any practice the following day, allowing players ample time to relax and also to catch up on academic responsibilities that may have been neglected due to the demands of competition. Still feeling groggy, Chu Xiang squinted his eyes and brought the phone to his ear. Hello, Coach, he replied, his voice hoarse. Chu, are you still asleep? Don't linger in bed. Hurry and come to school, Kyle exclaimed. Yao Ming is here. He is currently at the gym and would like to meet you. As Chu Xiang opened his eyes, his voice, raspy and filled with bewilderment, uttered the name. Yao Ming? 30 minutes later, Chu Xiang arrived at the arena. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the towering figure on the court, the little giant, Yao Ming. Since his induction into the league in 2002, and with Shaquille O'Neal's dominance waning, he had effectively ascended to the status of the premier center in contemporary NBA history, a source of pride for the Asian race. He stood as the foremost basketball player in the annals of Longwa's history. Clad in a sleek black athletic ensemble, Yao Ming was engaged in conversation with Kyle. Beside them was a middle-aged man, exuding a sharp demeanor in a tailored suit, his short hair adding to his authoritative presence. Chu Xiang cast a glance and instantly recognized the individual. It was none other than Yao Ming's agent, Bill Duffy. Bill Duffy can be regarded as one of the most successful agents in the NBA, representing players such as Yao Ming, two-time MVP Steve Nash, the offensive virtuoso Carmelo Anthony. And in the future, he also signed the #1 draft pick, Anthony Davis, often referred to as the Son of America. Securing any one of these players could yield a substantial fortune for an NBA agent. Yao Ming and the others took note of Chu Xiang as he entered the arena. Kyle, with a smile, began the introduction. This is Chu Xiang, the miracle child of Gonzaga University, huh? Chu Xiang approached, slightly lifting his gaze towards Yao Ming. Hello, Chu Xiang. You are even more handsome in person than on television, Yao Ming remarked in Mandarin. Greetings, Yao Ming. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Chu Xiang replied sincerely. In the hearts of every basketball enthusiast in the land of the dragon, and indeed among all those of Asian descent, Yao Ming stands as a figure of admiration and respect. We are here today primarily to get to know you, as fellow countrymen playing in the land of the lighthouse. I believe it is essential for us to become acquainted. Yao Ming, with a warm and sincere smile, extended his right hand. With a smile, Chu Xiang grasped Yao Ming's large hand. However, observing Yao Ming's expression, a sense of doubt crept into Chu Xiang's mind. Even if others were unaware, Chu Xiang certainly knew that beneath Yao Ming's seemingly simple demeanor lay a keen and astute intellect. Yao Ming possessed several lesser-known titles: the Master of Ambiguity, a born diplomat, and an ambassador of national essence abroad. Thus, he harbored a suspicion that Yao Ming's unexpected visit was not entirely innocent. Bill Duffy stepped forward, extending his hand. "Greetings. I am Yao's agent, Bill Duffy. I have been following your recent games, and they are truly unparalleled." After exchanging pleasantries, Yao Ming expressed a desire to tour Gonzaga, to which Coach Kirill readily agreed. However, Chu Xiang keenly noticed that prior to broaching this topic, Yao Ming had whispered a few words to Bill, intensifying his feeling that there were hidden secrets behind Yao Ming's seemingly naive facade. As anticipated, after the school tour, Yao Ming took the initiative to suggest visiting Chu Xiang's home to inquire about the living conditions of his fellow compatriot. This request, while understandable, felt somewhat excessive. After all, it was their first meeting, and even for an NBA superstar, such a personal request seemed rather forward. Nevertheless, Yao Ming had already established a big brother persona, and his concern for Chu Xiang's life was not entirely unwarranted. This was not a matter suitable for Coach Kirill to accompany them on. Thus, the three of them proceeded to Chu Xiang's apartment. "Quite impressive. Your apartment is quite spacious, and this floor-to-ceiling window looks exceedingly pleasant. Far better than the conditions I encountered when I first arrived in the lighthouse country," Yao Ming remarked. "Please, have a seat and enjoy a drink," Chu Xiang offered. Yao Ming glanced at Chu Xiang's sofa, instinctively occupying the entire couch by himself. Bill Duffy also settled down, smiling as he said, "Chu, there's no need to fetch drinks. We actually have some important matters to discuss with you." "Indeed," Chu Xiang thought, settling into a chair with a smile. "Initially, we intended to discuss this over the phone, but we were unable to reach you when we tried contacting you the day after your game against Kansas." This statement suddenly reminded Chu Xiang that on the day he returned to Spokane, he had 2 missed calls on his phone, one from Scarlett and another from an unfamiliar number. However, he had forgotten about the missed call after running into Scarlett at the door. Nonetheless, discussing things in person is preferable. Unfortunately, due to NCAA regulations regarding the commercial protection of college athletes, we can only meet you in this manner, Bill Duffy explained. "So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Chu Xiang inquired. Bill glanced at Yao Ming, who smiled and stated, "I would like to invite you to join Team Yao." The Yao team, a commercial planning ensemble behind Yao Ming, has played an indispensable role in his monumental success within the NBA. I wish for you to become a promotional figure for the Yao team, akin to signing with a star. Being contracted by the Yao team transcends a mere agent relationship. Yao Ming wields immense resources in the United States, and his influence in our homeland is nothing short of formidable. With such backing, it is not an exaggeration to assert that if Chu Xiang participates in this year's draft, all teams will certainly weigh the significance of the Dragon Kingdom market that lies behind him. Chapter 70. The Inevitable Arrival. The showdown of dark horses. The vastness of the Dragon Kingdom market is well known. During the 1990s, Stern himself brought NBA footage to the Dragon Kingdom's central network, aiming to pry open a corner of this treasure trove. It was not until Yao Ming joined the NBA that the owners comprehended the market's enormity, surpassing their wildest imaginings. Notably, during his rookie season, thanks to the fervent support of domestic fans, he even outpaced the illustrious Shaquille O'Neal in the All-Star voting. In an era when the internet was not yet widespread, fans demonstrated their enthusiasm by mailing in their votes. In summary, Yao Ming's invitation now appears irresistibly alluring for Chu Xiang. Bill Duffy, brimming with confidence, observed Chu Xiang, patiently awaiting his nod. However, it did not take long for Chu Xiang to ponder briefly before shaking his head. "Brother Ming, I think I'll pass. I have my own plans." "What?" both Yao Ming and Bill Duffy exclaimed in unison. "Thank you for your invitation and for holding me in such high regard, but I must respectfully reiterate my stance." Chu Xiang responded. "Why?" Bill Duffy looked utterly perplexed. "Bill," Yao Ming interjected with a smile, swiftly cutting off Bill's impending words. "Since you have your own plans, we shall let it be. In truth, it can be quite beneficial for a young person to carve their own path. When I first arrived in America, I too was alone in my endeavors. Nevertheless, should you have a change of heart, do not hesitate to seek me out." Yao Ming displayed his gracious demeanor. From a commercial perspective, Yao Ming genuinely wished to sign Chu Xiang, recognizing him as an uncut gem with boundless potential for the future. Yet, from a personal standpoint, he empathized with Chu Xiang. After all, while the advantages of being signed by the Yao team are numerous, it would inevitably impose certain restrictions on him. For instance, Yao Ming's and Chu Xiang's names would invariably be intertwined, appearing mutually beneficial yet simultaneously constraining for Chu Xiang. Nonetheless, this minor incident would not alter Yao Ming's perception of Chu Xiang. In fact, it elevated his regard for him. Brother Ming, I sincerely apologize. Haha. What is there to apologize for? Yao Ming laughed heartily. By the way, it seems you do not have an agent yet, Bill. Why not take on the role of Chu Xiang's agent? This matter indeed represents a pressing need for Chu Xiang, and upon hearing it, he instantly became intrigued. Is that feasible? I truly require a manager, he remarked. Bill chuckled softly. Certainly, that was my intention as well. Although I cannot join Yao's team. This arrangement constitutes another form of collaboration. Subsequently, the two engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the managerial position, ultimately agreeing that Bill would return to sign a contract with Chu Xiang following the conclusion of the next match. By the time their conversation came to a close, night had already fallen. Yao Ming graciously treated the three of them to a delightful meal at a Chinese restaurant. When they bid farewell to Yao Ming and Bill, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon returning to his apartment, Chu Xiang received a message from the team's assistant coach. The next opponent had been determined, Davidson College, with the match scheduled for April 2nd at the Staples Center. As he read the text, Chu Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Davidson College. Stephen Curry. This name requires no further introduction, for it embodies everything. He is the unparalleled sharpshooter in the annals of NBA history. A visionary who ushered in the era of small ball with his extraordinary three-point shooting prowess. Curry entered the draft in 2009, yet his most promising year was actually 2008. In the original timeline, Curry led Davidson College to the Elite Eight. What kind of institution is Davidson College? Since its founding, it has seldom ventured into the NCAA Division I, never once triumphing in the frenzy of March Madness. It is akin to Curry carrying a team of CBA players all the way to the NBA Finals. Following this enchanting journey, Curry became a household name across the beacon of the nation in 2008. However, despite his intentions to enter the draft that year, his father insisted he hone his skills for another year before stepping into the NBA. Undoubtedly, it was this additional year of refinement that transformed Curry into the complete player he is today. Now, although history has shifted due to Chu Xiang's presence, certain legends possess the ability to transcend the currents of time. In this altered reality, Curry continues to lead that once obscure college to the Elite Eight. They remain among the top 8 universities in basketball across the entire nation. Since the onset of March Madness, Curry has consistently scored over 30 points in every game, vanquishing formidable adversaries with ease. Each match, a thrilling spectacle of the underdog triumphing over the favored, has ignited the passions of the entire nation. Whispers abound in the realm, heralding two impossibly dark horses wreaking havoc during March Madness. Davidson College, led by Curry, and Chu Xiang's Gonzaga University. The forthcoming match will be a clash between these two dark horses. Who shall emerge victorious in the end? The greatest young prodigy, Curry? Or the miraculous son of the East, Chu Xiang? Chu Xiang licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At the Staples Center, Curry's game had just concluded. Exhausted, he lay on the court, reveling in the cheers of the crowd. Just moments ago, he had scored an impressive 36 points, triumphing over the formidable North Carolina. A youthful smile adorned his cherubic face as he gazed up at the spotlight above the court. We won. The Elite Eight. I did it. Yes, he thought to himself. His teammates rushed towards him, lifting him into the air amidst a frenzy of celebration. Once the exhilaration subsided, reporters began to swarm around him. Curry, congratulations on reaching the Elite Eight. Do you know who your next opponent is? Curry adorably shook his head. No, we don't concern ourselves with the next opponent. We focus on the present. Well, let me tell you, your next match is against Gonzaga University, led by Chu Xiang, who, like you, is a dark horse in this March Madness. I know Gonzaga, Curry replied, widening his charming eyes. But who is Chu Xiang? You don't know Chu Xiang? He executed the largest comeback in NCAA history in the previous game, scoring 33 points and delivering a dramatic 3-1 to defeat UCLA. Everyone is talking about his remarkable story. You're not aware of him? The reporter reminded Curry. Curry shook his head in confusion. So, who is Chu Xiang? The reporter suddenly realized, his excitement palpable. Ah, I understand now. Thank you, Curry, and congratulations once again on your victory. Chapter 71. Destroying the Elementary Students on March 31st. 2008. An article in the renowned Sports Illustrated ignited the nation. Who? Who? Stephen Curry issued a challenge to the Miracle Child. March Madness raged on. The article stated, on the evening of the 30th, during the third round of the NCAA tournament, Davidson College faced North Carolina, where Stephen Curry scored 36 points, once again leading Davidson to victory over a strong adversary. During the post-game interview, when reporters mentioned their next opponent, led by Chu Xiang, Curry expressed his disdain with two emphatic W-chos. This was Stephen Curry's declaration of war against Chu Xiang in front of fans worldwide. Who are you? Must I know you? Such a bold challenge is exhilarating. The upcoming match promises an intense clash between two dark horses. Let us await with bated breath. Josh stood before Chu Xiang, angrily slamming the magazine onto the table. This is outrageous. Stephen Curry has gone too far. So what if he won a few games? Who has a T? Josh appeared quite upset. We're both in the Elite Eight. What gives him the right to look down on us? How arrogant. I can hardly contain my frustration as Josh's words incite my anger further. Gripping the magazine, I gaze upon the image of Curry, seemingly ready to devour it whole. With a resigned shake of his head, Chu Xiang promptly snatched the magazine from Josh's grasp. Why are you so upset? He is targeting me. Isn't that the same? To look down upon you is to look down upon all of us. Josh huffed as he plopped down onto the sofa. Hearing this, Chu Xiang felt a flicker of emotion, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. All right, regardless of what he says. We still have to face them in the next match, don't we? When the time comes, sending them home in defeat will surely provide you with some satisfaction. Chu Xiang remarked. Of course, we must bring them to their knees, but even then, I won't feel any relief. Josh exclaimed angrily. At that moment, a sudden flash caught Chu Xiang's attention as a flurry of information materialized before him. Ding. New mission detected. Mission name, calm and collected. Mission description, anger is detrimental to one's health. In the face of Curry's provocation, only a forceful rebuttal can alleviate your fury. Wait, angry? I'm not angry. ISNT at Josh who is furious. The system has detected fluctuations in the host's emotions. All right then, I suppose I must yield to whatever the system dictates. Mission objective. In the upcoming match, shatter Curry's psychological defenses. Mission progress. Curry's psychological collapse rate 0-100. Mission rewards. 4,000 wellness points. 1 chance for a random item lottery. An unlocking of certain hidden system features. Hidden features? What hidden features? Unable to disclose. Fine, if you choose not to reveal. Then I shall discover it once I complete the mission. Josh, Chu Xiang began, but was met with an indignant glare from Josh. Chu Xiang then remarked, in order to alleviate your grievances, in the next match, I shall decisively bring Curry to his knees. Josh had yet to comprehend the situation. Chu Xiang patted Josh on the shoulder, vowing that he would never forget their names again. At Davidson College in North Carolina, Curry gazed in bewilderment at the magazine in his hands. Surely, these journalists are speaking so recklessly now? When have I ever uttered such words? I merely inquired a couple of times about who Chu Xiang is. Yet, I genuinely do not know him. I have never encountered him. How am I to know who he is? What relevance does his team's record have to me? I do not even know what Chu Xiang looks like. Why does he continuously ask me if I recognize him? I truly have no idea who Chu Xiang is. With wide, innocent eyes, Curry looked helplessly at his teammates. But everyone pretended not to notice. He rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and flopped onto the court. Never mind, it matters not. After all, they were opponents. Since the magazine has stated it, it is only natural that they should defeat them. Chu Xiang, let us get to know each other well. Curry gazed at the ceiling of the arena, a confident smile gracing his face. Time flew by, and soon it was April 2nd. The underdog battle was about to commence. Before the game, Chu Xiang received an encouraging phone call from Scarlett, who, busy with her album, could not attend the event. She mentioned that if Chu Xiang won, she would be present for the subsequent matches. Thanks to the article in Sports Illustrated, this game garnered unprecedented attention. The Staples Center, capable of seating 20,000 spectators, was already filled to capacity half an hour before the game began. Outside the Staples Center, the square was teeming with people, mostly students who could not afford tickets, eagerly watching the live broadcast on the large screen. Due to Curry's previous astonishing performances, he had amassed a considerable following, and fans from the schools previously defeated by Gonzaga had spontaneously transitioned from being Chu Xiang's detractors to Curry's supporters. These fans supporting Davidson College occupied a significant portion of the square, contesting with the supporters of Gonzaga on the other side. The other half of the square was naturally filled with Gonzaga fans. Following Chu Xiang's remarkable performances in recent games, including the postponement of the draft announcement by Griffin and his historic comebacks, as well as his last game's decisive victory, his fanbase had exploded in numbers. Most of the Gonzaga fans in the square had come primarily for Chu Xiang. Notably, the number of female fans supporting Davidson seemed quite substantial, as the adorable Curry wielded an impressive influence. However, the Gonzaga side surprisingly had even more female fans. When it comes to looks, Chu Xiang has never been outshone. 30 minutes before the game commenced, Chu Xiang and Josh arrived at the arena punctually, having enjoyed a restful sleep. Although Josh felt a twinge of guilt for having slept alongside Chu Xiang, as the latter consistently showcased extraordinary performances, Josh's slumber became increasingly tranquil. He accrued 120 points in sleep health, bringing his total to a mere 461 points. It truly seemed scant. He had once believed that simply sleeping could yield substantial health points, yet now it appeared that such a modest sum was rather inconsequential. Due to Chu Xiang's extravagant consumption during the final moments of the last match, his resources had dwindled significantly. With only 461 points remaining, he could afford but a single potion at this critical juncture. Contemplating this, he began to ponder the new task he had undertaken. What precisely constituted the destruction of his psychological defenses? Could it also be interpreted as shattering his confidence? Indeed, the matter upon which he held the utmost confidence was, without a doubt, the three-point shot. A gentle smile graced Chu Xiang's face. Chapter 72. I hear your three-point shot is quite accurate? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the match commenced punctually. In the fourth round of the NCAA championship, Davidson College faced Gonzaga University. The players from Davidson College entered the arena first. Prior to Curry's entrance, the audience remained relatively indifferent. However, the moment Curry emerged from the player tunnel, an eruption of cheers filled the air. The live commentator aptly introduced him. Now entering the court is the star of Davidson College, Stephen Curry. In previous matches, he has repeatedly showcased his extraordinary three-point shooting prowess, averaging 31.6 points per game, proving himself to be the superstar of Davidson. Following this, the Gonzaga players made their entrance. A similar scene unfolded until Chu Xiang stepped onto the court, eliciting a thunderous applause from the crowd. Now, the final player to enter. Hailing from the distant and enigmatic East, known as the Child of Miracle, the cold-blooded assassin, Chu Xiang. In the last match, he had just executed a breathtaking buzzer beater, eliminating the formidable UCLA from the NCAA. No one could have predicted his limits. Moreover, it is well known that before this game commenced, Curry had issued a challenge to Chu Xiang. Now, all eyes in the basketball world are fixated on this monumental clash. Who will emerge victorious in this spectacular showdown? I can hardly contain my excitement. On the court, the referee positioned himself at center court, ready to tip off. Chu Xiang gazed at Curry in the distance, a smile gracing his face. Is this the 20-year-old prodigy? He does seem rather endearing, though his demeanor lacks the requisite composure. It is no wonder he has been overshadowed by his father and spent an additional year in college, Chu Xiang mused. The referee tossed the basketball, which was seized by the center from Davidson College. Curry dashed forward to receive the pass. At that moment, Josh passed by Chu Xiang and inquired, Chu, would you like to take on the task of guarding Curry? Chu Xiang chuckled softly. No need for that. The task of defense is entrusted to you. Defense was not Chu Xiang's forte, especially against Curry, whose remarkable three-point shooting prowess rendered his own 73-point perimeter defense somewhat inadequate. Thus, rather than pondering how to contain Curry, it would be more prudent to devise a strategy to overwhelm him offensively. Young Curry, allow me to grant you a glimpse of the three-point shooting prowess you will possess at your peak. Peak Curry shooting experience card. Engage. Before Chu Xiang, a golden card shattered in an instant, the radiant fragments coursing through his index finger and into his being. Once again, he was enveloped by that extraordinary sensation. A twinge of envy stirred within him. How he wished to possess such a tactile experience perpetually. An overwhelming sense of confidence surged from the depths of his heart, prompting a heartfelt exclamation from Chu Xiang. Curry dribbled past half court, and Davidson College initiated their offensive. When a team comprises CBA teammates, save for one superstar, how should they strategize? Logically, if the player in question were a one-on-one maestro like Kobe, the other teammates would simply need to create space. However, the scenario diverges significantly with Curry. A premier shooter brings about a transformative impact that is all-encompassing. First and foremost, there is the concept of infinite pick and rolls. At this moment, Curry stood beyond the three-point arc, and their center quickly stepped out to set a screen for him, while the power forward sprinted to the high post, poised to execute a secondary pick. Nevertheless, Gonzaga University had conducted an in-depth analysis of Davidson College's tactics, and at this juncture, the double screen proved ineffective as Jack swiftly rotated to provide support. In the face of Curry, Jack dared not relax, meticulously monitoring his hands. Curry, seemingly casual in his dribbling, refrained from calling for a screen. "You're Jack, right? I've seen your shooting. Quite impressive," Curry remarked. Just days prior, Davidson College had meticulously analyzed footage of Gonzaga's previous matches. "However, your shooting has a critical flaw," Curry said, flashing an endearing smile. "It's too slow." Before his words had fully dissipated, Jack noticed Curry preparing to shoot, prompting him to extend his hand defensively without hesitation. Yet, he underestimated Curry. In the realm of martial prowess, only speed is invulnerable. An astonishingly quick release engendered a comprehensive shift. A top-tier shooter with an ultra-fast release perceives both offense and defense in an entirely different light. Take this shot. For instance, even though Jack was positioned right in front of Curry, his defense was impeccable, yet Curry still managed to seize the opportunity to shoot. This is precisely why, during the era of Curry the Great, he consistently faced defenses akin to those seen in the finals. By the time Jack's hand reached its intended position, Curry had already released the ball. The basketball soared with an impressive arc, spinning vigorously. Swish. A three-pointer. It found nothing but net. Curry chuckled, shaking his head as he jogged back. In the very first defensive play, he had already sunk a three-pointer. The defender before him had yet to comprehend the situation. As the ball had already gone through the hoop, Curry's shooting was simply terrifying. The commentator announced, 0-3. A change of possession. Josh advanced past the halfway line, and Chu Xiang circled behind him, receiving the ball with a deft handoff. He cast a glance at Jack, signaling for a pick. Jack understood the cue and executed a screen, positioning Curry directly in front of Chu Xiang. Facing the adorably youthful Curry, Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Hello, I am Chu Xiang. I trust you know me now." Curry, displaying a hint of exasperation, replied, "You might find this hard to believe, but that incident was actually a misunderstanding. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not was inconsequential. At this moment, we are indeed rivals. I have heard that your three-point shooting is quite precise." Upon mentioning three-pointers, Curry straightened up, confidence radiating from him as he grinned. "Indeed, my three-point shooting is exceptionally accurate." Chu Xiang could sense an overwhelming confidence emanating from his words. After all, to become the all-time leading scorer in history, one must possess a certain level of self-assurance. "Quite unfortunately, I too am feeling quite on point today." As Chu Xiang spoke, he dribbled backward a step. "Oh, really? However, to my knowledge, your three-point shooting percentage for the entire season is below 30%, replied Curry earnestly. "Then why don't you give it a shot yourself? I'm standing right where you just made that shot." Curry glanced down and realized that Chu Xiang was indeed correct. "What? Are you going to shoot a response?" Curry said while shaking his head, not closely following. "Let me make this clear. Every three-pointer you've made today, I can replicate. Are you daring enough to compete?" "Haha." Curry chuckled softly, shaking his head in response. Clearly, he did not believe Chu Xiang was worthy of comparison. Such is the pride of a super shooter. Thus, Chu Xiang ceased his banter and shot the ball directly from his position. "Oh, so swift?" Curry was evidently caught off guard, having not anticipated anyone else could possess such rapid shooting speed. The three-pointer sliced through the air, a perfect arc piercing the net. 3 points. Chapter 73, The Proud and Adorable God of Shooting, 3-3. "Oh." On the court, Chu Xiang responded with a three-pointer. It seems this match is turning intriguing. It's worth noting that Chu Xiang is not typically a player who favors three-point shots, but once he finds his rhythm, it's a cascade of successful shots. Reminiscent of Gonzaga's near-perfect performance against Kansas, the commentator remarked. Just moments ago, when Chu Xiang released the ball, Curry didn't even turn around, for he was certain that shot would land. The rhythm of his release was simply too impeccable, Curry mused in astonishment. Moreover, it felt somewhat reminiscent of my own shooting. What is going on? Isn't he supposed to be incapable of shooting threes? With such a release rhythm, how could he not possess three-point shooting ability? Is the information provided by the coach inaccurate? With a smile, Chu Xiang glanced at Curry and inquired, "What do you think of my three-point shot?" Curry returned the smile, replying, "Your shooting rhythm is commendable, yet merely sinking one three-pointer does not signify much. Did you not assert earlier that you could make every three-pointer I attempt today? Go ahead and shoot. I stand by my word. Chu Xiang appeared indifferent, exuding a confidence that was indeed well-founded. The peak Curry's three-point prowess was on an entirely different echelon compared to the college version of himself. It is true that during his collegiate years, Curry's three-point shooting was already of a caliber sufficient to earn him a place in the NBA. However, at his zenith, his shooting ability was unparalleled. In other words, Chu Xiang currently possesses what is undeniably the most formidable three-point shooting capability since the inception of basketball. Utilizing such an ability to outshine the young prodigy would be effortless. Ultimately, it could be said that Curry was merely challenging himself. Curry pursed his lips, still somewhat dismissive of Chu Xiang's words, yet his expression indicated a flicker of seriousness. As the ball changed possession, Davidson commenced their offensive play. This time, Curry opted to take on the challenge himself, navigating through a series of screens before creating a shooting opportunity, while his teammates simultaneously positioned themselves for a chance inside. Without hesitation, Curry prioritized passing the ball to a teammate, facilitating an easy 2 points in the paint. In the stands, a scout, bespectacled and astute, nodded in approval. With excellent court vision and satisfactory passing skills, Stephen Curry indeed proved himself a commendable player. Beside him, another scout chuckled. This was David, the chief scout for the Clippers. Of course, David remarked, I have long maintained that if Curry were to enter this year's draft, he could contend with Rose for the top spot among point guards. Rose. Huh. David, are you jesting? Let us not even discuss it. In terms of athleticism, Rose clearly surpasses Curry, another scout retorted, laughter following his statement. True. But on the flip side, even if he cannot rival Rose, Curry undoubtedly excels beyond Chu Xiang in every conceivable aspect. Is that so? To be candid, Chu Xiang's recent performances have been remarkably impressive. Our team's general manager has developed an interest in him. The bespectacled scout, affiliated with the Thunder, responded. Upon hearing this, David raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Your general manager's judgment seems quite lacking. What do you mean by that, David? The scout, with thick glasses and a straightforward demeanor, appeared slightly irked by David's remark. David shook his head and responded, You are only observing Chu Xiang's recent games. I fear you have not reviewed his past footage, such as this season's regular season or his high school tapes. The bespectacled scout nodded in silence. Humph, precisely. If you were to watch those recordings, you might very well arrive at the same conclusion as I have. Do you possess those tapes? David nodded, remaining silent. The bespectacled man also fell into silence, contemplating the price he was willing to pay for David to share those recordings with him. On the court, watching Curry, who had just made an assist, Chu Xiang approached him, shaking his head in disdain. What are you doing? Curry asked. Nothing much, just realizing that you were a coward. After hearing my words, you didn't even dare to take the shot yourself, Chu Xiang retorted, his gaze filled with contempt. I almost regret saying that. You don't deserve my provocation. A fleeting moment of anger flashed across Curry's endearing face, quickly replaced by a cold demeanor. I see you're trying to rattle my composure. Since you believe you can't defeat us, you resort to such petty tactics, huh? Humph. With a dismissive snort, Curry turned and left. He concealed his emotions well. But the system remains indifferent to your performance, Chu Xiang mused. Just moments ago, the task progress appeared before him, revealing that Curry's psychological breakdown level had surged to 2,100. The words of Chu Xiang indeed had a slight impact on Curry. The Tsundere elementary school student is rather endearing. Gonzaga has possession of the ball. Josh dribbles past half court and hands the ball to Chu Xiang. At this moment, it is not Curry who is defending against Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang cast a sidelong glance at Curry, then surveyed the defender before him. Since you are reluctant to attempt the three-pointer, it seems pointless for me to do so myself. Observing the slender physique of his opponent, Chu Xiang decisively executed a post move, culminating in a turning jump shot that secured 2 points from mid-range. The psychological pressure has diminished. It appears that mere restraint is insufficient to rattle him. I must escalate the challenge. On the next play, as Curry dribbled past half-court, Chu Xiang signaled for Jack to switch defenses, positioning himself closely against Curry. What do you intend to do? Curry, upon noticing Chu Xiang, exhibited a wary demeanor. To defend you, of course. What else could I possibly do? After all, guarding a coward is a far more efficient use of energy. Well, let us see you defend me then. Typically disinclined to use foul language, Curry restrained himself from cursing, although the urge was palpable. Bending low, Curry executed a series of deceptive moves, his gaze fixated intently on Chu Xiang's feet. With a feint to the left followed by a step back, Chu Xiang hurried to keep pace, only to be taken by surprise as Curry refrained from shooting and instead performed a shooting fake. The matchup between Curry and Chu Xiang on the court was nothing short of spectacular. With a deft maneuver, Curry evaded Chu Xiang after a quick prayer-like gesture. He swiftly stepped to the right, now enjoying an ideal shooting space. The commentator exclaimed, "Another three-pointer finds its mark." With just a minute and a half remaining, Curry had already sunk 2 consecutive three-pointers. His shooting touch today was remarkably swift. Curry, with his right hand performing a wrist flick motion, his left hand pressed firmly against his thigh, stood still, shaking his head rhythmically, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang, seemingly unconcerned, extended his tongue to moisten his lower lip and cast his gaze upon Curry's feet, remarking to himself, "Not bad. I shall remember this position." In Chapter 74, the three-point duel, David observed the ball from the stands, nodding deliberately. What a splendid shot. Such capability is indeed rare, even in the NBA. Few players can initiate an offensive maneuver beyond the three-point line while handling the ball independently. The bespectacled observer adjusted his glasses, taking notes in his notebook. Indeed. And he completely deceived Chu Xiang with that shot. His feints were quite skillful. Rather than attributing the success to his feints, it would be more accurate to say that Chu Xiang is rather gullible. His defensive skills are decidedly mediocre. The bespectacled man conceded with a slight nod. David continued, "Furthermore, although he just made a three-pointer, his statistics indicate that his three-point shooting ability is quite poor. In comparison to Curry, he is worlds apart." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man countered, "Is that so?" Yet in the previous astonishing comeback game, he made 8 out of 9 attempts from beyond the arc. "Are you suggesting that was all mere luck?" David shook his head. "I'm not implying it was mere luck. What I mean is that statistics do not lie." During his college year, his three-point shooting percentage stood at 31.4. It is worth noting that the NCAA three-point line is approximately 1 meter shorter than the NBA's, which implies that in the NBA, his three-point capability is virtually non-existent. Is it truly that low? The bespectacled man inquired earnestly, flipping through his notebook. David waved his hand dismissively. "The data speaks for itself. You can see for yourself." On the court, Gonzaga had possession of the ball. After crossing half-court, Josh sought out Chu Xiang's position, noticing him stationed beyond the three-point line, reaching out for the ball without advancing to receive it. Josh swiftly passed the ball to Chu Xiang. As Chu Xiang received the ball with his back turned, he cast a sidelong glance at Curry, his right hand effortlessly clutching the ball before him while his left finger pointed to his feet. Curry observed Chu Xiang's positioning, precisely where he had just made his previous shot, near the left side of the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, with the ball held in one hand. Chu Xiang elegantly traced a beautiful arc as he pivoted, placing the ball at his right hip. The defender before him was entirely fixated on Chu Xiang. Suddenly, with the ball still in his right hand, Chu Xiang made a swift feint to the left. Although it appeared to be a simple gesture, the defender instinctively shifted his weight, taking a step to the left. This effect was largely due to Chu Xiang's lengthy wingspan. His subtle feint posed a significant threat. Immediately, as he drew his right hand back, he released the ball, pushing off with his left leg to step right, perfectly creating space for his shot. This moment bore an uncanny resemblance to Curry's last shot. Both executed a feint to evade the defender, followed by a right step maneuver. Now, Chu Xiang stood in the exact spot where Curry had just taken his shot. He too launched a three-pointer. This marked Chu Xiang's second successful three-point attempt in the game. Yet another answer ball. Indeed, the two were engaged in a three-point duel on the court. Was this Chu Xiang's response to Curry's challenge? The commentator's voice brimmed with excitement. Outside the Staples Center, on the plaza, a large screen displayed Chu Xiang's shooting moment. As the three-pointer swished through the net, the crowd on the eastern side erupted in thunderous cheers. "What a shot! Chu Xiang, you are phenomenal." Dominating Davidson, outshining Stephen Curry. Gonzaga for the championship. The plaza was predominantly filled with youthful faces, many unable to afford tickets, relegated to watching the game from outside. The atmosphere among these spirited young fans was far more intense than that within the arena. At the plaza's center, where two groups of fans converged, some appeared particularly agitated. "What are you shouting about? It was just a measly three-pointer. This worthless Chu Xiang can only mimic Curry's shooting, right?" "Bah!" a blonde youth shouted loudly. His words instantly ignited anger among the opposing fans. "Do you even understand the game? That shot was far more challenging than Curry's. Can't you see that? Fool! Who were you calling a fool?" The blonde youth's temper flared as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw a punch. However, this brewing conflict was swiftly quelled, as rational fans intervened to separate the two, though the atmosphere in the plaza grew increasingly charged. In the arena's stands, a bespectacled man glanced at David, but he made the shot. If it were a fluke, the difficulty was still immense. David wore a somewhat awkward expression, but as a seasoned scout, he adeptly concealed it. What do 1 or 2 shots really signify? Some individuals are fortunate enough to win millions at the casino. Adjusting his thick glasses, he remarked, "Indeed. Let us observe the match further." On the court, after making a three-pointer, Chu Xiang did not even glance at Curry, swiftly turning to return on defense. This scoundrel, he thought, has actually made another shot. Following the out-of-bounds play, Curry dribbled swiftly to the top of the arc, having already sunk 2 three-pointers. Josh dared not leave Curry unattended, closely adhering to him, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Other players from Davidson quickly moved in for a screen, but Josh, lacking proficiency in navigating screens, lost his defensive position against Curry. However, Jack promptly rushed to provide support. At this moment, Curry stood at the left side, approximately 1 step away from the three-point line. Jack hesitated for a brief moment, contemplating whether to apply pressure. Yet, that fleeting second was ample time for Curry to shoot 2 or 3 times. In a flash, another three-pointer was unleashed from Curry's hands. It struck true, the net barely trembling. Another three-pointer. Curry had made 3 consecutive shots, and this was from a considerable distance. Remarkable. With less than 3 minutes into the match, Curry had already scored 3 out of 3 attempts, racking up 9 points. 8-11. As Curry returned on defense, he brushed past Chu Xiang, their gazes momentarily intersecting in the air, seemingly sparking with electricity. "Pass the ball to me," Chu Xiang called out to Riel, extending his hand. Accelerating, Chu Xiang dashed toward the left side of the opposite half-court, at a 45-degree angle. He had crossed half-court with the ball. Could he respond? He had reached the same position. Yet, his defender seemed to have realized this, charging towards the three-point line. Undeterred by the defensive pressure, Chu Xiang launched a shot. He was still a step away from the three-point line. His release was so rapid that it seemed he hadn't even aimed. The commentator's voice was filled with astonishment. Curry, equally taken aback, turned to watch Chu Xiang, surprised that he had taken the shot against the defense. The basketball sailed through the air unimpeded. Three-pointer. Another one. 11-11. Chapter 75. Intensifying tension. 3 shots. 3 makes. Both players had achieved 3 out of 3, with 2 minutes and 43 seconds elapsed in the game. Chu Xiang and Curry had scored 11 and 9 points, respectively, each maintaining a shooting percentage of 100. With Chu Xiang's latest basket, the fervor of the crowd erupted. My goodness. The entire team's points are attributed to Chu Xiang. What is he aiming for tonight? 100 points? They were both exchanging three-pointers. This match was simply exhilarating. The ticket price of 1,000 was justified, given the absurd pre-game hype surrounding this match. A standard ticket had already skyrocketed to over 1,000 in the hands of scalpers. The elegance of Chu Xiang's shooting motion captivates me. I yearn to become the basketball in his hands, exclaimed a girl, her cheeks flushed with warmth. On the court, Curry's expression finally shifted. He gazed at Chu Xiang in astonishment, utterly taken aback that he dared to shoot under such defensive pressure. Had Curry found himself in Chu Xiang's position moments ago, he would have doubted his ability to execute a direct shot. Ultimately, the disparity in physical attributes is evident. Standing at 191 centimeters with an equal wingspan, Curry's ability to withstand interference while shooting is not on par with that of Chu Xiang. In contrast, Chu Xiang, towering at 195 centimeters with a remarkable wingspan of 213 centimeters, finds it exceedingly difficult for defenders to disrupt his shots from the same position. This very distinction explains why players like McGrady and Durant become formidable offensive juggernauts. Furthermore, with the unparalleled release speed gained from utilizing the experience card, if the opposing team relies solely on a shooting guard to defend Chu Xiang, he can unleash his shots at will. Before him, Chu Xiang's mind flashed with the information. Curry's psychological breakdown level, 9,100. This shot seemed to weigh heavily on Curry. Perhaps employing unconventional shooting techniques would serve him better. Chu Xiang pondered. Returning to the game, Davidson had possession. As Curry crossed half-court, Josh closely marked him, while Jack was poised to assist defensively. Curry took a deep breath, beginning to survey his teammates' positions. He had no intention of attempting the shot himself. After a screen, he passed the ball to the team's center. who was positioned at the high post to facilitate distribution, while Curry commenced a series of off-ball movements. Curry's relentless movement effectively drew Gonzaga's defense, ultimately allowing Davidson's small forward a prime opportunity for a close-range shot, which he confidently converted. Turning back, as Chu Xiang crossed half-court and received a pass, he immediately called for Jack to set a screen, maneuvering Curry directly in front of him. "Are you afraid to shoot? Are you terrified of missing the next one? You're pathetic," Chu Xiang taunted, shaking his head. Curry remained silent, yet his brow furrowed with intensity. "You are not even my match. Our three-point shooting skills are not on the same level." Curry's gaze was fixed sharply on Chu Xiang. At that moment, Chu Xiang stood at the arc's top, with Curry staunchly defending him, unwilling to grant even a sliver of shooting space. As a premier shooter, Curry could always sense that familiar confidence radiating from Chu Xiang's shot, a hallmark of elite sharpshooters. With Chu Xiang sinking 3 consecutive shots, he began to question the accuracy of the data provided by his coach. A 30% shooting percentage? Unbelievable, Curry mused. Unless he had been recklessly shooting all season long. But who would ever play like that? While Curry was lost in thought, Chu Xiang sensed yet another opportunity to shoot. Suddenly, he exploded into action, stepping back significantly. Curry, quick to react, closed in on him. But who said stepping back meant he would shoot? The basketball in Chu Xiang's hands continued to move backward with inertia, while he merely guarded it with his right hand, shifting his entire body backward. He retreated 2 steps, a movement that, by regulation, did not constitute traveling. Curry, in front of him, clearly did not anticipate such a substantial retreat, momentarily failing to keep pace. This granted Chu Xiang the space he needed to shoot. Positioned 2 steps beyond the arc, he leaped and released the ball. At this distance, he was already beyond the NBA three-point line, perhaps by a margin. However, for a peak Curry, such a range was merely routine. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net. 14-13. He had made it again. An extraordinary long-range three-pointer. My goodness, what has gotten into Chu Xiang tonight? Since the beginning of the game, he has made 5 consecutive shots, scoring a remarkable 14 points. He is demonstrating through his actions who Chu Xiang truly is, sending a clear message to Curry. In the stands, David's expression has grown increasingly grim. The bespectacled observer leans in to steal a glance at David, subtly shaking his head while muttering under his breath. "And he asked the chief scout for the Clippers? This level of play is utterly unimpressive." Humph. Just wait, statistics do not lie. Relying on luck to score 4 baskets is his absolute limit. David, feeling quite despondent, had deliberately planned to sit beside the bespectacled man for this game. With the Thunder recently rebranded, they are currently receiving support from the league, and their draft position this year is likely to be among the top 3. Through private connections, David has already learned that the Thunder's general manager has developed a keen interest in Chu Xiang. He had intended to discreetly pass along footage of Chu Xiang's previous games to the Thunder scouts, hoping to diminish their interest. However, the situation now appears to be quite precarious. Failing to accomplish this task would leave David unable to provide a satisfactory account to Dunleavy upon his return. Securing Chu Xiang with a low draft pick, or even without a pick at all, is crucial at this juncture. The bespectacled man shook his head. "I understand. I will observe carefully." As he spoke, he picked up a pen and marked a check next to the phrase three-point capability in his notebook. On the court, Curry's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Chu Xiang. "You made that step-back shot? How is that possible?" For Curry, such range is familiar. But what astonished him was Chu Xiang's step-back technique, which seemed to consist of 3 consecutive steps. In truth, this style is also mastered by Paul in the NBA, though he typically employs it for mid-range shots, never transitioning into a three-pointer from such a maneuver. This demands a high level of shooting consistency. Chu Xiang's shot was as swift as ever, with hardly any aiming involved. He simply raised his hand and released, and it went in. Observing the shock on Curry's face, information flickered before Chu Xiang, collapse level, 15100. Chu Xiang smiled joyfully, a genuine happiness radiating from him. "This is what I mean. Our three-point shots are simply not on the same level." Chapter 76. Everyone, quiet down and watch me shoot. Davidson's coach could no longer contain himself and called for a timeout. "We can no longer defend against him in this manner. Our previous data may have been flawed. Chu Xiang appears to be, akin to Curry, a top-tier three-point shooter. It is even possible that the coach was hesitant to finish his thought, fearing it might undermine Curry's confidence. However, Curry was well aware of what the coach intended to convey. Chu Xiang might even be an historically superior sharpshooter, eclipsing Curry's prowess. Regardless, we must prevent him from acquiring such effortless shooting opportunities beyond the arc. Once he has possession, we must be ready to double-team him at all times. There is no need to adjust our offensive strategy for the moment. The sole focus must be on containing Chu Xiang. The players from Davidson responded in unison, but their expressions belied a lack of confidence. After all, apart from Curry, the other players on Davidson had little chance of becoming professional athletes. They were significantly inferior even to true CBA teammates. Observing Chu Xiang's current performance, they were far from confident in their ability to defend against him. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game resumed. Curry's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he cautiously dribbled past half-court, attentively observing his teammates' movements. At that moment, Chu Xiang and Josh seamlessly exchanged defensive roles. Curry, is this truly your level? When you cannot compete, do you merely seek assistance from your teammates? I cannot fathom how you managed to reach the Elite Eight. It seems your luck in drawing opponents has been remarkably fortuitous. Luck? Chu Xiang, I acknowledge your three-point shooting is impressive, but do not become too arrogant. No matter how many shots you make, victory in this match will undoubtedly belong to us. Humph, is that so? How amusing to hear a child speak grandiloquently like an adult. Chu Xiang shook his head in response. This remark struck a chord with Curry, who had long been mocked for his youthful appearance. Even as an adult, he faced scrutiny when purchasing alcohol, often being asked for identification. You scoundrel. The usually composed Curry finally lost his temper. Upon glancing at the information before him, Chu Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The collapse index stood at an astonishing 25/100. The effects were remarkable. In just a single phrase, there was a surge of 10. As Chu Xiang chuckled to himself, he took a step back. Go ahead, little one. Take your shot. Curry was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of indignation soon after. For a premier sharpshooter, the phrase take your shot was a far greater affront than any trash talk. However, as he glanced down, he realized he stood over 2 meters away from the three-point line. While this distance was within the realm of his usual training, it did not fill him with confidence. As Chu Xiang added fuel to the fire, shaking his head and turning away, he urged, hurry up and shoot. I'm ready to grab the rebound. The camera promptly captured this moment. What was Chu Xiang up to? What had transpired between the two moments ago? Now, Chu Xiang had seemingly abandoned his defense. Was he actually inviting Curry to shoot? The commentator remarked. Indeed, that position was quite distant. But could he truly invite Curry to shoot? After all, Curry was currently the top shooter in the NCAA. On the court, Curry's frustration soared to new heights. He chose not to respond further. Since you have encouraged me to shoot, I shall demonstrate. Lifting his gaze to the hoop, he instinctively adopted a fluid shooting motion. Yet it was evident that he lowered his release point to extend his shooting range. The basketball's trajectory was slightly flatter as it swiftly soared towards the hoop. Thud. The ball struck the backboard with a resounding thump before rebounding. As Curry had shot from the arc's peak, the basketball ricocheted directly back and, remarkably, allowed Chu Xiang to secure the rebound. Steadying the ball, Chu Xiang turned to face Curry. Your shooting certainly instills confidence in me. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xiang immediately dribbled forward. The other players from Davidson had begun to retreat, yet their speed was clearly no match for that of Chu Xiang. As Chu Xiang surged past half-court, only Stephen Curry remained in his wake. Upon crossing the half-line, Chu Xiang decelerated, catching Curry off guard. He continued forward a few steps, halting at the three-point line. Meanwhile, Chu Xiang positioned himself between the center logo and the three-point arc. Still a good 4 strides away from the line. This distance was quite considerable, and after a moment's hesitation, Curry refrained from advancing to defend. Noticing Curry's reluctance to approach, a smile crept across Chu Xiang's face as he ceased dribbling. What was happening? Why had he suddenly stopped? This was a prime opportunity for a one-on-one play. If he penetrated the paint, given his physical advantage, scoring against Curry would be exceedingly challenging. The commentator mused aloud about his decision to halt. Josh, witnessing this spectacle, was equally bewildered, rushing towards Chu Xiang to secure the ball and avert a turnover. Yet, before he could reach him, Chu Xiang extended his left palm, gently pressing against the air before him. What did this gesture signify? A command for everyone to remain still? All players on the court froze, including the commentators and the audience, who were momentarily dumbfounded. In the next instant, Chu Xiang, with an air of composure, initiated his shot. Leaping from his position to launch the basketball into the air, The commentator's mouth fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless. The entire arena fell into a collective silence, their gazes fixated on the soaring ball. Curry, stationed at the three-point line, wore a frozen expression. Yet, this was only the beginning. The sheer distance of the shot meant it would take a second or two to reach the hoop. During this interval, Chu Xiang did not even glance at the basket. Instead, he spread his arms wide and turned to stride towards the center of the court logo. Curry stood completely dumbfounded, never having fathomed such an unconventional approach to shooting. At that moment, the Staples Center descended into an absolute hush. Whoosh. In the next heartbeat, the net rippled, transforming into a splash of triumph. Did it go in? The commentator's voice brimmed with incredulity, as if he could scarcely believe his own eyes. Oh, Chu Xiang, you are magnificent. A shout erupted from a corner of the audience, and the Staples Center exploded with an ear-splitting cheer. The commentator's voice surged with excitement. That shot was successful. An ultra-long three-pointer. He made it. My heavens. This is nothing short of miraculous. At that precise moment, Chu Xiang reached the very center of the court, arms wide, head tilted back, and eyes gently closed. Under the most brilliant spotlight, he reveled in the adoration of 20,000 fans celebrating him. Like an emperor upon his throne, he accepted the homage of countless subjects. Curry's mental breakdown level, 55,100. Chapter 77. A flurry of fury. This shot was destined to be etched in history. Since the game commenced, Chu Xiang had achieved an impeccable 5 for 5 from beyond the arc. His total points soared to 17. At 17-13, Gonzaga led by 4 points. Curry gazed at the center of the court, arms outstretched to embrace the exuberant cheers for Chu Xiang, his expression a tapestry of emotions, shock, disappointment, and longing swirling together on his charming visage. At that moment, having savored the audience's adulation, Chu Xiang opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward Curry. What you can achieve, I can achieve too. Yet what I can accomplish, you cannot. This statement left Curry at a loss for words. As Chu Xiang missed his shot, he turned around and effortlessly sank a more distant three-pointer, exuding confidence as he celebrated in advance. It is evident that in terms of shooting ability, self-assurance, and flair, he surpassed Curry. However, Curry is still Curry. After a brief moment of mental adjustment, Chu Xiang suddenly noticed that Curry's psychological breakdown level had surprisingly decreased by 5. Curry's psychological breakdown level, 50 out of 100. Chu Xiang mused that this task was indeed rather challenging. If it were someone else, their mindset would likely have deteriorated significantly by now. If it were an impulsive player like Westbrook, Chu Xiang would have likely completed his task already. This clearly demonstrates Curry's formidable mental fortitude. After all, as a premier shooter, the most essential quality is confidence. Since 5 three-pointers have not caused your collapse, I shall continue shooting. Sooner or later, I shall bring you to your breaking point. Chu Xiang gazed at Curry, a warm smile gracing his face. The match continued. In the ensuing minutes, it became evident that Curry markedly diminished his tendency to drive aggressively with the ball, opting instead to utilize his offensive prowess to draw defenders away for his teammates. This exemplifies the transformative impact that having a superstar shooter can have on a team's dynamics, enabling even their CBA counterparts to achieve statistics that far exceed their personal capabilities. Thus, during the remainder of the first half, despite Curry's reduction in personal scoring, Davidson College's offensive efficiency remained unscathed. For the game, this approach was undoubtedly more rational. However, for the spectators present, what they yearned to witness was never merely a logical contest. As the game progressed, the atmosphere within the Staples Center grew increasingly fervent. The reason was quite simple. Gonzaga was employing the most irrational strategy conceivable. With just 19 seconds and 48 milliseconds left, Gonzaga seized possession, marking the final offensive opportunity of the half. Josh dribbled past half court, while Chu Xiang began to maneuver into position. A teammate set a screen for him, allowing him space to receive the pass. The moment Chu Xiang caught the ball, countless spectators leapt to their feet. The commentator's voice brimmed with exhilaration. Chu Xiang has successfully secured the ball. How will he approach the shot? There are 10 seconds left on the shot clock. As Chu Xiang glanced at the timer, he remained unperturbed, contemplating the possibility of extending the time just a tad longer. However, 2 players from Davidson had already surged forward, preparing to double-team him. Once again, Chu Xiang found himself besieged beyond the three-point line. It is a well-established defensive strategy to employ a double team against a team's superstar. Yet I find myself beginning to question the validity of this conventional wisdom. Does a double team truly pose a challenge to Chu Xiang? Despite Davidson's relentless defense, Chu Xiang had managed to sink 8 three-pointers in the first half alone. Coupled with 2-point shots and free throws, he had already amassed a staggering 33 points by halftime. Could he possibly make another shot? As the two defenders advanced to complete their encirclement, Chu Xiang seized the opportunity to pass the ball to Josh. Oh, Chu Xiang actually made a pass, a rarity indeed, and a departure from his style in this game. The two defenders were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Surely, they couldn't continue to double-team an unguarded Chu Xiang? In that fleeting instant of hesitation, Chu Xiang suddenly accelerated, darting between the two defenders. Block him. What are you doing? Curry, who had been fixated on Chu Xiang, immediately shouted as he witnessed Chu Xiang break free. Yet, Chu Xiang had already left the two defenders in his wake, prompting Curry to abandon his own assignment, Jack. In pursuit of him, Curry disregarded his defensive duties and raced towards Chu Xiang. But he was acutely aware that Jack was also a formidable shooter. Could he truly afford to give him such an open opportunity? The commentator remarked. Josh, too, noticed Jack's unguarded position. Glancing at the timer, he saw 6 seconds remaining. After passing to Jack, he would have ample time to take a shot. However, instead of requesting the ball, Jack raised his hands, directing them towards Chu Xiang. Pass it to Chu Xiang. Jack shouted. The pass was made. Yet, the ball did not go to the unmarked Jack, but was instead directed to the charging Chu Xiang. The commentator noted. Curry, possessing a keen basketball IQ, sensed something amiss upon witnessing this pass. Surely, he does not intend to dunk, does he? But there was still a defender beneath the basket. Casting a quick glance at the imposing center guarding the rim, Curry felt a momentary sense of relief. However, that relief lasted merely half a second. He soon realized that Chu Xiang had once again accelerated. Stop him. Curry found himself a half step behind, helplessly calling out to the center to defend. The center, with a stern expression, spread his legs and extended his arms, bracing for Chu Xiang's advance. You think you can stop me? Come and try. Time Lord, activate. With remarkable speed, Chu Xiang took his first step, assuming a posture indicative of a soaring dunk. The imposing center beneath the hoop, without a moment's hesitation, leapt into action. However, in an unexpected twist, Chu Xiang's rhythm transformed entirely. His right hand descended from the air, and he executed a second step with deliberate slowness, effortlessly bypassing his opponent. With an exquisite Euro step, he left the opposing center bewildered. The shift in tempo was nothing short of flawless. Yet, the path to a layup was far from effortless, as Curry had already closed the gap from behind. I knew you were going for the layup. I've been anticipating this. Curry shouted as he leaped from a position slightly in front of Chu Xiang. Having scrutinized footage of Chu Xiang's previous game, Curry was well aware of the latter's peculiar rhythmic shifts when attacking the basket, and he had prepared himself accordingly. Indeed, if Chu Xiang were to attempt a layup at this moment, it was highly probable that Curry would disrupt it from behind. However, who decreed that a Euro step must culminate in a layup? With a single hand, Chu Xiang grasped the ball, elevating it high before forcefully launching himself into the air. To his side, Curry, already suspended in midair, wore a look of astonishment, yet found himself powerless to control his body. The two collided midair. Bang! The basketball was emphatically driven into the hoop by Chu Xiang. Chapter 78. The Eastern nobleman Curry's physical prowess was on an entirely different level compared to Chu Xiang. Upon their collision in the air, Curry was propelled away as if rebounded, landing with a thud and sliding backward for quite a distance until he eventually crashed into a photographer position behind the hoop. In stark contrast, Chu Xiang remained largely unaffected, resolutely slamming the basketball into the net with one hand. It was at this moment that the whistle signaling the end of the first half echoed through the arena. Such tenacity. Chu Xiang forcefully secured the basket following the physical confrontation. However, this was a buzzer beater, and the referee needed to ascertain whether the shot was taken in time. After Chu Xiang executed a slam dunk without lingering on the rim, he descended gracefully to the ground and immediately turned around, extending his arms wide. As he performed this gesture, an explosive cheer erupted from the crowd, amplifying the electrifying atmosphere. At that moment, the chief referee also made his way onto the court, confirming that the basket was valid and that no fouls were committed by either team. With a subtle upward curve of his lips, Chu Xiang revealed a perfectly timed smile. After a graceful flourish of his right hand in the air, he placed it at his waist, while his left hand elegantly retreated behind him, allowing him to bow with gentlemanly poise. This captivating scene was instantly projected onto the colossal screen hovering above the center of the court. In the midst of the thunderous cheers from the audience, Chu Xiang appeared on the screen, graceful, composed, confident, and effortlessly charming. Although clad in loose-fitting sports attire, to the eyes of the fervent fans, he resembled a gentleman adorned in a Seville Row bespoke suit. I could scarcely catch my breath. How could there exist such an elegantly refined man in this world? Is he perhaps a prince from the Dragon Kingdom? One young lady in the stands clasped her hands over her heart. There are no princes in the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Xiang is undeniably an angel. Where else could one find such a paragon of perfection? Another young woman bore an expression that mingled joy with anguish. Her joy stemmed from the privilege of witnessing Chu Xiang play, while her anguish arose from the realization that the match was already halfway through, and soon she would no longer see him. As the referee's voice resonated, the commentator's ecstatic tone followed suit. The basket counted, bringing Chu Xiang's first-half score to an impressive 35 points, his individual tally nearly equating the total score of the entire Davidson team. This dashing court aristocrat from the East. How many more points could he possibly amass tonight? Is he poised to challenge the NCAA single-game scoring record? The NCAA record stands at an unbroken 100 points, set in 1954. Regardless, this match has already proven to be thoroughly exhilarating. With the first half concluded, the players will now retreat to rest, and we eagerly anticipate their spectacular performance in the second half. The score at halftime reads 45-36, with Gonzaga University leading by 9 points. As Chu Xiang made his way back, he cast a glance at Curry, who was slightly bowing his head, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, Chu Xiang understood that the stoicism belied a tumultuous inner state. The psychological toll on Curry was palpable, a staggering 75 out of 100. It appeared that the dunk had inflicted considerable distress upon him. After all, becoming a dunker had been Curry's lifelong aspiration. Chu Xiang mused that, under such circumstances, the task at hand would likely be accomplished swiftly. How unfortunate it was that not only was he struggling to win the game, but he also had to contend with my influence on his mindset. Perhaps, after the match, he should offer him some heartfelt consolation. Meanwhile, in the audience during halftime, David awkwardly tugged at the collar of his tie and turned to the bespectacled man beside him, saying, "It's rather warm in here. I'm going out to fetch a soda." With that, he rose and departed. The bespectacled man gazed quizzically at David's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "Is it really hot? The air conditioning seems adequate, and besides, the soda is right in front of him." A girl pushed a small cart past, calling out, "Soda, popcorn, beer?" The bespectacled man shook his head and looked down at his notebook, where he diligently penned several lines with his fountain pen. Indeed, the physical prowess exhibited was commendable, likely on par with Westbrook, and Chu Xiang's static talent surpassed expectations. His shooting ability was remarkable, and his inside scoring was quite proficient. He possessed a wealth of offensive gifts, although most of his attacks were ball-dominant. With Durant already in their ranks, selecting Chu Xiang would pose a dilemma regarding ball distribution. His organizational skills had yet to manifest, necessitating further evaluation. In the public area outside the court, David furrowed his brow, retrieving his phone to dial a number. "David, how goes the task?" came the voice of Dunleavy from the other end. "Manager, it's not going smoothly." "Not smooth. What is the issue?" "I don't know what has gotten into Chu Xiang today. He is playing as if under some spell, racking up 35 points in the first half. No matter what I say to the Thunder Scouts, they simply cannot believe it." Dunleavy fell silent. "Manager, are you still there? You useless fool. Can't you handle even this? Did you show him the previous footage?" "I mentioned it, but it seems he is not particularly interested now." "Then force it upon him." "Must I instruct you on everything?" "Useless." With that final tirade, Dunleavy abruptly ended the call. David tucked away his phone with a sigh and made his way back to the court. At that moment, in the Clippers' office, Dunleavy pressed his right hand against the desk phone, his gaze distant. Could it be that I misjudged the significance of scoring 35 points and a half? Perhaps I should consider trading up for a draft pick? He immediately shook his head, casting the thought from his mind. If I were to spend money on a rookie, it would likely be my departure that ensues. The halftime interval swiftly concluded, and the second half of the match commenced. After the break, it was unclear what had transpired. But Curry's psychological turmoil had not diminished. Rather, it had escalated by 1%, reaching a level of 76,100. Although the cause remained a mystery, this change brought immense joy to Chu Xiang. Surely, he must have been overthinking, growing increasingly distressed. Chu Xiang pondered. In truth, The situation aligned closely with his assumptions. As the second half began and the players returned to the court, Curry walked past the coach, his head bowed. Noticing Curry's unusual demeanor, the coach reached out. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "Curry, do not dwell on it. You will always be the finest three-point shooter I have ever witnessed." Curry was momentarily taken aback. Managing a strained smile, "Thank you, coach." With that, he turned and continued onto the court, leaving his coach behind, a visage of concern etched upon his face. "Am I really the best three-point shooter?" Curry mused, his gaze subconsciously drifting towards Chu Xiang, who stood at the sidelines. "Why can't I defeat him? Be it three-pointers or dunks, whether in personal statistics or team scoring, I cannot surpass him." Chapter 79. Total collapse. Davidson gained possession of the ball. Curry received it, his expression impassive as he advanced across half-court. Regardless of the turmoil in his mind, the game must persist. As the second half commenced, Davidson unleashed their signature strategy, the infinite pick and roll. Following several screens and passing combinations, Curry found an opportunity at the right corner. Though Curry was adept at three-pointers, his accuracy varied by location. For instance, his most reliable spot was the left 45-degree angle, while the right corner proved to be his least favorable. Logically, corner threes are the closest to the basket, yet the nature of shooting defies reason. Thus, even with an opportunity at hand, Curry hesitated. Should he shoot? Or should he search for another chance? Should he organize the play anew? When a shooter entertains such thoughts, the likelihood of missing becomes exceedingly high. Ultimately, Curry chose to take the shot, but it resulted in an air ball. The commentator was equally astonished. Curry has just thrown an air ball, an exceedingly rare occurrence. He likely hasn't done so more than a handful of times throughout his career. His earlier rhythm in the first half seems to have vanished. The basketball was effortlessly secured by Riel beneath the basket. This play left Curry feeling quite disheartened, his brow furrowed as he retreated on defense. In front of Chu Xiang, information flashed, collapse degree, 80100. A sense of amusement washed over Chu Xiang. There was no need for me to intervene. He was on the brink of collapse. Thus, I shall expedite the process a little further. Rule handed the ball to Josh, initiating an offensive play for Gonzaga. As they crossed half-court, Chu Xiang called for the ball. Jack. Jack understood immediately, stepping forward to set a screen for Chu Xiang, aiming to draw Curry into a defensive switch. However, this time, Curry opted against the switch, instead guiding his teammate to navigate around the screen. The maneuver provided Chu Xiang with ample space to penetrate. Yet, he furrowed his brow and remained stationary. The opposing defender maneuvered past Jack and positioned himself directly in front of Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang steadily dribbled the ball, his gaze shifting towards Curry. However, Curry averted his eyes, seemingly unwilling to meet Chu Xiang's gaze. How endearing, Chu Xiang mused inwardly. The more you wish to avoid me, the more I shall compel you to confront me. Chu Xiang charged towards Curry with the ball in hand. Upon witnessing this, Curry's instinct was to evade. Yet his defensive instincts compelled him to position himself right in front of Chu Xiang. As soon as he faced Curry, Chu Xiang promptly passed the ball to the oncoming Jack, fully aware that failure to do so would soon result in a double team from the opposing side. Cover the drive. At this moment, with Curry nearer to Chu Xiang, he could only direct his previous defender to guard Jack, leaving himself to confront Chu Xiang alone. With a fleeting smile, Chu Xiang extended his hand to deftly catch the basketball that Jack had passed back. Are you so averse to confronting me, you timid soul? Curry furrowed his brows, choosing silence as he contemplated whether to signal his teammates for a double team. You wish to have your comrades assist you, feeling that your defense is as insubstantial as air in my presence? Afraid of being humiliated by another dunk? Chu Xiang's words struck home. Curry's brow remained deeply creased, his usual relaxed demeanor entirely absent. Stephen Curry, Chu Xiang began, basketball is ill-suited for you. It is a sport for the brave and the bold. You would fare far better seated in a baby chair, serving as a prop for my dunk contest. A triple blow to his pride. Yet, that was not sufficient. He added with a flourish, this shot is on your face. A declaration that would leave its mark upon him. The sequence of verbal assaults inflicted genuine damage upon the already faltering Curry. His eyes widened in shock as he momentarily stood frozen. Chu Xiang rose majestically. Ignoring Curry before him beyond the three-point line, he took his shot. Chu Xiang executed a jump shot. It appeared as if Curry was momentarily frozen, showing no defensive effort whatsoever. The commentator remarked. Curry offered no interference. Chu Xiang sensed that this shot was destined to succeed. As soon as the ball left his hands, Chu Xiang landed, spun around, with his left hand tucked behind him while his right hand elegantly formed an OK sign, raised high. As the basketball soared through the air, Chu Xiang's right hand gracefully traced a circle before returning to his waist. Swish. The moment the ball went through the net, it resonated with the perfect beat. And Chu Xiang, with his back to the hoop, bowed once more. A three-pointer. 48-36. Curry's psychological collapse level. 100,100. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Shall we proceed to settle the task rewards immediately? Surprised, Chu Xiang did not anticipate that a series of critical hits could inflict such significant damage, leaving Curry utterly vulnerable. However, being on the court, he refrained from immediately claiming his rewards. Following this pivotal moment, amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, the score gap between the two teams had widened to 12 points. While this discrepancy was not insurmountable, especially for a player of Curry's caliber in his prime, it was evident that he was no longer capable of such feats. In the ensuing 5 minutes, he seemed to be a mere shadow of himself, missing shots, committing turnovers, and his defense crumbled under pressure. As the sole and irreplaceable core of Davidson College, his decline had a profound impact on the team's overall performance. No one could salvage Davidson College in such a state. As 5 minutes elapsed, the score stood at 60-40, with the gap having escalated to 20 points. Davidson College called for a timeout. Seizing the moment, Kyle substituted Chu Xiang out of the game, allowing him a brief respite. On the other side, Davidson College also adjusted their lineup, with Curry returning to the bench. Observing Curry's despondent demeanor, Chu Xiang felt a twinge of guilt. Although his intentions were to swiftly fulfill his mission, he wondered if he had perhaps gone too far. A sense of unease washed over him. What if this setback rendered Curry incapable of recovering? Chu Xiang shook his head, deciding to first claim the rewards for his task. Reward settlement. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 4,000 vitality points. One opportunity for random item lottery. The Dream Training Ground has been unlocked, currently at permission level LV1. The Dream Training Ground? What does that mean? Can one practice ball skills while dreaming? Indeed. Time within the Dream Training Ground flows at 1/10 the speed of the outside world. As the host's permission level increases, the time flow can be further slowed, along with unlocking additional effects. Listening to the system's words, Chu Xiang felt an eager anticipation to give it a try. Shall the random item lottery be utilized now? Let us proceed with the draw. Countless grids of the lottery interface reappeared, and the golden boxes began to move swiftly. Congratulations, host. You have received a rare item reward. An A-level skill copy card that allows you to randomly replicate any skill of a football star upon face-to-face contact, limited to skills of A-level and below. As Chu Xiang's eyes gleamed with excitement, he realized he had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. Chapter 80, A Desperate Struggle for Survival. However, upon a moment of reflection, Chu Xiang discerned a dilemma. How could I ascertain the skills possessed by a star player? It is advised that the host make an independent judgment. It is evident that a star player must possess signature skills essential for their existence, yet they are also likely to have a range of other common abilities. The host is reminded that the skills of a star player transcend the conventional evaluation framework of capabilities. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiang was utterly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the concept. It implied that a player might possess a mere defensive capability of 50 points, yet simultaneously wield an S-grade defensive skill. Conversely, a player could boast an impressive 99 points in three-point shooting but lack any relevant skills associated with it. Naturally, such extremes are exceedingly rare in reality. Suddenly, the system presented another notification. The host could acquire items to examine the attributes and skills of other players. A magnifying glass icon appeared before Chu Xiang, accompanied by the words, Ability Explorer, priced at 1,000 wellness points. 1,000 wellness points? This is certainly a scam. Completing a single task yields only 4,000 wellness points. Yet a mere trinket demands 1,000 points. Why not just steal it? Chu Xiang grumbled about the system, but the system remained indifferent. Chu Xiang felt speechless and decided to let the matter rest for the time being. After all, the replication card held little utility for him at present. He would revisit it once he had joined the NBA. He glanced up at the scoreboard, noting that Gonzaga had just scored another 2 points, bringing the score to 62-40. With a 22-point deficit and Curry absent from the court, the other players from Davidson College were utterly incapable of narrowing the gap. It appeared that he could afford a moment of respite. He had anticipated a grueling battle today, yet it had turned out to be considerably easier than prior matches. So, Curry was not all that formidable after all. Contemplating deeply, Chu Xiang gently closed his eyes, entering a state of serene introspection. Meanwhile, on the bench of Davidson College, Curry concealed his head beneath a large towel, bowing low to obscure his expression from view. The coach, seated alongside, cast furtive glances in his direction, clearly burdened with concern. On the court, Davidson's players struggled with their shots, while Gonzaga seized the rebound and executed a swift counterattack, widening the gap to 64-40, a staggering 24-point deficit. The dilemma of whether to summon Curry back onto the court loomed heavy. With the game slipping away, could he truly alter their fate? The coach found himself ensnared in a difficult choice, the widening scoreline amplifying his anxiety and indecision, all of which remained oblivious to Curry. Beneath the white towel, he was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Perhaps Chu Xiang was right. Perhaps everyone else was correct. He had never truly belonged on the basketball court. Father, you flourish in the NBA, yet your son cannot even attract interest to play in the NCAA. The year he graduated high school, all the prestigious basketball programs he applied to turned him down. Coach K at Duke bluntly remarked, "Your physique is too frail. You simply cannot survive in the NCAA." In that moment, painful memories surged forth. Suddenly, a distant recollection flickered before him. At the tender age of 8, he had played basketball in the yard with his 6-year-old brother, Seth. That day, cradling the ball far from the hoop, he made his very first three-pointer. He would forever remember the distinctive sound of the ball slicing through the net. That crisp swish seemed to possess a peculiar magic, allowing him to forget everything else, immersing him in joyful leisure throughout the day. From that moment on, he fell in love with basketball. Yet, he was never the most gifted. His peers were either stronger, faster, or more agile than he. He had never been the most formidable player. More memories surfaced from the depths of his mind. At 13, he reached the national finals of the AAU, only to face a bitter defeat. In that moment of despair, he questioned his desire to continue playing. Feeling overshadowed by his father's prowess, competing against the world's finest, while he struggled to best even a 13-year-old. Yet, after that match, his mother imparted a poignant message. "I will tell you this only once. Your basketball dreams will ultimately come true. No one but you can write your own story. You may lack the natural gifts of other children. You may not be as tall or as strong. But you possess the most vital quality needed to become a great basketball player, your passion for the game. I know that your love for basketball surpasses that of anyone else. Curry, you must remember, I can accomplish all things." He recalled the summer of his sophomore year. Those 3 months during which he could scarcely remember how many three-pointers he had made. All he knew was that each day upon returning home, his arms felt as if they could hardly be lifted. What sustained him was merely the sound of the basketball swishing through the net, a testament to his purest love for the game. Beneath the towel, Curry opened his eyes. He seemed to see faces flashing before him, those of opponents, spectators, and college coaches, all wearing expressions of disdain towards him. Did I not walk this path all along? Amidst the world's malice, I inscribed my story with each three-pointer. He gently removed the towel from his head, lifted his gaze towards the coach, his expression calm. "Coach, allow me to take the court." The Davidson coach turned to Curry, surprised, but then broke into a smile. "Excellent. Be ready to enter the game at the next dead ball." Curry nodded, his demeanor tranquil as he regarded the scoreboard. With 6 minutes and 32 seconds gone in the second half, the score stood at 67-43, a 24-point deficit. Does the margin truly matter? Does victory or defeat hold significance? In Curry's eyes, the scoreboard morphed into the visage of Coach K, his expression one of disbelief. Just days prior, Curry had scored 36 points, leading his team to victory over Duke University, and that had been Coach K's final expression. "No one can narrate my story but me." Sitting on the bench, Curry suddenly laughed. "What you say, what you do, is of no consequence. Chu Xiang, I may not be as skilled as you, but I truly love playing basketball." At that moment, the future three-point god, Stephen Curry, officially entered his own narrative. Chapter 81, I Can Do All Things. With 6 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the second half, Gonzaga University committed a foul, prompting Davidson College to call for a timeout before the free throw. Clad in a vibrant red number 30 jersey, Curry tightened his uniform, standing at the sideline, raising his right index finger to the sky. This was Curry's signature gesture, a plea for divine blessing. Davidson College made personnel adjustments, reintroducing Curry to the game. However, the situation they faced was dire. Could Curry truly alter the course of the match? The commentator noted that just moments before being substituted, He had missed several shots and had his dribble stolen. Would a brief respite be sufficient to regain his form? As Curry entered the court, the mixed sounds of cheers and jeers from the audience filled the air, creating a cacophony. Yet, Curry remained unfazed, shook out his shoulders, and sprinted onto the court. Davidson successfully executed both free throws, bringing the score to 67-45. Gonzaga now had possession of the ball. After receiving the pass, Josh intended to advance the ball across the half-court line, but as he turned, he heard Riel's urgent voice. "Watch the ball." Before he could react, a flash of red whizzed by, and the basketball slipped from his grasp. Curry, seizing the moment when Josh was distracted, executed a swift steal. However, Riel had just inbound the ball and stepped forward to firmly guard the basket, preventing Curry from making an easy layup. Once Josh regained his composure, he quickly followed suit, denying Curry any opportunity for a quick jump shot. Curry had accomplished the steal in the front court, showcasing his excellent form. Yet, now he faced the daunting challenge of two defenders. How would he choose to proceed? The commentator remarked. The basketball danced in Curry's hands as he displayed remarkable footwork, deftly maneuvering left and right in front of Josh. With a series of quick changes of direction and deceptive moves, Josh found his balance wavering. And suddenly his left foot caught on his right, sending him sprawling to the ground. The commentator paused momentarily, then exclaimed with excitement, "Stephen Curry has outmaneuvered his defender." Casting a glance at the fallen Josh, Curry found himself with a perfect shooting opportunity, yet instead of taking the shot, he retreated a step back, positioning himself just beyond the three-point line. How audacious! After faking out his opponent, he stepped back to the arc, opting for a three-pointer instead of a mere two. With a swift motion, the ball left his hands as he spun in midair, and upon landing, he pointed towards the stands with his right hand. Behind him, the basketball swished through the net, a three-pointer that pierced the heart of the game. His finger pointed directly to where his parents were seated. Coincidentally, right behind them sat a girl named Aisha Alexander. Aisha would later become Curry's wife. Is he pointing at me? Can he really see me from this distance? Does he actually know me? Aisha was astonished. She had known Curry for several years, but their relationship had never been particularly close. Believing that Curry was indeed acknowledging her, Aisha stood up and waved her arms, cheering for his remarkable shot while also responding to him. He made it. It seemed his rhythm had returned. This was his fourth three-pointer of the game. Up to this point, he had made 6 out of 12 attempts, scoring 16 points, a commendable feat, however. His opponent had already racked up 38 points in this match, indicating that Curry still had a considerable distance to cover to turn the tide, the commentator noted. As Chu Xiang opened his eyes on the sidelines, he glanced at Curry, who was sprinting back on defense. Has his touch returned? He pondered. However, he quickly shook his head. For a shooter of Curry's caliber, it was impossible to miss consistently. Previously, his mental collapse had reached a peak of 100%. But now, even if he managed to sink a few shots, it mattered little. After all, the 19-point disparity between the two teams still loomed large. And Chu Xiang felt no cause for concern. He closed his eyes once more, resuming his moment of respite. On the court, Gonzaga's offensive play culminated in the paint, where Jamie attempted a hook shot after pivoting beneath the basket, but failed to score. The basketball ricocheted off the rim and bounced outward, fortuitously landing in Curry's hands. Upon seizing the ball, Curry immediately surged forward, launching a fast break. Although Josh recognized the situation, he was taken aback to realize he could not match Curry's pace. This seemingly delicate and slender individual was astonishingly swift. Josh marveled. In his youth, Curry's athleticism had indeed been average, but after years of rigorous training, he was no longer the same player. Despite retaining a slender appearance, Curry had come close to breaking the NBA's sprint record for dribbling across the court, missing it by a mere 0.2 seconds during his physical assessment. As he crossed half-court, Josh found himself lagging behind by 2 full strides. Curry swiftly initiated the fast break after securing the rebound. His speed was unparalleled, sweeping across the court like a gust of wind. He positioned himself just beyond the three-point line. His defender, unable to halt in time, charged past him. This was a trailing three-pointer. He sank it. 2 consecutive three-pointers. 67-51. The gap had now widened to 16 points. Chu Xiang furrowed his brow, observing the genuine smile that blossomed on Curry's face after making that three-pointer. Chu Xiang sensed that something was amiss. Was this smile truly the expression of someone whose mindset had crumbled? After hitting 2 three-pointers in rapid succession, had he truly managed to recalibrate his mental state so swiftly? If everyone could adjust their mentality with such ease, There would be no need for the profession of psychological therapy in this world. Chu Xiang was somewhat taken aback, yet he resolved to observe the situation further. For the point differential between the two teams remained significant, and he had merely been resting for a few minutes. On the court, Gonzaga executed their tactics, with Josh attempting to finish the play, but his layup was thwarted and the shot missed. After Davidson's center secured the rebound, he passed the ball to Curry. Noticing Gonzaga's swift transition defense, Curry relinquished the notion of a fast break and began to dribble the ball deliberately. It appeared that Davidson College was preparing for a set play, and with Curry controlling the ball, he ambled across half-court. What strategy would they employ this time? Suddenly, the commentator's tone shifted. As Curry just crossed half-court, standing at the edge of the logo, he abruptly raised the ball. With a slight leap, he released it swiftly. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xiang caught Curry glancing in his direction. The ball soared through the air, and Curry's lips curled into a charming, crooked smile as he pointed towards Chu Xiang on the Gonzaga bench. Despite the considerable distance, Chu Xiang seemed to hear Curry's voice. If you can make it, I certainly can too. I am unstoppable now. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net. An extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The score was now 67-54. The gap had diminished to merely 13 points. The audience at the Staples Center erupted once more. Stephen Curry, after a brief respite, he returned to the court and immediately sank 3 consecutive three-pointers. Remarkable. He had now made 6 three-pointers. Just 3 more, and he would equal Chu Xiang's tally. There had been an abundance of three-pointers in this match. Following the downpour of the first half, the Staples Center was now experiencing yet another deluge of three-pointers. The commentator's voice trembled with excitement. Some female spectators in the stands could hardly contain themselves. How can Curry be so handsome? Ah, he is so adorable. I just want to hug him and give him a kiss. Indeed, and his charm is entirely different from Chu Xiang's. It seems they would make quite the pair. Wow. Really, just imagining them together makes me blush. These two girls were undoubtedly fans from the Lighthouse Nation, and their minds were likely conjuring a grand fantasy. On the bench, Chu Xiang approached Coach Kyle. Coach, please put me in the next dead ball. He was now entirely convinced that Curry had completely recalibrated his mindset. Though he was unsure how Curry managed it, Chu Xiang distinctly sensed an ominous air. Although Curry had yet to reach his pinnacle form, he was already a formidable force in the NCAA. If he found his rhythm, the 13-point deficit could vanish in an instant. Curry, a historical-level sharpshooter. One must never underestimate him. Observing Chu Xiang's serious demeanor, Kyle immediately nodded solemnly. On the court, Gonzaga was on the attack. Faced with Curry, who had unleashed a 9-0 scoring surge, Josh felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. With Chu Xiang absent, how could they possibly explain to him if Curry narrowed the score? Damn it. Josh was both anxious and somewhat irate. He dribbled past half-court, casting a furtive glance at Jack, signaling that this offensive play would conclude with him. Jack was the player on the court for Gonzaga with the highest shooting percentage. Although subtle, this cue did not escape the vigilant Curry, who was fully focused on defending Josh. Josh called upon Riel for a pick, delaying Curry momentarily before driving towards the paint. Midway through, with a flick of his wrist, he executed a no-look pass, sending the ball towards Jack, positioned beyond the three-point line. This play was a staple for Gonzaga, one they had mastered, filling Josh with confidence as he passed. However, unbeknownst to Josh, Jack was fully aware, having seen Curry, who pretended to hide behind Riel, spring forth the instant Josh made the pass, intercepting the ball with precision. Another steal. After claiming the ball, Curry dashed down the court, with Jack desperately pursuing. But the speed differential was vast, leaving Curry with an unguarded half-court ahead of him. He halted at the arc beyond the three-point line. Once more, he executed a sudden stop and launched a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. The crowd erupted, many spectators rising to their feet, exhilarated, their arms waving in fervor. For three-pointers. Upon entering the game, he had made 4 consecutive three-pointers, orchestrating a staggering 12-0 scoring frenzy single-handedly. The commentators were undeniably electrified. The point differential between the two teams had now widened to 10. How astonishing. This was one of the most formidable dark horses among all universities nationwide. Representing North Carolina, Davidson College had toppled giants like Georgetown University and the University of North Carolina. This was none other than Stephen Curry. Clearly, Curry's sensational performance had captivated the commentators on site. Unable to wait for a dead ball, Coach Kyle promptly called for a timeout before Gonzaga could inbound the ball. Chu Xiang, we will surely win this match, right? Kyle's voice wavered slightly. Faced with Curry's relentless assault, he too felt a tinge of panic. Chu Xiang rose to his feet, commencing a rhythmic sway of his waist as he proclaimed, "Of course, coach, how could we possibly lose?" He rotated his head in a full circle, finally directing his gaze towards the opposing bench. Curry, with his cherubic visage adorned by a charming smile, was also fixated on Chu Xiang. Behind that innocuous face lay the heart of a future legend, destined to become the most formidable three-point shooter in history. However, the future implies that he is not yet the strongest. In this very moment, with just 30 minutes remaining on his experience card, Chu Xiang stands as the undisputed foremost sharpshooter in history, without exception. If he had previously summoned a downpour of three-pointers within the arena, what follows will surely be a tempest. The timeout has concluded. At this juncture, 8 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed in the first half, leaving a mere 11 minutes and 30 seconds until the culmination of the match. The ultimate showdown has officially commenced. As Chu Xiang stepped onto the court, his white jersey bearing the number 66 billowed with an air of menace. In the center of the arena stood Curry, clad in a crimson 30 jersey, reminiscent of a thundercloud poised for a tempest. A storm was imminent. Gonzaga launched their offensive. Josh advanced past the halfway line and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered the ball to Chu Xiang at the top of the arc. Upon receiving the pass, he found himself ensnared by a defender who coiled around him like a serpent. Chu Xiang raised the ball above his head, his back facing the defending player. Josh glanced at Chu Xiang, silently inquiring if he required a screen. But Chu Xiang simply shook his head. Was he to be defended by just one player? Did he truly need a screen? Release the ball. Pivot. The opponent was too close. With a swift acceleration and a turn, Chu Xiang effortlessly passed him. However, the opposing player was clearly vigilant. And as soon as Chu Xiang turned and entered the three-point line, another defender rushed in to obstruct his path to the basket. As I previously mentioned, the next phase would be a deluge of three-pointers. With a deft step back, Chu Xiang returned to the arc beyond the three-point line. He raised his hand to shoot. A precise strike. The three-pointer was successful. Chu Xiang. The moment he entered the game, he responded to Curry with a step-back three-pointer, flawlessly executed. Moreover, the commentator paused, glancing at the statistics displayed on the screen, and then announced it was his 10th three-pointer of the match. He had already equaled the record for the most three-pointers in a single game during the NCAA tournament. He was on fire. How many more three-pointers could he make in this game? On the court, Davidson College wasted no time. Before the Gonzaga players had fully returned on defense, they had already initiated the play. Curry dribbled and sprinted past half court. Josh was closely trailing, yet always half a step behind Curry. Just as they crossed the mid-court logo, with only a meter or two remaining to the three-point line, Curry abruptly stopped, his body still unsteady, and took the shot. An ultra-long three-pointer. It too found its mark. The cheers from Gonzaga's fans still echoed from Chu Xiang's three-pointer as the roars from Davidson's supporters erupted in a cacophony. A storm had arrived. Chapter 83. Historical records are nothing to speak of. How terrifying. What caliber of athletes were on the court? And what kind of match were they engaged in? I had never witnessed such an exhilarating game. The commentator allowed his emotions to flow through the microphone. Following Chu Xiang's difficult three-pointer, Curry immediately retaliated from an extraordinary distance. With just the two of them, they ignited an unprecedented storm of three-pointers. They were on the verge of shattering the nets at Staples Center. Moreover, this was Curry's 8th three-pointer of the match. With just 2 more, he too would equal the historical record for three-pointers in a single game. I can now assert with certainty that this record might well become history today. At any moment, either of them could emerge as the new record holder. In my lifetime, I have been fortunate enough to witness such a legendary game. When did historical records become so fragile? Surrounded by an overwhelming cacophony of cheers, the bespectacled scout and David found themselves engulfed in a tumultuous atmosphere. The scout could only see David's lips moving. Unable to discern his words amidst the din, frustrated, David ultimately resorted to displaying his latest Apple phone, which was streaming a recording of a game, specifically a regular season match featuring Gonzaga University. The scout took the phone and began to watch. On the screen, Chu Xiang stood beyond the three-point line, unmarked, hesitating for a moment before taking a jump shot. The execution was abysmal. The moment he released the ball, the scout could tell the trajectory was off. As anticipated, it was an air ball. The edited video quickly transitioned to another clip where Chu Xiang, once again with ample space, failed to convert another three-pointer. The subsequent clips followed suit. The scout grasped David's intent. He returned the phone and picked up his notebook. writing diligently as the surrounding noise rendered verbal communication futile. David, frowning in concern, anxiously watched the scout's pen glide across the pages. After a brief moment, the scout raised his notebook, revealing a single line. Now, Chu Xiang, the record holder. David blinked, a wave of indescribable frustration washing over him. No one would care that the historical first was marred by missed open three-pointers. He realized that his mission had culminated in utter failure. On the court, the game proceeded. Following a shot from each player, Chu Xiang found himself without a prime opportunity to receive the ball, closely guarded by one opponent while another lurked nearby, ready to intercept any potential pass. Yet, due to the defensive attention he commanded, the ball was ultimately secured by Jack, who made a long-range jumper. Turning around, Curry faced a similar scenario. Both Josh and Jack were fixated on him, leaving him no room to maneuver. The ball was ultimately scored by Davidson's power forward with a layup. The score stood at 72-62, a 10-point deficit. For the next 2 minutes, both teams maintained this status quo, although Gonzaga squandered an opportunity with a missed shot. With 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, the score shifted to 76-68 in favor of the opposing team. Gonzaga initiated an offensive play. The principal challenge of high-intensity defense is its sustainability over time. In this instance, the defender assigned to Chu Xiang let his guard down, allowing Chu Xiang to seize an opportunity, swiftly gliding to the left corner to receive a pass. Upon catching the ball, he shot a three-pointer from the corner, and it was good. Finally, it had arrived. The 11th three-pointer. Chu Xiang had made it, shattering the historical record and setting a new benchmark for single-game three-pointers in the NCAA tournament. As the commentary echoed in the air, Davidson College had already launched the ball, initiating a swift counterattack. Curry dashed to the left corner, occupying the same position where Chu Xiang had just attempted a shot and received a long pass from his teammate. An enormous open opportunity. He took a three-point shot, and it went in. The commentator felt his tongue tangling in disbelief. The response was astonishingly rapid. Merely seconds had passed when Curry, in that very same spot, executed another three-pointer. This marked his 9th three-pointer of the match. With another successful shot, he would equal the historical record. Oh, my apologies for my excitement. The current historical record stands at 11 three-pointers, and I am uncertain where the limits of this record lie. After sinking that shot, Curry glanced at Chu Xiang with a smile, his expression devoid of any aggression. Chu Xiang responded with a smile. The two shared no verbal communication. On the court, language has always been a weapon for players, yet at this moment, both understood that this weapon had become ineffective. Thus, there was no need for words. The basketball would speak for them. Moreover, Chu Xiang felt no desire to verbally challenge Curry anymore. This was a genuine respect for a truly great player. The exhilarating exchange of three-pointers was, at its core, a solitary battle for Curry. It was a confrontation between young Curry and peak Curry. Additionally, Curry's formidable psychological resilience garnered Chu Xiang's sincere admiration. In basketball, once a certain level of skill is attained, the game morphs into a psychological contest. This holds true for any competitive sport. Ultimately, the only adversary one must conquer is oneself. This is also the reason for Duncan's immense strength. A doctorate in psychology combined with superior skills allows him to dominate both on the court and in the mental game. Following those two three-pointers, both players went silent for a few minutes. As their shots grew increasingly audacious, their defenders could not afford to relax for even a second. One could firmly believe that at this moment, both Chu Xiang and Curry had entered a realm where even the slightest space could be exploited for a basket. Amidst the offensive threats posed by the two, the game evolved into a contest among the other players on the court. In this regard, Davidson College was simply outmatched by Gonzaga University. As the second half progressed to 15 minutes and 30 seconds, the score stood at 89-77, with the gap widening to 12 points. Despite the increasing disparity, Curry's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a relaxed smile. As Chu Xiang gazed at Curry's smile, it seemed as though he suddenly grasped a profound revelation. At that moment, Curry was reveling in the game, savoring the pure joy that basketball bestowed upon him. Whether in the present or in the future, Curry remained unchanged. He had always played the game for the sheer delight it brought. Such was the essence of a childlike heart. This is also why the atmosphere within the Warriors squad consistently radiated a sense of ease and joy. A great leader can contribute immensely to the spirit of a team. Witnessing Curry's smile, Chu Xiang couldn't help but curve his lips in a smile of his own. If given the chance, he would truly love to play alongside you. Chapter 84. The dawn of a new era. However, for now, I am determined to defeat you soundly. The ball entered Gonzaga's offensive possession. As the ball crossed half-court, Chu Xiang commenced his movement, although the point differential still stood at 12, with Curry's explosive form. Gonzaga had to capitalize on every offensive opportunity. Should they falter, Chu Xiang harbored no doubt that they would soon face a three-point retaliation from Curry. Despite his relentless off-the-ball movement, varying speeds, and attempts to shake off his defender, he found himself unable to evade the watchful eyes of Davidson College's entire team, who were fixated on him. Whenever he managed to elude one defender, another would swiftly take their place. Realizing that he could not find an offensive opportunity through his current strategy, Chu Xiang pursed his lips and altered his running pattern. If you refuse to allow me to receive the ball, then let us see if you can keep pace with my movements. As Chu Xiang commenced his erratic movements, he swiftly disrupted Davidson's defense. The players from Davidson College pursued Chu Xiang relentlessly on the court, yet his movements seemed to render him devoid of any opportunity to receive the ball, as the commentator noted. Indeed, Chu Xiang's positioning was not solely for his own benefit. Rather, it was intended to create opportunities for his teammates. Before long, Jack found himself open for a shot beyond the arc. Josh promptly passed the ball to him, and Jack, with no hesitation, took the shot. However, he had attempted too few shots in this match, and at that moment, he lacked the rhythm. The ball ricocheted off the rim. As Jack's shot missed, the moment Davidson's players seized the rebound, they launched a fast break. They executed an impeccable pass to Curry. The commentator remarked. Yet, Gonzaga University's defense against Curry was formidable. By the time he received the ball, two defenders were already waiting in his path. But could he still take the shot? My goodness, this was nearly an impossible attempt. He released the ball just as the defenders completed their double team. Moreover, the referee's whistle blew. Josh had committed a foul. Amid the sound of the whistle, the basketball gracefully arced through the net. Curry's three-pointer was successful, and it was a 3-1. This was utterly astonishing. This marked Curry's 10th three-pointer of the game. Without Chu Xiang, Curry would have already equaled the historical record. These two are truly formidable. Curry stepped up to the free throw line, boasting a free throw percentage exceeding 90 for the season, and he confidently sank the shot. 89-81. The deficit had once again dwindled to single digits. The two teams were locked in a fierce battle, and as the game entered its final 4 minutes, we still could not ascertain which team would emerge victorious. The game continued. Josh advanced past half-court, positioning himself at the top of the arc, calling for a pick and roll. As Chu Xiang and Josh exchanged a glance, they instinctively grasped the tactical intent behind their movements. Chu Xiang swiftly maneuvered to set a screen for Josh. Following the screen, Josh propelled himself towards the paint, while Chu Xiang peeled away to the perimeter. This sudden shift posed a dilemma for Davidson's defender. Logically, the threat from Chu Xiang, positioned at the arc, was ostensibly greater, yet it was inconceivable to disregard the imposing presence of Josh entirely in favor of guarding Chu Xiang. However, should they neglect to double-team Chu Xiang, a pass from Josh would allow Chu Xiang to unleash a shot from beyond the arc, a scenario Davidson would find nearly impossible to counter. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, the defender succumbed to instinct and trailed after Josh. The defender assigned to Chu Xiang grew increasingly anxious, fixating intently on the passing lane between Josh and Chu Xiang. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly realized Chu Xiang's figure had vanished. Inside, protect the paint, he shouted, sprinting toward the lane. By the time he arrived, Chu Xiang had already penetrated the key, facing only the opposing center. With a deft flick of his wrist, Josh delivered the ball into Chu Xiang's hands. Help defense! Help defense! Shouted the perimeter players from Davidson as they rushed inward. However, contrary to their expectations, Chu Xiang did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, with a graceful motion, the basketball vanished from his grasp. Positioned at the right corner beyond the three-point line, Jack confidently secured the ball, with a clear path before him. If I can't make a shot with both of us wide open, perhaps I should consider retirement. Jack leaped with elegance. This time, his three-pointer found its mark with precision. 92-81. Only 3 minutes and 36 seconds remained in the match. As they retreated on defense, Chu Xiang cast a glance at Curry. On Curry's face, there was no trace of tension or anxiety. His expression remained calm as he swiftly advanced the ball across half-court. With that cherubic visage, yet inherently a cold-blooded assassin, Chu Xiang mused internally. He turned to Josh. Double-team him as soon as he crosses half-court. We must deny him any shooting opportunities. Josh nodded emphatically. and the two quickly moved toward Curry. As Curry crossed half-court, he was met with an unexpected double team from Gonzaga, an extraordinary sight to behold. It was the first time I had witnessed a player being double-teamed so near the mid-court line. The commentator marveled. Curry's expression shifted. He had never anticipated being trapped at such a position. At this moment, Curry was not yet the player later dubbed the gravity-defying Curry. This was his first encounter with such a formidable level of defensive treatment. Of course, he would eventually grow accustomed to it. Due to Gonzaga's decisive double team, Davidson's other players were caught off guard, leaving them unprepared to provide assistance. Josh and Chu Xiang effectively halted Curry's dribble. As Chu Xiang seized the opportunity, he extended his hands to grasp the ball held by Curry, yet he did not manage to snatch it away immediately. The referee blew the whistle, a jump ball. In Phoenix, within the office of the head coach of the Suns, Mike D'Antoni sat alone, engrossed in watching the game. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," D'Antoni called, glancing towards the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a lean, middle-aged Caucasian man with short hair streaked with gray, his gaunt face bearing deep-set cheeks. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. It was Steve Kerr, once the loyal lieutenant beside Jordan during the Bulls dynasty, later hailed as the NBA's finest coach and the architect of the Warriors' death lineup. However, at present, he served as the general manager of the Suns. Kerr just in time. This game is reaching its most thrilling moment. "Come and witness these young talents," D'Antoni exclaimed. He and Kerr shared a close friendship, in a sense. D'Antoni could be considered Kerr's mentor, having imparted the essence of his fast-paced offensive strategy during their years together in Phoenix. On the court, Chu Xiang was poised to contest the jump ball with Curry. "Look at these two youngsters. They've already combined for 21 three-pointers tonight." 21. Kerr's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, their shooting prowess from beyond the arc rivals your own." "Ha-ha," D'Antoni jested. Kerr, boasting a career three-point shooting percentage of 45.4, holds the record for the highest in NBA history. "Kerr, I have a premonition that the world of basketball is about to transform," D'Antoni remarked, his tone turning serious. "We old-timers must brace ourselves. These youngsters may soon usher in a new era." "New era? What kind of new era?" Kerr inquired. "The era of the three-pointer. In the past, we always claimed that jump shots could not win championships, that defense was the key to success. However, I have always deemed that a fallacy. Jump shots cannot be dismissed, for they have yet to encounter the pinnacle of offensive execution. The three-pointer is the sharpest weapon on the basketball court. It is only because there has never been anyone capable of wielding this weapon that such misconceptions arose." Kerr listened intently to D'Antoni's words, etching each one into his memory. In the original timeline, in 2015, after Kerr had become a championship coach, he emotionally stated in an interview, "You were right. I have validated your brilliant basketball philosophy." This statement was directed at D'Antoni. Of course, the current Kerr remained a student on the path of coaching. "D'Antoni, I actually came today to discuss something with you." Kerr began. "I hope you can consider bringing Thibodeau on as your assistant coach. He has his own defensive system that is quite effective." D'Antoni furrowed his brow and remarked, "Kerr, I have just stated that championships are not won solely through defense. Thibodeau holds no significance for us." D'Antoni had long since resolved to part ways with the Suns at the season's conclusion. Thus he spoke to Kerr, the general manager, with unreserved candor. Kerr's brow creased, his broad forehead etched with furrows resembling ominous clouds. Despite his deep respect for D'Antoni and his continuous learning from him, he remained the general manager of a team and was accountable for its performance. Moreover, while the assertion that defense wins championships may seem somewhat absolute, Kerr, as a former member of the Bulls dynasty, recognized the power of defense. During those years, the Bulls' defense was as formidable as their offense, and Kerr believed this was the true essence of their success. In contrast, the current Suns team had pushed their fast-paced offensive strategy to its zenith, with the mesmerizing Nash at the helm, achieving the highest offensive efficiency in the league. However, their defense was almost dismal. Nash's contribution to defense could be deemed negligible, even detrimental, as he consistently relied on teammates for assistance. Therefore, the team had recently acquired the aging Shaquille O'Neal, hoping to bolster their interior defense. In Kerr's view, they required a comprehensive defensive system to harness the Sharks' prowess. However, it was evident that D'Antoni held a different perspective and vehemently opposed the trade for Shaquille. "Kerr, trust me, the fast-paced offense is the future of the NBA. Forget about that wretched defense," D'Antoni declared. Kerr remained silent, realizing he could not sway D'Antoni's opinion. He shifted the topic, saying, Let us discuss this matter later. The player on the court is named Curry, correct? I have observed several of his games this year, and his three-point shooting is indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, D'Antoni's enthusiasm ignited, his small eyes narrowing with a smile. Indeed, he made 10 three-pointers in this game. 10 three-pointers. What is the record for the NCAA championship? I believe it is 10 as well. Wait, he made 10, and you just mentioned they combined for 21. You are quite right. D'Antoni nodded. Chu Xiang made 11. He shattered the historical record. Oh, Chu Xiang is the player with the yellow skin on the court. He is from the Dragon Nation. My heavens! Kerr exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Chu Xiang, I had not heard that name before. That's understandable. He was not on the team's scouting list. He only emerged during March Madness, D'Antoni explained. Is that so? Will he declare for the draft this year? If he performs moderately during the regular season, perhaps our rookie pick could be offered to him, Kerr speculated. Our rookie pick? That may not be so simple. Unless the team chooses to trade up for a draft position, but I suspect you have no such intentions. Cole fell silent once more. For D'Antoni had spoken with undeniable truth. D'Antoni also ceased his chatter, focusing intently on the unfolding game. In the midst of their silence, both men were lost in their own contemplations. On the court, there was no doubt that Chu Xiang had successfully leaped for the ball. It was seized by Gonzaga's power forward, Jamie. As Chu Xiang landed, he dashed towards Jamie, seizing the ball from his hands. Fast break, Chu Xiang shouted as he sprinted. Dribbling fervently, he surged past the halfway line, poised to penetrate the opposing team's restricted area. The interior defenders were, of course, unable to match Chu Xiang's speed. Only their shooting guard was in pursuit. Chu Xiang cast a glance at the shooting guard across from him, whose height and physique paled in comparison. If he were to attempt a layup, success would likely be assured. Yet, he opted for a step back. The time on the experience card was rapidly dwindling. How could he not indulge while the opportunity presented itself? His elongated figure darted forward, reminiscent of a graceful swordsman crossing a river in white attire, and in an instant, Chu Xiang found himself poised beyond the three-point line. Witnessing this, the audience erupted. The Davidson fans were on the verge of tears. Defend him. Do not allow him to shoot. No, do not let him take that three-pointer. They cried out in despair. Good heavens. Another three-pointer. Yet, what significance did these voices hold? With pinpoint accuracy, he launched his 12th three-pointer. He had shattered the record for the most three-pointers in a single game, reaching an astounding 12. He was truly formidable. Could anyone possibly restrain him? The commentator exclaimed. The score stood at 95-81. Just when the gap had been narrowed to 8 points, it swiftly ballooned back to 14. On the court, the Davidson players collectively turned their gazes towards Curry. Had Curry not been present, they surely would have resigned themselves to defeat. However, faced with this predicament, Curry's expression was no longer serene. He furrowed his brow and glanced at the timer. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remained. Time was slipping away. Curry pondered. If he were on a different team, with the current rhythm of his shooting, he would be confident in turning the tide of the game. He sighed softly. Yet, their adversaries were not mere pushovers. They were Gonzaga University, the very team that boasted Chu Xiang. Curry understood that the momentum of the match had irrevocably shifted. No matter how accurately he shot, it would be in vain, for that young man in white was even more precise and unreasonable in his shooting. As the referee approached the baseline with the basketball, Curry seized the moment to glance at Chu Xiang. Across the distant half-court, Chu Xiang's face radiated with an extraordinary handsomeness. And he too was looking towards Curry. Curry offered him a smile that conveyed mutual respect among heroes, as well as an acknowledgement of inevitable defeat. Chapter 86, Advancement. The Final Four, April 2nd, 2008, 10:23 p.m. Outside the Staples Center, the atmosphere reached its zenith, culminating in the evening's most exhilarating moment. On the grand screen of the square, Chu Xiang stands at the center of the court, his fists clenched and arms raised high, encircled tightly by Gonzaga players. Colorful streamers dance through the air, reminiscent of blooming flowers in spring. The audience captured on screen is entirely on their feet. Some appear composed, gently applauding, most of whom are well-mannered fans from Davidson College. Others seem on the brink of madness, expressing their fervor through wild gestures, clearly Gonzaga supporters. A few, their lips spewing indecipherable expletives, exhibit excitement that rivals the former group, likely bettors who have wagered on Davidson College. Among them is a distinct group of young maidens, all remarkably synchronized, weeping uncontrollably. They chant the names of Chu Xiang and Curry, leading one to believe that these two have committed some unspeakable act against the girls. In truth, they are merely overwhelmed by the boys' charm. Above the court, the central screen is replaying a play from 10 seconds prior. With mere seconds left in the game, Gonzaga leads by 10 points as Chu Xiang dribbles across half court. He slows his pace, evidently unwilling to attempt a shot. Yet suddenly, Curry rushes forward, positioning himself before him. Chu Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Then he observed Curry adopting a stance of earnest defense. In that instant, he comprehended the unspoken understanding. Curry was already aware that the game had concluded, yet he still wished to engage Chu Xiang for one final shot. This was both a challenge and a gesture of respect. If you wish to compete, then I shall rise to the occasion. Chu Xiang immediately lowered his center of gravity, skillfully dribbling the ball beneath his legs as he gradually advanced. The other players on the court instinctively created space for the two of them. I believe a three-pointer would be the greatest tribute to you, Chu Xiang remarked. With an endearing smile, Curry replied, then go ahead and try. I certainly won't allow you to take the shot so easily. Then you better defend against me. Chu Xiang leapt from the ground. Simultaneously, Curry lunged directly towards Chu Xiang's face. Had the referee chosen to call a foul on this play, it would have undoubtedly been deemed an infraction. However, given the current circumstances, the referee would not be so lacking in discernment as to disrupt the flow of the game. Under Curry's interference, Chu Xiang's shooting form had been completely altered. After releasing the ball, both players tumbled to the ground. Nevertheless, the trajectory of the basketball remained unwavering, heading straight for the hoop. At the very moment the ball pierced through the net, the final whistle echoed throughout the arena. In this match, Chu Xiang has executed his 13th three-pointer, a remarkable buzzer beater. Curry fell onto Chu Xiang, but he quickly rose to his feet and extended his hand to help Chu Xiang up. They exchanged a glance and embraced tightly. Two exceptional sharpshooters, both handsome in their distinct styles, came together in this moment. The giant screen above the center court captured this instant. Regardless of whether the spectators favored Chu Xiang or Curry, they were all captivated by the sheer charm of the scene. The commentator's voice resonated through the arena. This marks Chu Xiang's 13th three-pointer of the game, once again breaking the record for the most three-pointers in a single NCAA tournament game. Simultaneously, Curry also succeeded in hitting 11 three-pointers, achieving the second-highest record in history. Let us cherish this moment. At this instant, two extraordinary youths, transcending history, embraced one another. They were rivals in the game, yet in this moment, it was clear that they held mutual respect as friends. Now, the game has concluded. Congratulations to Davidson College for presenting us with an unparalleled performance. More so, congratulations to Gonzaga University. At this moment, they have reached the Final Four of the 2008 NCAA National Championship. Outside the arena, the atmosphere erupted. The enthusiastic young audience was far less restrained than those inside, expressing their excitement with the most boisterous language. To hell with Stephen Curry. I declare Chu Xiang as the best in the universe. Long live Chu Xiang. Long live Gonzaga. Gonzaga for the championship. Chu Xiang for MVP. These fervent Gonzaga fans could never have dreamed they would reach the Final Four this year. It is noteworthy that they finished last in their division during the regular season and only made it to the 64 teams through a wild card game. Yet now, they have triumphed over seemingly invincible opponents and stand on the grand stage. The national championship seems within their grasp. With Chu Xiang, it appears that all miracles are destined to unfold. These fervent scenes were captured by Shang Guanghui's team in a documentary. On the morning of April 3rd, at 8 o'clock, Gonzaga University had initially planned to return to campus the previous night. However, the media interviews took considerably longer than expected, leaving the already fatigued players utterly exhausted. Consequently, they had no choice but to remain in Los Angeles for an additional night. The pre-game turmoil surrounding this match had indeed attracted an overwhelming number of media and reporters, and the fact that both Chu Xiang and Curry shattered historical records during the same game further amplified its sensational nature. Despite the media interviews extending until 1 in the morning, a significant number of journalists were still deprived of the opportunity to conduct interviews and were waiting outside the hotel for Chu Xiang and his team to emerge. Yet, they waited from 8 in the morning until noon, only to find that Gonzaga personnel had slipped out through the back door earlier that morning. It was not until noon that a hotel staff member could no longer bear to witness their wait and informed them of the situation. The aircraft carrying Chu Xiang and his team touched down at Spokane Airport. The players, utterly fatigued from the grueling matches, compounded by relentless media scrutiny and inadequate rest, longed only to retreat and replenish their slumber. After a hasty farewell, Chu Xiang hailed a taxi back to his apartment. Inside the vehicle, the driver evidently recognized him but, noticing Chu Xiang's weary demeanor, refrained from initiating conversation. Upon reaching the destination, the driver insisted on foregoing payment and swiftly departed. Such is the treatment afforded to a hero of the city. Last night, Chu Xiang had contemplated testing the efficacy of his dream training ground. However, his exhaustion overwhelmed him, leading him to succumb to sleep and entirely forget the notion. Now, returning home, he was eager to explore the utility of this mysterious phenomenon. With this thought, he excitedly dashed towards the entrance of his apartment, but as he passed by a shadowy alley, Chu Xiang abruptly halted. Was that someone weeping? Furrowing his brow, he peered into the darkness of the alley. The midday sun struggled to penetrate the gloom, and faint sobs echoed from within. Chapter 87. The Bewildered Maiden. As a youth raised under the red flag, Chu Xiang had always been skeptical of the supernatural. Yet, the soil of the Meili family seemed impervious to materialistic beliefs. Is anyone there? Chu Xiang decided to inquire. The moment the words left his lips, the weeping ceased abruptly, rather than providing relief. The sudden silence amplified the eeriness of the situation. Chu Xiang swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back, distancing himself slightly from the alley. After a while, the weeping sound failed to resurface. Surely, I must have misheard. I do not wish to linger here any longer. He turned to leave. Yet, just as he took a step forward, the haunting wail emerged anew from behind him. Some individuals succumbed to fear, yielding to its grasp, while others mustered the courage to confront it, battling against their dread until the end. Clearly, Chu Xiang belonged to the latter. A surge of courage ignited within him, and he turned to face the ominous alley, baring his teeth and furrowing his brow, channeling his energy as he unleashed a powerful shout into the darkness. "Ah!" he cried. Instantly, a response echoed from the alley. "Ah!" It was a shrill scream. "What?" Chu Xiang was taken aback. The scream that echoed through the alley seemed to convey a sense of fright, as if the source had startled itself. Could a ghost truly be frightened? With a sudden click, the motion sensor light illuminated the dim corner of the alley. A few steps inward, a girl with black hair huddled against the wall, burying her head in her arms, trembling uncontrollably. Was she human? Observing the quivering girl, clearly frightened by her own reaction, Chu Xiang felt a pang of sympathy and took a couple of steps forward, gently saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Upon hearing his voice, the girl reacted like a startled bird, instinctively attempting to flee backward. However, she seemed to forget her crouched position and tripped, landing face down on the ground. Ouch! Witnessing her fall, Chu Xiang gasped and reached out to help her up. Yet, as he bent down, he heard her softly sobbing on the ground. Speaking in Mandarin, "Didon Ti, come near me, sob. Are you also from the dragon country?" Chu Xiang responded in Mandarin, "I'm not a ghost. I'm a person." The girl paused her cries momentarily but soon resumed, her sobs growing more intense. Even foreign ghosts have learned to speak Mandarin. Sob. "I'm not a ghost. I'm a human," Chu Xiang replied, exasperated, while grasping her arm. Her arm was delicate and pale, giving him the apprehension that he might inadvertently hurt her with too much force. "Feel my hand. It's warm. Ghosts don't have warmth." This statement finally seemed to have an effect. The girl, still on the ground, turned her head slightly to reveal her eyes, ceasing her loud sobbing. However, upon catching sight of Chu Xiang's face, she quickly turned away, her body trembling once more. "You look just like the ghost from before. I told you. I'm not a ghost." It was evident that Chu Xiang's earlier fierce demeanor had genuinely frightened her. After some time, he finally convinced her that he was not a ghost but a living person from the same homeland. The girl stood up, her height approximately 1.65 meters. Her white top stained, her face covered in dirt from the fall, while her black skirt remained unblemished, albeit her fair legs were dusted with grime. Yet, her beauty remained undeniable. Her long black hair was disheveled but appeared to be in excellent condition, her skin porcelain-like, and her large eyes dared not meet Chu Xiang's gaze, her lowered head accentuating her long eyelashes. Her petite nose was slightly upturned, giving her an air reminiscent of a Disney princess. "My name is Chu Xiang. What is yours?" "I am Shinkaju." Her voice is soft, yet the timbre is remarkably soothing, gentle, and sweet. "What is the matter? Why are you crying in this alley?" "At first, I thought you were a ghost. I'm lost." "Lost?" Chu Xiang assessed Shinkaju, noting that she appeared to be at least 18 years old. The notion of being lost seemed somewhat absurd. "I just arrived here to study, and today is my first time venturing out alone. only to find that I cannot retrace my steps. Are you a university student? Which institution do you attend? I'm at Whitworth University, in the music department, Shun Kaju replied softly. Chu Xiang nodded. Whitworth University is a renowned institution in Spokane, known for being a private university with a small student body. Do you speak English? Could you not just take a taxi to return? Chu Xiang inquired. Shun Kaju lowered her head slightly, saying, I do not speak it well, and I am too timid to converse with others. Chu Xiang felt a tinge of helplessness. This girl was not only absent-minded, but also suffered from severe social anxiety. Allow me to summon a cab for you, and then you can return home on your own, he said, stepping to the roadside in search of a taxi. However, Shun Kaju suddenly interjected, but I've heard that there are many criminals in the land of the beacon. Criminals? The neighborhood leading to your school is quite safe. You needn't worry, Chu Xiang reassured her. Upon hearing this, Shun Kaju fell silent, lowering her head, her delicate hands beginning to tremble once more. Chu Xiang noticed this matter and let out a wry smile. Are you really that timid? Shall I accompany you back? Upon hearing this, she slightly raised her head to glance at Chu Xiang, and a hint of joy sparkled in her large eyes. Aren't you afraid I might be a villain? Just a moment ago, you thought I was a ghost. Chu Xiang jested. Shun Kaju bit her lip and gently shook her head. At least being caught by a ghost from the Dragon Kingdom would be somewhat preferable. Chu Xiang found himself at a loss for words. After half an hour, he finally returned Shun Kaju to the school, only to reluctantly summon another vehicle to make his way back home. It was quite disconcerting to be so bewildered while studying abroad, and one couldn't help but wonder how his family could trust him so easily. Nevertheless, he decided to explore the dream training ground first. System, how do I activate it? Simply notify the system before sleep, and the dream training ground will be initiated during this slumber. Then let it commence. The dream training ground has been activated. The host may naturally enter sleep. Chu Xiang casually tossed his coat aside and leaped onto the bed, closing his eyes. The fatigue from the competition and its aftermath overwhelmed him, and he swiftly slipped into slumber. Within the enveloping darkness, images began to crystallize. It was a standard basketball court, with Chu Xiang standing at its center. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself surrounded by an unfathomable abyss. The court floated serenely amidst this void. With a mere extension of his hand, a basketball materialized within his grasp. The dream training ground had commenced. Please select a training program. Chapter 88. The Dream Training Ground. Before Chu Xiang, a transparent menu page materialized, showcasing a plethora of training programs. There were options pertaining to physical attributes, such as speed, endurance, strength, and jumping ability. Additionally, technical skills were represented, including shooting, passing, tactics, and defense. One intriguing option was titled Legendary 1v1, featuring the names of various basketball luminaries, ranging from ancient icons to contemporary stars. Each name was accompanied by a numerical value, indicating the expenditure of wellness points required for participation, suggesting a paid one-on-one challenge. The subsequent tabs, however, remained obscured, leaving Chu Xiang in ignorance of their contents. Chu Xiang casually glanced at the prices of those legendary stars. Kobe requires 5,000 vitality points for a single match. Such a steep price indeed. He took a moment to check his own vitality points, which stood at 461. This amount was insufficient even for summoning Kobe for one match, leading him to dismiss the prices of the remaining stars altogether. Is the flow of time here merely 1/10 of that in the outside world? How, then, is the consumption of stamina calculated during training? Even if time flows at 1/10 the usual rate, my stamina cannot support endless practice. The time flow rate is 1/10. And stamina consumption in the dream training ground can be offset using vitality points. Each point of stamina can be deducted by an equivalent vitality point. And this deduction does not affect the stamina consumption of the host in the external world. Upon grasping the concept, Chu Xiang realized that each 100 points of vitality would allow him to exhaust his physical stamina in this space, emerging unscathed. The cost seemed reasonable, thus, it was imperative for him to enhance his endurance first, thereby maximizing the conservation of vitality points. Contemplating this, Chu Xiang chose to focus on the endurance training, and a myriad of fitness equipment materialized before him. Chu Xiang took a deep breath and began his training. Soon enough, 3 hours had elapsed, and he had successfully exhausted his physical stamina. He opted to deduct from his vitality points, minus 100 points. In an instant, Chu Xiang felt every cell in his body rejuvenated with vigor. It could even be said that he had returned to a state of perfection, with the fatigue accumulated from previous competitions completely vanishing. What a delightful sensation. However, it suddenly dawned on him that although he had trained for 3 hours, only 18 minutes had passed in the outside world. If calculated accordingly, considering that he needed 8 hours of sleep daily, if he were to train in this dreamlike arena, he could accumulate a total of 80 hours of training, based on the fact that he would deplete his stamina after 3 to 4 hours. If he were to train continuously throughout the night, he would expend more than 2,000 vitality points. Realizing this, Chu Xiang swallowed hard. The system is truly ruthless. Is it compelling me to earn vitality points? The primary source of health points for Chu Xiang now comes from tasks. Participating in competitions, resting, or engaging in self-care are trivial matters in comparison. However, encountering a task occurs only once or twice per competition, rendering it rather unstable. He is in urgent need of a reliable channel to consistently acquire health points. The system promptly responded. Unlocking new channels for acquiring health points can be achieved by enhancing the training ground's authority level. Additionally, joining the NBA will also unveil new avenues for health point acquisition. How can one elevate the training ground's authority? This can be accomplished by improving personal attributes or expending health points for purchase. Currently, advancing to training ground authority level 2 requires an expenditure of 200,000 health points. 200,000. Chu Xiang, with an impassive expression, disregarded this condition. Resolutely, he embarked on a new round of endurance training. Ultimately, after completing 3 rounds of such training, he awoke to find that it was merely 2 in the afternoon in the real world. Due to the already high stamina attribute of 95 points, the improvement was gradual. And after these 3 rounds of exercise, his attribute values remained unchanged. Chu Xiang sat up, preparing to have a bite to eat. The phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Bill Duffy. They had previously agreed that they would finalize the agent contract once Chu Xiang's competition concluded. Chu Xiang, you've returned to Spokane, haven't you? Yes, I'm back. Have you prepared the contract? Everything is ready. I am currently in Spokane. Where are you? I will come to find you directly. Chu Xiang was preparing to dine and thus arranged to meet at a CAF, intending to casually enjoy a meal from the CAF's offerings. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the brokerage contracts were ready, and Chu Xiang handed Shan Guanghui's contact information to Bill, entrusting him with negotiations regarding the documentary team's contract. Having an agent certainly brought a sense of comfort, Chu Xiang mused. Just then, while Bill was organizing his briefcase, he suddenly inquired, "When do you plan to enter the NBA draft?" "The draft? This year, I suppose," Chu Xiang replied. Bill pondered for a moment. "I believe if you wait until next year to declare, your prospects would be far more favorable. You must understand that your regular season statistics this year have not been impressive, and NBA teams have only recently begun to take notice of you." Before Bill could finish, Chu Xiang interjected, "No, it will be this year," with a confident smile adorning his face. Chu Xiang must now confront the sobering reality that his draft prediction on the Rookie Dispatch website places him at the tail end of the first round, or even as a second-round pick. He must contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness. Chu Xiang smiled and nodded, saying, "I have long contemplated this and can hardly contain my eagerness to bring my talents to the NBA." The reason Chu Xiang can confidently utter these words is that, according to the system's predictions, he has firmly secured his place among the ranks of the lottery picks. It is evident that the system's forecasts are far more credible. Observing Chu Xiang's steadfastness, Bill ceased his persuasion and nodded, saying, "All right, I understand. I will ensure that your training session is well arranged." With only 2 games remaining in the exhilarating March Madness, it is clear to me how invaluable these final matches are, both for your draft position and your prospects for endorsements and future development. Of course, Bill, you should head to San Antonio first and wait for me. We shall meet on the day of the finals. As he gazed at Chu Xiang's confident smile, Bill also smiled and extended his hand. Chu Xiang grasped Bill's hand, and Bill earnestly began, "You know, Chu, this is my first time signing a contract with such a young player. But I have a premonition that you may very well become the most significant investment of my life. Is that so? Rather than a business relationship, I would prefer to be your friend." The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. That evening at 10 o'clock, Chu Xiang received yet another text from the assistant coach. The next round's opponent had been determined. The champions of the Southwest Conference, Stanford University, yet another prestigious institution. The alma mater of countless tech magnates, Stanford. Chapter 89, National Semifinals. Stanford versus the Lopez brothers. Overall, while Stanford University is a world-renowned academic institution, It is not particularly strong in NCAA basketball. This year marks their first appearance in the NCAA Final Four since 1995. Their remarkable achievement this year can be attributed solely to the development of the Lopez brothers. Brooke Lopez, the elder sibling, and Robin Lopez, the younger, are twins with identical appearances and physiques. However, it is evident that the elder possesses a more formidable basketball talent. Brooke Lopez is undeniably the linchpin of Stanford, serving as the team's absolute anchor on both offense and defense, while his brother contributes primarily on the defensive end. This season, the elder Lopez averages an impressive 19.3 points, 8.7 rebounds, and 2.6 blocks per game. He has also been selected for the national third team and the first team of the Pacific 10 Conference this year. With the Lopez brothers fortifying the interior, Stanford's defense resembles an impenetrable fortress. Their interior defense is exceptional, although their perimeter defense remains their sole vulnerability, which poses a significant dilemma for Chu Xiang. His experience card for Curry's shooting was running perilously low. Originally, he had only 5 uses available. He had already utilized one during a training match on campus and another against the University of Kansas. Chu Xiang had intended to conserve the remaining 3 for the final 3 games. However, during the match against UCLA in the round of 16, he was compelled to use another due to Westbrook's extraordinary performance, which led to a last-second victory. Adding to that, he had to use another against Curry in the previous match. Consequently, he was left with but one final opportunity, which he must reserve for the championship. Thus, in this game, although Chu Xiang was acutely aware of Stanford's perimeter vulnerability, he was unable to target their Achilles heel. Fortunately, he still possessed stamina potions and sufficient vitality points to acquire skill potions at will, so he was not overly anxious. If all else fails, he could simply rely on a barrage of fadeaway jump shots to secure victory. After all, he currently held over 4,000 vitality points, which provided him with ample confidence. Chu Xiang gazed once more at the remaining 2 teams in the Final Four. They were the University of Memphis, led by the illustrious Derrick Rose, and Kansas State University, under the guidance of Beasley Johnson. It is essential to note that Kansas State and the University of Kansas are entirely distinct institutions, despite their similar names. Rose has indeed made it to the Final Four. It seems that for some individuals, regardless of how history may shift, their accomplishments remain indelible. In the original timeline, the University of Memphis also advanced to the Final Four as the champions of the Northern region. Conversely, Kansas State's presence here is a mere consequence of historical alteration. They were originally destined to be eliminated in the round of 32. One wonders whether the young Rose will secure the coveted top pick this year. I am eager to witness the splendor of your bloom. In the original world, that Rose, so vibrantly radiant, was severed in its prime. Can it flourish eternally in this altered history? The answer remains elusive. At the conclusion of the message, the details of the match time and venue are revealed. April 6th. San Antonio, at the Alamo Dome. This arena, primarily designed for football, boasts a spectator capacity far exceeding that of specialized basketball venues. While conventional basketball arenas accommodate around 10 to 20,000 fans, the Alamo Dome can host an astonishing 65,000 spectators. Such a thrice-magnified audience will elevate the entire atmosphere of the match to unprecedented heights. The semifinals of the Madness of March will unfold over 2 days, with Gonzaga South game taking place on the first day. Following the semifinals, the victorious teams will converge on April 11th for the NCAA Championship's grand finale. On April 4th, the team returned to Spokane on the second day. After a day of recuperation, it was time for the team to engage in collective training. At 8 in the morning, Chu Xiang donned his gear and stepped out of his apartment. Typically, Josh would seek Chu Xiang's company for school only on class days. On days without classes, they would each make their way to the gym separately. As he exited the building, passing the alley where he had fortuitously encountered the lost girl the day before, Chu Xiang instinctively cast a glance inside. It remained shrouded in darkness. Chu Xiang shook his head, striving to expel the disconcerting memories from the previous day from his mind. At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice emanating from the alley. Chu Xiang. From the shadows emerged the delicate figure of Shenkaju. In the morning sunlight, the girl's face seemed to radiate a gentle glow. Today, she donned a deep green long dress that gracefully concealed her slender legs, yet her dainty ankles remained exposed. Adorned with a pair of seemingly simple Roman sandals that, on her feet, showcased her petite toes in an endearing manner. On her upper body, she wore a crisp white shirt and carried a modest shoulder bag, her hands cradling an elegantly designed small box. She blinked her large eyes, her expression somewhat bashful as she dared not meet Chu Xiang's gaze. "Good morning," she stammered. Chu Xiang gazed at the young girl before him, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. "Good morning. What brings you here so unexpectedly? You actually remember the way." "I memorized it after just one visit," Shun Kazhu replied, her voice soft and melodious, akin to savoring a delicate rice dumpling. "I have come today specifically to express my gratitude." As she spoke, she gently nudged the exquisite box in her hands forward. "The Chu project has recently been transferred to this box, a pink square container resembling a bento box, adorned with the inscription Therm 0S on its lid." Chu Xiang reached out to receive the bento box. Shinkaju lowered her head slightly, saying, "This is a bento I made myself. If I hadn't encountered you yesterday, I truly wouldn't have known how to return or how to express my gratitude. So, I prepared this bento." Her voice grew softer with each word, and her face turned increasingly crimson. "Ha ha, is that so? Then I shall gladly accept it. Thank you." Chu Xiang had not had breakfast, and he found this gesture of gratitude quite delightful. Throughout his life, he had received numerous bento boxes from girls, but none had been offered at such a perfect moment. "Why do you always keep your head down? You seem to be rather easily embarrassed," he remarked. "I am not shy," Shinkaju protested, shaking her little head. "I am just afraid." "Afraid? Are you afraid of me?" Chu Xiang inquired with curiosity. Shinkaju gently nodded her head. Chu Xiang could not help but smile. Throughout his life, he had been showered with compliments, yet he had never encountered anyone who expressed fear of him. "The moment I laid eyes on your face, it reminded me of the way you deliberately tried to scare me yesterday. It seems that incident left quite an impression on this child." Chapter 90. Delectable Trap. Listening to Shun Kaju's words, Chu Xiang couldn't suppress a chuckle and shook his head in resignation. "It was merely a misunderstanding. Besides, you were the one who startled me first. Let us call it even, one scare each." Shinkaju pouted slightly and replied, "Well then, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," Chu Xiang said, shaking the pink bento box in his hand. "How will you get this back?" "Huh?" Shinkaju looked at Chu Xiang, seemingly oblivious to the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, she finally said, "How about I come to retrieve it when you return home?" Chu Xiang nodded. "I will be back by 5 this afternoon." After speaking, he shook the lunchbox in his hand. The lunchbox appeared quite large in Shinkaju's hands, but in Chu Xiang's grasp, it fit perfectly with one hand. "Thank you. Then I'll see you this afternoon." Chu Xiang placed the lunchbox into his bag, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. Behind him, Shinkaju slightly raised her head, watching Chu Xiang's silhouette until he vanished around the corner, at which point she let out a sigh of relief. Upon closer inspection, he wasn't as intimidating as she initially thought. She murmured to herself as she began walking in the opposite direction of her route back to school. Gonzaga University basketball court. At precisely 9 o'clock, Chu Xiang entered the gymnasium, timing his arrival perfectly. Chu Xiang arrived a tad earlier than expected. The arena was still sparsely populated. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to enjoy his breakfast first. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiang stepped into the lounge of the arena and retrieved a pink bento box from his bag. Upon lifting the lid, his eyebrows arched in surprise. The bento box contained several small compartments, each filled with a delightful assortment of various foods. Chu Xiang meticulously arranged each small compartment on the table. The vibrant assortment of vegetables, fruits, grains, and a touch of meat coalesced into a nutritionally rich breakfast. Each food item within the compartments was artfully presented, evoking an enticing appeal. The varied colors of the compartments, when placed together on the table, created an aesthetically pleasing tableau. It truly appeared delightful. With a voracious appetite, Chu Xiang devoured his meal with the swiftness of a whirlwind. In less than 10 minutes, he had consumed all the food before him. As an athlete, Chu Xiang's appetite far exceeded that of the average person, and this breakfast was barely sufficient to satiate him. Although the quantity was modest, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. After a day filled with training and classes, Chu Xiang embarked on his journey home. Just past 5 o'clock, he arrived at the alley where he had first encountered Shinkaju, who was already waiting there for him. Chu Xiang waved her hand and took a few steps forward to stand before her. "The bento you made is truly delightful." Chu Xiang presented the meticulously cleaned lunchbox to Shinkaju. "Have you undergone formal training? Your culinary skills are such that it would indeed be a pity if you do not open a restaurant." "Huh." Shinkaju's expression momentarily froze. Her cheeks flushed with a swift crimson. She hurriedly waved her hands and replied, No, that is not the case, actually." Chu Xiang believed that she should be modest. "Do not be humble. What I say is the absolute truth. The flavor is truly magnificent. I have never had such a delightful breakfast before." Shun Kaju's small face had turned crimson, and she stammered, unable to articulate a response. Chu Xiang then said, I actually have a request. I have an important competition the day after tomorrow. Would it be possible for you to bring me breakfast twice more over the next couple of days? The competition was merely an excuse, in truth. It was simply that Chu Xiang relished the meals, which emboldened him to make such a request. Certainly, I can do that, Shun Kaju replied softly. However, Chu Xiang only heard the first half of the sentence and smiled, saying, Thank you so much. Shun Kaju gazed at Chu Xiang's smile and ultimately swallowed the second half of her words. She then inquired, Are you a basketball player? Chu nodded, Indeed. I am studying at Gonzaga University and currently participating in March Madness. Shin Kaju appeared somewhat perplexed but nodded in acknowledgement. I am not very familiar with basketball, but I have indeed heard about March Madness recently. It must be quite impressive for you to be involved in such a competition. Chu Xiang smiled and said, If we make it to the finals, I will certainly gift you a ticket. After engaging in a few more casual exchanges, they bid each other farewell. Time swiftly passed to the following day, April 5th. At 6 in the evening, in a residential building adjacent to Whitworth University, the top floor housed an opulent penthouse. Shin Kaju stood in the exquisitely decorated kitchen, gazing at the array of culinary tools before her. Beside her, a man clad in a chef's uniform furrowed his brow and inquired, Miss, this is my profession. How can I allow you to cook? Uncle Hu, please teach me. I occasionally wish to prepare a meal myself. Shin Kaju's voice had a touch of playful pleading, sounding unlike her usual tone. After all, Uncle Hu had been the family chef since her childhood, embodying a familial bond in her eyes. Very well, I shall teach you. Uncle Hu chuckled helplessly, conceding to Shin Kaju's request. In truth, the breakfast delivered to Chu Xiang over the past 2 days had been prepared by Uncle Hu, while Shin Kaju's role was merely to arrange the dishes and pack them into bento boxes. However, after 2 consecutive days of genuine praise from Chu Xiang, Shin Kaju felt a twinge of embarrassment. She thought it would be preferable to prepare breakfast herself for this final delivery. Upon receiving Uncle Hu's agreement, Shin Kaju's face lit up with joy, and in that moment, the entire room seemed to radiate a heightened beauty. April 6th, the day of the competition, had finally arrived. This morning, the team was set to board a flight to San Antonio, preparing for the ultimate showdown. The first match of the Final Four would take place tonight, featuring Gonzaga University against Stanford University. At 8 in the morning, as Chu Xiang descended the stairs punctually, he beheld a striking figure standing at the entrance of the alley. Upon noticing Chu Xiang's emergence, Shin Kaju lifted her head and greeted him with a radiant smile. Chu Xiang was momentarily taken aback, sensing an unusual brightness in her demeanor compared to just a couple of days prior. Why does she seem so cheerful today? Is it merely an illusion? Chu Xiang pondered. Good morning. Shin Kaju was the first to wave her hand. Morning. You seem to be in good spirits today, Chu Xiang replied with a smile. Oh, not really? Here is your breakfast. Shin Kaju extended her hands, presenting a bright yellow lunchbox. Thank you. After enjoying your lunch, I'm certain I will triumph effortlessly in tonight's competition, Chu Xiang said as he accepted the lunchbox. Shin Kaju smiled, placing her hands behind her back, and lifted her gaze. It was the first time she looked directly at Chu Xiang. Yes, you will definitely win, she declared earnestly. Momentarily struck by the seriousness of her expression, Chu Xiang paused before responding, I appreciate your kind words. I must take my leave now. I have a flight to catch. With that, he hurriedly waved goodbye. In a small corner adjacent to his apartment, a miniature camera discreetly captured the moment with a brief flash. Chapter 91. The Lopez brothers at noon, the plane landed in Texas. They had traversed from the far northwest corner of the lighthouse country to the southernmost center. After disembarking, the team arrived at their hotel. Upon opening his backpack, Chu Xiang realized he had completely forgotten to eat the lunch that Shun Kaju prepared for him that morning, having slept throughout the flight. Oh well, I'll just wait until dinner, he thought. Typically, college athletes do not have a proper dinner before a competition. The team organizes a simple meal consisting of high-calorie nutritional snacks to ensure they do not go hungry during the match. However, if one brings their own food, the team does not impose restrictions. Coincidentally, Stanford University also arrived at the hotel simultaneously. It appeared they had just reached San Antonio as well. As Chu Xiang gazed at the Stanford players, his attention was immediately drawn to the Lopez brothers. The two bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, both standing at an impressive height of 213 centimeters, towering above the other players and unmistakably prominent. Observing the muscular physiques of the duo, Chu Xiang couldn't help but reflect on the formidable nature of their defense. Just as he pondered this, he noticed little Lopez raising his right hand and pointing at him, subsequently turning to converse with Big Lopez. Before curiosity could fully take hold, he heard Big Lopez intentionally amplify his voice. Indeed, that is Chu Xiang. But you need not remember his name, for he shall soon become our underfoot casualty. After this proclamation, he added, "You'd best refrain from blocking him too often during this match. I fear he may return home to seek comfort from his mother should he lose." Upon hearing this, the other Stanford players joined in with an insidious laughter tinged with scorn. With an expressionless visage, Chu Xiang narrowed his eyes. Joshua approached him, nudging him playfully with his left elbow, and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, Chu, I seem to have overheard someone across the way claiming they need not remember your name. The last individual who professed ignorance of your name, I distinctly recall you burying them beneath 13 three-pointers. It appears that soon, someone will be joining them." Upon finishing his remark, Joshua beamed with a sense of pride, relishing in the expectation of praise for his clever quip. Chu Xiang was amused by Josh's expression, letting out a chuckle as he reached out to ruffle Josh's hair. Across from them, the Lopez brothers simultaneously wore stern faces, feeling somewhat powerless to refute Josh's retort. For what he said was indeed the truth. In the public eye, the previous game was simply a spectacle of Curry openly provoking Chu Xiang, only to be left in tears after a defeat. No one would remember that Curry had also made 11 three-pointers in that very match, breaking historical records. They would only recall him as the loser. In the realm of basketball, victory and defeat determine everything. Let us see how it unfolds. With nothing more to say, Big Lopez could only utter a harsh remark before turning to lead the other players away. Josh pouted, sticking out his tongue and making a face at the departing Stanford players. At 7:30 in the evening, inside the TNT studio, due to their failure to secure broadcasting rights for the last game, Kenny and Barkley's bet could only be settled today. Barkley sat in the studio with a grim expression, while Kenny's seat remained unoccupied. The host struggled to suppress a laugh as he glanced at Barkley, contemplating how to break the silence. However, before he could formulate his words, a hearty laughter echoed from the entrance of the studio. They turned to see Kenny, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, strolling into the studio with a rope in hand. Barkley and the host followed the rope's length with their eyes, discovering a plump black donkey trailing behind Kenny. The host could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Barkley's expression was indescribable. "Ha ha ha, brother, how have you been these past few days?" Barkley feigned indifference. Yet, Kenny appeared more delighted, tightening the rope to pull the hefty black donkey into the studio. "Look, I specifically picked this one for you, a purebred black donkey." The host was in fits of laughter. Barkley stood up, adopting a mock heroic stance. Come on, let us get this over with. It's not like you've never kissed a donkey before." With that, Barkley leaned toward the donkey's rear. However, Kenny suddenly placed a hand on Barkley's shoulder. "Hey, brother, wait a minute. What's the rush? Are you planning to take my place?" Barkley looked displeased. Kenny chuckled, pulling Barkley back into his seat. "Don't be hasty. The audience has already seen you kissing a donkey's behind years ago. What is new about seeing it again? How about this? I give you a chance to place another bet. If you win, the donkey kissing incident will be erased, and you can make a request of me. If you lose, the stakes will escalate." "What will the stakes escalate to?" Barkley appeared slightly intrigued. "Let me think. How about this? You strip off your shirt and ride this donkey around Times Square." Barkley's expression darkened momentarily. Kenny, observing his demeanor, hastily added, "Consider this. If you prevail, you could allow me the same opportunity." Barkley closed his eyes for a moment, contemplating, then nodded emphatically. "Very well, I agree. But what shall we wager this time? Let us bet, as before, on whether Chu Xiang can score more than 30 points in this match." Barkley squinted at Kenny and inquired gravely, "Who chooses first?" "Naturally, I shall choose first, Barkley. This is an opportunity one present to you, so I must go first." Barkley immediately objected, spreading his large hands in exasperation. "But what shall we wager? Who does not know Chu Xiang? Who is unaware that he routinely scores 40 or 50 points in a game? If you choose first, what is left to bet on?" In the previous game, Chu Xiang had made 13 three-pointers and amassed a total of 50 points. Kenny shook his head and replied earnestly, No, this game is unlike any other. Chu Xiang's opponent this time is Stanford University, which is currently one of the strongest defensive teams in the NCAA. Achieving a high score against them is no simple task, as they have allowed an average of only 61 points to their opponents since entering March Madness. Upon hearing this, Barkley's expression visibly changed. Kenny continued, "Moreover, if you refuse to wager with me, your only alternative is to give a kiss to that adorable large black donkey, which is not a bad choice in itself. Enough of that." Barkley glanced at the hefty rear of the large black donkey and resolutely declared, "I shall wager with you." "Excellent. I bet that Chu Xiang will score more than 30 points. I bet he will not reach 30 points. Seeing Barkley take the bait, Kenny wore a sly smile. Chapter 92, An Undercover at Stanford? Barkley, there is something I neglected to mention. The strength of Stanford's defense primarily lies within the paint. Upon hearing this, Barkley was momentarily stunned, reflecting on Chu Xiang's previous game, filled with audacious three-pointers. He raised his hand to his forehead and said, "Kenny, you are quite shrewd." Yet, despite his words, a sliver of hope lingered in Barkley's heart. What if today his accuracy faltered? If his three-pointers failed to land? He would undoubtedly struggle to reach 30 points against Stanford's formidable interior defense. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Barkley pressed his head in contemplation. The Alamodome in San Antonio, a venue designed to accommodate 65,000 spectators, had been temporarily transformed into a basketball arena. Given the substantial difference in dimensions between a football field and a basketball court, enormous screens adorned the seating area to ensure that every attendee could witness the action unfolding on the court. The clock indicated 7:45, leaving merely 15 minutes before the commencement of the match. As Chu Xiang engaged in warm-up exercises on the court, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A sharp pain gripped his abdomen. Clutching his stomach, his expression turned peculiar. What was happening? Why was he experiencing this sudden discomfort? Had he perhaps consumed something that disagreed with him? Since sharing a meal with the team at noon, he had not eaten anything until later that evening when he partook of Shunkaju's bento. No one else seemed to be affected, so it surely could not be attributed to lunch. Could it be the bento from Shinkaju? That seemed implausible. He had enjoyed it for 2 days without issue. As he meticulously recalled the flavors of that meal, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. The taste indeed felt distinctly unusual. This was not right. It simply could not be. Chu Xiang shook his head, forcefully denying his own thoughts. Just bear with it for now. Let us see how things unfold a little later. At 8 in the evening, Kyle anxiously inquired of his assistant, "Has Chu Xiang returned?" The assistant furrowed his brow and glanced at his watch. "Not yet. Should I go check on him?" Kyle waved his hands emphatically. "Hurry up." The assistant dashed towards the players' tunnel. In the restroom adjacent to the locker room, the assistant entered to find Chu Xiang leaning against the wall, attempting to walk out. He quickly approached and supported Chu Xiang. "Are you all right? Can you take the field?" The assistant asked urgently. Chu Xiang squinted his eyes, his complexion a sickly yellow, and his lips appeared dry and pale. He spoke, "I am uncertain. I don't feel well at the moment." As Chu Xiang spoke, he abruptly shook off the assistant's grip and dashed into the restroom stall. The assistant stood there, dumbfounded. As the stall door slammed shut, despair flooding his heart. This match is doomed, he thought, and he hurried outside to seek out Kyle for a report. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the match commenced. The starting lineup for Gonzaga University took to the court. The commentator remarked. The camera panned over the 5 Gonzaga players, yet not a trace of Chu Xiang's stunning visage could be found among them. Is Chu Xiang absent from the starting lineup? The starting shooting guard for Gonzaga in this game is Jack. Let me check. According to Gonzaga, this is a makeshift lineup. And they haven't disclosed the reasons for Chu Xiang's absence from the starting 5. It seems he is not even on the bench. Well, regardless, let us enjoy this match. The 2008 NCAA Championship Semifinals. Gonzaga University versus Stanford University. And now the game begins. In the stands, Stanford fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Ha ha. That coward doesn't even dare to step onto the court against us at Stanford. Let them go to hell. Go. Red. Go. 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 Stanford University's team colors are red, and they are known as the Red Team. On the court, Big Lopez easily claimed the tip-off at midcourt. Stanford was on the offensive. The Lopez brothers quickly established their positions within the paint. Given that NCAA regulations do not impose a 3-second rule in the key, teams with elite interior players are perennial championship contenders. The Lopez brothers faced the defensive Riel and Jamie. Riel was somewhat comparable in height to the Lopez brothers, but Jamie, standing just over 2 meters, was at a significant disadvantage against little Lopez. Stanford lofted the ball from the perimeter to Big Lopez's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Big Lopez's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming him into a formidable force in the paint. He backed into Riel, creating a step of space. Riel attempted to defend, but was deceived by Big Lopez's feints. With a swift turn, Big Lopez effortlessly scored with a layup. The disparity between the two teams' interior prowess became starkly apparent in the very first offensive play. Little Lopez rushed over to high-five his brother, his golden locks flowing in the air like a lion's mane. The distinction between the Lopez brothers is marked by their hairstyles. The elder sports a buzz cut, while the younger flaunts long hair. Little Lopez exclaimed excitedly, "Let us crush them. Let us annihilate them." Big Lopez grinned, a fierce expression adorning his face. "These fools don't even warrant our full effort. That yellow-skinned coward doesn't even dare to step on the court. It's utterly laughable." Real, who was positioned beside the two, heard everything clearly but dared not voice his anger. On the court, the ability to hurl trash talk requires a foundation of skill. The next play commenced with Gonzaga on the offense. Josh dribbled past half-court, his mind racing with thoughts. "It's all right. Even without Chu Xiang, we can still win. We must win, as long as we play each possession with intensity and defend each one diligently." He fervently attempted to calm the turmoil within himself. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand to signal a strategy. Jamie moved to the high post. After Josh passed him the ball, he immediately utilized Jamie's body as a screen, charging towards the basket from the center, only to halt midway, transforming into a screen for Jack. Jack, leveraging Josh's obstruction, circled to the right wing to receive Jamie's pass. He glanced at the paint. Little Luo was still a considerable distance away, so he leapt into the air for a shot, but in the very next instant, he noticed Little Luo suddenly materializing before him. Wham! A volleyball-style block. The basketball was swatted out of bounds. Upon landing, Little Luo let out a fierce roar, his curly hair adding to his imposing presence. The Stanford fans erupted in cheers. At that moment, in the restroom adjacent to the locker room, Chu Xiang leaned against the wall, a thin sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. He felt on the verge of collapse, and a barely audible whisper escaped his lips. If one listened closely, they could discern the words, "Shinkaju, you must be an undercover agent sent by Stanford." Chapter 93. Against the current in the Gonzaga Players' Lounge. The team physician had approached Chu Xiang, conducting a thorough examination. After a while, the leading doctor spoke. "Based on your various symptoms, we can preliminarily conclude that you are suffering from food poisoning. Is there any way to retrieve the food you consumed before the match? If we can analyze it immediately, we may be able to provide targeted treatment." Chu Xiang's complexion had turned pale, and with his eyes closed, he shook his head. "I have already finished it. But the lunchbox remains. You can take it for testing." He indicated towards his locker. One of the doctors moved over and retrieved the vibrant yellow lunchbox. Upon seeing the lunchbox, Chu Xiang felt a sense of helplessness. "I really want to give you a piece of my mind, Shinkaju," he thought to himself. Yet, as he considered her delicate, frail arms, he found himself unable to bring himself to do so. "Oh well," he sighed. Deep down, Chu Xiang understood that Shinkaju was not at fault. It was merely an unfortunate accident. However, such an incident occurring during such a pivotal match was disheartening. Thousands of kilometers away, in a penthouse adjacent to Whitworth University, Shinkaju sat in the living room, fiddling with the remote control. After struggling for a while without success, she ultimately decided to seek assistance. Quietly, she tiptoed into the kitchen, where Uncle Hu was busy preparing dinner. "Uncle Hu, do you know which channel is broadcasting the March Madness games?" Shinkaju asked brightly. Uncle Hu turned around, regarding her with a curious expression. "Both ESPN and TNT are airing it. You might want to check them out." "What's this sudden interest in basketball?" "I've just heard my classmates talking about it a lot lately, so I wanted to see for myself." "Thank you, Uncle Hu." Without waiting for him to finish, she hurriedly exited the kitchen. Uncle Hu's expression grew more suspicious. He had clearly noticed the blush creeping up her ears when she turned away. Having watched Shinkaju grow up, he was quite familiar with her little habits. He knew that when she lied, her face would flush. Why would this little girl feel the need to deceive me? He pondered, scratching his head. Why does it seem like she is acting strangely lately? She is showing interest in cooking and basketball, things she has never cared about before. As he contemplated, he felt a few strands of hair falling from his already thinning head and quickly ceased his scratching. Should I mention this to the old master? Never mind. Perhaps it is best to observe a little longer. This time, Uncle Hu accompanied Shinkaju to the lighthouse country. Not merely because his employer was concerned about his daughter's nourishment, but also to keep an eye on her, ensuring that Shinkaju did not encounter any unsavory characters. In the living room, Shinkaju finally located the TNT broadcast. On the television, Barkley was engaged in commentary with Kenny. That block was utterly ferocious. Just look at his vertical leap and wingspan. This is unequivocally NBA-level defense, Barkley exclaimed with enthusiasm. Kenny nodded in agreement, however, more than that. I am concerned about Chu Xiang's situation. Thus far, he has yet to appear on the team's bench. Hearing this, Shen Kaju perked up in front of the television. Barkley chuckled heartily. Hey Kenny, even if Chu Xiang cannot play today, our wager still stands. We did not bet on whether he would take the court. Kenny furrowed his brow. I am well aware of that. What I mean is, prior to the game, Gonzaga had no reports of Chu Xiang's injury. So something must have occurred unexpectedly before the match. As Kenny spoke, he abruptly halted, pressing his right ear where his earpiece rested. We have just received breaking news. Chu Xiang is suspected of food poisoning. Barkley sobered. Food poisoning? What on earth happened? Did he consume something unsanitary before the game? In front of the television, Shun Kaju became increasingly bewildered. How could he suddenly contract food poisoning? Could it possibly be due to the bento I prepared for him? The more she pondered, the more she felt responsible, as the bento contained a type of fresh daylily, which Uncle Hu had specifically cautioned her to handle with care, lest it cause an upset stomach. What a disaster! Chu Xiang, please do not let anything happen to you. Shinkaju was on the verge of tears. I remember that our family has a partnership with the Lighthouse Country Medical Association. In her anxiety and guilt, with a pale face, Shinkaju hastily opened her phone and scoured her contacts. Meanwhile, in the Gonzaga players' locker room, the doctor stated, our current recommendation is to proceed with an immediate gastric lavage, followed by observation in the hospital while we await the test results. With his eyes closed, Chu Xiang pondered for 3 seconds before shaking his head. He opened his eyes and said, no need, I can still manage. I am feeling much better now. You all may return. Chu, do you still wish to participate in the match? That is absolutely out of the question, the leading doctor exclaimed. With a nonchalant smile, Chu Xiang placed a hand on the shoulder of the doctor before rising to his feet. It is not merely that I wish to participate in the match. Rather, my teammates are in dire need of my presence. At that very moment, a chime resonated in Chu Xiang's ears, and information materialized before him. New task released. Task name: rowing against the current. Task description: the purpose of maintaining one's health is to secure further victories. When the team finds itself in a predicament, the host, incapacitated by physical discomfort, is unable to take the field, which contradicts the essence of health-conscious basketball. Consequently, the system shall provide the host with a unique item, optimal condition. During this task, upon activation of this item, the host's body will be restored to its peak state within 10 minutes. Task objective: achieve victory in the match, 0-1. Task reward: 5,000 health points and access to purchase optimal condition in the store. Task failure penalty: none. Do you accept this task? The corners of Chu Xiang's mouth revealed a smile. I accept. As Chu Xiang took on the task, the doctors surrounding him continued to persuade him, but gradually they fell silent. They realized that the gaze of the young man before them was transforming. Moments ago, his eyes were hazy due to near exhaustion, yet now, despite his pale complexion, his eyes sparkled with a vibrant glow. They were filled with an insatiable yearning for victory. Have you finished speaking? Chu Xiang inquired softly. After a prolonged silence, the lead doctor finally responded, we have finished. Then you may return. I must also take my leave. His voice was soft, almost feeble, yet his tone was resolute, imbued with an irresistible authority. Supporting himself against the wall, Chu Xiang slowly made his way out of the player's tunnel. The doctors behind him watched his retreating figure, none daring to intervene, until he vanished at the tunnel's end. Captain, are we truly allowing him to return to the match like this? One doctor questioned. The captain remained silent in the face of his subordinate's concern. After a moment, he sighed. What else can we do? Some we can hold back, but others we can only watch depart. Those whom we cannot restrain are often referred to as heroes. Chapter 94. A heavy burden at this moment. Shun Kaju was anxiously searching for the number. On the television screen, a face, though weary, still exuded a striking charm. Dominated the entire frame. Chu Xiang sauntered leisurely, taking measured steps as he emerged from the player's tunnel onto the field. Kenny exclaimed in surprise, Chu Xiang has come out. He is returning to the bench. Yet, his tone grew somewhat somber as he continued. However, it appears that his condition is rather poor. His complexion is pale, and he seems unsteady even while walking. With such a state, can he truly continue to compete? As Chu Xiang stepped onto the court, the scene was instantly projected onto the 4 large screens surrounding the arena, casting an unexpected silence among the Gonzaga supporters. Just moments ago, the live commentator had announced Chu Xiang's condition, informing the audience that he was very likely to miss this match. Yet, scarcely a few minutes after that remark, Chu Xiang appeared on the court. Gradually, applause began to resonate within the arena, swelling in volume until the entire audience could no longer contain their appreciation. Some of Chu Xiang's female fans were moved to tears, perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of him in such a fragile state. Before the television, an unbearable guilt enveloped Shen Keju's heart as she watched this poignant scene unfold. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have attempted to make you a bento when I am so inept in the kitchen," Shen Keju murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Yet, seeing Chu Xiang's pallid face, she felt a tumult of emotions within her. She hurriedly grabbed her phone, rifling through her contacts in search of a number. On the court, Chu Xiang struggled to return to the bench. Kyle furrowed his brow, his concern evident as he asked, "Given your current state, why aren't you accompanying the doctor to the hospital?" Chu Xiang remained silent, merely gazing at Kyle with a faint smile. Kyle sighed deeply and turned away, unable to bear the sight of Chu Xiang's current state. Yet, he understood the determination that drove Chu Xiang to return to the court. Even if he could not play, merely sitting on the sidelines could uplift the spirits of his teammates. Throughout the frantic matches of March Madness, although unspoken, the entire Gonzaga team had come to wholeheartedly acknowledge Chu Xiang as their spiritual pillar. At that moment, Gonzaga held possession of the ball. Josh was dribbling, seemingly analyzing the game. Yet his entire focus was on Chu Xiang on the sidelines. The other players shared a similar sentiment, their attention inadvertently drawn to Chu Xiang. Recognizing this, Kyle decisively called for a timeout. Just 8 minutes and 15 seconds into the game, the score stood at 12-23, with Gonzaga trailing by 11 points. Josh tossed the ball to the referee and sprinted towards the sidelines. However, the closer he got to Chu Xiang, the more acutely he perceived his condition, and the weight of disappointment in his heart grew heavier. He halted before Chu Xiang, rendered speechless. Just by observing his expression, it was evident that he would not be taking the court this game. One by one, the other players joined Chu Xiang, each enveloped in silence. Witnessing their somber demeanor, Chu Xiang chuckled softly and shook his head. "Why are you all looking at me like that? It's as if I'm on the brink of death." The jest, however, fell flat, as the concern etched on their faces remained palpable. A silence lingered for 2 seconds. Chu Xiang took a deep breath, retracting his smile as he earnestly surveyed his teammates and coach. "Rest assured, in this match, victory shall belong solely to us. However, in your current state, it is impossible for you to take the court." Josh was the first to retort. Chu Xiang did not respond to him, but instead turned to Kyle and said, "Coach, I can only play in the second half of this match." Josh attempted to interject, yet was swiftly cut off by Chu Xiang. "So Josh, do not let the match lose its suspense before I take the court." Having stated this, he then addressed the other players. "Jack, Silas, Jamie, Riel, I entrust the first half of the game to you. Just hold on, and I will take care of the rest. In this match, victory can only belong to us." On the pallid face of Chu Xiang, his eyes burned with unwavering determination. Josh had entirely forgotten what he originally intended to say. His mind was now consumed by Chu Xiang's words. He understood better than anyone that the youth before him was a man of his word, one who had never broken a promise. "I comprehend." Josh heard his own voice escape his lips involuntarily. "Rest assured, we shall certainly keep the suspense until the second half." With a slight curl of his lips, Chu Xiang extended his right hand into the air. The others around him followed suit, placing their hands atop his. "Gonzaga, victory is ours." Their palms spread like blossoms. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. During the brief intermission, the cameras remained focused on the Gonzaga bench. Although their voices were not recorded, the expressions on their faces were scrutinized by all. In the TNT studio, Barkley wore an unusually serious expression, shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. Kenny turned to his longtime partner, asking, "What's wrong? Why the sigh?" Barkley replied earnestly, "This team is terrifying. If I were still playing, I would dread facing them." After a moment of contemplation, Kenny responded, "I concur. There's something about them that reminds me of those dynasty bulls." Barkley nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this team, Chu Xiang is their Jordan. As long as he is present, the team possesses a soul, an unyielding belief, and a determination to forge ahead. Meanwhile, before the television, Shen Keju finally found the number she sought. After dialing, she implored the other end to reach out to the medical team at the Alamodome. Before long, the Lighthouse National Medical Association confirmed they had made contact and relayed the situation in detail. At this point, Shen Keju exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet the guilt within her remained unabated. Even if the necessary medicine reached the arena, the probability of Chu Xiang taking the court had diminished significantly. Observing the game. Despite her lack of basketball knowledge, she could see that Chu Xiang's team was trailing by a considerable margin, clearly in a state of despair. She watched as he sat on the sidelines, enduring discomfort, while the audience erupted in applause for him. The resolute expressions on the Gonzaga players' faces filled her with an inexplicable emotion. So this is basketball. This is the game that Chu Xiang is playing? If I am the reason they lose. She gazed at the tens of thousands of fans, an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon her. What kind of burden must you be enduring on that court? The mere thought of Chu Xiang's current feelings intensified her bitterness. This was the most arduous experience Shun Kaju had ever encountered in her life. Chapter 95. The most challenging battle, yet the game continued. Josh dribbled past half court, immediately organizing their offensive strategy. In principle, Gonzaga's current lineup should not engage in a half-court battle with Stanford. The Lopez brothers, in such scenarios, were like two formidable tanks. They were a force to be reckoned with, seamlessly blending offense and defense. However, Gonzaga must engage in a battle of attrition while ensuring a certain level of accuracy in their shots. Only in this manner can they manage the clock and the score differential, allowing for the possibility of a competitive second half. In the TNT studio, Kenny astutely remarked that the current score stands at 12-23, seemingly a mere 11-point deficit for Gonzaga. However, it is crucial to note that in Stanford's games, their opponents typically average a total score of only 60 points. If the current time and score persist, it appears that Gonzaga may struggle to reach even that average, as their offensive capabilities have diminished significantly without Cho. Barkley added, indeed, that during the recent timeout, although the content of Cho's address to the team remained unknown, it was evident that Gonzaga's players still harbored ambitions for this match. If I am not mistaken, they seem to be attempting to slow the pace of the game. And the only reason I can fathom for this is, Kenny suddenly realized, are you suggesting that Cho will indeed return to the game? Barkley nodded gravely, a hint of a smirk on his lips. Kenny chuckled. Barkley, I know you have grown fond of Cho, but we must adhere to the laws of reality. His current condition makes it glaringly apparent that he cannot play. Barkley fell silent, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I understand your point. But I am also aware that Cho has acquired a resounding nickname across the nation, the Child of Miracles. It is difficult not to envision him conjuring yet another marvel. Kenny shook his head. If you were to step onto the court, I fear you would be in for another loss on our wager. Barkley paused, clearly having forgotten about the bet. Upon recollection, he became engulfed in a conflict of emotions, torn between the desire for Cho to play and the apprehension of his participation. On the court, Gonzaga executed their tactical maneuvers effectively, culminating in Jack seizing an opportunity in the left corner and sinking a mid-range jumper. The score narrowed to 14-23, within a 10-point margin. Yet, in an instant, Stanford initiated a fast break following a baseline inbounds pass. The point guard advanced rapidly, and their small forward executed a surprising move, penetrating the paint before Real and Jamie could establish their positions. The basketball soared through the air for an emphatic alley-oop dunk. 14-25. Josh, gritting his teeth, instinctively sought to receive the ball for a swift counterattack. However, rationality quickly reined him in, compelling him to methodically advance across half court and establish their offense. In the paint, Little Low pressed against Jamie, whispering ominously from behind, "Are all of you as worthless as your captain? We just dunked on you. Aren't you even going to retaliate? Truly, you are one cohesive team. Perhaps you should hastily join that yellow-skinned kid on the sidelines." As Jamie's anger surged within him, he found himself in a prime position and immediately reached out for the ball. "Oh, what's this? Are you angry at my words and eager to challenge me?" Little Luo grinned, his smile wide. Josh glanced at the timer, feeling that the time was ripe, and noticed that Jamie was indeed deep in position. So he passed the ball to him. In the low post on the right side, Jamie received the ball with his back to the basket. "Come on then. Test your mettle against the prowess of the Pacific 10 Conference's best defensive player." Little Luo bared his teeth, shaking his head, his long, wavy hair dancing wildly, resembling a tempest. Jamie steeled himself, determined not to let Little Luo's taunts affect him, lowering his center of gravity to initiate a straightforward backdown. One push, two pushes. Why is this so effortless? Jamie mused as he nudged twice, forcing Little Luo to retreat 2 steps, landing him right beneath the basket. So it was merely bravado? Jamie thought. With the position perfectly aligned, he wasted no time, executing a slight jump and turning for a hook shot. However, at the moment he turned to take off, he was confronted by little Luo's arrogant face. "Ha ha ha, fool. You fell for it. Perish here." Little Luo leaped abruptly, his right hand snatching the basketball out of midair. The announcer's voice boomed. "Stanford University's power forward, Robin Lopez, has just completed a spectacular block." This play showcased his jumping ability, far surpassing that of his opponent. But the drama did not end there. As little Luo landed, he swiftly flung the ball away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Big Luo had somehow already dashed inside the three-point line. The synergy that had developed from years of playing together was now vividly on display. Big Luo didn't even need to turn around to anticipate where his brother would deliver the ball. He extended his hand and effortlessly caught it right in front of him. "Get back on defense," Josh shouted. But it was already too late. Gonzaga's defense had just crossed half-court when Big Luo leaped within the key, with a thunderous two-handed dunk that echoed like a mountain crashing down. Hanging on the rim, Big Luo let out a primal roar before landing. This roar instantly ignited the fervor of the Stanford fans. "Crush them. Sweat their shots away. The Lopez brothers, invincible." Amidst the overwhelming cheers, Josh lifted his gaze to the scoreboard. With 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, the score read 14-27. "We have 10 minutes left. We must endure this stretch," Josh thought resolutely. He turned towards Jack. "Jack, make sure to move around more, seek opportunities from the perimeter." Jack pursed his lips and nodded thoughtfully, fully aware that, under the staunch defense of these two brothers, Stanford's interior was nearly impregnable, compelling them to seek opportunities from beyond the arc. The game continued. Jack did not disappoint. After a series of off-ball movements, he received a pass at the top of the arc. Despite his defender's close coverage, he found space to shoot, releasing a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. 17-27. However, as they turned back, Stanford's Big Luo executed a powerful move in the paint against Riel, scoring 2 points while drawing a foul. The free throw was also successful, bringing the score to 17-30. On the sidelines, Chu Xiang observed his teammates with a calm demeanor, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Although he had informed the coach that he could play in the second half, he realized he had merely 10 minutes of opportunity. If he could not score a three-pointer in those 10 minutes, how many points could they catch up? 10? 20? No more than that. Come on, brothers. Chapter 96. Impenetrable Defense. NCAA's premier defense on the court. With Jack hitting his first three-pointer, his shooting touch suddenly ignited. In the ensuing offensive plays, he consistently found the mark, scoring 6 points from 3 attempts. Meanwhile, on Stanford's side, Big Luo unleashed a barrage of attacks, dominating the paint and also going 3 for 3, plus an additional free throw. Consequently, as the game reached the 13-minute mark, the score stood at 23-37. With Gonzaga trailing by 14 points, Stanford called a timeout to make substitutions. Josh and the others quickly seized this moment to rest. In the TNT studio, Kenny remarked, "Both teams have been executing their offenses brilliantly during this stretch, maintaining a high shooting percentage, and the score has yet to widen. However, there is a concern that Gonzaga may be overlooking, namely, their stamina." Gonzaga's offense relies heavily on high-intensity movement to create opportunities, requiring significantly more energy than Stanford's approach. While Jack has showcased his shooting prowess, his accuracy is heavily influenced by his physical condition. If this continues, as fatigue sets in, I anticipate his shooting precision will diminish. As a former star shooter for the two-time championship Rockets during the Dream era, Kenny certainly had credibility in matters of shooting. At this juncture, the score difference was 14 points, an awkward margin that seemed small, yet if Gonzaga missed a couple of shots, that deficit could swiftly balloon to nearly 20 points. At that point, Gonzaga would find themselves in a precarious situation. Barkley nodded in agreement, acknowledging, while your performance may not have been stellar, your insights are indeed quite valid. Kenny rolled his eyes, too apathetic to retort. Barkley continued, as you mentioned, once the point differential reaches around 20, Gonzaga can only hope for a miracle from Chu Xiang. However, even if Chu Xiang is able to play, given his current condition, how much of his prowess can he truly exhibit? Regardless of his potential output, as long as he cannot operate at full capacity, Gonzaga's chances of a comeback are non-existent. After all, their opponent is, without a doubt, the best defensive team in the NCAA. According to this season's statistics, the Lopez brothers collectively average over 7 blocks per game. That is a formidable figure. Stanford's interior can rightly be deemed a no-fly zone. In fact, this average of 7 blocks could theoretically be higher, as little Lopez alone can contribute more than 4. The remaining 3 blocks are provided by Big Lopez, who also averages 19.7 points and 8.7 rebounds. If Big Lopez focuses solely on defense, it would not be difficult for the brothers to average 10 blocks together. Barkley added, yet, as long as Chu Xiang remains on the sidelines, I will always entertain the notion of a miracle. His previous performances have been nothing short of spectacular. Hey, Barkley, Kenny interjected, clearing his throat to interrupt Barkley. What you should be doing right now is praying that Chu Xiang doesn't take the court. Otherwise, the citizens of New York will witness the excess around your midsection. FK, Barkley exclaimed, unable to contain himself, prompting the television director to swiftly mute the broadcast. On the court, the timeout concluded quickly. Stanford substituted Little Lopez, allowing him a moment of respite, while Big Lopez took the lead alone. Observing the personnel changes on the opposing side, Kyle seized the last moments of the timeout to declare, now is the time to unleash our full offensive potential. The game resumed. The absence of Xiao Luo had no impact on De Luo's offensive performance. Receiving the ball from mid-range, he even executed a back-turn jump shot. De Luo is a traditional low-post center, robust in stature. Despite possessing a beautiful mid-range shot, he typically shoots only when free to receive a pass, rarely opting for a jump shot under pressure. Nevertheless, this particular play subtly indicates that his offensive prowess has now been fully unleashed. In the absence of Xiao Luo, De Luo appeared rather subdued. Although the two brothers are twins, their personalities differ significantly. Xiao Luo embodies a flamboyant character, rather tempestuous in nature, while De Luo tends to be more reserved and introspective. When supported by his brother, De Luo might express himself more, but when left to his own devices, he tends to remain silent. On the sidelines, upon witnessing his brother's play, Xiao Luo sprang to his feet, waving his towel exuberantly, his curly hair dancing wildly in the air, reminiscent of a wild man. As Gonzaga transitioned to offense, Josh attempted to execute a play for Jack. After a series of movements, Jack indeed managed to create an open shot. However, he failed to convert the wide-open three-pointer. As soon as he released the ball, he turned back to defend, instinctively aware that the shot would miss, shaking his head in a gesture of self-reproach. In the TNT studio, Kenny wore a self-satisfied smile, declaring, "See? Just as I predicted, as Jack's stamina wanes, his shooting touch will plummet. This was a perfectly open shot, yet he missed. Come on, Kenny." "Jack's current scoring already surpasses your career average," retorted Barkley, noting that Jack had scored 13 points while Kenny's career average stood at 12.8 points. Rather than becoming angry, Kenny chuckled, "Barkley, how closely do you track me? I can't even recall my own average. Tell me, do you spend your days at home watching highlights of my past games?" With a scoff, Barkley switched to his verbal sparring mode, and the two engaged in a spirited exchange of banter. As the game progressed, time steadily slipped away, bringing them to the final play of the first half. At this juncture, the score stood at 30-47, with Gonzaga trailing by 17 points. The final offensive play was initiated by Stanford University. Chu Xiang sat on the sidelines, slightly lifting his gaze towards the scoreboard. 17 points. If they could defend against this ball, there would still be time to play in the second half. After the intermission, he felt that his gastrointestinal discomfort had improved somewhat, though it was still far from being fit for such high-intensity sports. His greatest reliance was the prop provided by the system, the optimal condition. At that moment, the team assistant coach suddenly approached him. We received word from the doctor. They brought the medication to the arena. Oh, Chu Xiang raised an eyebrow. Surprised by the efficiency of the American doctors, he had expected the analysis to take several hours. All right, I'll go take the medication after the half. On the court, the defining final shot of the first half, the Stanford point guard dribbled past half court, with Brook Lopez moving to the arc to set a screen. The two exchanged glances, deciding to execute an STS tactic. The instant the guard passed the ball to Lopez, he immediately set himself as a wall. Lopez dribbled left, creating a passing lane, and the Stanford guard swiftly cut towards the basket. Riel had initially intended to defend Lopez, but upon seeing the Stanford guard making a backdoor cut, he immediately pivoted to cover, relinquishing his defense of Lopez. Just slightly to the left of the arc, Lopez stood beyond the three-point line, finding himself open. Should I take the three-pointer? Lopez hesitated. However, had he known what his future self would become, he would surely have had no doubts. Brook Lopez, in the original timeline, after several years in the NBA, developed his three-point shot towards the end of his Nets career, becoming the first player in history to average 2 three-pointers and 2 blocks per game in a single season. Such statistics were ample proof of Lopez's shooting prowess. Though his three-point ability was not yet strong, the NCAA three-point line was shorter. He glanced at the clock. There were 5 seconds left in this possession. If he tried to drive in, he might not make it in time. Better to take the shot. With a quick thought, Lopez raised his hand and launched the ball. In the TNT studio, witnessing this moment, Barkley's mouth formed a perfect circle. Brook Lopez is shooting a three-pointer. Now, that's a rarity. In my mind, he is akin to Yao Ming. It's quite amusing to see him shoot a three. No sooner had he spoken than the basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud and then swished through the net. Ha ha ha, he actually made it. How delightful. Barkley laughed heartily. Kenny smiled and remarked, indeed, it's quite interesting, and with that three-pointer, Stanford's lead has now reached 20 points. On the sidelines, Chu Xiang raised his hand to gently press his temple, feeling a slight headache despite scoring 20 points. Meanwhile, on the court, Josh cast a glance towards Chu Xiang, his face visibly marked by disappointment and remorse. Chu Xiang could only manage a faint smile in return, as the ball swished through the net. Gonzaga had just over 2 seconds remaining. Josh received the ball and launched a desperate three-pointer from beyond the arc, which, as expected, failed to find its mark. The first half came to a close. The score stood at 30-50, with a 20-point deficit. Josh trudged back to the bench, his head lowered, unable to meet Chu Xiang's gaze. Come on, don't be so disheartened. Help me out here, Chu Xiang said. Although Chu Xiang's condition has improved significantly, he still feels somewhat weak. Josh remained silent, simply assisting Chu Xiang to his feet as they made their way towards the player tunnel. As the images of the match faded from the television screen, Shinkaju leaned back and reclined on the sofa. Her current mood resembled ashes strewn across a snow-covered landscape, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping her. Just then, Uncle Hu emerged from the kitchen, announcing, "Miss, dinner is ready." Shinkaju, lacking any appetite, softly replied, "Uncle Hu, please go ahead and eat. I'm not feeling very hungry right now." Upon hearing her voice, Uncle Hu was immediately struck with confusion. In Shinkaju's life, her meals had always followed a strict routine, and unless she was ill, it had been ages since he last saw her so disinterested in food, perhaps not since her elementary school days. That time was when a boy at school had bullied her. Yet, it was not the bullying that caused her loss of appetite. Rather, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to retaliate, forgetting to eat in the process. "Miss, are you feeling unwell? Should I call a doctor?" Uncle Hu inquired. The mere mention of a doctor made Shinkaju feel even worse. She covered her ears with her small hands, burying her head into the sofa, and murmured, "I'm fine, Uncle Hu. Please don't ask. I just want some quiet." Uncle Hu blinked in bewilderment, feeling increasingly perplexed. What could possibly be happening? He thought it best to report this to the boss. During the halftime break, the doctor provided specialized medication for Chu Xiang. After taking the medicine, he quickly noticed a significant alleviation of his discomfort. Even with the medication, we still recommend a thorough examination at the hospital, just to be safe, the lead doctor advised. Chu Xiang smiled faintly. At this moment, his complexion appeared less haggard. Yet it was still evident that he bore a semblance of frailty. "There's no need to persuade me. I shall certainly undergo an examination, but not at this moment." The team leader physician refrained from further commentary. Kyle gazed at Chu Xiang, seemingly on the verge of utterance, yet ultimately remained silent. As the second half approached, the perpetually quiet Josh addressed Chu Xiang, saying, "Chu, I apologize for not being able to maintain the score in this match." "What are you talking about?" Chu Xiang replied. "It's merely a 20-point deficit. The score has not widened significantly, has it? Now, let us prepare to take the field." With that, Chu Xiang rose to his feet, this time without leaning on Josh for support. Chu Xiang adjusted his shoulders and then made his way towards the players' tunnel. His voice echoed back over his shoulder. "As long as I am on the court, you can believe in me." The second half commenced. In the TNT studio, as the camera captured Chu Xiang donning the white number 66 jersey stepping onto the court, Kenny exclaimed, "He's really back on the court. My goodness. He still looks rather unwell, yet he has truly returned." Listening to Kenny's excited tone, Barkley shook his round head. It seems Chu Xiang firmly believes he can salvage this game. If he were in his usual healthy condition, I would undoubtedly say the outcome remains uncertain. However, the latest reports indicate that he only received a brief treatment during halftime. I truly doubt he can be the savior for the team. "Not necessarily," Kenny replied with a smile. Chu Xiang has previously demonstrated through his actions that when he steps onto the court, anything is possible. Like scoring 30 points effortlessly? Barkley teased. Upon hearing this, Kenny scratched his head. He has achieved 30 points and a half before. Barkley shrugged. On the court, the Lopez brothers also returned simultaneously. Little Lopez looked at Chu Xiang and mockingly said, "Yellow-skinned coward, why don't you continue your pathetic charade of being injured? You must want me to risk it all for you, huh? Ha ha." Upon hearing Xiao Luo's voice, Chu Xiang turned to face him and remarked, "I hope that when the match concludes, you will not find yourself regretting the words you have spoken. Enjoy yourself. The competition is only just beginning." Chapter 98. I hope you do not regret it. As Chu Xiang stepped onto the court, the spectators within the arena, whether supporters of Stanford or Gonzaga, largely rose to applaud him. In an instant, this venue, brimming with 65,000 attendees, became ablaze with fervor. The first play of the second half commenced as Gonzaga executed a baseline throw-in. Chu Xiang had already established his position. As Josh advanced past the half-court line, he reached out for the ball on the right wing. Upon receiving it, Chu Xiang extended his right hand, fingers splayed wide. This gesture conveyed a singular message: Gonzaga's most enigmatic strategy since the onset of March Madness, setting up for a one-on-one with Chu Xiang. The commentators, upon observing this signal, immediately exclaimed, "Here it comes." The moment Chu Xiang entered the game, he sought to take charge of the first offensive play. It seemed he was eager to demonstrate his prowess. However, given his current demeanor, could he truly execute this isolation play? Chu Xiang's complexion appeared slightly sallow as he bent low, cradling the ball. Behind him, the Stanford defender wore a serious expression, resolutely adhering to Chu Xiang, leaving him no room to maneuver. There was no sign of complacency, despite Chu Xiang's compromised physical condition. It was evident that Stanford had meticulously analyzed Gonzaga's previous game footage prior to this match, and they found themselves at a loss for effective countermeasures against Chu Xiang's formidable one-on-one skills. The defensive backbone of Stanford rested upon the Lopez brothers, both of whom were robust inside players and thus unable to step out and guard against Chu Xiang's isolation plays. While the other players on the team boasted defensive capabilities above the NCAA average, none felt confident in their ability to contain Chu Xiang. The footage showcasing his signature fadeaway jumpers had been indelibly etched in their minds, leaving them with a singular, disconcerting assessment: insurmountable. Hence, even with the knowledge of Chu Xiang's recent bout of food poisoning and his lingering physical malaise, the defenders remained vigilant, unwilling to yield an inch. The lean tiger had emerged from the forest, still a king. Sensing the cautious demeanor of his defender, Chu Xiang smiled and murmured, "Excellent. Defend me tenaciously. You must ensure my complete containment." The defender paused, momentarily bewildered, wondering if he had misheard. Who would make such a demand in the heat of competition? Before the thought could settle, Chu Xiang initiated his backing down move, prompting the Stanford defender to sharpen his focus and press against Chu Xiang's back. One push, then another. Yet no space was created. "This isn't going well. I lack the strength to move him," Chu Xiang mused. Though their heights were comparable, the physical disparity was glaringly evident. The Stanford defender was noticeably leaner, and under normal circumstances, Chu Xiang's efforts would have easily toppled him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. This position was sufficient. Fadeaway jumper, Kobe, engage. With a sudden surge of speed, Chu Xiang executed a flawless somersault leap, completing his maneuver in the blink of an eye. The defender before him, undeterred, quickly reached out in an attempt to disrupt his rhythm. Yet, as Chu Xiang gracefully glided through the air, the interference proved utterly futile. An unanswerable offensive technique. It demands a shot right in your face. It insists on advancing before your very eyes. The most daunting aspect of a fadeaway jump shot lies precisely here. Regardless of the defensive prowess, as long as I lean back sufficiently and my shot remains impeccably accurate, you are rendered helpless. Upon entering the court, he immediately unleashed his signature fadeaway jumper. The arc of the ball appeared nothing short of perfection. It seemed utterly impossible to miss. The commentator remarked. The response to this commentary was the resounding sound of the ball swishing through the net. Had he truly suffered from food poisoning before the match? The fluidity of Chu Xiang's movements appeared completely unaffected, his release as pristine as ever, resembling a true masterpiece. Impact? Indeed, there was a slight one. Have you not seen how he struggled against the defender? However, at the moment he executed this skill, Chu Xiang had already attained the shooting consistency reminiscent of a prime Kobe Bryant, a man who could sink 2 free throws even with a ruptured Achilles, lead his team to 11 consecutive victories with a broken finger, and score 60 points in his final game despite utter exhaustion. Chu Xiang landed gracefully, appearing utterly at ease. However, He sensed that after releasing the ball, a significant portion of his stamina had been depleted. His condition was still rather poor. He thought he could manage to throw at most 2 more times. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his lethal and penetrating actions. Chu Xiang brought his index and middle fingers together, placing them near his lips, striking a pose as if to blow a whistle. He then turned to his defender, asserting, "Did I not mention? You must guard me with every ounce of effort. Otherwise, it is you who shall face the consequences." His defender, witnessing the audacity of his actions, found himself at a loss for a retort, for he had indeed exerted every possible effort in his defense. After all, this was a player who had suffered food poisoning before the match and was unable to take the court in the first half. The moment cast a shadow over his thoughts. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a swift turn, Stanford initiated their offense. Thanks to Chu Xiang's return, Gonzaga's other players could now channel all their attention and energy into their defensive efforts. As Stanford attempted to execute a bounce pass to the interior player, the formidable Deluo, Josh, suddenly emerged from behind him, intercepting the pass with precision. The point guard for Stanford quickly regrouped for defense. Given that the Lopez brothers were both imposing interior players, Stanford exhibited a significant vulnerability in their transition defense. However, on this occasion, Gonzaga chose not to capitalize on the opportunity for a fast break. Chu Xiang stepped forward to take the ball, gradually maneuvering it across half court, and once again extended his right hand. The commentator's tone began to rise. What sort of strategy is this? Gonzaga relinquished a seemingly certain fast break opportunity, instead opting for another isolation play initiated by Chu Xiang. Is this truly wise? It is crucial to remember that Gonzaga is currently the trailing team. What could they possibly be thinking? If one were to pose this question to Chu Xiang, the answer would be quite straightforward. It is simply a desire to utterly dismantle them. Once again, Chu Xiang found himself positioned at the right wing, but this time, the defender was not the same as before. Due to his sluggish retreat, Xiao Luo was the last to return to defense. Thus it fell upon him to guard the equally lethargic Chu Xiang as he ambled across half court. Observing Chu Xiang, Xiao Luo stuck out his tongue, shaking his golden mane like a lion. "You little pest, don't think that sinking a shot in front of them makes you significant. Before me, you are nothing. Do you dare to challenge me? Or will you cowardly pass the ball and retreat to sip your baby potion?" Ha. Gazing at Xiao Luo's arrogant and audacious expression, a faint smile crept across Chu Xiang's lips. "I recall having mentioned that I hoped, by the end of the match, you would not regret having provoked me." With that, Chu Xiang began to dribble beneath his legs. Xiao Luo, being of considerable size, could not lower his center of gravity to disrupt Chu Xiang's dribbling. So he remained rooted in place, arms outstretched, coldly scrutinizing Chu Xiang. "It seems you have a death wish. Let us see who will regret this." Chapter 99, Alone. Commanding the court, do you truly believe you can penetrate my defense? It is utterly laughable. Xiao Luo merely stood there, arms wide, effectively sealing off any breakthrough opportunity for Chu Xiang. Though Xiao Luo's demeanor was brash, he possessed considerable intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have made it to the NBA. Earlier, during Chu Xiang's solo play, Xiao Luo had already discerned that Chu Xiang's physical condition was far from optimal, his strength and speed significantly compromised. Thus, he felt emboldened, taunting Chu Xiang with wild abandon. Even with Chu Xiang's formidable mental fortitude, facing Xiao Luo's incessant trash talk and his wild, curly hair proved somewhat vexing. Chu Xiang's expression grew increasingly grim as he lowered his center of gravity. Suddenly, he explosively pushed off to the right. "You think you can get past me? You worthless fool." Xiao Luo stepped forward to block Chu Xiang. Yet, Chu Xiang's feet remained in motion as he executed a direct dribble. Xiao Luo immediately recognized this movement, realizing Chu Xiang was about to launch an attack. He quickly adjusted his body, shifting his weight towards Chu Xiang. However, despite Xiao Luo's commendable defense, the laws of physics were immutable. His shifting weight was inevitably slower than Chu Xiang's. As Chu Xiang pivoted, he pushed off his right foot, using his left as an axis to complete a back turn, leaping into the air. Once again, he executed a perfect fadeaway jump shot. Although Xiao Luo's weight shift was sluggish, his wingspan was considerable. Even with his body lagging, he still managed to extend his hand toward Chu Xiang. With merely half an arm's length separating them, Xiao Luo's gaze locked with Chu Xiang's in midair. Chu Xiang gazed at Xiao Luo, his body drifting backward, his lips slightly parting. Xiao Luo did not catch what Chu Xiang had uttered, nor did he care. All he desired was to swat that infernal basketball away. His tongue protruded, baring his teeth as if he intended to devour Chu Xiang whole. Yet, It seemed an impossibility. No matter how fervently he reached out, he remained just a fraction of a distance away from the basketball in Chu Xiang's grasp. That infinitesimal distance felt like an entire universe. In the narrowest of margins, Chu Xiang released the ball mere millimeters above Xiao Luo's fingertips. The commentators erupted in astonishment. Incredible. This defense has been pushed to its limits. Yet Chu Xiang still found the space to shoot. At that moment, the entire arena, filled with tens of thousands of Gonzaga fans, collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed upon the spinning basketball in midair. And the shot went in. Chu Xiang had once again executed a leaning jumper, a feat of extraordinary difficulty. His backward lean was utterly outrageous. How could one fathom that this individual was still reeling from food poisoning? His complexion remained pale, and just moments earlier, he could barely stand. Yet, upon stepping onto the court, his shooting was as flawless as ever. The crowd's roar erupted like a thunderclap. This venue accommodated far more spectators than a typical basketball arena, and as the cheers surged, it felt overwhelmingly immersive. At the center of the court, all players engaged in the game shared a similar sensation in that instant. It was as if their world had been submerged by a tsunami potent enough to obliterate existence itself. This tsunami bore the name of Chu Xiang. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Chu Xiang descended gracefully. Observing Xiao Luo's astonished expression, Chu Xiang responded with a stoic demeanor, mimicking the gesture of loading a gun. Then pointed his right hand, resembling a firearm, at Xiao Luo. No words were exchanged, yet Xiao Luo could distinctly sense the palpable aura of intimidation radiating from Chu Xiang. The echo of Chu Xiang's words at the start of the second half reverberated in his mind. Enjoy it well. The game has only just begun. For the first time in his life, Xiao Luo felt the weight of genuine pressure emanating from another. Every glance and movement of this youth, coupled with the deafening cheers that filled the arena, intensified that sense of oppression with each passing moment. His Adam's apple moved uncontrollably up and down. Momentarily forgetting the banter that typically flowed from his lips, he averted his gaze, unable to maintain eye contact with Chu Xiang, and lowered his head, hastily retreating in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Chu Xiang's expression remained unchanged, yet he let out a silent sigh within. The depletion of his stamina was becoming critical. He could only attempt another fadeaway jump shot. A glance at the timer revealed that merely a minute had elapsed in the second half. With optimal performance lasting only 10 minutes, it meant that Chu Xiang had to rally his team to endure for an additional 9 minutes. If they were to have any chance of clinching the game till the end. The game resumed with the final shot. Stanford was on the offense. Having learned from their previous intercepted pass, they executed their passes with great caution this time, utilizing several screens before securely delivering the ball to Big Luo. Initially intending to take the shot himself beneath the basket, Big Luo glanced at his younger brother and abruptly changed his mind. It seemed that the earlier defense had shaken little Luo's confidence, so he decided to entrust the ball to him, allowing him the opportunity to regain his self-assurance. With this thought in mind, Big Luo exchanged a knowing look with little Luo before passing the ball into his hands. As little Luo received the ball, he faced the tenacious defense of Riel. Freed from offensive worries, Riel had entered a full defensive mode, firmly positioning himself against little Luo. After a fierce struggle beneath the basket, little Luo attempted a hook shot. The basketball struck the backboard and was swiftly seized by Riel, who pivoted in triumph. Damn. After his failed attempt, little Luo turned to retreat on defense. Yet, Riel's thunderous roar behind him compelled him to glance back. Riel, cradling the ball in his arms, stomped his feet while roaring, creating an imposing presence that resonated with the cheers of the crowd. Taking a deep breath, little Luo endeavored to expel the chaotic thoughts from his mind and turned to continue his defensive duties. Chu Xiang walked over and took the basketball. Well done. Keep playing like this, he said with a smile to Riel. Riel nodded emphatically, appearing invigorated by Chu Xiang's praise. Gonzaga launched their offense. Chu Xiang gradually maneuvered the ball, crossing half court, and once again extended his palm. Here it comes. Chu Xiang called for a one-on-one for the third time, the commentator announced. However, this time, Stanford did not grant him his wish. Under their coach's guidance from the sidelines, two players swiftly rushed towards Chu Xiang, attempting to execute a double team. Excellent. They have initiated the double team against me. Unfazed by the encroaching defenders, Chu Xiang calmly retreated a step. Now, this shot shall serve as my ultimate deterrent. Come on. After stepping back, Chu Xiang found himself just beyond the three-point line. At that moment, the two players closing in were mere moments away from confronting him. Although he lacked the experience of a player like Curry, this shot was a gamble on you. He leaped without hesitation, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his three-point shooting was a mere 55%. Detection indicated the opponent's stamina had plummeted to a critical level. The moment of reckoning had arrived, activating the trigger. Chapter 100. As autumn approaches on September 8th. This is a three-pointer. Facing the dual defense. Chu Xiang launched a three-point shot. The commentator exclaimed, "This is a shot from the NCAA tournament's single-game three-point record holder. He had sunk 13 three-pointers in the previous match." What would happen in this game? Despite his current physical state being considerably compromised, everyone should know what his three-point attempts signify. It means that the arc of the basketball was slightly flat, striking the backboard with a resounding thud before ricocheting into the hoop. This is the moment of reckoning, showing no mercy when it counts. The commentator instantly erupted with excitement. Chu Xiang has scored 3 points in just 2 minutes on the court. He had made 3 out of 3 attempts, amassing 7 points. The score now stood at 37-50, with Gonzaga closing the gap to 13 points. This is Chu Xiang. This is Gonzaga's ultimate weapon. Even while battling illness, he remains unstoppable, a true miracle child. The audience erupted into a thunderous roar. The deafening cheers seemed capable of shattering eardrums, and Xiao Luo felt a sudden buzz in his ears, succumbing to a state of tinnitus. He no longer shook his head or grimaced. Instead, he quietly observed Chu Xiang, who had fallen to the ground just beyond the three-point line. "How terrifying," he murmured softly. Chu Xiang rose from the ground, feeling his knees weaken, nearly losing his balance. An unsettling sensation in his stomach surged once more, and he even felt a wave of nausea. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit, he realized he had reached his limit. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, concealing his true condition from the others on the court. In the TNT studio, as they reviewed the replay of the recent play, Kenny could not help but exclaim, "How did he manage that? Chu Xiang is simply incredible. I can't fathom how he could still achieve such a difficult score while suffering from food poisoning. You know, the last time I had an upset stomach, I was bedridden for an entire day. That feeling was truly dreadful, as if all my strength had been expelled." Barkley raised an eyebrow, making his large eyes appear even more pronounced. He said nothing but let out a long sigh. "Should I inquire why you sighed?" Kenny asked. Barkley shook his head. "Kenny, I was merely contemplating whether the weather in Times Square this April might be a bit warmer. Otherwise, I would surely be cold without a jacket." Kenny found Barkley's words and earnest expression utterly amusing, bursting into laughter. "Huh, Barkley. This is the most rational I've ever seen you. You even look somewhat pitiable, huh?" Barkley rolled his eyes in exasperation, his tone slightly agitated. "Can I not be rational? He scored 7 points in just 2 minutes. If our bet was on whether he could score 70 points, I might still have a chance of winning. But we are betting on 30 points. Just 30. He, wearing number 66, is Chu Xiang. Even in this frail state from food poisoning, 30 points would be a walk in the park for him." Kenny nodded in agreement, applauding Barkley's impassioned speech. "Well said, Barkley." Barkley wished he could roll his eyes a full 720 degrees, regretting his wager with Kenny. Back to the game. Stanford's offensive possession ensued. They continued with their inside strategy, with the Lopez brothers positioned at the 2 corners. After receiving the pass, Big Lopez executed a cut, while Little Lopez moved outward, drawing the interior defense away. Big Lopez faced off against Riel's defense in the paint. Instead of forcing his way inside, he opted for a mid-range shot to find an opportunity. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark. Jamie secured the defensive rebound, intending to pass the ball directly to Chu Xiang, but upon seeing Chu Xiang gently shake his head, he relayed the ball to Josh instead. The opportunity returned to Gonzaga. How would they proceed with this offensive play? Would they follow the pattern of previous possessions and allow Chu Xiang to take on his defender one-on-one, or would someone else conclude the attack? The commentator pondered aloud. Chu Xiang took a deep breath and gathered his strength to sprint towards the right half of the court, extending his hand to signal for the ball. It appeared that the same strategy was being employed once again. Chu Xiang called for a one-on-one from the right side of the half court. However, this time, Stanford responded swiftly, immediately sending 2 players to double-team him, leaving no room for Chu Xiang to take a shot. The moment he received the ball, Stanford's players had already completed their encirclement. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their rapid defensive reaction was precisely the scenario that Chu Xiang had been yearning for. Upon receiving the ball, Chu Xiang elevated it high, allowing it no undue pause in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to Jack, who stood poised on the left side of the half-court. Simultaneously, Josh maneuvered in front of Jack to set a screen. After receiving the pass, Jack took a step to the left, creating an opportunity for a shot. He unleashed a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. 40-50. The gap between the two teams had narrowed back to 10 points. Chu Xiang's visage appeared feeble. Yet his smile brimmed with mockery as he addressed the two defenders before him. Well done, you have successfully contained me. Keep playing like this. The two defenders exchanged glances and then simultaneously turned to their coach seated on the bench. The Stanford coach, furrowing his brow, promptly called for a timeout. The commentator remarked, "With Gonzaga University unleashing a surge of 10-0, the score has narrowed to a mere 10 points. Stanford, out of options, has resorted to a timeout in an attempt to halt Gonzaga's offensive momentum." In the TNT studio, Kenny shook his head upon seeing the timeout. This timeout was indeed imperative, but even if called, it may yield little effect. Barkley concurred, stating, "You are absolutely right. The paramount issue confronting Stanford is their inability to contain Chu Xiang. Once he receives the ball, they are compelled to double-team him, and Chu Xiang has become increasingly adept at handling such pressure. Ordinary double teams merely create opportunities for assists. This kid exhibits a semblance of my former prowess." Barkley concluded with a touch of self-praise, undoubtedly justified. In 1993, when the Bulls first sought dynasty glory, they faced Barkley's Suns in the finals. In that match, even the dynasty-bound Bulls struggled against Barkley, only managing to secure victory as his stamina waned. Peak Barkley was the kind of player who could not be restrained, prompting the league to implement the 5-second back-to-basket rule to diminish his impact. "Come on, flying pig. Let us see how Stanford will adjust," Kenny remarked. Chapter 101. After my bloom, all flowers shall wither on the Stanford bench. The players' gazes were fixed upon their coach's face. However, the Stanford coach merely pinched his chin, remaining silent for an extended moment. DeLuo swallowed his drink and boomed, "There's nothing to ponder. Our recent offensive struggles are merely a matter of touch. Our offensive system is intact. As for that kid, we just need to find our rhythm. And we needn't concern ourselves with him." Xiao Luo glanced at his older brother as if intending to voice a thought, but after a moment's reflection, he lowered his head in silence. Upon hearing DeLuo's words, the coach gently shook his head. "DeLuo, your perspective is overly simplistic. This is not merely an offensive dilemma. If we cannot devise a strategy to contain Chu Xiang, this match could become perilous." How perilous could it be? We currently lead by 10 points, and besides, that kid merely got lucky with a few early shots. Just look at his complexion. He surely hasn't recovered from food poisoning. I refuse to believe he can remain unaffected, DeLuo remarked, his words resonating deeply with the coach. Indeed, the fact that he suffered from food poisoning was undoubtedly to our advantage. He had not even taken to the court in the first half, and his physical condition was certainly far from optimal. Let me think. At this point, Xiao Luo could no longer contain himself and interjected, "You haven't faced him directly, so you wouldn't understand." All eyes turned to Xiao Luo, and DeLuo inquired, "Understand what?" Xiao Luo shook his head, furrowing his brow. "He is a monster. When he shoots on the court, you cannot perceive him as a patient. Moreover, that sense of pressure." "Enough," DeLuo thundered, unleashing the authority of an elder brother. "As a member of the Lopez family, is this all you can articulate?" However, Xiao Luo wished to defend his stance. "All right, enough of the bickering. I have devised a strategy," the coach interjected. From the initial plays, it was evident that his shooting form remained largely unaffected. Yet, I believe this is solely due to his formidable mental strength. His body must still be quite frail. Illness is illness. No one can defy objective reality. Therefore, in the forthcoming match, our defensive strategy will involve double-teaming Chu Xiang, swiftly depleting his stamina. If we can force him off the court, the remaining players from Gonzaga University will surely pose no challenge to us. "All right, prepare to take the court." DeLuo, as the captain, stood and declared loudly, "Understood, coach." The other players echoed in unison, but Xiao Luo merely bowed his head, responding faintly. As the second half approached the 2:45 mark, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Stanford, in the ensuing plays, faithfully executed their coach's directives. As soon as Chu Xiang crossed half-court to receive a pass, two players immediately converged to double-team him. Chu Xiang can only pass the ball. In the initial 3 passes executed by Chu Xiang, he successfully created direct opportunities for offense, resulting in 4 points. However, following these 3 instances, his passing began to falter, leading to a turnover for Stanford University and a subsequent jump ball. The rapid change in circumstances can be attributed to a simple reason. Chu Xiang's physical condition is indeed beginning to falter. Although the act of passing may seem straightforward, it demands a high level of concentration, requiring constant vigilance to monitor the movements of teammates and the defensive strategies of opponents in order to identify the optimal moment for a pass. Chu Xiang was tormented by a series of relentless abdominal cramps, rendering him increasingly unable to concentrate. Observing this predicament, Stanford promptly adjusted their defensive strategy, abandoning their double team on Chu Xiang. Consequently, Josh was compelled to initiate the offense himself. However, devoid of Chu Xiang's influence, their attempts faltered repeatedly against the Lopez brothers' staunch defense. In contrast, Stanford, after a few unsuccessful offensive attempts at the onset of the second half, saw Big Lo become increasingly aggressive in attacking the paint, eventually regaining his shooting touch after several attempts. Despite Riel and Jamie's valiant efforts to defend the interior, they were powerless to prevent Big Lo from wreaking havoc beneath the basket. Soon, as the game approached the 9:45 mark, Stanford had surged ahead, establishing a 16-point lead with a score of 46-62. As the team grew more cohesive in their play, Little Lo gradually emerged from his confusion. Was the pressure he had felt merely a figment of his imagination? It now seemed evident that Chu Xiang was utterly defeated. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he glanced at Chu Xiang in the distance. Chu Xiang's complexion had turned a waxen hue, his forehead beaded with a profusion of sweat as he stood, leaning heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. It seemed as though he might collapse on the court at any moment. Focus on your defense, Big Luo bellowed, noticing his younger brother's momentary lapse in concentration. A triumphant smirk returned to Xiao Luo's face. I got it, brother, he retorted, darting out of the paint and positioning himself before Chu Xiang. He patted his teammate on the shoulder and declared, I'll take him. You look a bit fatigued. Let me handle him for a while. As they switched defensive assignments, Xiao Luo cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiang, grinning mockingly. I had thought you were formidable, but it appears you are nothing more than a waste. Chu Xiang gasped for breath, his eyes remaining fixed and unblinking at Xiao Luo's words. In such a dire state, what was the point of competing? He should hasten off the field and select a plot for his burial. The sight of him brought nothing but misfortune. Chu Xiang remained silent. It was not that he was unwilling to respond. Rather, he simply lacked the strength to do so. Having already lost a significant amount of energy due to previous bouts of vomiting and diarrhea, he was utterly drained after the time spent on the court. To exacerbate matters, he was also enduring sharp pains in his abdomen, leaving him with no energy to engage with Xiao Luo's taunts. Not far away, Josh controlled the ball. Yet his gaze drifted toward Chu Xiang. It was evident that Chu was nearing his limit and could no longer continue. Should he call a timeout to substitute him? Contemplating this, Josh turned to Coach Kyle and pointed towards Chu Xiang. Kyle immediately grasped Josh's intent, letting out a long sigh, nodding with emphasis as he prepared to signal for a timeout. Give me the ball. With a sudden bend at the waist, Chu Xiang raised his hand and called out loudly to Josh. Josh was taken aback, hesitating for a fleeting moment. He could discern the tremor in Chu Xiang's voice, a testament to the pain he was enduring as he struggled to maintain his posture. Yet, with unwavering determination, he extended his right hand and fixed his gaze upon Josh. Instinctively, Josh passed the ball directly into Chu Xiang's grasp. However, the moment the ball left his hands, regret washed over him. No, this play needs to be halted. You cannot continue. Referee. He turned to seek the referee for a timeout, but Chu Xiang shouted resolutely, no need for a timeout. Enduring excruciating pain, he straightened his body, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. His eyes darted to the timer, which indicated that the second half had just reached the 10 o'clock mark. Optimal condition, engage. Chapter 102. I suggest he be taken to the laboratory. Before Chu Xiang, a golden capsule shattered into countless specks of starlight, cascading into every part of his being. In the next instant, Chu Xiang felt as if he had come to life. The pain that had plagued his body vanished, and the energy he thought he had completely exhausted surged back within him. He straightened his posture, fixing his gaze upon the young Luo before him. I did not catch your previous words. Would you kindly repeat them? Chu Xiang revealed a gentle smile, imbued with warmth. In Xiao Luo's world, the overwhelming sense of oppression surged towards him once more, even more intense than before. Despite the absence of the crowd's exuberant cheers, the boy before him exuded an aura of profound danger. Xiao Luo's right eyelid twitched involuntarily, and his left foot instinctively retreated a half-step. Yet, it was precisely this half-step, this fleeting moment, with a low center of gravity, Chu Xiang executed a flawless step and propelled the ball forward, darting past Xiao Luo's arm with remarkable agility. Xiao Luo, caught off guard, had barely registered Chu Xiang's movement before he vanished from view. Turning in alarm, he shouted, "Stop him!" But it was too late. Having deftly bypassed Xiao Luo, Chu Xiang accelerated into the restricted area. Although De Luo stood beneath the basket, he was far from an optimal defensive position. This audacious breakthrough left the commentators momentarily speechless. De Luo lunged at Chu Xiang with all his might. Yet it seemed as though Chu Xiang paid no heed to the defense. Planting his left foot within the key, he leaped into the air. In that moment, De Luo stretched his arm desperately toward Chu Xiang's soaring figure, but could only graze the edge of his jersey. His speed was astonishing. Or rather, this explosive dunk came as a complete surprise. No one had anticipated it. No one was able to react. With the ball in his right hand, he ascended like a blazing comet. Bang! Chu Xiang forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop with one arm. He has dunked. He has dunked. My goodness. Chu Xiang. He actually executed a dunk. The commentator on site stood up in sheer astonishment, repeating the same phrase 3 times to convey his disbelief. Without touching the frame, Chu Xiang landed directly on the ground. He turned around and gazed at Xiao Luo, extending his right hand and pointing downward with his index finger at the ground beneath him. "This," he declared, "is the burial site I have chosen for you." Chu Xiang's smile was gentle and elegant, devoid of any murderous intent. However, in Xiao Luo's eyes, this young man in white resembled a fearsome demon. It was only at this moment that the audience began to grasp the magnitude of the event unfolding before them. A nuclear bomb had struck the Alamo Dome, and the exhilaration of the crowd was nearly overwhelming. My God, what has transpired? How did he achieve this? Just moments ago, he appeared to be on the brink of collapse. A bewildered man stood agape. A monster. He is undoubtedly a monster. Chu Xiang, I am utterly enamored with you. You magnificent creature. A young man shouted excitedly, his hands flailing and scattering popcorn all over a nearby spectator. Yet, the man drenched in popcorn remained unperturbed, merely moving his lips as if engaged in a soliloquy. If one leaned in closer, they could hear him murmuring, "So the movie's R&T lying. Oh mother, there truly are superheroes." Not only at the venue, but the TNT broadcasting studio was also in an uproar. Kenny and Barkley, witnessing this extraordinary dunk, simultaneously leaped to their feet, both instinctively covering their bald heads. Kenny, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Did you see what he just did?" A pre-game bout of food poisoning rendered him unable to participate in the first half, and by the second half, he was utterly depleted, on the verge of being substituted for medical attention, and yet he managed to execute a dunk over a towering beast in the paint. "Barkley, did you see that? What are you doing?" Kenny turned to find Barkley frantically summoning his assistant. "Hurry, bring me my phone. Quickly, we're about to strike gold. Get in touch with the Department of Defense. Contact the Pentagon. We have discovered extraterrestrial life. Or perhaps a visitor from Krypton, subterranean beings, or transformers. In any case, he is certainly not human. Immediately send him to the lab for research." Barkley leapt in place. But it was not only Barkley. As Chu Xiang completed this earth-shattering dunk, countless individuals in various corners and in front of numerous televisions were also jumping with exhilaration. Perhaps this moment would be etched in their memories for a long, long time. On the court, however, the players' reactions were less intense, for they were all in a state of shock. They had witnessed everything. The stark contrast between Chu Xiang's earlier frailty and the sheer ferocity of his dunk was vividly clear. This jarring disparity prickled every nerve in their bodies. Josh swallowed hard and approached Chu Xiang, his gaze vacant as he squeezed the young man's arm. "This is real. I am not dreaming, am I?" Chu Xiang gazed at Josh's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't daydream. The game is far from over." After a brief pause, the referee retrieved the basketball from the sidelines, signaling for the match to resume. Stanford's offense commenced. Their players appeared to be still engulfed in profound astonishment. Clearly distracted during the moment of play, Chu Xiang narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on his opponent's control. The Stanford point guard gradually dribbled the ball past half court. Just as he intended to signal his teammates to execute a play, a fleeting white figure dashed before him, causing him to lose all sensation of the basketball in his hands. It was Chu Xiang. He emerged suddenly, executing a clean and swift steal at the top of the arc. With the ball in his possession, he launched a fast break. His speed was astonishing. The Stanford players had no chance to retreat. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. However, it wasn't merely Chu Xiang's speed that set him apart. According to the System S ratings, his absolute speed stood at 85 and his dribbling speed at 75, which could be deemed rather average. Yet, his current state was exceptional. With only 10 minutes remaining in the game, the stamina of the other players had nearly depleted, while Chu Xiang, having utilized a system item, was brimming with energy. This was precisely why he could execute the steal flawlessly and initiate the fast break. Faced with an unguarded half-court, Chu Xiang charged towards the basket without hesitation. The area beneath the hoop was vacant. How would he conclude this offensive play? He leaped into the air. It appeared to be yet another dunk. Oh my heavens! Chu Xiang seemed to glide through the air, completing an elegant windmill dunk. His movement was stunning, worthy of high scores in an NBA slam dunk contest. This dunk instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. It was as if a volcano had just cooled its molten rock, only to have a new wave of lava erupt from the Earth's core. Chu Xiang, was he intent on setting the Alamodome ablaze? The central screen above the dome and all the large screens around the arena now displayed only his figure. Chapter 103. The meaning of miracles is Chu Xiang. After completing the dunk, Chu Xiang stood beneath the basket, eyes closed, head slightly tilted back, arms raised high, transforming into a grand V. This arena boasted the world's most advanced lighting system, ensuring every corner was well illuminated. Yet at this moment, apart from the space above Chu Xiang, everywhere else seemed shrouded in darkness. Alone, he basked in the brilliance and adulation of the crowd. The commentator shed any pretense of neutrality, revealing his true allegiance as a devoted fan of Chu Xiang. I am honored to announce that just this moment, I, along with all 65,000 spectators, have witnessed this monumental occasion. He reaffirmed the unfairness of divine creation, for so many miracles had been bestowed upon him. Just 10 minutes prior, he could scarcely manage to sit on the sidelines due to severe food poisoning that had caused him to miss the first half of the game, and only moments ago, his pallor suggested he might collapse at any second. Yet now, he had completed 2 consecutive dunks. The first moment was when Robin Lopez, nominated for this year's Best Defensive Player in the Big Ten, was effortlessly bypassed, followed by a dunk over his brother, Brook Lopez, one of the finest centers in NCAA history. He ruthlessly dominated the rim in front of both siblings. The second moment unfolded after a lightning-fast steal, as he raced towards the basket with unparalleled speed, showcasing his talent within the Grand Alamo Dome.